We start in the middle of a brutal forest slaughter, where a fierce blue wolf is sliced in half with a single slash, while a massive winged beast screeches in terror as it flies overhead. Our boy Raven is battered, bloody, and running on pure spite, but despite the exhaustion weighing down his limbs, he swings his blade downward to bring the flyer crashing to the earth. This is just another Tuesday for him, standing victorious in a graveyard of slaughtered monsters, with a massive horned demon lying dead at his feet. The rest of the world, he is a living myth, the legendary demon hunter known as the Immortal Crow, whose boots have stepped over more monster carcasses than most men will see in a lifetime. They whisper legends about him being a fearless hero, but as his sword points toward the cold stars, knowing he is a far cry from a hero, thinking about the fact that he finally made it this far, surviving every single suicide mission they threw at him, and swearing that he will definitely find a way out of this hellhole. Walking back on aching feet, he approaches the sprawling, filthy tents of the Demon Corps camp, where half the soldiers are drinking and laughing away their trauma, while the miserable prisoners huddle in the dirt waiting for their next draft. He has to navigate through these heavily armed thugs every day, passing by chained recruits who probably won't survive the week, as the veteran soldiers whisper rumors about his supernatural luck behind his back. But before he can even make it to his tent, a massive bald brute blocks his path, leaning in with an ugly grin to pick a fight with the legendary Crow. Raven has zero energy left for their nonsense, letting out a sad little smile, because these idiots really have no idea who they are dealing with. Before the loudmouth can even react, Raven's fist buries itself deep into his face, and as the rest of the gang draws their weapons, he draws his own sword, slicing through the air with a blinding flash. His blade stops a millimeter from another thug's neck, freezing the useless idiot in place, before Raven grabs him by his hair and slams his face violently into the hard dirt. Having completely cleared the path, he delivers one final, swift kick to make sure they stay down, treating them like absolute garbage, and simply walks away while the remaining survivors cower in fear. Honestly, all those legendary rumors about him being a heroic demon slayer are just nonsense whispered by colleagues who don't understand that he fights because he has to. See, his family wasn't some prestigious, world-famous noble house, but the Vault household was his entire world, until a corrupt noble framed them, dragging him away in heavy chains, while his family's estate was burned to the ground. The mastermind stood there laughing in front of the roaring flames, while Raven could only scream, completely powerless to stop them, forced to kneel before an applauding crowd of high society aristocrats. This smug bastard actually looked down on him, calling him a fool who didn't understand how the world worked. As Raven thrashed and screamed for vengeance, a rough hand grabbed him by the hair, forcing his head back to watch his life's work burn, while the noble casually informed him that his parents had already been executed. But instead of just throwing him into the fire, the aristocrat offered him a deal. Serve 10 years in the suicidal Demon Corps, and he'd be allowed to live. Naturally, the high society crowd laughed at the absolute cruelty of the offer, knowing that the Demon Corps was a death sentence reserved for the worst criminals, which meant sending an imperial noble there was essentially a slow, agonizing execution. In his mind, the noble thought he had broken the boy completely, laughing as he watched the boy's world crumble. But Raven screamed his agreement through his teeth, swearing that he would survive and make every single one of them pay. 10 years have passed since that day, and now, standing outside his tent under the setting sun, he traces the heavy scars around his eyes, remembering the endless slaughter and the colossal beasts he had to tame just to live another day. Through blood, sweat, and sheer willpower, he transformed himself from a fragile noble boy into a lethal weapon. But as he steps out of his tent, something in the air shifts, a shadow of his former self who has paid for his survival in blood. As a legendary knight stands before a colossal dragon under a sky raining shooting stars. Tomorrow's massive demon hunt is supposed to be his absolute last battle. The ancient dragon Soldrake speaks down to him, calling out, "Oh, my knight!" the final step to earning his freedom and rebuilding his family, as the blonde knight prepares to fulfill an ancient oath that will soon change Raven's destiny forever. Naturally, we start with a reminder of the absolute pinnacle of power in this world, the legendary white dragon Soldrake, a beast considered the strongest life form on Earth, and a creature only one noble household can tame. Knowing he is just a disposable soldier, our boy Raven heads toward the command tent, pulling back the flap to face his annoying superior. Inside, we find his bloated squad commander, Baltai, stuffing his face with meat and acting like he already won the war, while Raven stands there patiently, enduring the grease and the arrogance. Raven delivers his official report, which only prompts the fat commander to laugh, warning Raven that we would lose if it was just us, before revealing they actually have a secret weapon for tomorrow's suicidal charge. Raven immediately smells a trap, but the commander just points excitedly to the dragon banners outside, leaving Raven to wonder what kind of fairy tales this fool has been buying into. Baltai boasts that the famous Pendragon family has tamed these beasts for generations and will handle the hard work for them, prompting Raven to think about the legendary Duke's household. In his head, a human taming a literal dragon is just a bedtime story, making him wonder if his commander has finally lost his mind, though he keeps keeps his mouth shut and plays along. He adjusts his gear, preparing for the worst, as Baltai points a greasy finger to remind him of tomorrow's schedule, and Raven's internal countdown to freedom ticks 1 second closer. Raven remains calm on the surface, while the bloated commander keeps celebrating his imaginary victory, completely oblivious to the danger they are walking into. Raven makes his excuses to leave, carrying the weight of a decade of survival on his shoulders, while Baltai dismisses him with a loud laugh to go back to his alcohol. Walking away from the noise of the banquet, Raven heads toward the special guest tent, watching the Pendragon flags wave in the wind, still trying to calculate if this dragon rumor is actually true. He is running the math on his chances, realizing that as long as he survives tomorrow, his 10-year sentence in this hellhole is finally over. He reaches out to open the tent, only to be startled when a voice from inside politely addresses him, which immediately sets Raven on edge. He tenses up, scanning the shadows, listening closely to the speaker's tone, before dropping to one knee as military etiquette demands. The voice confirms the Pendragon identity and demands Raven's name, so he introduces himself as the commander of the 12th Squad. He reports his orders to protect the young master during the battle, but the voice inside simply dismisses him and tells him to get some rest. Raven hesitates, wanting answers, before taking a risk and asking a direct question. He demands to know why they didn't bring the dragon, only to be told she will arrive tomorrow. With no choice left, he walks away down the camp corridor, thinking that the young master sounded unnaturally calm for someone about to enter a slaughterhouse, a detail that will prove fatal when the betrayal hits them all. Ren Pendragon is practically shaking inside his oversized armor, so our boy Raven steps right in front of him to face down 2 snarling multi-headed wolves, gripping his hilt with the steady hand of a soldier who survived 10 grueling years in the penal corps, knowing this final mission is all that stands between him and total freedom. When those demonic beasts finally charge with bared fangs, Raven does not even flinch. He lets them close the distance just enough, before drawing his steel in a blinding surge of blue aura, carving straight through them in one clean flash, and resting his sword on his shoulder to glance up at the open sky, where the legendary white dragon, Soldrake, circles overhead like an absolute god of war. Naturally, the dragon does not waste a single second gathering a sphere of pure magical power, and unleashes an apocalyptic wave of blue breath straight across the battlefield, incinerating a flock of screeching demon birds in midair, and obliterating every enemy creature in sight like they were nothing more than flying pests. With the ground cleared and smoke rising from the ashes, Raven checks the perimeter, convinced in his head that this last escort job is going to be the easiest walk in the park of his entire life. As Soldrake lands heavily on the smoldering dirt, her massive frame towering over the nervous young heir, Iren checks if anyone took a wound, but Raven tells him not to worry, boasting that this whole cleanup will be wrapped up in an instant. Problem is, before the words can even leave his mouth, a massive swarm of monstrous birds fills the red sky like a dark thundercloud, forcing everyone on the ground to look up in sheer disbelief. Raven realizes the scouts completely botched the enemy count, and urgently moves to signal another wave of dragon fire, while Soldrake stands silently beside Iren under the darkening horizon. Iren stares up with an unnervingly blank expression, and the great dragon tightly shuts her eyes, refusing to react as the swarm closes in. Those giant beasts dive bombs straight out of the sky, and Raven can only watch in growing alarm, expecting the dragon to wipe them out, yet she stays completely frozen. The monsters crash down and claw violently into Soldrake's body, leaving Raven in utter shock that an ancient dragon is just taking hits without fighting back. He screams for the young master to command her, but Iren stands motionless like an empty suit of armor. Raven grabs that useless noble by the collar to snap him out of it, right as a violent explosion detonates right behind them, shattering the ground and sending panic through his chest. This was never a routine mission. A massive horde of demons surges through the smoke to butcher them, knocking Iren backward as the ambush closes in, and forcing Raven to draw his blade for a desperate last stand. What this veteran soldier doesn't know yet is that Soldrake's true pact goes far deeper than a single battle, and even as death surrounds him on this blood-soaked hill, the fatal conspiracy unfolding here is only the prologue to a second chance at life. As scavenging goblins pick through the bloody aftermath of the ambush, a few hungry pests leap down to finish off what they think is an easy target, unaware that our boy Raven is far too stubborn to go down quietly. With a single brutal slash through the air, he cleaves the filthy scavengers in two with the last of his strength, gasping for air through a chest soaked in his own blood. Honestly, the fact that he's even standing right now is a complete medical miracle, because every breath feels like swallowing hot glass, as he forces his broken body to keep upright against the crimson sunset. He mutters, "Both of us are such idiots," bitterly lamenting how easily they walked into this trap, wondering if the legendary white dragon is truly dead, or how an invincible creature could be brought down so easily. Sadly, the giant beast isn't moving at all, which leaves Raven to confront the real reason this whole mission went to hell in a handbasket. There, lying in the dirt and choking on his own blood, is young Master Alan Pendragon, and Raven instantly grabs the useless noble by his throat, demanding answers. See, Raven remembers the exact moment everything turned sideways, when Alan stood right before the dragon and somehow caused the legendary beast to stop attacking mid-combat. Furious, Raven demands to know why he made the dragon stop when victory was right in their hands. But before the terrified Heir can open his mouth, a sudden heavy blow blasts Raven backward, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. The enemy commander steps forward in heavy armor, mocking him for surviving a pierced heart as the immortal Raven vault. The problem is, even an immortal warrior has his limits when his body is completely shredded, and the bastard commander just laughs triumphantly as his army sweeps across the ruined field. Amidst the endless chaos of slaughter and clashing steel, Raven can only watch in helpless frustration from the ground, as the Horned Commander flashes a cruel, predatory grin. Without a shred of mercy, the enemy drives a spear straight through Alan Pendragon's chest, pinning the young heir to the earth right in front of Raven. What this bastard commander doesn't count on, however, is that this tragic end is only the beginning, because as Alan gasps his final breath, the stage is set for a twist that will rewrite the fate of the entire empire. Soldrake passes the burden of the ancient dragon rider oath onto Raven in a mystical void, while Raven drifts through the darkness wondering if he actually just died, only to recognize that familiar agonizing internal tear that always triggers whenever his body regenerates. Naturally, he comes back to consciousness under the worried gaze of a maid, who gently checks his wrist against the soft silk sheets, before losing her mind completely the moment he sits up in bed, gasping in pure disbelief, and sprinting out into the hallway to scream the news to the entire estate. Raven opens his eyes beneath massive red canopy curtains, taking in an absurdly luxurious bedroom that looks nothing like the penal battalion he spent 10 years surviving in. Heavy footsteps echo outside, and an elderly retainer bursts through the doors in complete shock, flanked by weeping servants who can barely process what they are seeing. The old man clutches his chest in tearful relief, rushing to the bedside and grabbing Raven's hands like he just witnessed a miracle. Confused, our boy asks if the high and mighty title they keep using is supposed to be him, and the old man practically yells that of course it is. Beyond the grand windows lies the sunlit castle of the Pendragon Duchy, and the staff wastes no time informing him that he is now the sole master of this realm. Raven freezes, stumbling out of bed toward the wash basin, his heart hammering in his chest, as he stares down into the water and sees the soft, aristocratic face of young Aren Pendragon instead of his own battle-scarred self. The maids whisper among themselves while watching him spiral, exchanging nervous glances at his strange behavior, and explaining that his confusion is expected given he just spent 3 full years lying in a coma. 3 years, meaning the tragic battlefield where he lost his life, is already 3 years in the past. He distinctly remembers being decapitated and executed, which makes him wonder how his near immortality somehow dragged him into another man's body. But before he can fully process reincarnating into the high noble heir he tried to save, the heavy double doors slam open, and Duchess Elena comes flying into the room calling out for her son. She drops beside him in deep concern, asking if he has truly awakened, while the surrounding household gathers around them in tears, celebrating the miraculous recovery of their young master, leaving our battle-hardened veteran completely stunned by this sudden wave of maternal love. Lena pulls him into a desperate embrace, while Raven sits rigid, having never experienced warmth like this in his brutal past life. In the background, an enigmatic old woman gives him a subtle wink, holding him tight while the strange elder gestures discreetly toward the balcony. He wonders who this mysterious woman is supposed to be, following the direction of her hand, as she points out toward the open sky, where a sight unfolds that makes his heart stop. A pair of colossal white wings cuts through the clouds, as the legendary white dragon Soldrake coils her massive body around the castle's highest tower. The majestic beast peers down from above, leaving Raven staring up in absolute shock, as the dragon narrows her glowing eyes and unleashes a deafening roar that rattles the entire fortress. The violent impact shatters the stained glass, sending sharp shards flying over screaming nobles, as Soldrake dives straight toward the room at blinding speed. Raven is hurled backward by the powerful force of her arrival, unable to believe he is looking at the exact dragon he saw lying dead alongside Eren on the battlefield 3 years ago. The math isn't adding up, because if Soldrake survived back then, it means the dragon was still alive when Raven died. Honestly, none of this makes any sense to him yet. But before the dragon can move, Elena steps in front of Raven with open arms, declaring she won't let anyone hurt her son again. Soldrake's glowing horn smashes into the floor right beside them, her piercing blue eye locking onto the terrified family, while Raven reaches out to pull his new mother back from danger. That's when the strange old woman steps between them, channeling radiant energy as the dragon's massive head looms over the room, and the elder approaches the monster without a single trace of fear. She gently rests her hand on Soldrake's snout, instantly pacifying the colossal beast, giving Raven another calm smile and a knowing wink. Our boy stands frozen in complete bewilderment as the mysterious woman walks over, rests a hand on his shoulder, and silently communicates a presence that settles deep into his mind. He turns back to the white dragon, and Soldrake launches back into the heavens, leaving a shimmering trail of light across the sky. The old woman watches the dragon depart through the shattered window, gazing into the blue sky with serene, reverent awe. Standing peacefully amidst the ruin, her body begins to dissolve into glowing light and soft flower petals, vanishing into thin air right before Raven's eyes. The retainers rush over to check on Duchess Alina, who immediately turns all her concern back onto Raven, asking if he is okay. Cold sweat drips down his jaw as the reality of everything hits him at once. Between this extravagant castle, the servants who care for him, and the white dragon bound to his soul, he has truly become Eren Pendragon. He offers a gentle smile to reassure his mother, clutching the Pendragon family pendant resting against his chest, resolved to carry this heavy title no matter how chaotic things get. Our boy pulls back his hair with hardened eyes, ready to gather information and ensure nobody ever exposes him as an imposter. Before he became a pampered young master, our boy Raven spent 10 long years surviving a brutal penal battalion, polishing his skills until he was a monster-slaying legend with crazy regeneration abilities. But now, he is forced to reckon with his own weak, unblemished hands, wondering how the hell he is supposed to survive with these, especially since his personal maid Lindsay is taking her caregiving duties way too seriously. He is hovering over his bed with a loaded spoon, convinced that the newly awakened heir is about to starve to death, which is why she completely ignores his obvious reluctance and insists on shoving the food down his throat herself. Naturally, the loyal maid has a doctor's order on her side, leaving him with absolutely zero room to negotiate as she demands he open wide, forcing our battle-hardened warrior to swallow both his pride and a spoonful of warm mush in the most embarrassing defeat of his new life. Once the breakfast tray is finally cleared away, she immediately offers to help dress him for the day. But Alan has had quite enough of being handled like porcelain, simply getting out of bed and walking away on his own 2 feet, which nearly gives his overly anxious maid a heart attack. See, Lindsay is absolutely convinced his body is still on the verge of collapsing, so she sprints after him, insisting that he cannot walk yet, and practically pleading with him to stop before he ruins his recovery. She desperately insists on at least taking care of his clothes and hair, quickly pulling out a wooden stool so he can sit down and finally submit to her care, which ends with her tying his long silver locks into a neat ponytail. As he stands there fully dressed in his new noble uniform, the realization of how soft and helpless his new lifestyle is triggers a full-blown existential crisis, prompting Lindsay to ask what is wrong, right before the door swings open to reveal their morning visitors. It is Alina Pendragon and young Mia holding a cute toy rabbit, both of them bringing a sudden burst of warmth into the sick room, though the little girl seems focused entirely on her brother, prompting Lindsay to greet the young lady while Alan braces himself for impact with a massive dose of sibling affection. Suddenly, the toddler breaks into a sprint despite her mother's panic, throwing her arms around Alan's leg in a tight hug, radiating pure, unadulterated adoration, which forces our cold-blooded soldier to attempt a deeply awkward, completely unnatural grimace of a smile. Lena apologizes for the intrusion and gently asks if he can walk normally now, taking a seat after Lindsay politely pulls out a chair for her, while Alan can only sigh internally, trying to process this sudden rush of familial warmth and struggling to maintain his polite mask to keep up appearances, especially as she gushes about how incredibly happy they were when they heard he finally woke up. Alan does his absolute best to play the part of the doting family member, while his mind races to match his own memories with this new reality, especially when Alina reveals she has been gathering information on just how much of a mess the original Eren was, preferring to paint and read books instead of learning how to swing a sword, which is exactly why he used to get easily thrashed by basic knights on the regular. As Alan cradles the little girl in his arms, he resolves to never let himself be that helpless again, remembering how his past life as Raven supposedly ended in peaceful death, only to be ripped away from any hope of rest, forcing him to look back at the brutal warrior he had to become, charging into a battle where he was destined to lose, standing side by side with the original Pendragon heir, only to find out that his sacrifice meant nothing, since the smug bastard who killed him made sure to whisper that everything was plotted. Shaking off the dark memories, Alan tries to refocus on Alina, who is still chatting away with relentless enthusiasm, though she eventually leans in close to ask if he is actually listening to her, prompting him to quickly apologize and urge her to go on, though he is completely lost when she mentions a certain Lady Luna, which genuinely flabbergasted Alina, who cannot understand how he could forget such a key detail, explaining that this Lady Luna is a proud member of the Pendragon cavalry and the foster daughter of Count Serad, which might just be the political lifeline their decaying family desperately needs. Grand convoy of armed knights winds through the forest, escorting a luxurious carriage toward the Pendragon Duchy, where the guards outside are already smirking, knowing the noble lady inside is carrying an official breakup notice. Luna Serad has spent the entire journey dreading this awkward errand, leaning back against the cushions as she remembers the useless young master she was engaged to. In her memory, Eren Pendragon is a timid boy hiding on the floor, peering fearfully out from dark corners like a pathetic wimp. That cowardly reputation led her father Count Serad to shatter their engagement, leaving the Pendragon family banner torn on the ground, under a dark sky where dragon crest flags once stood tall, as Luna and Eren are forced onto completely separate paths. Her father sent her to offer formal apologies for breaking things off, and Luna sits thoughtfully beside a portrait, wondering if the young master ever grew up. Naturally, her knight Sir Bredon has zero doubts about that, bursting into loud laughter on horseback as he recalls the heir's greatest failure. What he loves reminding everyone is that Eren failed his dragon pact so horribly, bleeding out after failing to form a bond with the white dragon, and Bredon arrogantly points a thumb at his chest, riding forward enthusiastically as he mocks the dragonless Pendragons. Luna finds his obnoxious mocking completely distasteful, disliking her knight's arrogance just as much as she dislikes her fiancé's weakness, hoping to get this humiliating meeting over with as quickly as possible, as the carriage finally rolls up to the castle. When the Serad convoy pulls up to Conrad Castle under a bright blue sky, a crowd gathers in the grand hall to receive her, and Luna gracefully curtsies before the nobles, placing a hand on her chest with a polite smile. What she doesn't count on is the blonde man standing at the center of the hall, where Eren joyfully hugs an elderly family member nearby, while our boy Raven stands tall in a crisp military uniform. When their eyes lock across the room, his stern expression sends an unexpected chill through her, leaving Luna wide-eyed with total surprise. Before she can even process the shock, Raven casually asks if her knight can wait elsewhere, dismissing Sir Bredon like a minor inconvenience, and Luna stammers out her agreement before she can even stop herself. His sharp blue eyes fixed straight ahead, Raven walks forward while Luna and the maid follow behind, as a smiling maid opens the double doors into the drawing room, where he leads them inside to sit down, taking charge of the entire situation without missing a beat. He gestures over his shoulder to dismiss the attendants, leaving Luna standing alone, completely bewildered by his commanding presence, as his mother offers an awkward smile while stepping back, and Raven gives instructions to the maid near the doorway. He walks past the tea set while Luna watches in distress, offering a puzzled glance when she brings up his past, lounging comfortably in his armchair as he casually reveals he lost all his memories after waking up. Sitting across from him, Luna panics internally over his total transformation, watching him rest his chin on his hand in deep thought. Her face flushes red as she realizes this transformed heir could single-handedly lead a massive family resurgence, while Raven gazes back with calm, serious intensity. Problem is, sitting in his armchair, Raven is quietly calculating the political impact of breaking ties with House Serad, a subtle, cunning smile spreading across his face, as he smirks and rests his hand on the armrest. Luna reaches out a gloved hand in sudden panic, desperately blurting out that they should reconsider the cancellation before apologizing for her sudden outburst. Her white-gloved hands grip her dress tightly as she realizes her father's decision is already set, while Raven listens attentively in silence, watching her scramble to maintain her composure. Before she can dig herself into a deeper hole, a maid suddenly pops her head into the room, opening the door with a nervous apology, to deliver an urgent message directly from the Duchess. Raven's demeanor sharpens instantly, as the nervous servant clutches her apron, reporting that Luna's arrogant knight Sir Bredon is starting a fight outside, and Luna's eye opens wide in pure shock. Luna clenches her jaw, realizing her idiot subordinate just ruined whatever good grace she had left, as Raven abruptly stands up and slams his hand onto the table, announcing, "We can finish our talk after we go stop your knight." He looks down with stern military authority, gritting his teeth in annoyance at the arrogant intruder, and strides across the room toward the courtyard, leaving Luna rushing beside him, terrified of what this transformed lord is about to do to her knight. Inside the grand throne room, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a butter knife, especially since the surrounding officials look like they just swallowed whole lemons. Lena Pendragon is desperately trying to keep her composure as she faces the music, demanding to know if they really think they can just cancel the engagement and escape the consequences. Naturally, that smug bastard representing the Serad family doesn't care about her anger, pointing out that they're graciously throwing in a couple of lumber mills to sweeten the deal. For the loyal officials listening in, this is an absolute joke. Their retainers are running the numbers and realizing how low the family has fallen, while Alina can barely process the sheer disrespect of the offer. The smiling knight is practically vibrating with condescension, knowing exactly how desperate House Pendragon is for resources. That only makes Alina seethe at how blatantly he's trying to humiliate them. The worst part is that the household is genuinely bleeding money, leaving her with almost no leverage to fight back as she slams her fist in a rage, while the envoy just keeps grinning like a cat that found a bowl of cream. He's just about to lose her temper completely at the bastard, but the tension in the room suddenly snaps, Everyone turns toward the heavy entrance doors, watching a sudden column of heavily armored guards march into the hall. They line up along the sides with perfect military precision, instantly grabbing the attention of the Serod family's daughter, Luna. Walking down the center is our boy Alan, looking completely unbothered by the dramatic scene, strolling with his hands in his pockets, completely ignoring the weight of every eye in the room. Luna is pleased to see that her supposedly weak fiancé has actually shown up, giving the desperate retainers a sudden glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the smug knight's grin instantly evaporates, especially when Alan casually strolls up the steps and sits right down on the dual throne. The knight tries to recover his footing with a mocking speech about proper etiquette, but Alan treats him with all the respect you'd give a mildly annoying mosquito, which completely derails the man's train of thought. Alan asks him what a mere knight is doing talking so loud in a dragon master's house, instantly reversing the power dynamic in the room. The sweating messenger is forced to bow and offer a hasty greeting, even as the idiot tries to keep up his smug demeanor while delivering his message. But Alan's patience has already run completely dry. Smug diplomat's brain completely short-circuits, feeling an oppressive weight radiating from the young master who leans forward to bark, "Don't make me say it again." The sheer bloodlust in Alan's voice makes the man shake like a wet dog. He's trembling so hard he can barely hold his teacup, while Luna struggles to make sense of what she's seeing, unable to recognize the pathetic boy she once knew in this absolute tyrant of a man. Pointing directly at her, Alan makes his move, making her wonder if she's the next target of his wrath, while her smug blonde relative tries to calculate what's about to happen. Honestly, Alan just waves his hand lazily and says they should just call it even and end the engagement, leaving Luna utterly dumbfounded by how easily he's tossing her aside. In her mind, she was supposed to be the one rejecting him, and her relative is equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Their older representative tries to argue, raising his voice in protest, but the knight is far too terrified of Alan to back him up, leaving the old diplomat to shout uselessly against Alan's overwhelming aura. Standing tall with his family's flag behind him, Alan is the undisputed king of this room, casually explaining that a political marriage is the least of their concerns right now. Luna can only stand there in the grand hall as Alan dismisses her family's entire threat, her throat completely dry as she struggles to find any words to strike back, wishing she had been the one to say she couldn't marry someone like him first. But the craziest part is that, as she blushes furiously, she realizes she's actually falling for this absolute monster, which makes Alan smile in quiet amusement at her obvious distress. He keeps the pressure on with a calm, calculating silence, leaving Alina to wonder what kind of dangerous game her son is playing. But as Alan turns to leave the hall, he offers them one last gentle smile, knowing he just completely won this political battle without breaking a sweat. Right after dealing with the envoys, Raven walks into his parlor, only to find an actual ghost sitting on his couch like she owns the place. This playful spirit happens to be Lady Atia, an ancient ancestor of House Pendragon, and after surviving 10 brutal years in the demonic penal army, talking to a dead noblewoman is easily the weirdest moment of his week. Before he can even ask what she wants, she cuts straight to the chase and asks him flat out, "Who on earth are you?" Because she can tell instantly that the soul inside this body is not the original Iren. Honestly, Raven wasn't expecting an ancient ghost to see right through him, but she just giggles, admitting she only dropped that dramatic line because she always wanted to try it out. He has been watching over the Pendragon bloodline alongside Soldrake for centuries, so hiding secrets from her is pretty much a lost cause. Realizing she isn't hostile, Raven decides honesty is his best option here. He takes a breath and lays out his entire insane story, explaining how he was a veteran soldier who died on a bloody battlefield, only to wake up inside the body of the useless young master of this duchy. Surprisingly, Lady Atia doesn't question a single word of his regression tale. Whether she believes the time travel part or not, the fact remains that he is the one sitting in front of her right now. And more importantly, his presence completely changes the game for the duchy. She explains that every true Pendragon successor is supposed to form a pact with Soldrake, which brings us to the core secret of the entire family. See, the ancestral mausoleum isn't just some dusty burial site for dead relatives. It is actually a massive magic tower holding the accumulated power, magic, and fortune of the entire bloodline, guarded by the dragon herself atop its grand white spire. The gates to the mausoleum stay open. The duchy thrives with overwhelming power. But if those gates remain locked, the family is cursed to decay and fall into ruin. Problem is, opening those gates requires a successful contract with Soldrake, and the original Iren was so pathetically weak that the dragon rejected him instantly and left him half dead in a bed. Because of that failure, the gates slammed shut, and the family fortune has been draining away ever since. But that is where Raven comes in. Since the soul dwelling in this body is no longer the weakling who failed, he gets a technical loophole for a second chance. As far as the Dragon Pact rules are concerned, Raven is a completely new candidate standing in Iren's shoes. The catch is that Soldrake won't just hand over her pact to anyone sitting on a couch. Earn her respect, Raven has to march straight into the Ancona forest, a horrific wasteland infested with vicious high-level demons, slaughter every single monster that crosses his path, and carve his way to the deepest shrine hidden within the woods. Once there, he must face the White Dragon directly, prove his overwhelming strength to her, and claim the pact that will finally unlock the mausoleum's hidden power. Lady Atia smiles slyly and asks if a hardened soldier like him has what it takes. Raven just smirks back with complete confidence. After surviving 10 years in hell, fighting a few demons to claim a dragon contract sounds less like a death trap and more like a fun weekend trip. Raven throws himself into training, swinging his massive blade like a seasoned veteran, while his mind runs through the brutal battlefield checklist of enemy sizes, numbers, and habits. Carves through the air as if facing actual shadow beasts, pushing his physical limits and rebuilding the stamina he lost, because in his head, he is still standing among the phantoms of his bloody past, staring down at the ruined landscapes where dragons fell and comrades died. Naturally, he pours everything he has into a single focused strike, before unleashing a massive shockwave of energy that slices through his imaginary foes. His dedicated maid, Lindsay, has been watching from the courtyard, and she tentatively approaches with a clean set of clothes, only to get completely flustered when he proceeds to change right there, leaving Raven to assess how much progress his physical rehabilitation has actually made. Right then, the loyal knight Elkin Isla marches into the courtyard, looking magnificent in his polished armor and crimson cloak, as he loudly offers to become the young master's personal instructor to whip that supposedly frail body into shape. Raven calmly rejects the offer, telling him to save his energy because he is already busy preparing a much larger stage, which leaves the proud knight standing there in utter confusion. The real meeting happens inside the Grand Hall, where the duchy's remaining knights are gathered, and Raven demands to know exactly what is going on, ignoring their worried murmurs as he brushes aside their excuses and orders them to bypass the politics and explain the security situation near the gate. Isla steps up to report the grimmest details, explaining that monsters have been running rampant, while ruthless bandits plunder the countryside with complete impunity, meaning the local defense forces will inevitably break soon. The butler and Isla immediately start panicking when Raven decides he is going to handle it, begging their young lord not to make any hasty decisions. But Raven merely contemplates his next move, resolutely grasping his sword as he prepares to lead an expedition, which strikes the knight with absolute disbelief. Isla is absolutely thrilled to see some actual backbone from the family's heir, while the rest of the retainers continue their anxious, hushed conversations, unaware of the terrifying, sharp-toothed grin spreading across their young master's face. As he walks down the grand staircase, the doubters whisper that a master who only knows how to paint and read books cannot possibly lead men into battle. Raven has heard enough of their doubts and challenges any real knight to test his resolve, before instantly launching himself forward with terrifying speed, slamming his sword against a doubtful challenger in a violent collision of steel. The knight instantly grimaces under the absurd, bone-crushing weight of the strike, glaring up at the young lord's murderous intent, who simply snorts and prepares to end this mockery. Blue sword aura erupts around Raven like a swirling storm, as he unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast strikes, forcing the panicked knight to raise his weapon just to survive the electric shockwave. Their blades lock in a desperate struggle of pure power, until Raven effortlessly twists in midair to bypass the defense entirely. The challenger realizes he is completely outmatched, while Raven maintains absolute control over the entire duel. The satisfying metallic click of his weapon, he delivers a brutal final strike that blows his opponent away, leaving the defeated knight screaming in agony as he collapses, while the young master casually slips his hands into his pockets. The butler and guards stand completely frozen in absolute terror, staring at the casual teenager who just dismantled their strongest warrior. Raven calmly announces that they will depart in 15 days, declaring his intention to forge a pact with the White Dragon, and warns them, "If you have an objection, come forward." And since nobody dares to challenge him now, the terrified guards enthusiastically throw themselves onto the floor in complete submission. Meanwhile, Lady Luna sits elegantly in her drawing room sipping tea, until a frantic knight bursts in to report the shocking news of the upcoming expedition, gesturing wildly as he tries to convey the sheer madness of the situation. Luna remains completely unfazed, explaining that Pendragon is officially one of the Empire's 5 prestigious ducal families, and one of the elite bloodlines carrying the Emperor's own blood, leaving the knight looking deeply troubled, as he anxiously wonders if they should accompany the young duke, terrified of what might happen to him in the wilderness. Calmly sips her tea while imagining Raven's imposing presence, before getting completely swept away by the prospect of seeing him in action, which completely infuriates the knight standing nearby, who angrily vows to show this arrogant young master the true horrors of the outside world during the expedition. As heavy boots march out into the main courtyard, our boy Alan has his squad assembled and ready to move, only pausing when his mother calls out to him. Alina throws her arms around him in tears, pleading with him to just promise he will come home alive, but he holds her gently and assures her that he is not just coming back. He is returning after conquering both the mausoleum and the White Dragon. He can only hold on and pray that he keeps his word, while the rest of the household staff gathers to see him off, including Lindsay holding a young child with tears welling in her eyes. Naturally, the retainers are mentally prepared for what lies ahead, even as Lindsay rushes toward his side one last time, before Alan swings himself up onto his black horse, taking command of the troops arrayed before him, with Sir Elkin Isla completely confident that his young master will deliver. The maid can barely watch through her tears, and the veteran knights hold their breath as an elderly retainer steps forward to present the family's ceremonial sword. Alan wraps his fingers around the glowing hilt, knowing this weapon carries the weight of a ruined house and every soul relying on its redemption. And with absolute resolve, he raises the blade high into the air, shouting for his men to march to battle for the glory of Pendragon. The Pendragon flag snaps in the wind, and a wall of cavalry thunders across the open field. The problem is that the territory is far from safe, and wild horned wolves are already stalking the woods, encircling the marching column from every shadow. The pack snarls with glowing red eyes, bearing fangs that usually rip through helpless travelers, causing a rider to yell out an alarm as the beasts leap into the open. Alan does not even flinch, declaring that they will crush every last one of them, and before the beasts can even react, he cuts through multiple wolves in a single silver arc. He drives through the ambush without breaking stride, cleaving the remaining monsters in half before they hit the dirt. The retainers can only marvel at how quickly the path is cleared, and as the sun sets over the gate of Fortress Bellant, Alan rears his horse outside the heavy stone walls. He orders his troops to set up camp and await his next command, stepping down from his mount after hours in the saddle. Lindsay immediately runs over with a cup of water, frantic to serve him, while the older retainers assess the young master's physical state. The thing is, Alan notices how exhausted she looks, pointing out the mud smeared across her face and telling her to go get some rest. When she hesitates, he turns it into a direct order, insisting he will be fine on his own, leaving the poor girl blushing hard as she scurries off. From there, Alan wanders through the fortress streets, overhearing two guards muttering near a stone pillar. It does not take a military genius to realize this crucial border post is running like an abandoned farm. So he marches straight up to a nervous guard named Killian, who starts sweating profusely and pointing toward the inner keep while stumbling over his words. The craziest part is what the idiot actually reveals, because the garrison knights and their commander did not just neglect their duty. They pulled the guards away and deserted their post entirely. The panicked soldier keeps blabbering excuses while trying not to collapse, and Alan just waves a hand, calling those undisciplined bastards exactly what they are. Instead of getting discouraged, a terrifying grin spreads across his face, because now he has a legitimate reason to hunt. Meanwhile, at an abandoned monastery nearby, a corrupt soldier relaxes with a mug of ale, bragging out loud about how he is getting bored of slaughtering all the local women and children, while innocent villagers lie bleeding and beaten across the cold stone floor, completely unaware of the storm riding toward them. Late into the night at Fortress Bellant, our boy Alan sits down with his commanders to go over tomorrow's bandit raid, and Sir Killian points out that they'll need more men, explaining that they're currently borrowing soldiers from the Serod family, which leaves the main fortress dangerously short-handed. Honestly, Raven knows better than to trust a shady family like the Serods, but as long as their troops are useful right now, he's content to use them despite any political grumbling from his own men. Sir Killian agrees that pride takes a back seat to survival, especially since the bandit leader, Del Jeffrey, has already gathered over 20 deserter soldiers, and his numbers keep growing by the day, which means the Pendragon forces need to hit them fast before things get completely out of hand. The problem is Del Jeffrey is an arrogant piece of trash, a former officer who abandoned his post after relations with House Pendragon soured, and now spends his days leading a ruthless gang of deserters near South Norton Village. Raven analyzes the whole situation, knowing that if these scumbags keep terrorizing the locals without restraint, they'll eventually build up enough confidence to march straight on the fortress itself. So Alan lays out the strategy on the map, deciding he'll manage the overall plan while handing full tactical command of the troops to Sir Killian. The Mustache Knight is caught completely off guard by the promotion, but Raven explains that the soldiers naturally respect a veteran who stood by them while he was incapacitated, which gives Killian all the motivation he needs to accept the charge with total conviction. Seeing their commander step up brings a genuine wave of relief to the officers, knowing the expedition is finally in capable hands, and Alan gives them their final instructions before wrapping up the meeting. As Sir Killian turns to leave, Raven calls him back, stepping forward to offer a sincere apology for how violently he treated him during their first meeting. He remembers knocking Killian down to test his resolve, but Killian drops to one knee, deeply moved that his young lord would ever apologize to a humble knight. Raven reassures him with a quiet word of trust, knowing that building real loyalty is the only way House Pendragon survives what's coming. Meanwhile, over in South Norton, pure chaos erupts as horseback raiders trample innocent villagers underfoot, torching buildings and looting everything in sight. Terrified mother begs a bandit to spare her child, but the cold-hearted bastard just draws his sword, stating that worthless peasants aren't worth keeping alive, cuts her down without a second thought, leaving her little girl screaming in horror. And as the child cowers on the ground, the murderer rests his bloody blade over his shoulder. casually admitting he hates loud kids before preparing to strike her down. The poor girl cries out in utter helplessness, while nearby, two deserters laugh about having stripped the village bare. Their arrogant leader, Del Jeffrey, smirks like a madman, boasting that taking the Pendragon Duchy and claiming Alan's mother for himself is only a matter of time. From there, we jump straight to the next morning as Raven rides out alongside Sir Killian, surveying the state of their surrounding territory. Alan asks Killian flat out if all the lands outside the fortress are in this much ruin, and Killian regretfully confirms that 70% of the whole duchy has been reduced to wasteland by wandering monsters and bandits. Raven realizes that while unsealing the mausoleum was his main goal, fixing this broken territory and protecting the 10,000 subjects left alive has to come first. Suddenly, white feathers drift down from the sky as both men look up in alarm, wondering if some massive flying monster is dropping in to crash their march. When white feathers start falling over the battlefield, our boy Alan rides straight into the chaos, swinging his blade into a diving harpy and spurring his stallion across the open dirt. His swift move gives an armored soldier time to draw his crossbow, as the archer squad aims forward into the sky. Naturally, men run into position, standing ready for the order to fire and gripping their weapons as they press the line. As a winged monster tries to turn around, our reborn Duke has already read its every move, and a volley of iron bolts strikes the beast down screaming. With the flying threat neutralized, Alan gives his men quick praise and tells them to fall back. Just as expected, the surviving monsters retreat back toward the local villages, but a sudden rustle in the brush spins everyone around. Soldier shouts as a small wave of stray creatures bursts out, sending low-level beasts tumbling back in total disarray, while goblins fly through the air after a brief clash. Alan draws his glowing sword, making his anxious mustache-wearing guard think an execution is coming, only for the Duke to walk past him and open his mouth to speak monster tongue. He offers the trembling creatures a deal instead, glancing back over his shoulder with complete authority. That leaves his own men standing there asking each other what the hell their commander just said, while a goblin cowers on the ground and a bird-like demon twitches in total confusion. While his guards gawk in disbelief, Alan keeps a calm, calculating smile, standing over the small creatures right outside the village boundary. The bird demon Tata babbles that the forest holds creatures far scarier than them, complaining that bigger monsters stole their hunting grounds. When Alan points his blade near the creature, Tata panics, frantically insisting he has never eaten a human in his life, claiming he only eats snakes and sheep, which only makes Alan's smirk widen. What this lying little pest doesn't count on is that in his past life as Raven Vault, our boy spent 10 years surviving the penal army and saw these exact creatures scavenging on fallen soldiers. He remembers watching Tata gorge himself on dead men on the battlefield, so he looks down with a cold, knowing glare, letting a swift strike slam into the dirt right between them to break their spirit. Their lies exposed, Alan corners the two monsters and announces, "I'm the lord of this land, Duke Pendragon, from today onwards." Tata and Kazal realize they have zero room to bargain, and when he commands them to follow, they have no choice but to fall in line. Killian openly marvels at the idea of turning field monsters into familiars, and as they walk together, Alan points out that using every tool available is how you win wars, wishing the stubborn nobles back at court possessed half this much practical sense. Thanks to a secret shortcut Kazal knows through the terrain, the entire war party reaches South Norton Village way ahead of schedule. Alan issues orders to his commanders from horseback, while rear guards protect the fleeing civilians, and then commands his strike team to take the field. Kazal takes flight with Tata riding on his back to handle aerial reconnaissance, while Alan charges hard into the enemy compound, his stallion kicking up a cloud of dust as they crash through the perimeter. Inside the compound near a church, deserting bandit guards are forcing helpless villagers into line, unaware that someone is watching them from the shadows, as a brutal thug drags a crying child by the arm while the boy's mother screams in agony. When the bandit deserters at South Norton Village get ambushed, they expect an easy target, so finding our boy Alan towering over them with his blade drawn, and a cold smirk instantly sends the whole group into total panic, wondering why on earth the useless Pendragon brat is leading a counterattack. Before the terrified thugs can even process the shock, a glowing blade flashes straight across their eyes, and one trembling deserter loses his mind, screaming for the rest of his men to surround Alan and kill him on the spot. Naturally, charging a hardened war veteran in a kid's body goes about as well as you'd expect, because as soon as weapons clash on the dirt, Alan spins around with terrifying speed, cutting through their formation and sending the first idiot flying midair. He slashes through the sky like a storm, battering another combatant backwards while the rest of the rebels reel in horror. Sending back to the ground with his red cape flowing, he draws an ornate katana and grips the hilt tight, letting crackling energy burst around the steel until a wave of force shatters the earth below. The remaining bandits freeze in absolute disbelief, wondering what kind of monster they just provoked. As the clash intensifies, a massive impact explodes across the battlefield, leaving the Pendragon Knights in total control while the enemy formation completely collapses and the surviving thugs fall into helpless confusion. The Bredon steps forward over the defeated bandit leader, who panics from the mud in sheer terror as the knights secure the entire perimeter. With the immediate threat cleared, Bredon flashes an eager grin, listening closely to the commotion nearby. The problem is Lady Grace is so rattled by the carnage that Bredon starts boasting he's the only man suitable for her, trying to use the battle as an excuse to flex his status. What he doesn't count on is that enemy reinforcements are already leaping down from the ridges above, flashing swords in midair and shouting that it's far too early to look down on them. Grace cries out in alarm as Irene struggles on the front lines. Blades lock in a fierce struggle, sending shockwaves through the air, while Bredon holds his ground in front of the worried lady. Meanwhile, our newly acquired bird familiar Tata decides this chaotic fight is way too dangerous for a demon, sweating in a full panic as Bredon holds the line against the oncoming waves. Grace trembles in utter anxiety, knowing the enemy outnumbers them, while Tata takes off into the sky laughing like a coward. The enemy knights sneer, convinced Bredon will be dead long before any real duchy backup can arrive. Two heavily armored attackers charge him at full speed, but Bredon effortlessly deflects the first strike, stomps his heavy iron boot straight onto the blade, and snaps the steel right in half. The shocked attacker barely has time to blink before a brutal backhand smash lands clean across his face, sending both enemy knights tumbling through the dirt like ragdolls. They collapse dazed in the dust as Bredon raises his sword high above them. He mocks their basic swordsmanship, reminding them that amateur moves like that will never land, and brings his blade down without hesitation. A blinding flash of energy cuts through the air, and the soldier screams in pure panic as his arm gets severed clean off. Pinned to the ground in agony, the wounded rebel cringes at Bredon's sinister grin, crying and sweating in absolute terror, while the remaining deserters scramble to run away. Towering victorious over the bloody wreckage, Bredon sneers with utter scorn and mutters, "Trash." With the white dragon banner flying high, our boy Alan leads the duchy forces straight into the aftermath of the raid, ready to secure total control of the territory. These deserters thought they could terrorize innocent villagers without consequences, but the cavalry crushed their line in seconds, leaving the survivors clutching whatever strange artifacts they stole, including a mysterious glowing magic orb. Inside the village hall, they find the bandit ringleader tied to a wooden cross, and Alan walks up to face the man personally. The surviving villagers gather on the edge of the platform, while Alan checks the perimeter to make sure no more threats are hiding. Problem is, the captives huddled on the floor are completely broken, their ankles locked in heavy iron chains, and right behind them lies the true horror of what happened here. A massive pit filled with human skulls reveals just how many innocent people these monsters slaughtered. Alan knows a simple execution is way too merciful for someone who oversaw this kind of butchery, so he draws his blade and strikes the bandit leader right in front of everyone. The coward tries to claim his men acted on their own, begging for mercy as he bleeds onto the floor, but Alan isn't buying a single word of it. What this idiot doesn't count on is that Alan has zero interest in playing forgiving noble today. Turns to the victims and tells them he won't be deciding the leader's fate, which leaves the boss completely stunned, because Alan hands the ultimate judgment straight over to the very villagers these deserters tormented. The survivors realize what this means and start stepping forward. Bound to the cross, the bandit chief realizes his authority is gone, while the other captives watch in utter terror. Alan steps aside to let nature take its course, as years of built-up rage boil over in the crowd, and the villagers grit their teeth, clutching heavy tools and iron bars. They surround the cross like a wall of retribution, and the boss's confident front completely shatters as he begs them to stop. The villagers rush in to settle the debt for their destroyed home, while Alan leaves them to it and walks deep into the inner cathedral halls. He pushes open the heavy doors, checking the high arches for any stray stragglers, until he comes across a massive stone statue dominating the main hall. What he doesn't mention is that he already noticed the assassin lurking right behind the base, who lunges out from the shadows with a sword aimed straight at his back. Bro really thought a cheap surprise attack would work on a 10-year veteran of the Devil's Army. Alan catches the downward slash clean, locks blades for a fraction of a second, and sweeps the guy off his feet onto the stone floor. Before the idiot can even register what hit him, Alan brings his weapon down and ends the fight instantly, leaving the quiet statue as the only remaining witness. Standing alone in the silent sanctuary, Alan, wiping his blood-stained blade, reflects on the crazy twist of fate that brought him here. He was given a second chance at life inside Alan Pendragon's body, and he isn't about to waste it living like a pushover. His personal rule is simple. He will treat decent people with genuine respect and deliver absolute ruin to anyone cruel enough to deserve it. Lock in that vow, he unclasps his pendant, approaches the ancient stone altar, and slots the necklace directly into the relic groove, sealing his resolve for the long road ahead. He promises to fulfill his mission before ever looking back, then turns and walks walks out into the sunlight. Naturally, the freed villagers shower him with endless thanks as he mounts his horse, waving happily as their new lord promises full duchy support to rebuild their homes. Alan rides out of South Norton Village with the area fully secured. On the road back, little Tada brags that he worked super hard during the fight too, and Kazal happily promises him a huge feast back at camp to celebrate. That's when Sir Elkin rides up alongside Alan and asks, "Are we finally going to invade the Ancona forest next?" With his duchy forces unified and his reputation restored, Alan just smiles calmly, ready to take on whatever is waiting in the deep woods. Before heading into the treacherous Ancona forest, Raven consults with his mother, Lady Alina, seeking her counsel on how to forge an alliance with the forest's brute inhabitants. Because as far as the world knows, orcs are nothing more than bloodthirsty monsters who only care about slaughter. Naturally, Alina makes the problem painfully clear, explaining that these creatures only respect absolute power, with dragons sitting at the very peak, which means he cannot rely on Soldrake's shadow to win them over and must beat them with his own hands. In her mind, she's offering a stern political reality, asking if he has ever even faced a monster like that before, unaware that behind those calm blue eyes lies a decade of surviving the hellish demon core. See, back when he was just a fresh recruit in the penal battalion, he found himself standing alone against a towering warrior orc, gasping for breath while coated in sweat and exhaustion, as the massive brute tightened its grip on its weapon. Surrounded by discarded spears on a ruined battlefield, the monster locked its glowing eyes onto him and charged forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of blue aura that shattered the very ground beneath them. The sheer pressure alone nearly crushed his ribs, but as the monster grinned with bloodied fangs, Raven ducked flat under a deadly cleaver slash, knowing that dragging out a battle of endurance against a physical freak meant instant death. So instead of backing away, as the beast reached out with its giant clawed hand, he closed the distance in a fraction of a second, ignited his blade with glowing blue aura, and drove a lethal thrust straight upward into its massive body. The blade grazed past the monster's face, allowing Raven to vault acrobatically right over its massive shoulder, soaring through the air to land right behind its blind spot, where a single clean slash finished the fight before the beast could even turn around. That was his very first encounter with their kind, an agonizing lesson he learned firsthand long before he ever sat in this comfortable office. From there, we jump straight back to the present, where Raven and his knights are riding across the frozen plains toward Ancona Forest, discussing the complicated politics of securing a goblin alliance. But before they can even finalize their plans, a weird winged creature comes crashing down right beside their horses, carrying a hysterical little goblin named Tada, who sounds like he's having a complete breakdown. The little guy clings to Raven for dear life, who politely threatens to feed him to Soldrake if he doesn't get off him this second. Once the pest finally backs away, Tada breathlessly warns them that something terrible is happening just ahead, pointing toward the forest entrance with absolute terror in his eyes. What he sees ahead is a group of green-skinned giant monsters, which instantly catches Raven's attention, while Sir Elkin looks on with growing concern. Raven gallops his black horse forward to investigate, recognizing the glint of a trembling blade in the distance, where a disgraced human scout is shivering in fear. See, this idiot used to be an escort for Lady Alina, but after messing up his duty and trying to blame others, Alina confronted him right on the road, stripping him of his household status despite his desperate, pathetic begging. The foolish guard pleaded that he still had to escort them to Serad territory, but Alina shut him down with ice-cold authority, informing him that her father would decide his punishment the moment they returned. Abandoned and desperate to prove his worth, the fool wandered off on his own, only to run straight into a patrol of massive, tusked orcs. Make matters 10 times worse, the absolute genius drew his sword on them in their own forest, which to an orc warrior is a direct declaration of war. The trembling scout gasps for air as the giant brute steps closer, just as Raven arrives at the edge of the clearing. The orc chieftain turns with a cold, murderous glare, while the doomed human looks back sweating bullets. Lena gasps in shock as she recognizes the young master, who strides into view clad in magnificent dragon armor. Seeing a chance at salvation, the panicking coward runs toward Raven, begging the Duke to save his miserable life. But Raven remains entirely unbothered, commanding his troops to stay back, as the massive red banner of House Pendragon unfurls in the wind behind him. The sight of the white dragon crest shocks the entire orc squad, who instantly realize that this calm young man is Eren Pendragon, heir to the Dragon Lord. Yet Raven just looks forward with absolute confidence, even as a massive, spectral demon orc materializes above them, unleashing an overwhelming wave of spirit pressure known as Orc Sphere. The suffocating aura pins the terrified scout to the ground, leaving him unable to move or breathe, while Raven's own knights panic, warning him that this aura is far too dangerous to approach. But our boy doesn't care about their warnings in the slightest, stepping past his bewildered men completely unarmed, walking straight through the crushing pressure as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Raven steps right up to face the massive orc warrior, knowing from his 10 years in the penal army that orcs only respect physical strength. So while the big brute flexing his fists thinks he can intimidate a human noble and clenches his hands with a confident grin, our boy Raven is already calculating how to shatter that pride, while the green warrior smirks, convinced he holds all the cards. standing alone before the entire warband in the middle of the clearing. While his own knights watch nervously from their horses, Raven lets the hulking monster loom right over him, without moving an inch or showing even a hint of fear. Instead of giving a speech or drawing a blade, Raven drives a swift headbutt straight into the giant's nose, sending the towering brute stumbling backward in total shock. Naturally, our reborn Duke stays completely composed, while the orc leaders watch with sudden interest, and a panicked knight shouts that attacking first will trigger a slaughter. The rest of the warband erupts into wild laughter at their comrade getting humbled, while Elkin watches the escalating chaos with sheer anxiety. Furious over the embarrassment, the enraged orc prepares to swing his heavy club, but Raven holds his ground with a steady gaze, as the angry brute glares down with sharp fangs bared, pointing a finger and shouting that his tribe will never obey a weakling. Sudden vision of Soldrake, the white dragon, flashes through Raven's mind, as the warrior explains that House Pendragon lost its guardian deity status when the pact failed. Raven stands tall against the chief's massive back, backed by a menacing shaman and a horde of aggressive fighters, surrounded on all sides by hostile weapons. Problem is, Raven only finds the whole situation amusing, knowing this is standard orc diplomacy. He clasps his armored hands together with a sharp grin, as the chief turns back with a focused look, gripping the top of his spiked club and setting the heavy weapon aside on the ground. Towering over his discarded club, the giant grins, ready to settle this with bare fists like true warriors, and Raven gladly accepts, asking if they should play by orc rules. Both fighters leap into the air at the exact same instant, and Raven delivers a flying strike straight into the brute's chest, realizing mid-strike that this warrior's physical power would crush an ordinary man's bones, before flipping cleanly through the air above him. Sending back into the fight for another blow, their collision creates a blinding flash of impact, sending a massive shockwave tearing up the cliffside, leaving Elkin and the companions watching in total disbelief. As a horse gallops past the settling dust, Raven zeroes in on his opponent with absolute focus. Shattered armor lies scattered across the dirt near his boots, while Alina clutches her hands, praying he stays alive. In his head, Raven respects the monster's power, but knows he is far slower than the orcs he fought in his past life, even as the giant rears his fist back to crush him with everything he has. Raven remains totally unfazed, until the orc suddenly charges forward with glowing eyes, pushing his body into overdrive, unleashing a green energy slash that grazes right past him. Surprised by the sudden burst of speed, Raven leaps backward across the open field, while the aggressive brute lunges after him, telling him not to die yet. Standing firm in his armor, Raven channels a burst of bright energy with a shout, gritting his teeth as he takes a brutal, direct hit, leaving Alina watching in sheer terror as the retainers cry out in shock, only for a wave of pitch-black aura to splatter into the sky. While the giant green brute stands there trying to process what just happened, a heavy armored boot plants itself firmly on the dirt, as Raven steps forward in his full Duke attire, casually complaining that his body feels rusty after fighting nothing but small fry lately. Naturally, hearing their leader treat a terrifying orc chief like a warm-up exercise gives his allies an absolute heart attack, leaving the surrounding monsters staring in pure disbelief, while the armored commander looks on like he is watching a suicidal madman. The commander's stress levels spike through the roof, so he orders his mounted knights to charge forward and bail their master out. Problem is, Raven calmly raises a single hand to halt the entire cavalry in their tracks, making it clear he does not need a babysitter to win his own battles. While his men stand there sweating bullets, skeletal hands clasped together in the shadows, as a cloaked spellcaster orchestrating things from afar begins to clap. The ugly chief smirks with sharp fangs exposed, convinced that the spellcaster and his tribe have this foolish noble completely trapped. Across the vast mountain valley, the stage is set for an execution, except Raven treats the entire lethal confrontation as simple physical rehabilitation to get his veteran combat instincts back. The chief gloats that a human's delicate body will shatter under real power, but Raven just wipes the blood off his face and asks if the monster is really arrogant enough to look down on him. Instead of collapsing from the head trauma, Raven looks back up completely unfazed, as the massive wound on his forehead hisses with magic and heals in a fraction of a second. What this giant idiot doesn't count on is that Raven carries 10 years of battlefield survival inside him, leaving the chief gasping as the injury vanishes into thin air. Furious that his killer blow did nothing, the brute lunges forward with renewed rage, clenching his massive clawed fist, only for their collision to tear a crater straight into the mountain dirt. Raven knows that beating a regenerative monster means aiming directly for its vital organs, so he drops into a low crouch right in front of the giant. He calculates the monster's simplistic thought process and predictable movements, planting his heavy foot on the earth as he prepares to end the match. Annoyed that his wild swings keep hitting empty air, the chief complains that dodging makes Raven a coward, so our boy just smirks and asks if the entire tribe is physically incapable of using basic intelligence. That single insult snaps whatever composure the monster had left, roaring in anger as he takes the bait, and lunges downward for a reckless killer blow. The giant rears his arm back for a punch heavy enough to crush a house, completely unaware that he just walked straight into a trap. As their powers clash in a blinding explosion of force, Raven drives a gauntleted fist straight through the monster's guard, gritting his teeth as he channels pure mana through the strike. Elkin Isla watches from the sidelines in pure terror, expecting his lord to get crushed, while the chief grins mockingly, thinking he still has the upper hand. See, Raven spent 10 years surviving in a penal battalion where dirty grappling was a life skill, and the moment he gets inside the chief's reach, he locks onto his massive arm. The monster's eyes widen in sudden panic as his momentum dies, and Raven fluidly maneuvers behind him, sweeping his legs into a ruthless joint lock. Baring his teeth with cold intensity, he slams the massive brute flat on his back, pinning him to the dirt like an unruly dog. Before the monster can even think about pushing off, Raven drives a bone-crushing knee straight into his chest. The chief panics, realizing too late that he cannot dodge or break free. Blue aura flares brightly in Raven's eye. He snaps a brutal upward kick straight into the giant's jaw, sending blood spraying across the ground as the chief cries out in complete agony. After casually beating an orc chief into submission with his bare hands, Alan turns to address the defeated monsters, leaving his own knights completely terrified that their master has lost his mind. One panic-stricken retainer rushes over trying to stop him, asking if he has genuinely gone insane. Alan barely gives the man a second glance, ignoring his bleeding arm where the flesh is already mending itself, and shakes off the injury like a minor inconvenience before walking straight up to the kneeling orc chief. He stands over the humbled monster leader, knowing this giant beast only respects sheer force, and issues a direct command that leaves no room for debate. Naturally, the chief grunts out a question about what the young lord actually expects from them, and Alan drops the real bomb by announcing they are going to conquer the entire Ancona forest together. The orc leader just sits there with his jaw practically scraping the dirt, completely lost as to how a human noble came up with something this wild. See, Alan knows these creatures thrive on glory and carnage, so as the surrounding monsters listen in sheer disbelief, the chief realizes this young master isn't offering a treaty, but a pact with the White Dragon's bloodline itself. Alan smirks and promises them a journey so packed with vicious beasts they will get sick of blood, offering them non-stop combat every single day until they reach their destination. The chief lets out a heavy breath as the reality of the deal settles in, and in seconds, the entire horde bursts into bloodthirsty cheers, eager to march alongside human cavalry. To seal the bargain properly, a knight steps forward presenting a family heirloom, and as Alan draws the blade smoothly from its sheath, every monster in the clearing falls dead silent, bowing their massive heads before the young lord. One by one, the cloaked tribe leaders sink to their knees, abandoning their old pride and formally offering their absolute submission to House Pendragon. Alan rests the flat of his blade across their shoulders, commanding them to devote their lives and axes to his family from this day forth. The chief accepts the touch of the sword without flinching, while the gray-haired elf archer watches in quiet awe as history is made right before her eyes. Meanwhile, the arrogant blonde noble stands nearby fuming, furious that a ruined duke just tamed an army of monsters in 10 minutes flat. With the oath complete, the group reaches the territory border on an ancient stone bridge, where the elf bows deeply in apology for the chaos her group caused. High up on his mount, Alan looks down at her with cold eyes, making it crystal clear that excuses won't fix past mistakes. The trembling blonde cowered beside her shrinks back in absolute terror, especially when an enormous orc warrior leans down to give him a terrifying glare. Alan casually turns his horse away, ordering his forces to move out, leaving the pathetic noble stumbling backward onto his ass in sheer humiliation. The entire convoy leaves the bridge behind in high spirits, while the gray-haired elf watches them go, resolved to make amends when their paths cross again. From there, the combined force of royal cavalry and orc vanguard rides down the dusty mountain trail, with Alan riding side by side with his new monster lieutenant like lifelong comrades. Our boy looks every bit the terrifying conqueror in his billowing red cape, forcing the surrounding noble scouts to whisper his ancestors' legendary name in hushed dread. Word spreads fast through the ranks that House Pendragon is no longer a dying family, and as night falls over the valley, Alan stares into the dark canopy ahead. High on a jagged cliff overlooking the vast expanse of the Ancona forest, he maps out the ruthless military campaign he spent 10 brutal years in a penal legion preparing for. His mustached advisor is sweating bullets just listening to the sheer scale of the assault, while goblin scouts riding giant birds soar through the night sky to map the terrain. The orc chief stands tall against the moonlight, ready to break every monster in the woods, and as the duo stands shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the abyss, Alan smirks in the dark, knowing the hunt is finally about to begin. In the spiritual plane, our white dragon Soldrake seeks out the entrance to an ancient domain, where a guardian dragon senses her arrival and mockingly notes that someone non-royal is treading on holy ground. While back down in the physical world, the Ancona forest greets the army with a swarming mess of ugly pests, as a massive winged serpent lunges straight for the front lines with its fangs bared. Naturally, the orc vanguard treats the ambush like target practice, chopping flying snakes out of the sky like oversized mosquitoes, and Carter is actively annoyed because swatting small fry isn't even enough to warm up his muscles. The human foot soldiers try to maintain a defensive perimeter near the riverbank, but these creatures keep swarming out of the dark canyon in endless waves. When a giant shadow snake ambushes a terrified guard from his blind spot, our boy Raven draws his steel in a single fluid motion, unleashing a heavy strike across the air that bisects the monster clean through before the soldier even processes the threat. The guard barely understands how he's still breathing, dropping to his knees to offer his Duke deep gratitude for saving his life. While over by the river, the orc shaman Crattle watches the effortless display, grinning knowingly because their new master moves like a true predator. As the skirmish dies down, an officer approaches Raven to report on their progress, confirming the perimeter is clear and the marching path ahead is secure. Raven turns to Carter to check their exact position in the territory, and the big chief pauses for a second, scratching his chin, before pointing toward a jagged canyon pass deeper in the mountain, identifying the old abandoned quarry as the safest landmark along the river. Raven decides they will pitch camp at the quarry for the night and begin hunting for the hidden cave at sunrise, keeping his army moving forward with total calm and authority. The seasoned knights take the order without hesitation, while Carter leads his warriors toward the rocky gorge, shouting for the combined forces to move into formation. Stepping onto the rugged terrain of the old stone quarry, Raven pauses beside his mount to survey the looming rock faces, taking in the eerie silence settling over the gorge beneath the starry sky. The main force of men, beasts, and supply wagons gathers inside the natural stone basin, though the human guards cannot quite shake the heavy atmosphere hanging over the place, an instinct shared by the orcs who know these woods best, even down to the small goblin riders nervously clinging to their mounts. Noticing the artificial barriers blockading the cliff walls, Raven asks Carter why a valuable stone quarry like this was completely sealed off years ago, and the chief explains that bad luck and strange disappearances forced workers to abandon it, a dark reputation that makes even seasoned monster tribes uneasy. Their little guide Kazal immediately starts sputtering excuses to prove he had nothing to do with it, insisting he never lived anywhere near this cursed valley in his life. Seeing his men exhausted after a full day of marching and fighting, Elkin Isla steps up to ask how they should handle security for the night. So Raven orders double night guards paired up at every post while the rest of the troops get some sleep, and Elkin nods, heading off to organize the watches while Carter returns to his tribe. Before long, battle-weary orcs are sound asleep against tree trunks, and even the smaller camp beasts lie curled up around the fires. Lantern light glows soft against the tents nestled beneath the massive cliff faces, while high on the ridge, an orc sentry keeps watch over the canyon floor, and down below, a knight slowly paces his designated patrol route. Suddenly, a faint rustle in the dark makes the knight reach for his hilt, but before he can even clear his scabbard, a colossal shadow blade strikes him from behind, wrapping his body in dark magical energy, and he drops to the cold ground, unable to finish shouting a warning to his duke as a shadowy figure looms over his body. Inside his command tent, Raven's veteran instincts instantly register the unnatural drop in temperature, knowing that silence this absolute means an attack is already underway, and his gaze sharpens as killer intent floods the camp. High on the cliff face overlooking the sleeping army, a hooded figure bathed in dark magic steps forward, revealing a skeletal necromancer who raises his hands to chant a dark incantation, as dozens of spectral skeletal hands burst straight out of the earth beneath the tents. While the rest of the camp is fast asleep, Raven catches the sudden chill in the air, unaware that a sinister hooded figure is perched high above on the rocky cliffs, channeling dark magic through a glowing purple orb to cast a spell directly over their sleeping tents. Before anyone can react, spectral skeletal minions burst right out of the dirt under a purple glow, followed by massive multi-headed demon hounds towering over the fresh army of the dead. Naturally, this isn't your average late-night surprise party, so our boy doesn't hesitate for a single second, gripping his hilt and pulling his blade from its sheath with dead lethal intent. He steps into the open right as the giant multi-headed monster roars down at him, charging headfirst straight between the beast's massive fangs without flinching as the razor-sharp teeth reflect in his eye. Leaping clean off the ground, he strikes directly at the creature's center head, wondering how an undead horde of this size was summoned out of nowhere, and flipping upside down midair as he connects the dots back to the goblins that disappeared from the mines. With one swift, brutal arc, his sword cuts deep through the beast, sending dark energy surging as the multi-headed hounds roar in agony. By now, the noise finally wakes up the knights inside their tents, leaving even their small demonic companions scrambling in total terror as the orcs stumble outside into the shadowy chaos. The rest of the camp scrambles awake wondering what the hell is happening, bursting into the open ready for an ambush, only to stop dead in their tracks at the sight ahead. Our main character is already standing victoriously atop the massive slaughtered beast, leaving his men staring up at their young master like he just solved the problem before they even knew it existed. Holding his sword steady, he plunges it straight into the glowing core of the next creature's skull, facing down another roaring, multi-headed beast and carving through its neck with a wide, effortless slash. As his allies finally rush forward to back him up, he forms a front line alongside his human knights and orc warriors, while his retainers take in the terrifying force arrayed against them. Looking at the skeletal warriors, the soldiers quickly recognize them as the missing goblins from the quarry mines, which only confirms the grim truth to Raven. The hooded necromancer lurking in the shadows killed every single goblin to build an instant army, raising hundreds of red-eyed skeletons to block their path. The enemy's goal is crystal clear: delay the expedition so Raven can't take the oath with the White Dragon or open the mausoleum. That realization leaves his retainers breaking out in cold sweat, looking down at a valley completely overrun by monstrosities. As the multi-headed dark beasts unleash a terrifying roar across the canyon, and giant serpents bare their fangs from the dark, Raven orders his men to buy him time while he takes charge of the offensive, bellowing the battle cry as he leads the charge straight into the horde. The orc warriors surge forward without hesitation, unleashing massive energy-infused swings that smash straight through the front line of the dead. Fresh swarm of spiky undead surges out of the shadows, but the Pendragon Knights stay rock-solid despite being heavily outnumbered, cleaving through incoming skeletons like firewood and welcoming the extra targets. Elkin Isla grins in the middle of the bloodbath, knowing the current young master is miles ahead of every past predecessor, convinced that if anyone can tame the legendary White Dragon Soldrake and open the mausoleum, it's him. With Raven leading them from the front, the dark days of House Pendragon are officially over, and as the dark beast lunges with bared teeth, the White Dragon cavalry strikes back with overwhelming pride and brilliant aura, sending the severed head of the beast flying through the night sky. Skeletons raise their spears beneath the falling head, launching a volley of iron spikes across the battlefield. Raven weaves right between the flying projectiles to face a multi-headed serpent, realizing the enemy isn't just stalling, but actively trying to take Aren's life, which leaves him no time to track down the hidden necromancer. Tightening his gloved hand on his white sword hilt, he focuses his aura into the blade, striking the giant serpent's head mid-charge. He leaps clean over the monster's thrashing snout as spears rain down beneath him, pinning his blade deep into the creature's brainstem to finish it on the spot. The conspirators behind this plot think they've calculated every single move, which only brings a cold, confident smirk to Raven's face. Standing before the towering remnants of the horde, he welcomes their desperate attempt, ready to smash through whatever roadblocks the assassins set up against the duchy. Throwing his blade once more against a lunging serpentine head, he locks his fingers around the hilt and declares, "I will regain the glory of the Vault household with my own hands." He drives the sword downward, collapsing the giant monster to the dirt, and surveys the valley where his allies are finishing off the remaining skeletons. Looking up into the starry sky, Raven knows the conspiracy is already moving, but House Pendragon is no longer easy prey. To understand how dangerous a high-tier necromancer really is, you have to know about the horrifying creatures bound to their service, like crest-bearing war shields smashed to pieces, or white wings torn straight from heavenly beasts. In the past, entire divisions were wiped out without ever seeing what killed them, because as Raven recalls from his decade of surviving the penal army, the primary cause of those massacres was an invisible killer lurking right behind the commander, right up until an explosive force erupts out of nowhere to blast the hidden assassin, leaving even a veteran like Raven completely caught off guard. Bodies are dropping left and right with zero explanation, and as Raven evaluates the bloody mess around him, he realizes the distant lich sitting on its stone throne hasn't cast a single direct spell. The skeletal bastard is just grinning from the shadows, while panic spreads through the rank-and-file soldiers like wildfire. One terrified guard loses his mind and tries to sprint away, but as the lich raises a single bony finger, an invisible blade of magical energy cuts the fleeing coward in half before he even reaches the tree line. Dark corruption bursts out of the poor bastard's corpse, and Raven's mind instantly pieces together the terrifying reality. What they are dealing with is a wraith, the lich's ultimate assassin spirit that moves completely unseen by mortal eyes. Naturally, standard defensive formations are useless against something that functions like a literal god of death, so our boy drops into a low combat stance, preparing to dodge an enemy he cannot even see. A massive surge of purple energy comes crashing down from above, forcing our young lord to leap clear as a giant spectral blade cleaves the earth right where he stood. Years of brutal instinct in the devil's army kick in, telling him that if he hesitates for a single second, his head is coming off. Looking across the chaotic battlefield where red tents are burning, he sees his men screaming in horror as unseen strikes butcher their comrades, and the sheer confusion threatens to break their morale completely. But Raven reaches out with a glowing gauntlet, yanking a panicking soldier out of harm's way just before another massive purple blade crushes the cliff edge. The terrified private has no idea what almost killed him, while Raven curses under his breath at how tricky this situation really is. In his old life with the Devil's Army, commanders treated penal recruits as disposable meat. But as the new master of House Pendragon, he refuses to stand by while human soldiers and bloodied orc warriors fighting by his side get slaughtered by an invisible nightmare hiding in the dark. He needs a way to force this spirit into the open, which is exactly when a glowing magical staff tops the ridge. Bare feet slam into the dirt as a brilliant wave of green magic erupts, sweeping across the entire camp like a tidal wave of nature energy. Our hooded orc shaman ally steps up with a confident, tusked grin, telling our boy Pendragon that it is finally his turn to shine. Raven holds his ground in surprise, as the old shaman plants his staff beside him and tells him to watch closely. The glowing orb on the staff blazes like a miniature sun, sending massive surges of emerald power shooting up into the night sky, washing over the advancing horde of skeletons and undead abominations. Colossal serpentine spirit manifests through the thick green mist, swirling with pure ancestral power across the entire valley. Charging forward with ferocious energy, the shaman unleashes a magical vortex that rips through the dark mana, revealing everything hidden within its domain. In the middle of the camp, a towering spirit tree takes root and illuminates the darkness, while the old shaman starts coughing violently, prompting Raven to ask why the hell he didn't use a trick like this sooner. Catching his breath, the orc gravely explains that this is far from over, because a sacred boundary spell of this scale drains so much mana that it is their first and absolute last shot. Raven listens with total focus, as the shaman warns him he must locate the controlling lick before the tree's light fades away. Raven doesn't waste a single millisecond, scanning the craggy peaks until he catches the faint pulse of dark aura at the cliff edge, locking onto the dark fortress perched high above and whispering, "Found it." The orc shaman's ancestral spirit tree suppressing the dark mana and exposing the invisible wraiths. Raven locks his eyes on the cliffside fortress where the lick is hiding, while their allied orc warrior promises to mop up the remaining skeleton army on the ground. Telling Raven he is counting on him to end this nightmare, our boy does not waste a single second and charges straight into the fray, leaving the boneheads to get blown sky high as the green warrior swings a weapon the size of a tree trunk to clear a path through the valley. Naturally, the big guy is having the absolute time of his life carving up bony limbs, giving Raven the exact launch pad he needs to leap right over the chaotic battlefield, calling out to his allies below as the monstrous warriors look up in shock at a human flying over their heads. The giant monster roars out a challenge to come and get it, but Raven is already stepping off the upper ridge, vaulting over the jagged peaks like gravity is just a suggestion, while the battle rages on the ground below him. Diving straight for the hidden sanctuary atop the cliff with his sword drawn, Raven brings down a heavy strike, forcing the hooded skeletal master out into the open. Their blades clash in a blinding explosion of magical force, locking them in a high-stakes standoff high above the battlefield. The lick radiates an oppressive wave of dark magic, but Raven holds his ground without flinching, calculating every variable in a fraction of a second. The problem is that while the infantry on the ground can handle the foot soldiers, his own troops are reaching their breaking point very quickly, so Raven knows he has to end this duel before his men get wiped out. Seeing his urgency, the lick channels a surge of purple energy through his staff, summoning massive bone claws that smash into the rocky ledge where Raven lands. Raven slices clean through the gigantic skeletal fist in midair, pressing forward through the blinding cloud of dark magic, closing the gap until he is right in the monster's face. That is when the lick unleashes a towering reaper entity made of pure necrotic power, forcing Raven to strain every muscle just to hold back the crushing weight of the dark aura. A sudden magical blast hits him head-on and sends him flying, tumbling backward along the edge of the cliff. He quickly analyzes the situation from the ground, realizing he needs to lure the wraiths away from the lick if he wants a clean shot at its core. What he doesn't count on is the lick pulsing his staff once more, detonating a wall of scorching magical flame across the entire ridge. Raven realizes in an instant that the bastard just sealed off his escape route, trapping him between a wall of fire and the cliff's edge, leaving him completely vulnerable as a giant shadowy scythe swings down from above. For a split second, it looks like he is finished as dark energy swallows him whole. But our boy has survived 10 years in the Devil's Army Penal Battalion, and he isn't dying here. Gripping the glowing hilt of his weapon with everything he has left, he ignites a blinding surge of dragon aura that erupts into the night sky, catching the skeletal reaper completely off guard as the strike gets blocked. Mysterious voice echoes through the ethereal space, questioning who this unknown soul really is. Noting that while Raven carries a different soul than the original Alan Pendragon, he must prove he can reach this realm, as the ancient contract between Dragon and Lord reactivates in his blood. Drifting through the mystical dimension, Raven calls out to Soldrake, the white dragon, flooding his body with the raw strength of the dragon pact. The lick frantically tries to channel more dark magic to raise a barrier, finally revealing the hidden wraiths lurking around his throne. Seeing the massive demonic assassins clearly for the very first time, Raven stands shrouded in the divine aura of the Pendragon house. The towering bone monster roars in sheer terror, but Raven steps forward with enough force to shatter the earth beneath him, channeling every drop of dragon power straight into his blade. He fires off an apocalyptic beam of blue magical flame, incinerating the giant skeletal creature into absolute ash. sending a pillar of light soaring into the clouds that can be seen for miles. With his gauntlet crackling with residual dragon magic, Raven focuses the remaining energy into a single lethal point, stepping right up to the terrified Lick at the cliff edge. He drives his blade straight through the dark spellcaster's heart, declaring the end of the Lick and claiming absolute victory over the undead army. Channeling the pure, divine white dragon energy into his blade, Raven drives the glowing sword straight through the monster and incinerates the Lick completely in a roaring pillar of holy blue fire. Catches his breath as the monster's spectral power unravels, standing victorious before the collapsing magical vortex, right as the Lick's corrupted spell core shatters into dust. Across the entire valley, thousands of skeleton warriors freeze instantly like puppets with their strings cut, leaving the allied orc warriors staring down the hillside in total disbelief. The dark magic sustaining the undead army vanishes, and millions of bone fragments drop to the earth, giving our allied forces a hard-fought victory they earned with blood and sweat. But high above on the cliffside, a horned shadow watches the battlefield with a chilling grin, enjoying the fact that dark, cursed energy is already seeping deep into the surrounding landscape. As the smoke clears and the fallen souls ascend toward the heavens, a bright pillar of celestial light shines down over the barren valley, where surviving soldiers weep over their fallen brothers in arms. One young soldier breaks down completely while wiping away his tears, while Raven silently reminds himself that winning a battle always carries a heavy price. The survivors bow their heads in solemn prayer before rows of wooden crosses, and by nightfall, the army sets up camp beneath the cliffside under a quiet crescent moon. Inside his tent, Raven rests the legendary dragon sword across his lap, closing his eyes to finally catch some rest after hours of relentless combat. Yet the sword keeps humming with a faint, restless glow. As exhaustion drags his mind down into darkness, a sinister memory plunges him straight into a nightmare, showing the sealed letter that triggered the downfall of House Pendragon. Corrupt nobles grabbed the young heir by the shoulders, trapping him in a ruthless political conspiracy he was far too naive to understand. The forged evidence sat untouched on the table, while greedy traitors used it to brand the family as traitors to the empire, leaving the young noble screaming that it was all a complete frame job. Naturally, those bastards didn't care about the truth, dragging him off to the dark dungeons where torture tools lined the walls. Locked behind cold iron bars, the boy cried out desperately for his mother and father, lying beaten and bloody on the damp stone floor. Paraded before a cold, indifferent crowd in the pouring rain, shadowy specters watched his humiliation without a shred of mercy, as corrupt imperial highborns celebrated the destruction of a proud, noble bloodline. Forced into a heavy slave collar, the young man wept in the mud, knowing his entire life had been stripped away by greed and treason. The dream shifts back to his father's deathbed, where the young heir desperately promised to become a dragon rider and save their house, clutching his head in absolute despair as his world collapsed around him. He held his father's cold hands, begging him not to die, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of his own helplessness. Raven bolts upright in his chair, sweating and panting for air, clutching his pounding head as the residual panic of another man's memory burns through his brain. The worst part is realizing that these nightmare visions aren't even his own past life, but the tragic memories of the young noble whose body he now inhabits. Outside the tent, the veteran orc warrior glances back, sensing his leader's inner turmoil, while Raven tries to sort out the tangled threads of his soul. Stepping outside into the cool night air, Raven speaks softly with the giant warrior, looking out across the quiet encampment and the fresh graves scattered under the stars. He examines the dragon-hilt weapon in his hands, admitting out loud that this blade saved his life back in the valley, which leaves the orc tilting his head in silent confusion. See, Widow's grief isn't just a fancy heirloom. It's a direct conduit for the ancient dragon contract itself. Without Soldrake's divine energy shielding him through this hilt, those wraith scythes would have sliced him into ribbons. But that divine protection brought a terrifying truth to light. When Raven connected with the white dragon during the battle, the ancient entity looked straight into his soul, and Raven realized something chilling. The dragon's glowing blue eye saw right through the disguise. It knows with absolute certainty that he is not the true Pendragon heir. Standing before his allies in the dark, Raven confronts the reality of his stolen identity, knowing that even if the world sees a high noble, the dragon knows he was just Raven Vault, a disposable soldier from the penal army. In the original timeline, young Alan Pendragon wept beside his father, swearing with tears streaming down his face that he would master the dragon contract and restore his family honor, clutching his head as the tragedy broke his spirit. He begged his dying father to hold on, promising to become a worthy successor. Shaking off the lingering echo of that memory, Raven rubs his tired face, wondering why the original heir's final moments keep invading his sleep. The orc warrior watches him closely as Raven vents his frustration, but Raven quickly covers his face and blames his outburst on exhaustion. He presses his fingers against his temples, fighting off the mental fatigue, and tells his companion it was just a bad dream. He gestures toward the horizon, shifting the focus back to their upcoming mission. The giant warrior nods quietly, accepting his explanation without pushing further. As dawn breaks over the jagged mountain ridge, the soldiers prepare their gear, their expressions growing tense as they look toward the ancient ruins. Even the hardened demonic mercenaries are breaking a sweat as the company arrives before the ominous mouth of the underground mausoleum. See, a demon's senses are far sharper than any human's, so for them to be trembling like this, Raven knows whatever evil controlled the lick is waiting right inside those cavern depths. The atmospheric dread brings back memories of the dark conspiracy that destroyed the Pendragons, where the young master was chained like an animal in the rain, while winged shadows orchestrating the betrayal watched from above. Raven combats the anger rising inside him, resolving never to let those conspirators win again. The White Dragon has waited centuries for the rightful Pendragon master to claim the contract, a contract that belonged to the true heir by blood. But something tragic happened on that terrible battlefield 10 years ago, when the rightful heir died before fulfilling his destiny. And by some impossible miracle of fate, Raven was given a second chance in this body, taking up the sword and the heavy burden that came with it. The dragon blade glowing with renewed purpose, Raven raises his sword high and orders his troops forward into the tomb. Raven leads his company deep into the subterranean caverns, following a narrow path flanked by glowing crystal formations, where torchlight barely cuts through the unnatural subterranean haze. Naturally, the orc's razor-sharp senses pick up on trouble long before the humans, and the second a bare foot halts on the damp stone, the whole squad freezes in their tracks, prompting Raven to ask Cradle what's going on. Cradle senses a sudden, heavy shift in the magical atmosphere, and before the soldiers can even draw their steel, a thick wave of ancient mana settles over the entire tunnel, as dozens of glowing crystal spirits begin floating through the air, drifting down from the ceiling like a swarm of luminous phantoms. The tunnel opens up to a massive underground waterfall, where the air is practically humming with stagnant energy, and the orcs quickly point out that spirit life shouldn't even exist down here in a place completely cut off from the earth god's grace. Raven considers why these creatures are trapped in such a barren sanctuary, right as the group spots hidden stone stairs tucked directly behind the falling water, meaning their way forward lies straight through the torrent. Stepping closer, Raven points out a glowing, plate-like object resting in the middle of the cascade. But the moment they eye the artifact, the pool below ripples violently, erupting into a towering wall of surging liquid, sending the soldiers and orcs into an immediate panic. Steps out of the cascade isn't just a simple guardian wave, but a colossal water spirit rising all the way to the cavern roof, leaving the seasoned soldiers staring up in complete disbelief as the towering entity takes physical form, revealing itself to be a giant turtle made entirely of water. What this overgrown water turtle doesn't count on is that Raven isn't some squishy noble who panics at a splash, even when it unleashes a devastating blast of elemental magic straight down at the squad, forcing the men to scatter as they realize the beast is aggressively guarding the relic. Our main character digs his heels in, refusing to give up an inch, while his allies brace for a fight against a creature that outmatches them in pure scale. The massive water guardian looms over the cavern pool, and as smaller water constructs split off to attack, Raven stays dead calm, calculating his angle and wraps his hand tightly around the glowing hilt of his sword. The spirit lets out a deafening roar that shakes the cave walls, but Raven stands his ground with his blade drawn, ignoring the panicked shouts of his men as he steps straight into the threat. He meets the giant spirit head-on, telling himself to stay completely composed as the torrent crashes around him. The magical water energy swirls like a raging dragon, and focusing every drop of his mana into his blue eye, he tightens his grip on the hilt, unleashing a blinding pillar of blue dragon aura that obliterates the spirit's attack and pierces straight through the cavern's ceiling. The orc warriors can only watch in utter shock at the sudden burst of power, leaving Raven standing drenched in the heavy mist as the water spirit dissolves into harmless rain. With water dripping down his face, he steps toward the waterfall, where a glowing crest shines bright against the wet stone, revealing the unmistakable emblem of the White Dragon. Resting behind the water is a magnificent red and gold shield carrying the dragon's seal, and the soldiers cheer as they realize what kind of treasure they've just uncovered, because this miraculous relic not only heals the injuries of whoever carries it, but radiates a soothing aura that mends the wounds of every soldier standing nearby. The orc leaders praise him for driving back the spirits just as he predicted the night before, but Raven simply sighs, leaning heavily on his weapon with a somber look in his eyes. Honestly, while his men celebrate the victory, he's weighed down by the bitter memories of his past life, and as they make camp under the subterranean cavern roof, one of the orc commanders notices how pale and troubled the young duke looks. Some argue that beating the spirit was only possible thanks to the forest guardian deity's divine grace, and when they try to brush off the achievement, Raven cuts in to agree with them completely, admitting out loud that this miraculous power isn't really his own, but a borrowed gift meant for a house he was never born into. He remembers the tragic past when Alan's family wept hopelessly over their dying patriarch, pleading for a miracle that the real Alan Pendragon was far too weak to deliver. Swallowing the grief and guilt of inhabiting a stolen identity, Raven steels his heart with absolute resolve, promising that even if his soul belongs to a dead commoner, He will bear the full weight of the Pendragon name and crush every conspirator in his path. His companions pause at the end of the stone corridor, gazing up in awe at the massive subterranean mausoleum looming ahead of them, where the ancient power of Soldrake, the White Dragon, waits to be fully awakened. Standing right at the steps of the ancient mausoleum, Raven draws his blade, letting a surge of magical dragon aura crackle across the metal, ready to force open the resting place of his family's lost power. When the tip erupts into waves of brilliant blue light, detonating a massive shockwave that rattles the cavern walls, and sending thick magical fog rolling across the floor to blind the whole party. Naturally, everyone panics, because dropping out of the swirling mist comes a shadowy figure on horseback, making the men scream as if the apocalypse just arrived. And when those glowing hooves slam into the ground, it unleashes another tidal wave of blue magic across the chamber. The orc allies lose their minds in pure terror. The human knights freeze on the spot, and Gordon barely manages to draw his sword to brace for impact, only to realize the spectral rider standing before them is a glowing, translucent knight wrapped in ancient spirit flame, and the party recognizes him instantly. This ghost is Gordon Pendragon, the legendary predecessor of the house, standing as a phantom guardian to protect the tomb from intruders. Suddenly, childhood memories that don't belong to Raven come rushing into his head, showing him visions of grieving children weeping at a dying lord's bedside. As the original Alan's past memories flood his mind to explain why he knows this face, and a blinding vertical beam of energy shoots skyward, forcing Raven to strain under the immense pressure, holding his blade close just to keep his balance, realizing the true trial has barely even begun. Right on cue, a massive shadow passes across the giant moon outside, sending terror through every guard watching from below, as titanic white wings descend through the sky. The monster allies drop to their knees in absolute dread, swirling blue energy gathering around the cavern archways, and smaller creatures tremble as ancient dragon presence fills the air. Massive glowing blue dragon eye opens above them, and what this ghost of Gordon Pendragon doesn't count on is that the true ruler of this domain is arriving, as Soldrake herself swoops into the underground courtyard. The glowing spectral knight faces down the dragon's giant claw, a tiny translucent speck beneath the colossal white dragon, leaving Raven completely mesmerized by how majestic she looks in person. The entire party is frozen in awe and dread, watching the ancient guardian and the dragon lock eyes in complete silence, as Soldrake's glowing form illuminates the entire cavern. Then the ghostly form of Lord Gordon turns toward our boy Raven and asks, "You, who are you?" sending a wave of confusion through the ranks, because the ghost isn't addressing the dragon or the enemies, standing there in blue fire, and the companions lose their minds shouting that the predecessor just spoke. Problem is Raven knows exactly who the ghost was addressing, flashing back to his former life as a mercenary soldier, remembering when he was just Raven Vault surviving in snowy military tents, and realizing this ancient spirit can sense his stolen identity, standing before the spirit in tense silence, wrapped in glowing magical aura, while Soldrake lowers her massive head from the moonlit sky, confirming the ghost was talking directly to the soul inside him. The rest of the party looks up in complete confusion, wondering why the atmosphere suddenly shifted, as Soldrake's starry blue eye zeroes in on Raven's face. Her voice echoes across the cavern like thunder, telling him straight out that he is not Alan Pendragon, and warning him not to think he can deceive a dragon's eyes, demanding to know his true identity before she strikes. Raven's mind shatters under the weight of her divine aura, triggering terrifying memories of his execution in his past life. Shadowy winged monsters looming over him in the dark, struggling hopelessly as a soldier in the devil's army, and remembering the horned antagonist crushing his bloody skull. The psychic shock forces a scream of agonizing agony straight from his throat, stumbling backward while his terrified companions panic, clutching his skull as if his brain is splitting clean in two, while Soldrake roars above him, leaving his soul hanging in the balance. Soldrake isn't just crushing Raven under the weight of her divine aura. She's tearing open his mind and forcing him to relive every single second of his hellish past, piercing right through his soul with those terrifying blue dragon eyes, while our boy fights with everything he's got just to hold onto his sanity. He finds himself dragged straight back to the freezing rain of the devil's army, surrounded by the shadowy monsters that slaughtered his comrades, chained like an animal while everything burns, watching the nightmare replay in front of him all over again. The agony is nonstop, and he screams at the dragon to stop forcing these visions on him because he refuses to watch his brothers die a second time. But as the bloodthirsty brutes loom over him in the dark, he realizes the white dragon isn't just torturing him with his own trauma. She's testing him to see whose memories really belong inside this body. Suddenly, the bloody images of the penal battalion break apart, and under the overwhelming pressure of those glowing blue eyes, the vision shifts from the battlefield to the ruined legacy of House Pendragon. Feels the crushing suffocation and grief of the real Alan Pendragon, a terrified young master overwhelmed by expectations he could never meet, flashing back to happier days when the family was still whole, remembering the quiet moments before the conspiracy tore them apart, the warm smiles of his mother, and the gentle warmth of holding a baby in safer times. That pitch darkness, Raven realizes this tragic child's sorrow belongs to him now, because even though those childhood years were filled with bright laughter and innocent games in the grass, That warmth didn't last long, shattering the moment their father fell deathly ill, and the children wept beside his bed, begging him not to leave them defenseless against the nobility plotting their downfall, until he finally closed his eyes forever and left the decaying house on the brink of total ruin. Then the vision cuts to Alan's older brother Eren, a gentle artist who wanted nothing to do with war, spending his days quietly in front of a canvas in a dimly lit room, forced to carry the crushing weight of the duchy on his fragile shoulders, only to be struck down and murdered by traitorous blades. As the memory of his panicked retainers crying out in horror fades, Soldrake's voice echoes through the cavern, commanding him to reveal his true identity, demanding to know who stands in the blood of the fallen heir. Raven sees the faces of everyone who suffered because of Alan's uselessness, from the terrified servants wringing their hands in desperation, including Lindsay Conrad, crying out for her masters in the dark, to the women and children left to bear the family shame, watching in terror as their world collapsed around them. He sees the weeping knights clinging to hope, resting their bloodied heads on armored shoulders in defeat, and the tragic bond Eren shared before everything fell apart. The worst part is seeing how even their non-human allies were driven into sheer terror, mocked by grinning orcs and bloodthirsty beasts, as warriors plummeted to their deaths in a war they could never win. Yet behind all that grief lies the proud banner of the dragon, the memory of valiant knights charging into battle without fear, and the glory House Pendragon once held before its fall. Standing on the edge of that surging green magic, Raven connects his past to theirs. Outside in the physical mausoleum, magical energy rages out of control, and while enemy monsters smirk at the chaotic storm, the party staggers backward through the cavern under the suffocating pressure. The panicked guards draw their weapons in sheer desperation, screaming for their lord to snap out of it, while Carta gets held back by his own allies before he can commit suicide by picking a fight with a guardian deity. Naturally, the big orc refuses to abandon him, insisting that since they fought one-on-one, Raven is his true comrade, and that loyalty gives our boy the exact spark he needs. Lying in his own blood, Raven finally finds his voice, staring right back at the ancient dragon without a single drop of fear left, plunging his sword straight into the stone, confronting that massive glowing blue eye head-on, ready to claim the truth of who he really is. In an instant, brilliant blue flames erupt around his battered body, pulsing with divine dragon aura that pushes back the darkness, as he rises up to face Soldrake in the center of the inferno. Even the ghostly spirit of Gordon Pendragon can only watch in complete shock, realizing that the dragon hasn't rejected this imposter. She's letting out a majestic roar that shakes the entire mountain, accepting the contract that binds her to House Pendragon once again. The chaotic explosion of mana blows back everyone in the mausoleum, leaving the giant dragon towering over the battlefield like a legend reborn. And as the dust settles, our bruised hero stands tall before the ancient beast. He kneels beneath the starry sky created by her divine realm, facing Soldrake directly, and proudly speaks his name, declaring that he is both the successor to Eren Pendragon and the veteran soldier Raven Vault. With his dual identity finally accepted by the dragon deity, he collapses from exhaustion as his loyal comrades rush to his side. Raven's allies rush over in complete panic as he kneels exhausted on the bloodied courtyard ground. But our main character waves them off like he just finished a mild workout rather than forging a soul pact with an ancient god, leaving Elkin Isla and the rest of the squad in shock when they realize the impossible just happened. And suddenly the whole courtyard breaks out into tears of joy because House Pendragon finally has its dragon contract back. Naturally, Soldrake dominates the moonlit sky like a true celestial deity, while Elkin raises his fist in pure triumph, thinking all their problems are finally over. Even the orcs are sweating bullets, admitting that surviving this trial is a massive achievement, until Soldrake senses danger as an ominous purple light starts radiating through the night air. What our boy doesn't count on is that their party gets crashed before they even get to celebrate, as the wounded knights huddle together on the dirt, realizing a flock of massive shadows is blocking out the stars. Elkin and the orcs lose their minds instantly, because those aren't birds flying across the moon, but a whole armada of elder dragons gliding straight toward the courtyard. The problem is one dragon is already a walking natural disaster, so having 6 legendary beasts circling overhead has everyone screaming in sheer terror. Raven steps up right beside Soldrake, trying to calculate what the hell could bring this many ancient monsters to one spot, as 6 massive heads descend through the clouds, including a dark purple behemoth and a fiery red dragon targeting them from above, surrounding the entire duchy like a squad of heavily armed hitmen. Even the wild goblins in the nearby forest are shrieking in pure panic, while Raven keeps his cool and tries to figure out their game plan, until Soldrake steps up right behind him to shield her new contractor, as the purple dragon spreads its wings and unleashes a suffocating wave of divine pressure. Soldrake doesn't back down for a second and sternly asks why they dare interrupt her business, but the green dragon Irigurian speaks up, claiming they didn't come here to challenge her contract. Soldrake focuses her power with deadly intent, calling out Irigurian directly and demanding to know if these oversized lizards think they have the right to question the Dragon King. Irigurian and his squad hold their ground, flashing a sharp-toothed grin as they reveal the real reason for their unexpected arrival, exposing that they felt the aura of both the demon god and the dragon god on this single human. Suddenly, everything goes quiet around the blood-stained courtyard, as Raven processes the gravity of what was just revealed, standing right beneath Soldrake's massive white wings, while the Dragon Council weighs his very existence. Honestly, carrying the mark of two opposing gods explains why his soul survived the regression in the first place, and he quickly gathers his thoughts while the ancient beasts observe him from above. Noticing his knights looking around in complete confusion, while the dragons speak in high ancient tongue, Raven realizes he was the only human who could actually hear and understand their divine conversation. The craziest part is that if Soldrake possesses this level of cosmic insight, radiating energy under the starry night sky like a holy lighthouse, then she might already know why he was brought back to life inside Alan's body. Our boy steps directly before the Dragon King, preparing to ask the one question that has haunted him since his rebirth, just as a brilliant surge of magic erupts to seal their fate. Right when everyone expects an ancient dragon to remain a massive flying lizard, Soldrake decides to shift into an ethereal human form, sprouting gorgeous white wings from her back and standing proudly in the middle of the forest. She casually reminds Raven that they still have a conversation to finish, leaving him and his entire entourage with their jaws glued to the dirt. Naturally, as the procession sets off down the dusty trail, our boy Raven finds himself riding up front alongside a literal god who decided to take a casual stroll. While the horses clatter along the path, Elkin Isla tries whispering with the orc allies, sweating profusely as he glances toward the front. The orcs are just as spooked, muttering among themselves about how terrifying this situation actually is. Meanwhile, Soldrake drifts along with her thoughts lost in the night sky, and Raven maintains an iron-faced glare that tells everyone not to ask stupid questions. Elkin stammers that he has never in his life heard of a dragon turning into a human, unable to process the fact that House Pendragon's mythical guardian is walking right in front of them, while the orcs can only nod along in shared horror. Behind those striking dragon eyes lies thousands of years of secrets, so Raven pushes straight to the point and asks who those 6 ancient dragons were and why they swarmed him earlier. Problem is, Soldrake gives him the most cryptic answer possible, saying that only time will reveal the truth. Raven gets agitated because she already pulled back the veil on his past life as a foot soldier, forcing him to confront memories he thought were buried forever. He remembers the blood and mud of his previous life as a nameless soldier, yet Soldrake remains entirely unflustered by his frustration. His blood starts boiling as he presses her for real answers, demanding to know what she actually expects him to do with this regression nightmare. She calmly stands her ground without giving away an inch of information, leaving Raven seething under the night air. He rubs his temples in utter exhaustion, realizing that forming a contract with a dragon god did not come with an instruction manual. Before he can brood any further, a massive demonic serpent bursts out of the woods, sending Elkin and the orcs into an instant panic. Raven reaches for his sword to take command, but Soldrake moves so fast the world turns into a blur. Everyone stops dead in their tracks as a blinding flash of power tears through the air, and she glides through the sky like an apex predator, shredding the giant beast before it even registers what hit it. If her martial prowess isn't shocking enough, she grabs a chunk of fresh raw meat and casually takes a giant bite out of it right there. Elkin watches in absolute horror, whispering to the men that she might look like a gorgeous woman, but her eating habits are a terrifying reminder of what she really is. She stands on the cliff with her wings unfolded under the stars like a creature out of myth, and Raven can only shake his head at her complete disregard for human norms. Once they set up camp under the moonlight, Soldrake settles down among the tall trees to rest. Our boy Raven decides he cannot stand watching a dragon eat raw bloody flesh, so he draws his blade to slice up a clean portion of hunted game, carving neat slabs of meat like a seasoned campaign veteran. He sets up a crackling campfire and skewers the steaks, letting the rich fat sizzle over the open flame, before handing a perfectly roasted piece straight to her. Soldrake inspects the steaming meat with cautious curiosity, so Raven takes a large bite of his own to prove it's safe. She tilts her head, considering his gesture, then takes a tentative bite of the cooked roast. The realization hits her as she chews, discovering that hot cooked food is actually incredible, and the mood between them softens as they sit across the crackling fire, talking like old companions resting between battles. Her stoic composure relaxes for the first time since they left the duchy, as the quiet night settles over the forest canopy. Sitting side by side on a fallen log, Raven smirks and points out that cooked meals beat raw flesh any day of the week, asking if she agrees. She considers the point in silence, before softly offering that he can call her Saul from now on. Raven blinks in genuine surprise at the informal nickname, catching a rare, subtle smile grace her face. He stares at her for a second, before chuckling quietly to himself at how far they've come. Bringing the conversation back to the heavy questions, he asks about his connection to the demon god and dragon god, and Saul simply reminds him that time will reveal all things when the moment is right. Word reaches the castle gates that their young lord has finally returned, and the entire household rushes to the balconies to catch a glimpse of the procession, his sister and mother weeping tears of absolute relief after weeks of agonizing silence and terror for his safety. As Alan rides through the cheering crowds on horseback, The sheer size of his armed cavalry makes it obvious that House Pendragon is no longer defenseless, though the cheering quickly turns to stunned confusion when a cheerful little goblin named Kazal trots right alongside the troops, waving at the terrified villagers like he owns the place. And if a friendly monster isn't strange enough, marching alongside the front guard is a breathtaking woman with massive white wings, leaving the gathering nobles whispering in pure panic over why demon beasts are walking their streets. What these ignorant parasites don't realize, of course, is that Alan didn't just survive his journey into the wild. He brought back the legendary guardian of his bloodline to restore the duchy's former glory. Before anyone can question the bizarre lineup, a surge of overwhelming magical energy begins gathering overhead, manifesting as a giant spectral sword descending straight out of the heavens to shatter the doubts of every skeptic standing in the courtyard. Naturally, a blinding flash of blue aura erupts across the sky, forcing the arrogant spectators to cover their eyes in utter awe as the ancient white dragon reveals her true majestic form, unleashing a deafening roar that rattles the stone foundations of the castle. Soldrake soars over the keep as a living symbol that the Pendragon Pact is officially reborn. Naturally, Alan uses the momentum to declare a grand feast for the entire territory, lighting up the night sky with fireworks that can be seen for miles across the mountains. Inside the grand hall, wealthy merchants and neighboring lords pack the tables, drinking expensive wine while court musicians fill the room with music, all of them desperate to curry favor with the newly empowered duchy. For the castle servants, a celebration on this scale is something they haven't seen in years, a massive political gathering hosted specifically to honor the dragon's return. While Lindsay takes in the wild spectacle from the sidelines, Alan slips away from the suffocating crowd to find Soldrake standing quietly on a high balcony. He asks if she has any interest in joining the banquet downstairs, curious why an ancient dragon would bother showing up to a human party at all. Saul casually admits she only accompanied him because she was curious about human society, though she quickly reminds him that greeting greedy aristocrats sounds like a miserable chore. Sitting gracefully above the courtyard, she points out that no dragon in history has ever attended a dinner party, which leaves Alan chuckling at how surprisingly sharp her understanding of human annoyance really is. When he suggests that her human appearance makes it possible to mingle like anyone else, Soldrake pauses for a split second, then dives straight off the stone ledge into the starry night air, preferring the freedom of the sky over a room full of noise, leaving our boy standing alone on the balcony, forced to head back inside to face the political vultures. The moment Alan steps back into the main corridor, a swarm of high-class noblewomen swarms him like hungry sharks, demanding every single detail about how he tamed the mighty white dragon. While the maids work overtime pouring drinks for the high society guests, Lindsay watches from across the room, amazed by how effortlessly her master handles the attention. Problem is, Alan is internally dying under the mountain of fake compliments, especially when a pretentious noblewoman named Mabel tries to flex her imperial lineage, only for a wealthy merchant heiress to cut her off and brag about financing the entire empire's economy. Showing off her sparkling ruby rings and mithril jewelry, the merchant starts hurling vicious insults at the noblewoman's outdated family pride. As the two women get nose-to-nose in an aggressive shouting match over whose family is richer, Alan rubs his temples, realizing every leech in this room is just trying to latch onto his newfound power. Before his brain completely melts from aristocratic drama, a boisterous voice calls out from across the hall. Over at the warrior tables, an orc warrior is busy pouring booze over a human noble who passed out after just 10 drinks, while little Kazal performs playful party tricks with floating magic to entertain the younger guests. Watching the chaotic mess unfold with genuine amusement, Alan gets dragged into a drinking challenge by his rowdy orc allies, gladly swapping fake noble pleasantries for the honest company of real soldiers. The entire table erupts in cheers as the young duke downs his mug like a true veteran, leaving Lindsay hovering nearby to make sure her lord doesn't completely destroy his liver. Hours later, as the grand feast finally winds down, the castle quietens under the midnight sky. Alan stumbles slightly down the dim corridor, and Lindsay quickly catches his arm to steady him, reassuring her master that helping him is never a trouble. She admits with a warm smile that seeing him smile and have fun for the first time since his father's death makes her truly happy, prompting Alan to ask where his mother went so late into the evening. Lindsay pushes open the double doors to his private chambers, expecting a routine night, only for Alan to find 2 long rows of eligible noblewomen lined up inside his bedroom, waiting to greet their future duke. Raven walks into his room expecting a quiet night, only to find himself cornered by a literal army of noblewomen, all smiling gently and expecting him to pick a bride, as if his bedroom turned into a high-society marriage market overnight. In his head, this is an absolute nightmare, because half the noble houses in the territory have crammed their daughters into the keep, from elegant silver-haired heiresses putting on their best thoughtful airs, to overwhelmed aristocrats already tearing up at the pressure. While Lindsay stands behind him sweating bullets, the women start laying out their credentials like business proposals, with a red-haired noble proudly boasting about her ancient imperial bloodline, and another declaring her family commands the imperial army, so joining forces means absolute military power. Naturally, they assume our veteran soldier will jump at the chance for an elite political match, but Raven just stands there calculating their real motives with a cold stare. As one of the aristocrats steps up to press her advantage, Raven cuts her off with his arms crossed, completely ignoring their royal lineage and grand family names. Instead of playing their political game, he places his hand on Lindsay's shoulder and announces that she is his choice. The entire room goes dead silent before exploding into absolute fury at the insult, while poor Lindsay looks like her brain just short-circuited in pure shock. The craziest part is that Raven isn't even joking, and before Lindsay can squeak out a word of panic, he reaches around from behind to physically cover her mouth, keeping her quiet while her eyes go wide as saucers, leaving every single snobbish lady in attendance staring in complete disbelief. They start shrieking about decorum and traditional customs, but Raven stands his ground without flinching, ready to tell these vultures exactly what he thinks of them. What these arrogant aristocrats didn't count on is that Raven remembers where they were when the Pendragons were broke and dying, reminding everyone that when the family was in the dirt, the only person loyal without ulterior motives was Lindsay. Hearing that leaves the poor girl blushing like a cherry with swirled eyes, while the noblewomen scream in outrage that he would prefer a simple maid over them. Raven just looks back with total contempt, watching them literally turn to stone as he dismisses them as complete fools, before turning his back on the entire room. As he walks away with a flustered Lindsay in tow, he makes it clear that he has no need for fake political alliances, because he already has real allies in Killian and his loyal soldiers, the unstoppable Ancona orcs who bled alongside him, the wildly grinning goblin Kazal, and Tata the Harpy, warriors who marched into a dragon's tomb without batting an eye. He asks his mother flat out if relying on empty marriage pacts isn't the exact reason House Pendragon became weak in the first place. With the marriage farce shattered, Lindsay is still recovering from the massive public declaration, nervous as all hell while people start treating her differently, wondering how her life changed in a single evening, while Raven keeps her right by his side as a full member of the household. Observing the whole scene unfold, his mother can't help but smile, admitting she originally took him for a simple, crude soldier. Raven takes a seat and considers her words, as she looks out the window and asks what his real plan is, noticing how much he has changed since the day they met. Raven stands up from his chair, catching her off guard with his absolute certainty, as he lays out his master vision for the future. See, Raven knows the future, and he knows exactly who the legendary figures of the continent will be. Instead of buying off greedy nobles, he intends to find these future heroes while they are still nameless nobodies, and earn their absolute loyalty early. His mother listens thoughtfully, realizing the sheer genius of building an unshakable inner core. Overjoyed and relieved, she eagerly grabs his arm, though Raven casually pulls away with his usual stone-faced demeanor. She smiles warmly, knowing that House Pendragon is finally in hands strong enough to lead them to true greatness, and that the days of bowing to political vultures are officially over. A quiet, poignant moment, his elderly grandmother prepares to take her final leave, promising that whether he reaches for Raven's path or Aren's duty, he has the strength to carry House Pendragon back to glory. She reaches out to give him one last gentle blessing, tears spilling over as she calls him by the family name, leaving him standing there completely overwhelmed by the weight of her love. He tries to hold back his own emotions, pulling her into a tight, desperate embrace, resting his chin against her shoulder as if he could keep her in this world a little longer. Sadly, she closes her eyes with a peaceful smile, her physical form dissolving into brilliant particles of light until he is left standing alone before the bright window, whispering her memory into the empty room, with only her framed portrait remaining to watch over the estate. From there, we jump back to reality after the wild feast, where our boy sits alone in his quiet bedchamber trying to catch his breath. That is when the ancient dragon Soldrake appears in her winged elf form, flatly asking why he passed up political power to claim a simple maid. In his head, the math is simple, because an arranged political marriage comes tied to endless noble obligations that would bind his hands, and he needs total freedom to move around and deal with the coming war. Besides, Lindsay spent 3 grueling years caring for a dying young master when everyone else abandoned him, earning his absolute trust. Curious about her sudden entrance, he asks where she disappears to when she is not floating around his room, watching her flex her massive silver wings. She explains that she usually resides near the ancient dragon stone carved into the cliff face behind the castle, which has been her home ever since the original oath was forged centuries ago. Surprisingly, past Pendragon dukes never even tried talking to her like a real companion, forbidding her from taking human shape and viewing her purely as a living weapon. Though out of respect for their wishes, she kept her distance for generations, which makes having a lord who actually chats with her feel completely bizarre. When he wonders why she did not join the grand banquet downstairs, she points out that no normal human can hear her voice anyway. Our main character sweats a little as he realizes the sheer scale of her loneliness, seeing how she has spent hundreds of years sitting quietly by windows, bathed in silence while watching the centuries roll past. wondering if anyone would ever treat her as something more than a tool. He breaks the silence by admitting that her stiff, formal way of addressing him feels awkward, asking if she could shorten it to something simpler. She considers his request with a curious look, tilts her head slightly, and casually decides on the nickname Ray. Hearing that name hits him straight in the heart, instantly triggering memories of his former life, where his elder brother used to call him the exact same thing while patting his head. He touches his own hair in quiet reflection, telling her with a soft smile that he genuinely loves the name and wants her to call him Ray from now on. Soldrake listens with bright blue eyes, a genuine smile breaking across her face, as she realizes Ray is fundamentally different from every arrogant Pendragon lord who came before him. He flashes a sharp smirk right back, content that he has finally earned the dragon's true trust. Looking out over the night sky, Soldrake whispers to her ancient partner Alex that his original promise is finally coming to pass. At the exact same time, massive messenger birds take flight across the kingdom, dropping formal Pendragon newspapers over every major territory. The official document spreads like wildfire through every market and highway, making traveling riders stop dead in their tracks to discuss the shocking news. Nobody can believe a decaying noble line just made such an aggressive comeback. Far across the border, a mysterious hooded mercenary with feather earrings takes notice, while a powerful noble reading the decree in his sunset office admits this young Pendragon lord has caught his full attention, realizing the political board has just been flipped upside down. Naturally, the corrupt aristocrats who thought House Pendragon was dead are utterly fuming, screaming on their thrones about looking like absolute clowns now that the Dragon Pact is active. Meanwhile, our main character can barely get a single night of rest before new headaches start piling up. Deep in the Imperial shadows, dangerous enemies are already calculating their next move, manifesting dark purple magical flames in the palm of their hands. They hold up the declaration bearing the Pendragon family crest, confident that their grand vision for the world will not be derailed by some reborn underdog, and declare that anyone standing in their way is nothing more than an annoying bug. Whirling dark flames instantly engulf the official paper, reducing House Pendragon's declaration to ashes as a new conspiracy takes root in the shadows. While news of the Pendragon family's comeback continues to shake up the noble houses, our boy Raven is busy getting the estate's military forces back into shape. And down in the main courtyard of the castle, the new drill instructor is already losing his mind, screaming at a crowd of exhausted recruits who are about ready to pass out after barely 1 hour of training. The instructor reminds them that weaklings can never serve as Pendragon knights, but his angry rant gets cut short when Raven steps up to check on their progress. Raven teases his cavalry commander for being too soft on the fresh recruits, even though this is the largest batch of hopefuls they have ever managed to attract at one time. Honestly, having too many recruits is a good problem to have. So Raven tells the commander that disciplining these greenhorns is strictly his job anyway. That little jab completely stuns the instructor, who immediately turns back to the trainees and bellows that even if they have to crawl on their hands and knees today, they are going to carve this lesson into their bones. The poor guys force themselves to lift heavy wooden poles through the agony, while Raven keeps an eye on them from under the shade of a tree. In his head, he is running through memories of the dark gods and demonic beasts that destroyed his previous life, along with the cryptic warnings left behind by the 6 dragons, knowing that a massive storm is brewing in the shadows. Since he cannot predict what desperate schemes his enemies will unleash next, building an elite cavalry corps is his top priority before the real war starts. Flocks of giant griffins soar through the sky above the battlements, and perched up on the highest stone wall is Soldrake in her human form, looking like an absolute queen surrounded by her winged beasts. Raven realizes those griffins are actually her personal subordinates, and it seems like the ancient dragon is finally having some real fun for once, before she catches sight of him and cheerfully calls down to her favorite human. Word of Pendragon's revival has spread far enough to attract traveling warriors, and a whole group of unaffiliated mercenaries and wandering knights gather outside the castle gates. The young trainees whisper among themselves as these battle-hardened veterans step into the courtyard, wondering if these famous sellswords are really here to join the duchy. The instructor greets the newcomers with total confidence, as a scarred warrior with a topknot steps forward to introduce himself. This is Barrio Lutton, a veteran wandering the continent in search of a worthy master and strong opponents to fight. The instructor listens as Barrio explains his group's arrival, noticing a quiet, hooded figure standing right at the back of the group. This cloaked traveler keeps to himself and refuses to drop his name, which leaves the mustached mercenary captain in mild embarrassment. The captain quickly speaks up to cover for him, explaining that they only met the guy on the road and happened to be traveling to the same castle. Massive, scarred mercenary chuckles that they heard Pendragon is currently short on head knights, and every single one of these cocky sellswords thinks he has what it takes to earn a high position. Naturally, you do not just hand out knightly titles to random mercenaries without testing them first. So Killian steps out onto the field carrying a heavy staff weapon, and flatly tells them that if they want a position, they have to prove their strength right here. Killian challenges the whole lot of them, ready to take on all these arrogant wanderers at once. The mustached captain gets nervous for a second, before enthusiastically accepting the challenge and charging in to clash weapons with the rest of his crew. The trainees cheer as real combat breaks out, and the large, scarred mercenary expects an easy warm-up match. What these idiots do not realize is that Raven is stepping into the duel himself. Raven swings his blade with brutal precision, shocking the bald brute as the sheer power of the parry numbs his entire arm. Before the man can even recover, Raven casually points his steel at the next opponent, leaving an armored knight frozen in sheer panic. Flurry of sparks flies as weapons collide in midair, and Raven locks swords directly against the armored knight's blade. With an effortless wrist flick, he catches the guy's hilt, disarming the veteran instantly and sending his weapon clattering onto the dirt. The watching recruits erupt into wild cheers, completely blown away by how easily their young lord dismantled experienced sellswords. Meanwhile, the mystery guy in the cloak remains completely unfazed by the display, holding back with dual swords strapped to his waist. Killian walks over and invites him to step up for a spar, but the hooded figure coldly replies that he is not interested. The mustached mercenary captain cannot believe his ears, furious that a nameless wanderer would dare act so disrespectfully toward the Lord's top knight. The hooded guy does not even blink, calmly telling them he has no interest in sharing his name or joining their little game. That disrespect sets off the captain's temper, and the furious mustached man grabs the cloaked stranger right by his collar to teach him a lesson. That turns out to be a massive mistake, because in one fluid motion, the hooded stranger grabs him back and flips the grown captain clean through the air. The heavy mercenary crashes hard onto the ground, leaving everyone in the yard speechless. The captain clutches his torn clothing in utter disbelief, as the hood slips back to reveal a sharp young man with dark hair, purple eyes, and a feather earring. Raven realizes he just found true talent the moment the guy moved. A warrior with skills like that is way too good to pass up, and Raven resolves right then and there to recruit this purple-eyed monster directly into his cavalry. Raven watches the mysterious dark-haired warrior effortlessly flatten another opponent in the yard, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Because the guy isn't just skilled, he is exactly the kind of powerhouse Raven wants leading his brand new cavalry division. As the dark-haired stranger stands calm over his defeated challenger, Raven steps forward and calls out to Killian, telling his senior knight to hold back because he wants to test this recruit himself. The wind kicks up dust across the courtyard as everyone realizes the young lord is stepping into the ring. The spectators pull back to give them space, while the dark-haired newcomer sizes up Raven with a cold glance, asking if he is supposed to be the prince's personal sparring partner. Raven keeps a cool, unreadable composure, the sunlight glinting off his blade as he steps right up to face the warrior. Honestly, Raven doesn't even need him to introduce himself, because while the rest of the retainers stand there utterly baffled, Raven recognizes his origin instantly from the chaotic southern war zones of his past life. This man is a Valva's cavalier, a brutal breed of southern warriors raised in endless bloodshed who do not fear death and are said to possess the strength of 1,000 regular knights. In these northern lands, most people only know them from legends and violent rumors, wondering how someone from the far south ended up in a remote duchy. But Raven figured it out in a single glance. Between his southern accent, his twin blades, and his distinct posture, Raven remembers fighting against lethal warriors, just like him back when he served in the Demon Corps. Quick glance at the stranger's horse reveals a heavy mace and shield strapped to the saddle, alongside packed supplies and a mounted crossbow, proving this guy is a self-contained killing machine built for any kind of terrain or ambush. What makes Valva's knights so terrifying is that even the Emperor himself cannot force them to bow. So Raven calls him out directly, guessing he came all the way to House Pendragon seeking a true master worthy of his blade. He asks the stranger if he is wrong, but Aren calmly replies that he isn't interested in any of that, claiming he was simply led here by the stars, and points out that Raven is the one actually seeking something. The onlookers sweat at the strange talk of destiny, as the two men exchange a knowing look across the dusty training ring, Aren giving a subtle, confident smirk, knowing that a wanderer like him needs a stable territory and solid backing to thrive, before drawing his sword with smooth precision. Raven focuses his gaze, locking eyes with the wanderer, ready to prove his worth through pure action, stating plainly that to a true Valva's knight, titles, money, and noble bloodlines mean absolutely nothing, as he rests his hands on his dual swords, preparing to show him how real combat works. Aren drops into a dangerously low stance, while Raven stands completely unbothered, the surrounding crowd leaning forward in high anticipation, every onlooker holding their breath for the collision. With an explosion of aura beneath his heel, Aren lunges forward like a released spring blade flashing, sending a wave of shock through the watching knights. Raven's veteran instincts, however, that killer speed is almost slow, and he effortlessly catches the heavy strike on his blade, steel grinding against steel with a shower of sparks, as Raven smoothly slides past his opponent's guard. Aren clicks his tongue in frustration, instantly whipping out the short blade in his offhand, slashing upward at an impossible angle. Raven's eyes widen as he senses the vicious trap, their weapons colliding in a blinding flash, a spray of blood flying into the air as Raven takes a sharp sting across his arm. Eren grits his teeth, realizing he is dealing with no ordinary noble, and the two exchange a blur of lethal strikes at terrifying speed, before springing back to reset their distance. The audience stands frozen in total disbelief, unable to comprehend the high-level exchange that just happened in the blink of an eye. Eren lowers his center of gravity and breaks down the fight, noting how Raven used his short blade to ruin his balance, and then pushed a vicious thrust, following up with a deadly longsword counter while slipping his defense. Gliding across the dirt with a bloody line across his face, Eren openly admits Raven is dangerously strong, knowing that if he hadn't ducked in that split second, his head would have been sent flying. Raven stands firm with his dual blades, asking Eren flat out if a man with skills like that is really just some spoiled noble brat, realizing they are cut from the exact same cloth. Eren meets his gaze and confesses that he has killed countless monsters and men, not out of cruelty or malice, but simply to survive in an unforgiving world, cementing a quiet respect between two blood-soaked veterans. Naturally, the spectators are completely losing their minds, wondering what kind of monsters could clash at a speed like this, and the onlookers can barely even process the spectacle. Raven and his opponent lock blades in a violent flurry of sparks, neither giving an inch in close combat, as Raven lets his decade of veteran combat instincts fully take over. Blondie matches him blow for blow without flinching, leaving everyone on the sidelines genuinely terrified, until Blondie swings his sword in a brutal heavy arc, which Raven barely deflects, only to realize that initial strike was just a setup, because Blondie immediately pivots into a deadly feint. They trade rapid strikes high against the open sky, making the crowd panic when they notice Raven's second sword coming into play. As Blondie lunges forward, convinced he can end this duel right here, he leaps high into the air for a downward execution strike, meeting Raven head-on in midair, slashing downward with pure lethal force, and locking weapons in a bone-rattling collision, proving his resolve is every bit as terrifying as our boys. They break apart and immediately re-engage, keeping the entire arena holding its breath, until Raven throws out an unorthodox strike from a blind angle, which Blondie barely manages to parry. The orcs flinch in horror at how ruthless this match is getting, as Raven angles his blade straight for the right flank. Gripping his hilt until his knuckles turn white, Raven drives forward with everything he has, earning a smirk from Blondie, who acknowledges that our boy is actually legit, and Raven gives him that same deadly respect right back. They clash again with deafening force, but then Blondie gets a sudden, agonizing surprise when Raven aims a dirty knee straight for his crotch. Before Blondie can even recover from that low blow, Raven sweeps his legs out, sending the elite knight crashing backward toward the dirt, and Raven presses his advantage to finish it. Problem is, Blondie is way too experienced to go down like an amateur, catching himself on the ground with one hand to block the incoming steel, snapping a brutal kick to push Raven back, and crouching low in the dirt to reset his stance. Sparks erupt across the yard as their swords collide once more, locking blades face-to-face in a contest of pure muscle. The spectators watch the madness unfold in absolute shock, stunned that a human duel could turn this vicious, while the orcs laugh in disbelief, wondering which one of these two is the real monster. One spectator even sighs in relief, thanking God he never had to step into the ring against either of them. Blondie taunts that he's about to show him the weakness of dual wielding, but Raven just grins like a feral animal, loving every second of this chaos. What Raven doesn't count on, though, is that Blondie grabbed a fistful of sand when he fell, and hurls it straight into his face during an aerial clash, blinding our boy at the absolute worst possible instant, which leaves every observer gasping in shock. Raven curses under his breath, realizing the bastard set up this trap the moment he hit the ground, as Blondie scrapes his boot for a low, sweeping kick, forcing Raven to jump blindly to avoid getting tripped. Even with his vision completely gone, Raven holds his stance steady through sheer muscle memory, relying on a decade of penal battalion survival, and dashes forward to catch Blondie completely off guard. The spectators lose their mind at the impossible timing, as Raven lunges in for a ruthless counter-strike, flashing a wild smile as he angles his attack from the right. Both men tighten their grips for the decisive collision, putting every drop of stamina into their weapons, and crash together in a devastating vertical strike. The audience holds their breath as the dust settles, waiting anxiously to see who survived the impact. When the air clears, Raven is left panting for breath, a cold blade resting directly against his throat. Blondie stands over him with a calm, triumphant smile, while Raven looks down in quiet defeat, knowing he lost this duel by the slimmest of margins. Sweat drips from Raven's brow as reality sinks in, and his weapon clatters uselessly onto the sand. The tall, blonde warrior stands victorious over our kneeling hero, praising Eren Pendragon as a true warrior who has earned his ultimate respect. Raven listens quietly as the knight introduces himself as Elkin Isla, flat out declaring, "From now on, I will become your sword," pledging to crush all their enemies together as the crowd erupts into wild cheers. Right after their brutal duel, Elkin Isla officially kneels before Raven, swearing to become his personal sword and crush House Pendragon's enemies. The crowd erupts into cheers at the legendary oath, though half the onlookers are thoroughly confused trying to figure out who this guy even is, whispering amongst themselves as they watch him stand, wondering why the young lord treats an unknown wanderer with such massive respect. See, to the crowd, Elkin is just a nobody, until a few old heads recognize the title of the Stormbringer, the warrior known as the strongest knight in all of Valvas. What nobody else knows is that in Raven's past life, this man becomes the Sea Dragon King of the far south, slaughtering through armies for the Arangis Duchy and spreading his terrifying name across the entire empire, meaning Raven just snagged one of the greatest future heroes on the planet before anyone else noticed. Raven steps down and kneels right beside him, stunning the onlookers who expected a typical noble to demand subservience, and tells Elkin to raise his head, explaining with a quiet smile that the only real difference between them is their assigned roles, because he doesn't want a mindless tool, but a true companion. Naturally, hearing his lord speak with such genuine respect wins over the rest of the warriors on the spot. But before they can even celebrate the alliance, Soldrake descends from the sky flanked by majestic white griffins, sending the entire courtyard into an immediate panic as Raven watches the winged beasts touch down on the stone grounds. Elkin turns toward her calmly, greeting her like an old friend, while the white dragon stands in her serene human form, flanked by monsters radiating pure, ancient destruction. She takes her place beside Raven. Her divine dragon pressure rolls over the crowd like a heavy wave, forcing seasoned fighters straight to their knees in a cold sweat, clutching their chests as they struggle to even draw breath. When the word spreads that this gorgeous woman is Soldrake the White Dragon, the surrounding men look like they might pass out on the spot, their instincts screaming at them to run for their lives. It is an overwhelming aura that normally turns fully trained knights into trembling wrecks. So when Raven introduces her to Elkin with a smirk, he watches closely to see how his new knight handles it. And honestly, the result is crazy, because while everyone else is practically glued to the dirt, Elkin stands tall right in front of the dragon, staring into the eyes of supreme power, while the veterans behind him gawk in utter disbelief. The thing is, Raven knows dragon fear is not something you just muscle through, remembering how back in his previous life as a soldier, standing before a dragon felt like having your soul crushed, meaning Elkin possesses a sheer force of will that borders on insane. Seeing Elkin smirk through the pressure proves Raven picked an absolute monster, a man who truly is built different and ready to spearhead the duchy's military. Elkin secured, Raven turns his mind to the other legendary powerhouses from his past life he needs to scout, like Jean Oberon, the young sorceress who built a magical tower in southern Valvas, creating impossible magical artifacts that could buy half the empire, and Ivan Jetter, the genius general who conquered the entire northern front at 20. Using his past memories as a cheat code, Raven plans to build an unstoppable dream team, but his strategic thinking gets cut short when a magical ping rings out, and an orc companion steps up holding a glowing green crystal. The crystal channels mineral magic for long-distance communication, and the message coming through is far from peaceful. As the crystal flares with energy, the orc scout translates the urgent report, revealing that a group of armed human trespassers has crossed straight into the Ancona forest, cutting down everything in their path. Their leader is a wild killer who single-handedly hunted a massive ogre and wears its skull as a helmet. The companions are baffled that a mere human could dominate an ogre like that. But the moment those words hit Raven's ears, his hand clenches into a blood-drained fist. Dark memory flashes of the horned butcher on the battlefield, a ruthless warlord who slaughtered without remorse, a bastard named Baltai. Instantly, a heavy, murderous aura explodes off Raven, his eyes flashing with violent blue flame that sends his companions scrambling back in pure terror. Raven demands the exact location of the attack and orders an immediate march toward the orc village. Because deep in the woods, amidst the bodies of defeated orcs, the butcher celebrates his easy victory, adjusting his ogre helmet with a cocky grin, completely unaware that the Reaper of the battlefield is on his way to hunt him down. While House Pendragon is busy building back their military strength, their rivals are watching every move with growing irritation, and Baltai, the horned butcher from Raven's past life, smirks as he complains about the duchy expanding its troops. In his eyes, the dragons recovering their former glory is nothing short of an absolute eyesore, so he meets with an elf ally to figure out a way around the forest's magic. Luckily for these bastards, an armored warrior pulls out a magical mirror, which swirls with ominous purple energy, revealing a mysterious hooded mastermind on the other side. This shady shadow broker hands them a dark artifact, promising that as long as they hold it, no magic in the world will detect their invasion force. Enveloped in that dark portal magic, the intruders slip right past the outer perimeter, unaware that deep inside the Ancona forest, the Pendragon soldiers are settling into the orc village. Naturally, the human knights expect brutal, bloodthirsty monsters, only to be utterly baffled when they find adorable little orc kids playfully climbing all over their giant fathers. The soldiers can barely process the sight of fierce warriors being treated like playground equipment, noticing that even the fiercest orc cubs look more like harmless kittens when they are young, which leaves the mustache knight standing there questioning everything he knew about monsters. Then one cute little creature spots a figure walking nearby and joyfully runs over to say hello, only to freeze dead in its tracks the moment it looks up. Problem is, our boy Raven is so consumed by his urge to slaughter Baltai that he is radiating a terrifying, suffocating killing intent, standing tall with eyes so intense they could curdle milk. The poor child shrieks in absolute horror and flees for its life, while the surrounding knights whisper that the Lord has been oozing this murderous aura for hours. As a wave of dark blue pressure rolls off his shoulders, Raven tries to act normal in front of the watching orcs, watching another child run away toward a cloaked figure, which leaves him staring at the ground in quiet despair. See, what nobody realizes is that Raven secretly loves cute things, so he gently reaches out a hand to show he is friendly, only for the toddler to scramble away as if Satan himself were reaching for it, leaving our fearsome dragon master frozen in complete emotional ruin. He stands there bewildered and deeply hurt in his feelings, until an old staff taps against the ground as the cloaked forest elder steps forward to greet the young Pendragon lord. The orcs instantly perk up seeing their respected leader arrive, though the old man looks surprised by the massive human force in his woods. He recalls the ancient legends of the dragon tamers, and how the Pendragons once brought peace to the realm, bringing back memories that make the villagers bow in respect. Remembering the historical alliance forged in the past, a sharp energy hums as ancient vows are renewed between the factions. Elkin stands silently beside the elf companion, deciding to step back and let the Lord handle the diplomatic talks alone. The elf gently warns Raven that letting his rage consume him will only make him lose himself, a somber warning our boy listens to without saying a word. Walking past the giant ancient tree, Raven meets the hooded leader face to face, introducing himself under his formal title as Eren Pendragon, and the elder warmly invites him inside to discuss business. They gather around a rustic wooden table inside the treehouse, where the elder reveals that dozens of armed soldiers recently slipped into the forest, somehow evading all of his surveillance magic. The party wonders if a high-level magician is aiding the invaders, since the scouts only saw heavy infantry and a massive wolf accompanying them. Worst part is, every scout sent to investigate failed to return, and as the elder describes a massive wolf, an ogre helmet, and terrifying physical strength, Raven knows with absolute certainty that this is Baltai leading his brutal demon corps into their territory. The elder adds that the invaders moved deeper toward the centaur territory, which leaves Raven staring in confusion, wondering why humans would team up with horse folk. The old man explains that the relationship between the Pendragons, orcs, and centaurs is a messy historical headache, since the centaurs originally ruled the Ancona forest. And as the knights look across the vast canopy, they realize the centaurs despise both humans and the orc defense line. The elf advisor worries that Baltai is using that old hatred to provoke a war, while the dark-skinned orc grimaces at the thought of those horse bastards stirring up trouble, leaving Raven holding his chin as he pieces together the enemy's trap. Before they can even formulate a battle plan, an armored scout bursts through the tavern doors, screaming at the top of his lungs that the centaurs have launched a full-scale assault. Charging through the tree line on 4 hooves, the centaur warriors unleash a torrent of weapons, swinging massive blades as they smash right into the defensive perimeter. The knights on the ramparts react in sheer disbelief, wondering why a tribe that kept peace for years would suddenly attack, as hands grip spears to brace for impact. Stray arrow comes whistling straight for Raven's face, but he casually catches the deadly projectile out of the air with his bare gauntlet, staring down at the shaft in sudden shock. Etched right near the fletching is the distinct crest of the Empire, proving that this isn't just a local tribal dispute, but a treasonous plot orchestrated by imperial nobles pulling the strings from above. Raven's face darkens as he realizes the bitter truth, that the centaurs have joined forces with Baltai, turning an already brutal border clash into an absolute bloodbath as he unleashes a towering wall of blue aura, leaving his own men trembling in total awe. With bloodlust radiating from every pore, he orders his troops to wipe out every enemy in sight, and his warriors surge forward to meet the charging horde head-on. Gripping his sword as crackling energy coats his blade, he leaps straight into the fray right past his astonished soldiers. A volley of black arrows comes flying out of the tree line, but our boy doesn't even flinch, unleashing a massive crescent arc of blue light that swats the projectiles right out of the air. Naturally, his men lose their minds seeing someone parry a full volley with a single wave of his arm, while a centaur warrior leaps at him with a loaded crossbow. Raven moves like a ghost before the monster can pull the trigger, flashing in a violent blur of steel and sparks that leaves the onlookers absolutely speechless. As another centaur charges into the arena, Raven locks blades with the heavy beast, only to realize something is horribly wrong when the creature doesn't back down for a single second. Looking into the glowing red eyes of his opponents, he hears them roaring about protecting their forest like fanatical zealots, their fangs bared with mindless rage. What he doesn't count on is that these warriors aren't fighting for honor, as more glowing-eyed beasts rush the line, hurling themselves onto spears without caring if they die. That's when it dawns on him that every single enemy is acting identically, fighting far beyond any normal biological limit. The problem is Baltai used dark magic to hypnotize the whole tribe, twisting their ancient fear and anger to turn them into mindless killing machines. Before Raven can process the reveal, a centaur lunges into his personal space, catching his guards completely off guard. He swings his sword to slice the beast down, but a heavy iron hoof whips upward in a blur of motion, slamming into his chest with enough force to shatter his armor and blast him backward. He hits the mud with a brutal crunch, his men screaming out as their commander hits the ground. Spitting up blood, Raven realizes the kick broke right through his plate and cracked his ribs. With their commander down, the defense line crumbles under the centaur's relentless assault as bloodthirsty monsters hack through the rank and file. Raven forces himself back up to clash blades with another attacker, striking downward to keep from being overrun. Knight throws up a glowing barrier shield just to survive a magical blast, while a centaur aims a crossbow right at his head. The bolt grazes past his helmet, making the knight snarl in pure rage. Desperate to stem the tide, Raven calls out to Soldrake, asking the white dragon to lend a hand against these half-horse bastards. Sadly, the ancient dragon looks down from above and solemnly explains that both the orcs and centaurs are her children, meaning she cannot meddle in a civil war between forest dwellers, leaving our boy to figure out this disaster entirely on his own. The battle turns horrific as a horned warrior grabs a bleeding soldier by the hair in the pouring rain, and Raven's eyes burn with furious blue energy as he watches the slaughter. Crackle of magic surrounds his face, just as a centaur charges forward with a lowered spear, targeting a tiny, crying orc child cowering in the mud. The iron spear tip thrusts down for the kill, but Raven swoops in like lightning to block the shaft with his steel. He stands over the rescued young orc, who looks up with teary eyes and whispers a heartfelt thank you. Raven blinks in realization, surveying the ruined battlefield strewn with fallen allies, seeing his forces pushed to the absolute brink, and the burning remnants of the orc village behind them. He locks in, asking himself what a true Pendragon commander would do in a moment like this. Adjusting his saddle armor, he mounts his black armored steed. A horde of glowing-eyed centaurs turns toward him, facing a single knight on horseback in the middle of the field. Raven flashes a cold, arrogant grin, mockingly praising their proud warrior heritage. Sitting tall on his horse, he shouts, "I guess you guys are nothing more than a tribe of half-horse sons of bitches." He brings his armored boot down to crush an enemy skull, enraging the remaining centaurs so deeply their eyes blaze red. Then he spurs his black horse straight into the thick of the enemy mass. As bodies hit the dirt all around him, an orc warrior watches in utter disbelief, realizing Raven is deliberately drawing the entire centaur army away from the village. Even though taking on a whole army solo sounds like pure suicide, our dark-haired commander knows it's the only way to save everyone. Raven rides hard into the open field, kicking up a cloud of dust as hooves hammer the dirt, plunging straight toward a massive wall of brainwashed centaurs standing between him and total disaster. Naturally, the elf leader assumes Raven just made a suicidal blunder by acting as bait. What this arrogant idiot doesn't realize is that Raven is actually insulting them for being gullible enough to fall for it, knowing full well he has more than enough firepower to handle a mob of spell-boosted monsters on his own. The red-marked elf screams for his troops to rip Raven's arrogant mouth off, and Raven charges headfirst into the incoming wall of horsemen, focused entirely on keeping every single enemy targeted on him. He sways through a wave of thrown spears, carving through the front ranks with precise sword strikes, until a sudden shadow sweeps across the entire battlefield from above. High above the moonlit cliffs, a massive white griffin cuts through the night sky, carrying a lethal archer positioned right on its back. And even Raven can hardly believe who just turned up to save his skin. It's Elkin Isla, loading a crossbow with icy composure, fulfilling his oath to become Raven's ultimate weapon, as he dives straight toward the chaotic battlefield below. The centaurs scream in total panic when they recognize the mythical beast of legend, and the griffin lets out a deafening screech that shakes the whole forest, swooping right over the enemy line. Before the centaur archers can even aim their weapons, Isla weaves through the air like an absolute terror, holding extra bolts in his teeth while recocking in mid-flight, pinning the elf commander straight through the chest with a deadly arrow and dropping 2 more snipers before they even touch the ground. The centaur rearguard tries to fire back into the night sky, but Raven knows the centaurs are completely outmatched as the griffin executes a sharp dive, effortlessly dodging every arrow fired its way. See, taming a wild griffin requires ancient knowledge and brutal discipline, building a bond through hundreds of life-or-death battles until knight and beast move as one single aerial slaughterhouse. Raven remembers fighting alongside a warrior like this in his previous life, a legendary knight who swept across battlefields like a force of nature, cutting down demonic armies from above, a warrior known throughout the land by one terrifying name, the Stormbringer. Seeing Isla commanding the sky right now, Raven realizes his quiet retainer was destined for true greatness all along, and having him on his side makes this entire battle a blowout. Isla keeps raining down relentless fire, punching heavy bolts straight through the elite centaur guards, and the surviving monsters realize their brainwashed rage isn't enough to save them. The centaur leader frantically orders a full retreat, sending his broken troops scattering into the thick woods, thinking the dense canopy will protect them from an attack from above. In their heads, getting under the trees gives them a chance to regroup and survive. What these half-horse bastards don't count on is that Isla is just as deadly on horseback, and he gallops straight through the tree line to smash their chief into the dirt. Isla corners the bruised centaur chief in the dark forest, keeping a high-grade Imperial crossbow leveled right at his head. He mockingly points out that Imperial weapons are far too valuable to waste on woodland savages, and asks the chief directly who handed them such expensive military hardware. The chief groans in agony from his broken ribs, expecting Isla to deliver a swift execution right then and there. Instead, Isla looms over him with terrifying patience, making it clear that escaping alive was never an option. Dark energy flares around them as the chief braces for impact, until Isla presents a heavy shield marked with the white dragon crest of House Pendragon, channeling the sacred crest's hidden magic directly into the fallen chief. Soft, golden healing aura envelopes the wounded centaur, and the chief feels his shattered bones knit back together, feeling the burning pain vanish in seconds, left with fully restored arms and not a single mark on them. His deep cuts close completely under the divine light, leaving him trembling as he tries to process why his enemy would heal him. Isla keeps the glowing shield extended toward him, and when the chief asks why a Pendragon knight would save his life, Isla coldly answers that if he intended to kill him, he'd already be dead, and he only healed him so he'd be fit to answer questions. He presses his crossbow back against the chief's chest, demanding to know who supplied their army with high-tier gear, as a close-up reveals the Imperial crest stamped onto the weapons, bearing a regal lion and crown. Raven aims his magical crossbow, demanding to know where the man who supplied the centaurs with Imperial weapons is hiding, specifically calling out Baltai, the notorious commander of the Demon Corps from his past life. The centaur chief struggles to process how a human even knows that name, while sweat drips down his neck as he explains how Baltai invaded their forest, driving the entire tribe into cornered desperation. That bastard offered to help them fortify their armaments, promising they could take back all of Ancona Forest for themselves. Raven asks flat out if they really fell for an offer that obvious, and the chief grits his teeth, admitting there was more to it. Baltai pulled out an ornate magical mirror, where a hooded figure with glowing eyes spoke directly to their minds. After that, everyone lost control of their senses, consumed by a magical rage they could not resist. Realizing the centaurs were just brainwashed puppets in a larger plot, Raven looks over the wounded warriors lying scattered across the forest floor. In his head, the chief cannot fathom why the young lord of Pendragon is moving among them without weapon in hand, riding through the dark woods without a trace of hostility. Golden healing energy begins radiating from his hands, washing over the injured centaurs and closing their fatal wounds right before their eyes. They stare up in utter awe, unable to grasp why their supposed enemy is saving their lives. Raven knows using his own vitality limits how many he can patch up, but he refuses to leave them to bleed out. He tells the chief that historical hostility between their bloodlines laid the groundwork for this manipulation, making Pendragon partly responsible. The chief listens intently to a noble who takes accountability instead of throwing blame, and Raven assures him that dying in a war staged by shadowy conspirators is no way for proud warriors to fall. Moved by his honor, the chief stands tall, noting that this young Pendragon is nothing like the corrupt ancestors they fought in the past. Raven agrees that times have changed, and the chief smiles, placing his hand over his chest. He formally declares that the centaur tribe will follow a ruler who shows true competence and wisdom, pledging full alliance with House Pendragon from this day forward. Together, they will get vengeance on the bastards who turned them into mind-controlled weapons. Naturally, he turns to the local elf elders to confirm they stand united, and after a quick glance between themselves, the elves agree to back the chief's decision. Raven welcomes them as allies, sealing their pact with a firm handshake in the middle of the forest. And just like that, peace returns to Ancona Forest, as human soldiers, orcs, and centaurs eat and drink together in celebration. Raven sits back to take a moment to himself, but his quiet reflection gets shattered when two tiny goblin kids pop out of nowhere, waddling right up to his table with huge grins. One little guy proudly offers him a chunk of meat, before both kids tackle him into an unexpected cuddle fest. Bro survived 10 years in the worst penal battalion on the continent only, to get completely neutralized by goblin toddlers. He ends up giving them head pats, while the council watches the scene through a viewing mirror. Back inside the war room, the party gets down to serious business. The hooded mage explains that the mirror used on the centaurs carried high-level enchantment, something far beyond standard spellcasting. Controlling the emotions of an entire tribe at once required ancient, dark magic, confirming their enemy possesses terrifying magic power. Late that night, under the glow of a giant mystical tree, Raven stands alone, processing everything they learned. Soldrake glides down in her dragon form to join him, and Raven mentions that Elkin Isla clearly carries the aura of a legendary griffin rider. The thing is, Isla kept his secrets to himself, and Raven chose not to pry. Humans are very complex beings, Soldrake reminds him, before noting something far more critical. She praises him for remaining in control when his power flared earlier, avoiding being consumed by the raging dragon aura. Raven looks up in surprise, as he realizes what that power really was. As Soldrake's contracted partner, his body can channel dragon energy, but that sudden surge of overwhelming power was extremely dangerous. If he had let anger take over, he would have lost his mind and destroyed everything around him. But here's the catch. In his past life, anger is exactly what blinded him. He remembers his brutal days in the Demon Corps, serving under Baltai on the front lines. In his original timeline, Baltai was supposed to be in the Sea of Trees right now, fighting the horrific Troll King. Raven knows that battle like the back of his hand, because he survived it himself. It was a bloodbath against the most brutal monster in the region, and Baltai was leading the charge on that distant battlefield. But what the hell is Baltai doing here in Ancona Forest, handing enchanted mirrors to centaurs? The craziest part is the timeline paradox staring Raven in the face. If Baltai is here, where is the past version of Raven Vault right now? The conspiracy to exterminate the Vault household and destroy House Pendragon is moving much faster than it did in his previous life. The shadowy forces behind this mess are actively changing events to guarantee the Duke's downfall. Baltai and his masters are pulling strings from the dark, expecting another easy victory. Soldrake senses his determination and suggests heading to her dragon home to seek answers and restore their lost honor. Raven stands tall under the evening sky, resolved to crush the conspiracy before it wipes out everything he cares about. Figure out who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Our boy Raven decides it is time to head straight for Sissuk, a ruined and desolate territory that once brought nothing but humiliation to House Pendragon, and the exact place where their fallen crest still lies buried in the dirt. Problem is, before he can even pack his bags, a sudden storm arrives in neighboring Serad territory, where the entire local nobility is bowing down on a red carpet, sweating through their silk robes at a grand banquet table. The Serad lords are in absolute panic, wondering why on earth uninvited royal guests would drop into the countryside without a warning, specifically the imperial siblings who practically run the empire, the second prince, Ian Aragon, and his elder sister, Princess Ingrid. They sit at the head of the massive dining hall like gods among insects, while the host lords tremble on their knees, hoping to survive the dinner, until Prince Ian suddenly kicks the entire table in a fit of rage, sending fine china and expensive food flying across the room. He bluntly calls the feast absolute garbage, leaving the room in frozen horror as food splatters across the carpet. Princess Ingrid casually sips her tea, complaining that her brother is ruining her mood, while Ian mockingly tells the trembling nobles they do not need to force themselves to eat it all. Naturally, the Serad lords are terrified they are about to be executed on the spot. But Ian clarifies that a crown prince does not travel all the way to the countryside just to judge bad food, revealing his real target is their neighbor, Duke Iren Pendragon. In Ian's mind, Alan Pendragon is nothing more than a frail earthworm who used to sleep through life, so he finds it impossible to believe the rumor that this weakling woke from a coma and formed a pact with the White Dragon. He asks Luna Serad how the Duke seemed when she met him recently, and she blushes while admitting that Alan has become remarkably bold and calm. That answer immediately offends the prince's fragile ego, so he leans in close with a terrifying smile, making the poor girl freeze in terror, before he turns away, laughing like a lunatic while erupting with a massive wall of golden aura, which leaves every noble in the hall gasping for air under the pressure. The prince flexes his conqueror's aura just to prove his own dominance, delighted by his own power, and demands that his sister come along to watch the show. Ingrid can only sigh at her brother's theatrical madness, as Ian sets his sights on House Pendragon, grinning like a predator ready to crush a new toy. The terrified Serad nobles watch him leave in relief, knowing the tyrant prince is bringing chaos straight to Pendragon Castle. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Raven is sitting at his desk when his butler delivers the news, explaining that Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid are heading their way. The butler nervously stammers out an extra detail, dropping the bombshell that Princess Ingrid happens to be Alan's ex-fiancée from before the Serad arrangement. Raven nearly loses his mind, shouting in disbelief that the original Alan had another secret fiancée hiding in the closet. He clutches his forehead in deep stress, questioning how many disastrous noble courtships he inherited from this idiot's past, realizing his quiet administrative work just got immensely more complicated. Honestly, the timing couldn't be worse, because over the past month since the Centaur incident, House Pendragon has been steadily rebuilding its strength, integrating new knights into the ranks, while Elkin Isla arrived with the brand new Griffin Riders squad, dramatically boosting their military firepower in the skies. Additionally, Raven has been spending long hours training with Soldrake, learning how to properly channel and control the White Dragon's magic into his blade. Looking over the map of the surrounding territories, he knows dark forces are actively moving in the shadows, and the conspirators who orchestrated Baltai's mirror plot are accelerating their timeline. Sitting back at his desk, Raven tries to figure out what game the royal siblings are playing, asking the butler if this royal visit is purely about broken engagements or something far worse. The The butler warns him that Prince Ian was recently appointed as official successor to the imperial throne. So if Raven offends the tyrant's notorious temper, the entire duchy could face imperial wrath. That's when Raven suddenly freezes, catching a massive contradiction in the butler's words, wondering why on earth the second prince was appointed as the next emperor. He reaches back into his memories from his previous life, 10 years in the future, and his blood runs cold as he realizes something isn't right. In his past life as a veteran soldier, he distinctly remembers reading documents during the grand imperial coronation, where a completely different man took the crown, a name that wasn't Ian or any known royal prince. So he asks the butler outright if the first prince was named goofily. The butler looks at him like he's lost his mind, clarifying that no prince by that name exists in the imperial bloodline. Raven's head spins as he realizes the future he remembers has officially broken down, meaning someone in this timeline is actively meddling with the royal succession. Connecting the dots between Baltai's premature appearance and this mysterious new emperor, Raven ignites a swirling dragon-shaped flame over his hand, realizing he now has a very crucial reason to meet Prince Ian face to face. Shortly after, the royal cavalry rolls through the castle gates, commanding everyone to bow before the crown prince. Prince Ian steps out into the courtyard, radiating a crushing wave of golden aura, flooding the entire square with suffocating power, forcing the Pendragon soldiers and onlookers to drop to their knees in sheer panic. The people can't even raise their heads before the tyrant prince, until our boy Raven steps out onto the red carpet, strolling forward with a hand in his pocket as if he's taking a casual afternoon walk. Ian smirks, amused that the weakling duke isn't groveling like everyone else, watching as Raven approaches him without a single trace of fear. Ian mocks him, asking why he's holding his head so high when he's not the emperor, arrogantly boasting that he himself will soon sit on the throne. Raven stops right in front of him, looking straight through the prince's sharp-toothed grin, and calmly delivers a line that shatters Ian's entire reality, declaring, "The one who becomes emperor is not you." Ian's eyes widen in absolute shock as the words land like a hammer, just as Raven's golden lion aura erupts beside them, completely crushing the tyrant's pressure and forcing the crown prince to his knees. Ian flexes the imperial lion aura flowing through his bloodline, fully expecting the young master to cower under the pressure, only to get violently blown back by a massive wave of golden energy, as Raven manifests the overwhelming presence of the white dragon, leaving Blondie clenching his fist in utter disbelief. Princess Ingrid steps down from her carriage alongside Luna Sayrod, instantly drawing Ian's attention, though she keeps her focus entirely on Raven, who recognizes her as the royal princess, while Luna watches the tension unfold in silence. Naturally, they exchange a polite formal greeting in the courtyard, with Raven quickly realizing that in this altered timeline, they have actually never met before. Instead of cold royal detachment, Ingrid offers a warm smile, blushing slightly as she tells him straight to his face that he is far more handsome and powerful than Luna described, which leaves our boy completely thrown off guard. Before anyone can react, she casually grabs Raven's hand, making Ian panic in the background as she drags the young duke down the hall while her brother fumes behind them. They walk toward the inner estate where Raven's mother and little sister are waiting, smiling warmly at their arrival. Aaron greets everyone with a bright, sparkling smile, which immediately catches Ian's eye. Thinking this is his chance to win back some pride, Blondie leans in close and hits her with his smoothest prince voice, boasting that he's the second prince of the empire and a fierce warrior blessed by the gods. The funny part is that Aaron does not care about his title at all, pushing right past him to fawn over her radiant brother instead, leaving the crown prince standing there completely stunned that a little girl just treated him like invisible background furniture. Suddenly, Aaron gasps and runs for safety, clinging tightly to a knight's coat in terror, hiding behind the towering form of Elkin Isla. Ian glares at the silent warrior, demanding to know who the hell he is, but Isla just looks away without bothering to answer. That quiet disrespect sends Ian's temper over the edge, and he shouts at the knight to state his name, muttering under his breath in frustration. Ian tries to reassert his authority as a superior royal, gritting his teeth as his arrogance burns hotter than ever. Luckily, Aaron steps up to defuse the situation before Ian blows a fuse, sternly warning her brother that if he causes any more trouble, he won't be talking for a year. The surrounding onlookers let out a quiet sigh of relief until Ian approaches Raven with a fake smile, praising the House of Pendragon, before asking to speak with him in private. Ian flashes a cunning grin, thinking he holds all the cards, while Raven matches his smirk without flinching. A few minutes later, the two men sit across a long dining table in the sunlit hall, where Raven leans back on his seat to see what the royal really wants. Ian swirls his wine glass, reminding Raven that the last time they met, he was just a weak, sickly little worm, which is why he personally canceled his sister's engagement back then. He snarls that there is no way in hell he's giving Ingrid away to him now, asking why Raven even bothered showing up. In his head, Ian expects the young duke to beg or bow his head. Instead, Raven remains dead calm, raising his glass and making it clear that House Pendragon will never stand in anyone's shadow, imperial family or not, looking down on the prince with cold, unyielding eyes. That insolence completely snaps Ian's sanity, and he lunges across the table with a furious punch, only for Raven to casually splash a glass of wine straight into his face, blinding the prince in an instant, before driving a brutal kick right into his jaw. The two royals crash into a raw, close-quarters brawl, where Raven instantly uses his veteran combat experience to slam Ian onto the floor, easily sidestepping his desperate counter-strikes, grabbing both of the prince's wrists in a bone-crushing grip, and slamming him down hard onto the stone tiles. Ian's eyes widen in sheer panic as he finds himself pinned flat on his back, groaning in pain as he struggles uselessly to break free. For the first time in his life, the arrogant royal feels genuine shock from being completely outclassed. His hand trembles as he scrambles across the cloth toward a fallen knife, realizing in a flash of horror how easily he could have been killed. Raven casually steps back, allowing the prince to crawl backward, wiping his bloody lip while glaring in utter frustration. Raven sighs and rubs his forehead, admitting that he held back because going all out here would be a waste, while Ian crouches low, staring intently at the blade between them. Raven's calm composure makes it obvious that Ian never stood a chance, their blue and orange magic auras clashing softly in the quiet room. Then Ian's mouth curves into a sinister, fascinated smile, and he suddenly bursts into loud, echoing laughter, leaving Raven watching him with a wary, puzzled expression. Instead of ordering Raven's execution, Ian grins sharp-toothed and admits the young duke has thoroughly piqued his interest, grandly offering to join forces and make House Pendragon the core of the entire empire. After getting thoroughly humbled in hand-to-hand combat, Blondie suddenly drops his hostile attitude and proposes a formal alliance with House Pendragon, asking for our boy Raven's tactical mind and military power. Seeing the tyrant's aura vanish so quickly, Raven asks what kind of game he is playing, and Ian explains that the Imperial Palace is currently locked in a brutal succession war, where a handful of princes are tearing the court apart for the throne. He wants the Pendragon standing firmly in his corner from the shadows, promising rewards beyond belief, from mountains of imperial gold to absolute independence as a sovereign state. The offer sounds almost too good to be true, but as Raven runs the math in his head, something about the history books does not add up, because in his past life, Prince Ian was remembered across the capital as a ruthless tyrant. If a man aiming for the crown ends up recorded as a monster who ruined everything, there is only one logical explanation. This idiot never wanted to become emperor in the first place. Raven cuts straight through his pitch, telling him the promised rewards are completely meaningless. Ian catches his breath as his calculation falls apart, unable to comprehend how a teenager just unmasked his entire political game, and his calculated gamble falls completely flat. He admits his real goal is to secure the throne for his bedridden older brother, Sion Aragon, a man who was once the Empire's brightest hope, until an illness ruined his life. With pure anger in his voice, Ian reveals that 3 years ago, Sion was nearly assassinated during a massive uprising down in Sisuk. His brother was a kind, noble leader who would have transformed the entire nation, and Ian is willing to burn the Empire to the ground to put him back on top. Hearing the name of that territory triggers something deep in Raven's memory, taking him back to his original life as a commoner soldier, when the flames of Sisuk changed his own destiny forever. Ian steps closer, making a far more serious deal, demanding, "In exchange, you will tell me everything you know about that uprising incident." Naturally, Raven agrees to talk, and as they move over to a formal dining table, processing the tangled web of secrets, Raven reflects on the shadowy conspiracy that bound them both. Back then, a young man dreaming of knighthood was handed a sealed letter by the Lord of Sisuk, a letter that held the key to the whole rebellion. Ian swirls his wine, admitting they never caught the mastermind behind the attack, assuming it had to be one of the powerful rival princes aiming for power. With so many corrupt nobles pulling strings in the dark, the culprit was never identified, until Raven casually drops the name of a minor prince nobody ever suspected. From across the massive table, Ian listens in total silence, as Raven reveals future events that have not even happened yet, explaining how a low-born concubine's son manipulated the entire court from the shadows, shaping the succession war to his own advantage, while everyone else fought like feral dogs. Ian's mind struggles to keep up with the revelation, and he jumps out of his seat in complete outrage, screaming that a worthless brat born to a concubine could never take the throne. Raven reminds him that in political warfare, nothing is impossible, and to prove he is not a force to be questioned, he releases his true, suppressed energy, sending a wave of violent blue magic surging through the room. Watching from the side, Elkin Isla nearly chokes on his own breath, realizing Raven had been holding back an ocean of power during all his past fights. The room trembles under the weight of his presence, as red aura flares into raw power, leaving Isla wondering what kind of monster he has pledged his sword to. That sudden surge of raw dragon force calls forth the ultimate guardian, and in a blinding eruption of divine light, the sky above the tower splits open. Soldrake manifests in her stunning human form, descending gracefully right by the window, and Raven greets his contract partner without flinching. She senses the sudden flare of battle energy, asking if her contractor is in any danger. Isla stands completely frozen, mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty, struggling to connect this elegant figure with the legendary, world-ending dragon. Isla smirks in sheer satisfaction, while Soldrake stands with calm indifference, and he admits out loud that Raven is truly in a league of his own. With the alliance sealed and the power dynamic firmly established, Soldrake asks what their next move will be. Instead of hiding in the capital waiting for assassins, Raven points a thumb at himself with a sharp smile, proposing a little vacation down to Silshan Beach on the outskirts of Sisuk, where moving in the open will force every hidden snake in the Empire to crawl straight into their trap. At an outdoor tavern near the port, local merchants whisper anxiously about Governor Segunda, who holds total political power over the southern coast, downing their drinks while wondering why the quiet city of Leus is suddenly crawling with VIPs. Naturally, word has already leaked that House Pendragon and Prince Ian have both shown up at the exact same time, triggering wild rumors about the ancient Sea Dragon King awakening in the southern depths. The terrified locals keep debating the lethal mix of imperial princes, dragon tamers, and southern tyrants, drinking heavily as they pray the city stays in one piece. Meanwhile, the group causing all this panic couldn't care less, because our boy Raven kicked off their secret investigation by turning the entire trip into a full-blown beach vacation, where Lindsay happily shows off a custom swimsuit made by top capital artisans. She drags Luna out toward the ocean, leaving Luna flushing red in her black bikini as the girls invite her to play in the waves. Off to the side, Prince Ian relaxes on a lounge chair, dying inside because a serious covert mission turned into a day at the seaside, and blaming the whole circus on Knight Elkin Isla, who proudly flexes his old-up muscles for the world to see. Isla excitedly gestures for the ladies to admire his hard work, striking a bodybuilder pose under the bright sun, which leaves the women staring in absolute second-hand embarrassment. Lindsay completely loses her composure, cracking up so hard she can barely stand, which utterly offends Isla, who assumed his battle-forged abs would earn him praise. To save face, Isla angrily announces he's going into the water to catch fish for dinner, marching straight into the surf with his broad back turned, while the ladies continue giggling behind him. He turns around shouting why Raven gets all the attention when Isla showed far more skin, only for Raven to call him a complete idiot. Before Isla can even splash into the water, a massive shadow falls over the bay, as Soldrake glides down gracefully in her human form, landing smoothly beside Raven, and casually dumps an entire mountain-sized whale onto the beach. Raven sits there sweating profusely, realizing that to an ancient dragon, a giant whale counts as a mere fish. Meanwhile, Carrack the Green Orc wanders through the port town with his fellow retainers, looking around the busy streets in confusion, wondering why Prince Ian tagged along and what their enemies are up to. Suddenly, Carrack's eyes widen as he remembers the real reason he came out here, recalling how his crew originally left the forest to find strong opponents to smash, only to end up doing peaceful sightseeing instead. He stands towering over the crowds with a bored expression, while his companion nervously remembers Carrack's obsession with violent brawls. The surrounding townsfolk back away with sweat on their faces as heavy footsteps rattle the cobblestones. A massive gray foot stomps down into the dust, belonging to a fierce band of blue-skinned orcs, which Carrack stares at in mild curiosity. His companion panics and immediately warns him, explaining that these brutal warriors came from the southern Mort archipelago, operating as notorious sea pirates who slaughter anyone they meet. The blue orc leader struts forward wearing a necklace made of human skulls, grinning with arrogant pride as civilians cringe in terror, boasting to his crew that humans are just an inferior species. One of the blue pirates points straight at Carrack, shocked to spot another orc hanging around in a human city. The pirate sneers and calls Carrack weak for making way for them, which instantly snaps Carrack's temper, making him roar with rage, his teeth grinding together as he prepares to tear them apart. The blue pirates just laugh uproariously at his furious threat, treating it like a joke, as Carrack turns toward them with bloodlust in his eyes, while his companion holds up a hand trying to stop a total riot. The atmosphere turns lethal, as Carrack begins unsheathing his blade, vowing to massacre the entire pirate crew on the spot. Watching the disaster unfold, Raven facepalms in deep frustration, feeling more like a babysitter managing brainless muscleheads than a lord. He realizes something deep is rotting in this commercial city if bloodthirsty pirates can stroll around unchecked, while keeping chained war beasts on public streets. As sunset falls over the towers of Leus, local power brokers observe the harbor from high above, where Vincent sternly demands to know what they think about Prince Ian and the White Dragon contractor being here. Prince Ian swirls his wine glass, pointing out that the Sisuk incident goes far deeper than a simple regional dispute. He smells his wine thoughtfully, suspecting that Raven has already connected Baroness Erlin to the main conspiracy, knowing the Pendragons won't stop until the truth is exposed. Vincent gazes back toward the glowing ocean horizon, confident that House Pendragon holds all the right cards, and suggests they sit back and let Raven handle the heavy lifting, as darkness settles over a harbor teetering on the edge of chaos. While the rest of the Pendragon family unwinds by the seaside after Soldrake dragged that colossal whale ashore, even the Griffin gets to enjoy a proper feast on the beach, while our boy Raven keeps his sword skills sharp alongside his winged companion. As night falls over the coastal city of Leus, Raven unwinds on the balcony with a quiet glass of wine, taking in the sea breeze before the coming storm, until Prince Ian wanders over to crash his piece, complaining that Raven looks as gloomy as ever. Naturally, the prince has his own petty grievances, whining that he invited the ladies for a proper beach vacation only to end up drowning in political work, which leaves both of them thoroughly exhausted before the main fight even starts. Raven doesn't hesitate to lecture the prince on his reckless habits, warning him that his endless troublemaking keeps dragging them into messy situations, though Ian just listens quietly, weighing the warning in his head. The prince then shifts the subject to something that has been bothering him for days, pointing out how bizarre it is to watch Soldrake walk around in her human form, still struggling to wrap his mind around an ancient dragon acting like a devoted partner. He admits that whenever Raven speaks with her, something in his demeanor completely shifts, carrying a heavy intensity that goes far beyond a typical noble bond, like a man bound to two entirely different lives. Ian falls silent, reflecting on how strange Raven truly is, weighing the absurd reality of their situation, lost in thought over the conspiracy closing in around them, before taking another slow sip. He jokes that while Soldrake is a peerless beauty, he prefers staying on safer ground with ordinary human women, though his lighthearted tone vanishes the moment political reality sets back in, knowing his veteran knight Vincent is standing guard nearby. Turning back to business, they dissect the enemy's next move, reasoning that the conspirators should have panicked the second they learned an imperial prince was anywhere near Sisuk, since attempting an imperial assassination is the ultimate gamble. Yet the prince can only chuckle at how brazen these southern traitors have become. They look out across the dark ocean, agreeing that sitting around waiting to be attacked is a sucker's game, and Ian is itching to start a brawl, wrapping up their strategy session for the night. As Raven heads off into the night, Ian can't stop marveling at how effortlessly Raven mapped out their enemy's hidden motives, leaving the prince deeply unnerved by his tactical foresight. He wonders if Raven saw right through the trap purely on combat instinct, or if there is something far deeper guiding the former penal soldier, questioning what kind of future Raven is actually aiming for. From there, we jump straight to the coastline's seedy underbelly, where Raven sneaks off to the infamous gathering place known as Leyu's Underworld, stepping right into a tavern teeming with dangerous pirate orcs. Word spreads instantly through the archipelago that a lone human walked into their criminal den, with the thugs assuming he wandered in just to get eaten alive, treating his arrival like an early dinner. Completely unfazed, Raven takes a seat across from two terrifying pirate bosses, facing the two most notorious pirate leaders in the region. The dreadlocked pirate chief finds it hilarious that a human kid wants to negotiate with them. He chuckles as he listens to Raven's proposition, amused that this calm visitor claims he wants to help them kill an imperial prince. The pirate chief smiles, remarking that appearances can certainly be deceiving, but warns that ever since the disaster in Sisuk 3 years ago, the local power brokers despise anyone asking questions, especially when those questions come from what they view as a total garbage dump of a city. The pirate boss mulls over the deal, admitting he respects anyone bold enough to sit across from him without trembling, declaring that genuine strength always commands respect whether you're an orc or a human. Raven hands over a secret document detailing the upcoming gathering, explaining that in 3 days, a local power broker will invite 2 rival southern factions into his home, and that a small push will send the imperial prince charging straight into the trap. The pirate boss pores over the confidential details, asking what kind of game this human is really playing, while Raven maintains absolute composure. Suddenly, the pirate's playful mood disappears as he crushes the papers in his grip, mocking the idea that a mere human thinks he can pull his strings. Before Raven can even react, a terrifying wave of red-killing aura fills the room, heavy enough to threaten even a seasoned veteran. The pirate chief unleashes a suffocating pressure meant to crush Raven's spirit, reaching out with a dark, energy-infused hand to put him down. What this idiot doesn't count on is that Raven spent 10 years surviving the Devil's Army, as our boy grabs his arm and executes a brutal martial arts throw, flipping the massive pirate chief clean off his feet and slamming him hard onto the floorboards. The pirate boss recovers midair and lands clean on his feet, genuinely amazed that a human managed to toss him like a ragdoll. Raven maintains his combat stance as the pirate chuckles at his speed, until the one-eyed orc leader interrupts their standoff, shouting out whether they should go devour some aged green orc meat instead. The pirate boss grins, agreeing that forest-grown orc meat sounds delicious, while Karak's green orc kin brace for impact. "Kill all the males," he barks out, surging with murderous red aura, laughing insanely as he orders his men to devour the females next. That's when Raven realizes this dreadlocked brute is no mere pirate leader, but one of the 5 dukes of the realm, the Sea Dragon King and Dark King of Leyus. When an official invitation arrives from the governor of Leyus, Count Segunda, the young ladies are practically buzzing with excitement at the thought of a grand ball, celebrating what looks like a harmless invitation for the whole party. Naturally, Alan sees right through the theatrical invite, knowing Segunda is finally dangling the exact bait they need to draw out the conspiracy, even as the crafty governor prepares his own traps behind closed doors. Before heading into the snake pit, Alan asks his mother, Duchess Alina, to stay safely behind at the villa, reassuring her that resting here is the smartest move, since things are bound to get chaotic at the party tonight. Lena trusts her son completely, while high above on the rooftop, Soldrake takes up position as their silent guardian, promising to protect the Duchess while Alan walks into the lion's den. Steady stream of high society guests floods into the governor's estate, exchanging fake smiles under the glowing lights, until an ornate imperial carriage pulls up to the main steps, drawing every eye in the courtyard as the high-ranking delegates step out, with the young noble ladies turning heads left and right. Prince Ian and Duke Pendragon make their grand entrance together, instantly stealing the spotlight from every noble in attendance. The crowd murmurs in admiration as the young lords move past, until the peaceful arrival is suddenly interrupted, as a massive, armored beastman smashes down into the courtyard right in front of Alan, cracking the stone floor. Nearby noblewomen scream in panic at the violent crash, as a towering orc warrior glares furiously alongside Segunda's men. The brute fumes with obvious frustration, baring his fangs as he roars at the top of his lungs, complaining that he came all this way for a real fight only to find small fry. What this noisy brute doesn't count on is that Alan has faced far worse than a loudmouth beastman, while a smooth-talking retainer merely chuckles into his wine glass at the outburst. Alan stays completely unfazed by the sudden display of aggression, watching calmly as a dark-suited knight steps forward to restore order. The knight introduces himself as Vincent, the head knight serving under Governor Segunda, offering a formal, respectful bow to young Lord Pendragon. What Vincent doesn't realize is that Alan's veteran eyes immediately pick up on the subtle, deadly aura flaring around his gaze, a distinct murderous pressure born from countless real battles. This is no ordinary palace guard, and in his head, Alan is already calculating who this guy really answers to. He decides to play along and observe the situation a little longer before making his move, brushing off the tension with a cool, detached response. Vincent bows his head in acknowledgement, gesturing smoothly toward the grand hall, and leads the imperial delegation through the vaulted corridors. As they walk side by side, conversing in quiet tones, Vincent maintains flawless posture without dropping his guard for even a fraction of a second. Even the companion trailing behind takes notice, realizing this knight moves like an absolute pro. Alan keeps his sharp gaze fixed on the knight's back, silently filing away every detail for the clash he knows is coming. They step into the grand ballroom, where hundreds of aristocrats are already drinking and socializing, whispering rumors among themselves as the imperial party arrives. Standing at the center of the hall, flanked by his maids, is Count Torio Segunda himself. The governor greets Prince Ian with a warm, welcoming smile, remarking on how long it's been since they last met. Ian plays along with the courtly banter, making small talk about imperial politics, as Segunda turns his attention toward Princess Ingrid, reminiscing about how 5 whole years have passed since his last visit to the capital. Behind his monocle, Segunda's sharp gaze measures every single person in front of him. Sudden wave of unseen pressure causes Prince Ian to freeze, while Segunda smoothly pivots to compliment Lady Erin on how stunning she has grown, never letting his pleasant smile mask the calculating mind underneath. He brings up the recent rumors about their pact with the White Dragon, calling it a splendid achievement, before casually asking why the Duchess herself is absent from tonight's celebration. Prince Ian adopts a somber tone, explaining that her health hasn't been ideal, which is why she is currently resting at a quiet private villa nearby. The craziest part is how Segunda feigns dramatic concern, insisting that he will send his personal healers to treat her, and even promises to visit her in person to offer his sympathies. Ian shuts him down politely, but firmly, telling him to refrain from visiting, warning that bringing uninvited guests into a delicate situation could get troublesome fast. The governor absorbs the rejection silently, his sharp eyes narrowing just enough to confirm he got the message. Taking the floor, Segunda addresses the entire ballroom, raising a glass and inviting everyone to enjoy the night to their heart's content. As music fills the hall and nobles begin mingling, Prince Ian keeps his ears open, picking up snippets of aristocratic gossip about Segunda's past proposal to the Duchess. What really concerns him, though, is the mysterious figure standing at Segunda's side, and he asks his companion flat out, "Who the hell is he?" The companion explains that Vincent showed up in Leyus 2 years ago and quickly became the governor's most trusted retainer. A nearby noble takes a sip of his wine, adding to the rumor mill, whispering that Vincent is the one who handles all of Segunda's unsavory, dirty work in the underworld. The blonde noble glances over with a worried expression, sensing trouble brewing beneath the party's polished surface. Meanwhile, a man in a light suit weaves through the crowd with a knowing smirk, ready to let the night's chaos unfold. Out on the dark ocean waters surrounding the estate, night falls over the coastal watchtowers, where a solitary guard is suddenly confronted by armed intruders dressed in absurd party attire. Sinister, fanged smile splits the darkness as the lead pirate mocks the guard's confusion, pointing a finger and declaring that if there's a grand ball happening, you have to dress for the occasion. A single strike drops the guard cold. The pirate leader stands over his fallen victim, casually adjusting his hat with a sinister grin, as his crew prepares to crash Segunda's party and kick off the real slaughter. While the party carries on downstairs, Count Segunda quietly slips away to his private quarters, meeting with his dark-haired confidant Vincent to review the trap. Vincent swirls his wine with a cold smile, knowing their real ace in the hole is already in position. The old governor leans on his cane, eager to hear if their hidden mercenary can actually hold off an imperial knight. Vincent admits it isn't something they can predict until blades actually clash, because the killer they hired isn't a normal warrior. In fact, he is a literal monster wearing human skin, known in the underworld as the Dark King, the vicious son of the Sea Dragon King. Segunda chuckles like a man who just bought insurance, remembering the terrifying brute Vincent recruited from the slums, a beast-like savage who feeds on pure violence. Even seasoned killers break into a cold sweat around him, because in a straightforward fight, no normal human stands a chance. Hearing Vincent's absolute confidence puts the old man at total ease, knowing that if this massacre goes off without a hitch, their grand conspiracy takes a massive leap forward. Vincent bows respectfully as Segunda promises him the ultimate reward once the empire falls into their hands. The governor steps out onto his grand balcony, watching the rich and powerful mingle below without a care in the world. In his mind, these high society fools are nothing more than lambs walking into a slaughterhouse, and he can barely contain a smirk at how clueless they are. Vincent watches his master gloat, ready to signal the slaughter to begin. Right on cue, a sudden explosion tears through the glass, instantly snapping Seyrod's attention to the high windows. Before anyone can process the noise, a swarm of bloodthirsty pirates and monstrous orcs comes crashing through the upper stained glass, sending broken crystal and heavy furniture flying across the ballroom floor. The pirate captain brandishes a heavy blade with a psychotic grin, landing right in the middle of the crowd, while shrieks of sheer terror echo through the hall. Glowing aura arcs whip out in every direction, turning the elegant dance floor into an absolute slaughterhouse in seconds. Unarmed aristocrats are flung through crashing chandeliers, as the pirate commander roars at his men to kill every worm in sight and plunder their goods. His mercenaries tear through the fleeing crowd like wild beasts, cutting down helpless victims where they fall. From high above, Segunda pretends to be shocked by the sheer scale of the carnage, cursing his own hired thugs for overdoing it. Vincent gives his liege a sharp look, messing up his own hair to look like a desperate survivor so no suspicion falls on the governor. Meanwhile, down on the grand staircase, a group of frightened noblewomen run for their lives in high heels, screaming in utter panic as the exit doors lock shut. The pirate captain leaps down the steps behind them like a predator, singling out his prey with a sickening snarl. Instead of just using his steel, he unleashes a wave of spectral dark magic, flaring a creepy blue aura across the entire staircase. Ghostly apparitions manifest around the fleeing ladies, and with a flick of his finger, an invisible force wraps around their throats. The women choke and gag mid-stride, clutching their necks as their airway is completely cut off. The captain mockingly decides which one he's going to devour first. A massive winged phantom looms right over the helpless victims, ready to tear them apart. The pirate points at them with a taunting laugh, gloating over how soft and defenseless these highborn nobles are. One of the ladies collapses to her knees, utterly terrified. Then sparks fly with a deafening screech of clashing steel. Seyrod parries the deadly strike just in time, placing himself right between the killer and the women. The terrified ladies gasp in relief when they see their brother holding the line, though Seyrod's muscles strain under the sheer physical weight of the captain's heavy assault. The old aristocrat watching from the upper tier cries out in terror for Seyrod's safety. What the pirate captain doesn't realize is that Seyrod isn't the only warrior in this room who knows how to fight. While the women pray for a miracle, the pirate grins through his sharp fangs, thinking these young nobles took the bait and walked straight into their graves. He looks up toward the stairs, arrogant as ever, only for a cold, unfamiliar voice to ask if he really thought Seyrod was fighting alone. A violent surge of aura erupts right beside him, as our boy Raven steps into the fray with his blade drawn, ready to turn this raid into a personal slaughter for anyone dumb enough to pick a fight. As Sir Elkin and our boy Alan Pendragon step onto the grand staircase to face a wave of armed attackers, Alan holds his glowing blade steady, while terrified aristocrats crowd behind him, and even the arrogant blonde prince seems surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. The dark-haired warrior standing ready at their flank, the dreadlocked pirate captain grips his glowing sword, staring down his target like a wild beast eyeing his next meal. With a sinister grin showing off sharp teeth, the pirate unleashes a sudden blast of dark red magic, surging a wave of energy straight at the stairs, and slamming his attack directly into the stone ground. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, sending stone and debris flying everywhere, which leaves the blonde prince in absolute shock, running for his life as the entire staircase begins to collapse. Noblewomen scream in horror as the floor gives out beneath them, while an orc warrior and his companion leap clear of the destruction, as the entire ballroom crashes down around their ears. A thick cloud of dust envelopes the ruined hall, until a clawed hand pushes out from underneath the heavy rubble. The angry orc curses out the pirate captain for being a complete lunatic, realizing his mindless attack just dropped everyone all the way back down to the first floor. Before they can even catch their breath, more hostile shapes step out of the smoke, led by an eye-patched orc pirate who announces he is sick of eating fat nobles, and Alan instantly remembers meeting these exact pirate thugs back at the port. The eye-patch orc hurls angry taunts at the group, so our boy Alan lunges straight into the fray, cutting down the pirate scum, while the main pirate captain draws his blade from above, smiling with pure excitement for a real challenge, and pointing his sword directly at the blonde prince. The arrogant prince smirks back, asking if brute force is all the pirate has to offer, as his golden hair blows back in the mounting wind. He raises his glowing blade with total confidence, making the watching noblewomen wonder if he can actually pull this off, though his sister proudly claims her brother isn't a normal human. Engulfed in a blazing aura, the blonde prince steps up to face the pirate captain, focusing his gaze as he drives forward into close range. Steel sparks as the blonde prince clashes directly with the pirate, unleashing a breathtaking sequence of high-speed sword strikes, which leaves the onlookers in awe as the pirate appears to struggle under the pressure. In his head, the prince thinks he has already won the fight, until their blades lock in a heavy collision, and the pirate captain's eyes flare with glowing red killer intent. The pirate counters with a vicious hook blade strike, grinning like a demon as he reveals he was effortlessly parrying every single attack right from the start. He brings his weapon down in a terrifying overhead smash, while Alan rushes in to parry with his rapier, leaving the prince frozen in panic as sweat drips down his face. The noblewomen gasp in terror as the prince's defense breaks down, and the pirate captain looms over him with a cold, sinister smile. That is when Alan surges with a furious red aura, catching the pirate captain completely off guard, as Alan dashes through the air leaving streaks of blue light in his wake, and strikes the pirate square across the face. Driven by pure combat instinct, Alan presses his advantage, engaging the pirate captain alongside his ally in a rapid exchange, and calling out for Heir to stand shoulder to shoulder with him for the next round. Touching the bloody scratch on his cheek, the pirate stares at his own hand in utter disbelief, his expression darkening as he processes what just happened. Surprisingly, a bloody cheek is exactly what he needed to get excited, wondering how many years it has been since anyone managed to make him bleed. Alan stands firm as the massive aura of the white dragon manifests behind him, while the pirate captain grips the handle of a massive metal shield. Towering over the duo, the pirate captain warns, "If you lose, I am going to eat you along with those women." A flash of sword light cuts through the darkness, as Alan parries a towering blue-skinned beast with his glowing blade, sprinting right past the falling monster up the ruined stairs, with eyes locked on his target. From there, the battle erupts into absolute chaos, as Alan and Heir fight off multiple enemies across the grand balcony, Alan's purple gaze burning with deadly resolve. Out of nowhere, a hooded assassin drops from above with a surprise dagger attack, but Alan reacts in an instant, swinging his blade to dodge the lethal strike. They trade high-speed slashes in a blurred clash of metal, Alan thrusting his sword forward with lethal precision, as their weapons collide and send bright sparks flying into the air, continuing their relentless duel along the palace steps as blades gleam in the flickering light. The dreadlocked pirate captain taunts his prey to give him everything they have, because in his mind, if they fail to stop him right here, he plans on slaughtering them before turning the noble women into his next meal. Knowing the stakes couldn't be higher, Heir offers to throw himself into the front line just to create a single opening, willing to take the brunt of the assault because he openly admits Heir is the far superior fighter. Naturally, Heir isn't about to let the blonde prince throw his life away on a suicide charge, so with a sharp nod, both noblemen charge headfirst into the terrifying red aura of the pirate captain. Meanwhile, the lower floor is complete chaos as royal guards clash with pirate thugs, while massive sea monsters smash through the hall, leaving the defenders completely overwhelmed. The worst part is that a skilled masked assassin has cut off the grand staircase, trapping Elk and Isla on the steps, and preventing anyone from getting up to reinforce the upper balcony. The assassin moves with terrifying speed, forcing Isla onto the defensive, as heavy blade strikes rain down from every angle. Every attempt Isla makes to create distance gets shut down instantly, with the attacker using the steps to leap over his guard and keep him pinned in place, leaving our favorite knight completely exhausted and unable to break through. Back on the upper deck, the dreadlocked monster rushes forward with his shield raised, meeting the combined assault of the two noblemen in a violent spray of sparks. Heir brings his blade down with everything he's got, but the captain absorbs the blow like it's nothing, turning their furious assault into a desperate struggle for survival. That bastard literally laughs in their faces as he blocks every coordinated swing, effortlessly dodging strikes that would kill a normal man while mocking their high society swordsmanship. No matter how wide Heir swings or how fast Heir follows up, that dark shield catches every single blow, slowly shattering their confidence until Heir realizes they are completely outmatched. The pirate captain counterattacks with a brutal overhead slash, shattering Heir's stance and forcing him to take a crushing impact. Seeing his comrade falter, and with the monster already celebrating his first victim, Heir lunges forward to cover the prince's retreat. But the pirate was waiting for that exact opening. Heir reaches deep into his reserves, pouring every drop of remaining aura into one desperate charge, trying to force a decisive blow before the captain can recover. He brings his blade down in a furious downward strike, putting his whole weight behind the attack, sweeping low to bypass the heavy shield. But the raw gap in physical power is simply too huge, and in the blink of an eye, Heir gets violently hurled backward across the marble floor. His body skids painfully against the stone, left completely defenseless, as the pirate looms over him like a demon. The captain delivers a devastating downward strike, slashing clean through Aren's defense and leaving him collapsed in a pool of blood. Seirad shouts out in pure despair as his friend goes down. But before he can even move, a brutal kick sends Seirad flying, smashing violently into a banquet table as wood and debris shatter everywhere. Watching both defenders get dismantled in seconds, the pirate cackles maniacally, boasting that noble knights are nothing more than fresh meat for his blade. Meanwhile, Raven is still locked in battle on the grand staircase, hearing the commotion above and realizing the defense on the upper floor has completely collapsed. The masked assassin lunges in to capitalize on his distraction, convinced that Raven is trapped and helpless, but Raven's eyes carry nothing but cold, ruthless fury. Above, the pirate stands triumphantly over his fallen opponents, leaving Seirad and Oren bleeding out on the stone, and turns his attention toward the helpless noblewomen, stepping closer to claim his prizes. The women tremble in sheer terror as the monster approaches, but just as he prepares to enjoy his victory, a sudden surge of pressure freezes everyone in the room. What this idiot didn't count on is that a former penal army survivor doesn't stay down that easily, because despite taking a blow that should have turned his internal organs to mush, Raven drags himself back to his feet. Bleeding heavily and clutching his injured right arm, Raven acknowledges that the pirate is genuinely strong, with flawless technique and overwhelming power that leaves zero obvious openings. But as he grips his sword and lets his dark dragon aura flare to life, Raven looks straight through the monster, cold and unbothered, telling him, "If it's only this much, then I've killed opponents like you before." A terrifying demonic shadow looms directly behind him, signaling that the real fight is only just beginning. Raven dives straight back into the fray with a dagger in hand, while the pirate captain just stands there behind his massive shield, smiling like he already won the fight. This dreadlocked idiot doesn't realize is that Raven carries a decade of battlefield survival, and after living through battlefields overrun by demonic beasts, monsters that obliterated entire army divisions, including the immortal troll king himself, this pirate's smug attitude vanishes the instant Raven assumes his combat stance. He swings his blade with brutal speed, leaving the pirate captain completely frozen in disbelief, wondering how on earth a kid whose arm was crushed seconds ago is moving like nothing ever happened. Up in the balcony, the noblewomen are terrified, remembering young Alan as a timid boy who never stood up for himself, unable to reconcile that weak memory with the monster standing below. Because right now, Raven faces the pirate in a lethal standoff, while the pirate tries to mask his panic behind a toothy, menacing grin. Losing his temper, the bastard lunges forward with a furious roar, unleashing a heavy strike that Raven dodges by a hair's breadth. Naturally, seeing his sure-kill blow hit empty air trips him up, and before he can recover, Raven swings his sword upward in a vicious counter, slamming his glowing blade straight into the heavy shield. Sparks fly as metal grinds against metal, and they lock into a ferocious exchange of rapid blows, with Raven dropping low into a dash to drive his blade forward. Even with bruises and blood on his face, Raven's focus never wavers for a second. The pirate tries to push back using the shield to hide his weapon, hoping to catch Raven off guard with an unseen thrust. But Raven reads the line of the hidden blade instantly, meeting the incoming stab head-on in a violent melee clash. The pirate snarls behind his shield, swinging his cutlass with all the force he can muster, only for Raven to parry the slash midair, leaping over his guard to deliver a lightning-fast counterattack. Raven grips his hilt till his knuckles turn white, landing heavily as dust and debris scatter across the hall, leaving the dreadlocked warrior in complete shock. Raven stands tall and completely unfazed, reminding the pirate that he's already killed fighters of his caliber before. He breaks down the technique in his head, recognizing the distinct sword style from the coastal fortress city of Ratchuan, where ancient dwarven shields were combined with orc cutlasses to create a hybrid art. The fluid flipping maneuvers and awkward throwing angles, the same style Elkin Isla uses in high-speed combat, proves this pirate isn't just some random brute on a raid, but a trained commander from the Sea Kingdom. Surrounded by a flare of aggressive red energy, the pirate captain realizes he's in serious trouble, knowing standard noble swordsmen should have died 3 times over against his techniques. The harsh reality finally starts sinking in, and Raven bluntly warns him that his tricks won't work on someone who survived the penal core. The pirate quickly recalculates his options, looking back at the fallen royal guard he crushed earlier. With the rest of the Grand Hall erupting into total chaos, he decides that for the sake of the Sea Dragon King's grand scheme, this Pendragon brat has to die right now. He stands over Raven, trying to reclaim control, mocking him like a cat playing with cornered prey, while Raven stays low, silent, and dangerous. The pirate keeps blabbering about how endless fights annoy him, taunting Raven about whether worms like him even understand comradeship, hoping to bait him into making an emotional mistake. Instead of attacking Raven directly, the coward suddenly changes direction, bursting forward at top speed toward the defenseless onlookers, aiming his blade straight at young Ian. Raven moves purely on instinct to intercept, and the pirate grabs him by the leg, lifting him upside down in midair. Forced to endure the searing pain, Raven grabs a broken glass bottle off the floor and shoves the jagged glass straight into the pirate's face. The captain drops him and staggers back screaming in agony, clutching his ruined eye in pure rage. Raven hits the ground, acknowledging that the bastard actually has decent reflexes, just as the pirate roars that he's going to tear him apart. Blue dragon aura bursts around Raven's sword, and he charges forward like a meteor, unleashing a massive shockwave that shatters the entire hall. Raven unleashes a surge of dragon aura through his blade, putting everything into a deadly strike that forces the pirate orc back in sheer panic, shattering the stone balcony railing into pieces. Even with blue aura blazing around him, our boy is stunned when the brute actually manages to react in time, knocking his weapon loose before he can recover his balance. Luckily, decades of battlefield instinct kick in instantly, and he dives straight into a close-quarters brawl to twist the monster's arm back, adjusting his grip from a complete blind spot. He tries to slam the brute over his shoulder, knowing a standard throw won't be enough to end him, so he digs in deep for a leverage wrench, catching the thug completely off guard. Problem is, pure physical strength favors the giant, and in a flash of raw violence, both of them crash through the floorboards together. Raven grits his teeth against the crippling pain, trapped beneath the brute's massive weight as fingers clamp around his throat. Sparks fly across the hallway as he twists free, instantly locking blades with a hooded assassin on the staircase. The killer tries to overpower him, but Raven draws a hidden dagger in a flash, driving an upward strike straight through his guard. Metal shatters into flying shards as Raven closes the distance, forcing the assassin to stumble back onto the broken steps. He recognizes the thin twin blades as weapons built purely for stealth kills, and as his slash shreds through the assassin's sleeve, the coward frantically tries to hide a brand on his arm. Raven spots it anyway, wondering why a common pirate is carrying a high noble's castle crest. Before he can demand answers, a blood-curdling scream echoes up from the lower hall, and Raven just smirks, knowing their little invasion is collapsing. Down below, the actual battle has turned into a total slaughter, leaving the assassins sweating in absolute horror as the entire grand hall erupts into chaotic panic. The allied orc warrior brings down a brutal heavy strike, slamming another intruder straight into the stone floor, roaring at the pirate trash to learn their place. Naturally, the island invaders thought they were the deadliest force around, only to realize their elite squad was just completely wiped out. Raven takes in the carnage, seeing the main force annihilated in minutes. With their ranks crumbling, the remaining thugs panic, realizing they picked a fight with genuine monsters. The hooded assassin leaps backward through the air, landing on the upper balcony floor to make a run for it. Raven catches the movement out of the corner of his eye, sprinting rapidly down the corridor with sword in hand to make sure not a single one escapes alive. Meanwhile, Elkin Isla steps in to handle the dreadlocked pirate captain, flashing a dangerous smile as he channels aura into his blade. The captain hunkers down behind his glowing magic shield, eyes burning with frustration at how badly his raid went wrong. In his head, an inferior noble like Pendragon should have been an easy mark, yet here he is, bruised, bleeding, and running out of stamina. Raven and his orc ally move in tandem from the side, while Elkin presses the shield-bearer at point-blank range. The pirate grips his handle until his knuckles turn white, stepping over his fallen men as Elkin lunges forward, delivering a brutal kick straight into the center of the shield that shatters the captain's balance and sends him stumbling backward. Realizing the raid is a lost cause, the captain scrambles out toward a high window, barely dodging a lethal swing from Elkin's blade. He turns back with a bitter, ugly sneer, vowing to come back and snap their necks next time, biting his thumb in sheer humiliation as he leaps out into the night. Honestly, the bastard actually pulled off a clean getaway by riding a giant griffin into the sky. Raven, Elkin, and the orc warrior gather at the shattered window to watch him disappear, with Elkin reassuring them that between his mangled right arm and blinded eye, that pirate won't be showing his face for a long time. Then Raven brings up the assassin's hidden mark, mentioning his recent clash with Knight Vincent. Suddenly, the whole puzzle starts coming together, because a common pirate crew having Imperial High Noble backing means treason is already underway. Raven asks if Knight Vincent was really as tough as the rumors made him out to be, and Elkin admits they were evenly matched during their duel. Looking out under the starry sky, Raven connects the castle emblem to a specific high-ranking tower crest, realizing someone inside the Imperial court was pulling the strings all along. Tolio flies in on his giant bird mount, landing right in the dark forest where the corrupt Governor Segundo is waiting, and the old man comes running up with his cane, furious that the pirate captain is demanding he keep his end of their deal. As the massive bird settles onto the dirt, Segundo confronts him directly, screaming that Tolio broke their agreement first by failing to kill their targets. But Tolio just sneers down, pointing out that he brought a witch doctor from the south to finish the job and took heavy injuries taking down that monstrous knight. So sending the orcs was more than enough to fulfill his part. He smiles maliciously, reminding the trembling governor that this entire mess is happening because of the old man's insatiable greed. Tolio yanks the governor up by his collar, mocking him for bragging about his power when he couldn't even manage a simple assassination. He lays a brutal punch across the old man's jaw, sending his monocle flying into the dirt, leaving Segunda groaning on the ground in total humiliation. Then Tolio steps on him to leave a few believable bruises, so no one suspects he set up the attack, and snatches a heavy bribe from his robes as payment before leaving him behind. Meanwhile, high above the dark forest, aerial units and griffins swarm the night sky, and a white griffin dives straight into the battle, swooping past the enemy front lines with glowing claws, tearing through the invading orcs with sharp aura slashes. Naturally, the Laduan orcs are thrown into complete panic, though they still try to rally using their massive numbers. Problem is, the Pendragon commanders are way too strong, slicing through their vanguard with swift precision, which has the troops cheering as another giant orc crashes into the dirt. Still, the commander realizes the enemy's strength magic is surprisingly potent, as a glowing green spell circle expands across the battlefield, summoning a hooded orc shaman wrapped in dark energy, while griffin riders soar through the sky to clear the area, leaving the shaman standing in the glowing light, eager to test his strength once more. Deep in the dark forest, a glowing purple orb rests on a stump, where two conspirators watch the Pendragon forces effortlessly pushing back the orc horde. That's when a bandaged hand holding a writhing centipede reaches out, as the sinister witch doctor brings the insect to his lips, noting that Pendragon has a high-level magician on their side. He sits surrounded by a dark red aura, completely unbothered, making the men beside him sweat from the sheer evil dripping off him. See, this creep is a renowned witch doctor whose dark magic has slaughtered thousands of knights before. And while everyone is distracted fighting the pirates and orcs outside, he plans to carry out his real objective, kidnapping Raven's mother, Lady Alina. He peers into his orb to track her location, where inside the castle, Lady Alina and her young charge are huddled together in fear. The frightened child tries to act brave despite the chaos outside, and Alina gently comforts him, reassuring him that their soldiers outside will protect them. Suddenly, intense magic flames blast against the room's thick metal door, and Alina instinctively shields the child behind her back. They watch in terror as fiery magic surges right through the heavy iron latch, melting the reinforced door to slag as the bandaged witch doctor steps inside. He greets Lady Alina with a terrifying grin, ordering her to tie herself up and surrender without a fight. He warns that if she resists, he'll melt her maids and servants into soup just like the door. Alina's mind races as she tries to figure out who sent him, looking up at the shadowy intruders surrounding her, and she asks flat out, "Governor Segunda?" The witch doctor doesn't bother answering and moves in, swiftly wrapping her in magical bindings before she can react. She's tightly bound and gagged with white cloth, while her terrified servants scream in helpless horror. She drops helplessly to the floor, as the witch doctor's centipede-tattooed hand reaches down to claim his prize. He smirks maliciously alongside his men, leaving Lady Alina muffled and struggling as they prepare to drag her away. This southern witch doctor really thought he pulled off the ultimate heist, boasting about how many noble knights and royalty he's slaughtered in the past, right up until he feels a sudden, terrifying chill down his spine, because standing right in front of his stolen hostage is a winged warrior holding twin blades of pure light, and the ancient energy pouring off her makes his blood run ice cold. What this idiot doesn't realize until this exact second is that he didn't just interrupt a rescue mission, because generating blades of light out of thin air is the signature move of only one race in the entire world, a literal white dragon standing before him in human form. He doesn't even get to finish screaming the word dragon before a divine energy beam obliterates him, as Soldrake swings her light blade and vaporizes the witch doctor into ash. Meanwhile, under the full moon, a carriage rolls along the coastal road, carrying our boy Alan as he clutches the white dragon shield to absorb its restoration magic. His sister leans over to check if he's still alive, and while Alan admits the artifact's healing magic is doing heavy lifting, she points out that he got slammed by a giant monster shield just hours ago, yet somehow stood right back up and kept fighting like a total maniac. Naturally, she can't help marveling at how impossible his endurance really is, as their carriage continues its quiet trip home. Back over the town, the aerial griffin units soar through the night sky, having completely turned the tide of battle, as the noble beasts stand over the scattered remains of the invading army. Human knights and orc warriors celebrate side by side, shouting their victory for all to hear, while an orc warrior gently pats a griffin's head, marking a total, overwhelming win for House Pendragon. Up on the high balcony, Soldrake watches the griffins glide past, resting after keeping the territory safe. Lady Alina stands nearby, looking at the dragon who just saved her life, watching her touch the griffin's beak and softly mention that Alan ordered her to protect everyone. Honestly, Alina finds the whole situation confusing, because seeing an ancient guardian act with such gentleness feels completely unnatural. He points out that dragon pacts are usually strict, cold business contracts bound only to the master, remembering how back when the previous duke was alive, Soldrake was an aloof, untouchable force of nature who never cared for human lives. Yet here she is, treating Alan's family like something precious. See, Alina remembers watching Alan and Soldrake standing together in the courtyard, realizing the bond between them isn't master and servant, but a deep mutual trust that defies everything she knew about dragon lore. And that leads Alina straight to the heavy realization she's been running from, grappling with the obvious changes in her own son. Standing behind the dragon on the quiet terrace, Soldrake senses her sorrow and turns to listen, as Alina gives a sad smile and admits she finally understands the truth. She asks Soldrake to keep protecting him from now on, because the weight of what she knows is almost too much to bear. With tears welling up, she speaks the truth out loud for the first time, thinking about the difference between her original fragile child and the hardened warrior before her. Clenching her dress in sheer emotion, she cries out that even if her son's body is inhabited by a completely different soul, even if the man inside him is a total stranger, she is choosing to love him with all her heart as her true son. Soldrake listens in silence while her griffin rests beside them, surrounded by faint magical light as she processes the mother's confession. In her deadpan dragon way, she admits human labels like Raven Vault or Alan Pendragon don't mean anything to her, reaching her hand toward the full moon over the ocean, because she sees straight through to his true essence, declaring that out of all the contractors she's had across centuries, he is the most remarkable. The moment lingers on the moonlit balcony until Elkin Isla and the retainers come charging in, panicking after hearing rumors about an attack on the castle. Isla frantically asks if she's unharmed, furious at the intruders who dared target her, and Alina wipes her tears, thanking Soldrake before turning to her returning son. Alan laughs nervously, trying to play off his near-fatal injuries like he just stubbed a toe. But Alina isn't falling for his fake composure for a second. She steps forward with open arms and pulls him into a tight, overwhelming maternal embrace. She cries tears of pure relief, holding her child close, leaving Alan completely frozen with his hands hovering awkwardly in the air. Problem is, our boy is a battle-hardened veteran who survived 10 years in the demonic penal army, so getting hit with genuine motherly affection leaves him more disoriented than a boss fight. Soldrake watches the warm reunion from the side, as everyone gathers back inside the brightly lit hall. Lena and Lindsay smile warmly as they bid him a restful night, though Lindsay lingers nervously behind him. Alan gives his fiancée Lindsay a brief hug goodnight, leaving the poor girl blushing redder than a beet as she scurries off. With his family safe, Alan turns his attention back to business, telling his tired retainers to get some well-deserved rest, composed and ready to deal with whatever political mess this invasion leaves behind. After the violent clash comes to an end, 2 dead orc warriors lie still on the stone floor, leaving their surviving comrades to stand over them with heavy hearts. Our boy Raven watches from the sidelines as the orc leader steps up, shouting at the top of his lungs that dying in battle is the ultimate honor, so mourning them like fragile humans would be an insult to their memory. Instead of a boring send-off, he rallies the tribe to give these warriors a proper party into the afterlife. A hooded shaman steps forward with a glowing staff, channeling earth magic directly into the fallen bodies until radiant green vines begin to sprout, bursting into massive, pure white flowers right out of the corpses, covering the fallen in a glowing garden of magic petals. Naturally, the orcs break out into joyful dancing and roaring cheers, celebrating the fallen as brothers, while Raven and his companion take in the spectacular ritual. The sight brings genuine tears to his former fiancée's eyes, completely overwhelmed by how beautiful a warrior's farewell can be. As glowing light particles drift through the night air, Raven explains that this flower burial is the highest honor an orc can receive, reserved strictly for brothers in arms and never shown to outsiders. He takes that in with a quiet, solemn nod, prompting Raven to ask what she wanted to speak with him about in private. Under the light of the full moon, they walk over to grand stone steps overlooking the ocean, where she finally opens up about the past they left behind. She admits that back when her family broke off their engagement, she assumed the weak, useless Alan Pendragon had no future, so she accepted the decision and moved on without a second thought. See, what she didn't count on was watching him completely transform into an absolute force of nature. As she watched him fight and protect her throughout their long journey, standing like an unshakable wall between her and deadly enemy blades, something inside her fundamentally shifted. The useless coward she once agreed to abandon had vanished, replaced by a commander who risks everything without blinking. With tears in her eyes, she confesses that her feelings have completely changed, begging for forgiveness for how cold her family treated him back when he was weak. The problem is, she thinks he still holds a bitter grudge over the broken marriage, worried that she looks like a shameless opportunist who only crawled back, now that the Pendragon name is rising to glory once again. She remembers how harshly her own grandmother rejected him back then, and hates herself for looking like the kind of despicable woman who only cares about success. Raven listens quietly to her tearful confession, before gently cutting her off to tell her she has it all wrong. He doesn't harbor an ounce of hatred toward her or her family, nor does he hold any lingering regret over the annulment. In his head, Raven doesn't see himself as a romantic partner or a pampered young master, but as a single soldier on a brutal chessboard, a hardened survivor from the Devil's army who simply has no room left in his chest for love or sentiment. He tells her honestly that he would have turned down anyone else trying to court him, before quietly advising her to get some rest and walking away. As the heartbroken woman sits weeping on the balcony, a pair of red eyes peeks nervously out from behind a nearby hedge. Raven catches Princess Ingrid eavesdropping on the whole emotional scene without missing a beat, telling her she should probably head off to bed as well. As he walks down the stone path alone, the memory of a warm embrace from his family flashes in his mind, reminding him of the massive weight resting on his shoulders. Looking up at the moonlit sky, his thoughts drift back to the burning ruins of his past life, focusing entirely on his next major military objective, the territory of Sisuk. From there, we jump straight to the bustling coastal port of Leyus, where merchant ships line the docks near the local Chamber of Commerce. Inside a lively seaside tavern, local traders gather over drinks to whisper about the shocking massacre at the governor's ball, where high-ranking nobles were torn to pieces so brutally that barely anything was left of them. The drunkards nervously argue over the terrifying power of those ferocious Ladwin orcs, completely oblivious that the young man sitting a few tables away, quietly stacking gold coins, is the very commander who tamed those monsters. Raven weighs his options carefully, knowing every coin and every alliance brings him one step closer to securing total victory. Ron Vincent is complaining about the sheer cost of keeping trade facilities running in Leyus, pointing out that smaller businesses would go completely broke trying to afford them, while our boy Raven silently weighs up the merchant's financial setup, knowing there is a much bigger game being played here. The merchant casually praises whoever built up the local economy and raises his glass for a polite toast, but the second their glasses touch, Raven drops the polite act and launches a vicious flying kick straight at his head. The strike shatters the air around them, and Raven lunges in with a heavy fist, bringing his arm down with lethal force. The two of them clash in a high-speed blur, and as Raven catches the man's arm mid-strike, Ron Vincent just smirks, admitting he expected nothing less from a true monster. Raven hauls him up by the collar, calling out the sly bastard for pretending to be intimidated by his aura flow earlier, and reminding him that even if he dealt with the Dark King, trying to kill Raven is a death sentence. Problem is, Ron Vincent does not even flinch, casually laying out Raven's entire economic plan to wipe out financial inequality across the empire, which is Raven recalculating fast, especially when the smooth-talking merchant steps forward and announces flat out, "I want to buy you." That absurd offer puts Raven into full tactical analysis, recalling the reports Isla gathered on this man, specifically the tower tattoo inked into his shoulder. That mark links straight to a shadowy faction, a legendary group almost nobody in the empire actually knows anything about, operating deep in the background, where true power moves without making a sound. See, in Raven's past life during his grueling years with the Demon Corps, Ron Vincent was known as one of the great economic heroes, a visionary who planned to gather small merchants into one giant block, seize control of every coastal city, and choke out the greedy high nobles by ruining their main sources of income. Back then, people were terrified of how anyone could dream up a scheme that massive, all designed to eradicate poverty across the empire once and for all. Looking at the man bearing that tower mark now, Raven remembers how far his reputation reached in the previous timeline, which makes him wonder why a genius of his caliber was ever stuck working under a corrupt piece of trash like Count Segunda. In the past, Segunda exploited Ron Vincent's willingness to work with anyone, and the moment the profits started rolling in, that greedy aristocrat tried to have him murdered to keep all the money for himself. Ron Vincent learned the hard way that the imperial court and high nobles are all parasites fighting over influence, and he could not care less who dies in their petty power struggles, because his only goal in life is bringing real wealth and safety to the common people. Naturally, that cynical worldview extends to every noble he meets, which is why he treats Raven with the same sharp suspicion, pouring a fresh drink as he weighs whether this young duke is any different. He openly questions if Alan Pendragon is just another power-hungry aristocrat, admitting he has not made up his mind yet, which only amuses Raven, who decides to drop a counter-proposal right on the table. Instead of arguing, Raven invites the merchant directly into Pendragon territory, promising to treat him as an honored house guest, so he can judge the family with his own eyes. He tells Ron Vincent flat out that if he decides the Pendragons are a threat to the people, he is free to cut off their income or try to kill him himself. That level of total confidence puts the merchant's entire worldview to the test, taking a slow sip as he processes the sheer nerve of this young duke. As the two of them weigh each other up, Ron Vincent realizes this is the partner he has been looking for all along, and agrees to try working together. To seal the deal, Raven casually uses his aura control to make gold coins float through the air, catching the merchant entirely unprepared, as the heavy gold drops perfectly into the scale pan, balancing the weights with absolute precision. Raven offers a smooth wave over his shoulder as he strolls out of the room, leaving the master merchant staring at the balanced scale, completely sold on joining House Pendragon. Late at night overlooking the port city, Ian catches his breath after surviving that insane battle thanks to Soldrake's massive protective shield, admitting this entire trip turned out far wilder than anything he prepared for. Naturally, he still finds time to randomly threaten our boy Raven about staying away from his sister, which Raven brushes off with a quiet laugh before shifting right back to business. Because even with the Merchant Alliance locked down, their real investigation into the conspiracy is only getting started, knowing whoever sent those assassins is playing a much deeper game. Ian points out that their unknown enemies are already making moves, and the absolute worst part is the kind of monstrosity they sent to lead the pirates. Raven agrees that standing next to an actual ancient dragon like Soldrake really recalibrates your definition of scary, even if calling a majestic white dragon a mere monster feels a little disrespectful. Thinking back to the dreadlocked pirate commander who fought them both at once, Raven recalls how effortlessly the guy matched their swordplay, grinning like a lunatic while shrugging off deadly strikes. The guy was clearly no ordinary human, likely a half-orc hybrid leading the pirate fleet, and trained in specialized southern martial arts that made his movements completely unpredictable. What bothers Raven most is that someone this dangerous was just a puppet for an even bigger player pulling the strings in the shadows, leaving Ian quiet as the gravity of their situation settles in. Suddenly, Raven drops a bomb that leaves Ian completely frozen, wondering if Raven took a hit to the head during the pirate ambush, because the name Raven just dropped isn't some low-level thug. Ian starts shouting and asking if he lost his mind, unwilling to even process what hearing that name out loud means for the Empire. Raven stays completely unfazed, knowing the mastermind behind all this chaos is Godfrey, the ruthless figure holding all the secret Imperial records, the man destined to claim the throne and become the future emperor. Raven knows from his past life that this conflict will tear the entire land apart, and warns Ian that moving forward, every single step they take is surrounded by enemies. By morning, the sun rises over the coastal town, and carriages arrive near the shoreline as House Pendragon prepares to depart. Lindsay waves cheerfully out the window, happy that everyone survived the chaos in one piece, while the women walk together enjoying the bright morning air, taking in the peaceful coastal view before the long journey home. Raven leads the party on horseback, riding out into the glowing sunlight alongside his entourage. Meanwhile, back in a darkened estate, a corrupt elderly noble is having a complete nervous breakdown. The senile schemer clutches his head in total panic, realizing Prince Ian already departed for the Imperial castle. Their carefully planned assassination failed miserably. Alina Pendragon remains completely unharmed and composed back at the duchy, standing dignified without a scratch on her. And to make matters 10 times worse, Ron Vincent completely vanished along with all his money. He slams his fist down in pure desperation, unable to figure out how every single piece of his conspiracy collapsed in a single night. In his head, his only remaining play is pushing Godfrey onto the throne as crown prince as fast as humanly possible, before anyone connects the dots back to Prince Sion's assassination attempt. The problem is if House Pendragon investigates the southern territory of Sisuk and uncovers the broken promises, the entire future they planned is going to crumble, forcing him to send an urgent messenger horse galloping into the night. Suddenly, terrifying screeching echoes across the rocky canyon as massive predatory bird monsters dive from the sky to hunt down 2 fleeing riders. The terrified travelers curse their luck, realizing these cursed beasts are already infesting the desolate borderlands of Sisuk, as a giant feathered monster swoops down for a lethal strike, only for a volley of glowing magic arrows to pierce straight through the air. The beast snaps its talons in rage, as the travelers scramble through the narrow gorge dodging falling feathers and incoming fire, leaving the travelers helpless against the cliffs, where a cloaked warrior wearing feathered earrings lowers a glowing magical crossbow, just as another giant monster plunges downward with open claws. 3 cloaked figures step out onto the ledge, a hand tightening on a sword hilt, and before the monster can shred the travelers below, Raven leaps straight off the cliff, bringing his blade down in a brutal arc that cleaves the beast in half before it even hits the ground. The trapped riders freeze in absolute disbelief, watching a single man stand calmly over the dead monster while they pull their horses to a halt. Raven plants his glowing sword into the dirt, unmoved after erasing a threat that almost killed them. The riders panic, assuming Raven and his group are ruthless mercenaries coming to shake them down for gold, hesitating to even move for fear of provoking someone who slaughters monsters for fun. They nervously ask if he intends to rob them right here on the road. Raven simply examines his blade for nicks and blood, casually explaining he was merely testing his sword's edge, leaving the travelers sweating in relief as they stutter out their gratitude. As Raven walks away without asking for a single coin, they call out asking for his name, and he turns back just long enough to say, "Raven." Recognizing his legendary name, the travelers marvel as his companions gather around him, including Soldrake holding a monster feather, and our main character leads his group forward into the treacherous lands of Sisuk. Inside a lively tavern packed with rowdy mercenaries and travelers, a waitress approaches a table of cloaked figures, offering drinks, hot food, or even a warm bed for the night. Without saying a word, a gloved hand drops a heavy pouch of gold onto the wooden table, and Raven orders 2 beers, smoked pork, a herb-roasted chicken, and a bowl of rice. Pulling back his hood to reveal his dark hair and piercing blue earrings, he waits as a sizzling roasted chicken arrives, along with a cold mug of ale and a steaming bowl of rice and vegetables. Raven takes a spoonful of rice, noting that since Sisuk is trapped in a rugged mountain range, standard grain crops usually fail. Elkin munches on a chicken leg, impressed by Raven's knowledge, and adds that heavy rains forced the locals to build terrace fields just to harvest rice. Raven quietly agrees, continuing his meal while his companion eats beside him, quietly taking in the rest of the chaotic room. Round them, the tavern is complete madness, with patrons getting way too handsy with waitresses and mercenaries screaming in each other's faces, ready to brawl. Raven's focus sharpens as he remembers how these treacherous mountains became overrun with demons and cutthroats, recalling the dark history that ruined this entire region. See, Count Brizia, the lord whose banner flies over Sisuk, was an ambitious noble who wanted his own territory, spending a staggering fortune just to buy the title of lord. When the imperial troops marched away after handing over the land, the new lord was left with prestigious flags, but because the greedy bastard blew half his wealth buying the title, he had 0 coin left to build a proper defense force. Naturally, with no army to protect the borders, bloodthirsty monsters and lawless pirates quickly flooded the territory. The whole region collapsed into a violent wasteland for mercenaries and outlaws, and Raven holds his mug, lost in bitter memories of this hellhole. Because for him, Sisuk isn't just another stop on a map. It's where he was once dragged as a prisoner in chains, kneeling in the freezing rain, while corrupt nobles looked down on his suffering from their balconies. He remembers being locked inside a dark cell surrounded by brutal torture tools, lying beaten and bloody on the cold floor, as a monster of a man stood outside his bars, smiling down at him with pure malice. Raven grits his teeth in white-hot anger, squeezing his wooden mug so hard it nearly cracks in his fist. Suddenly, the memory shatters, as a man flies backward across an overturned table right beside them. Raven pauses mid-bite with his spoon in hand, watching the disoriented thug groan on the floor. Female mercenary named Scylla stands over the idiot with her hands on her hips, chewing him out for stepping out of line. She makes it crystal clear that if he wants to lay hands on her, he'd better be ready to pay, which only angers the thug enough to draw a lethal dagger. Before the fool can even swing, Raven casually grabs the man's head and slams his face straight into the wooden floorboards. As the surrounding patrons turn to watch the quick beatdown, a smiling mercenary named Jonathan Bierson pats Scylla on the head, apologizing for his partner's temper. He pulls up a chair to Raven's table, offering to buy a round to smooth things over, introducing himself as Jody. Raven isn't buying the overly friendly act for a second, while Jody introduces the rest of his crew, pointing out Slant-Eyed Gus and Scylla. Jody then asks who Raven and his group are, explaining that making solid connections is everything in a lawless place like this. Raven sips his ale thoughtfully, while Jody chuckles at the name Raven, noting that calling yourself a crow is a pretty edgy alias for a mercenary. Keeping his true identity hidden, Raven introduces his retainers using simple fake names, Elkin and Saul, and Elkin just nods along while continuing to eat. The two groups settle in together over a hot meal, with Jody chatting animatedly about local mercenary work, flashing a confident smile as he boasts about their qualifications. Scylla rests her chin on her hand, completely ignoring the business talk to ask Elkin flat out if he's single, gushing over how his handsome face is totally her type. Elkin looks deeply uncomfortable, wondering why every woman he meets seems more unhinged than the last, while Scylla eagerly leans in, trying to convince him to ditch Raven and join her squad instead. Ignoring the romantic chaos beside him, Raven cuts straight to the point, looking across the table at Jody, and asking who currently controls the mercenary forces in this region. When the sinister image of a powerful crime boss comes to mind, Raven asks if the man running things is Ruv Tylan, his eyes locking onto Jody with terrifying intensity. Instantly, Jody breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed by the sudden wave of killing intent, as Raven leans in close and demands answers. Panicking, Jody stammers out that their crew was actually heading to meet with Tylan in just a few moments, shocked by the lethal aura Raven just released. Raven takes another calm sip from his wooden mug, noting that Tylan must be paying extremely well to recruit veterans like them. He considers his next move carefully, realizing Tylan is the key to pulling the Imperial conspiracy out into the light. While Elkin shoves a drumstick into Scylla's mouth to shut her up, Raven stands up from the table, announcing that their group will be joining Jody's crew on their trip to Tylan's estate. Raven announces to Jody that they're heading to Tylan's estate together, which leaves the rest of the table completely floored, but our boy just smiles, claiming they couldn't ask for better travel companions. Naturally, his party has no idea what he's pulling, holding hands and wondering if he's lost his mind, while Jody eagerly promises to show them the ropes and teach them how real mercenaries fight. After Soldrek quietly finishes her drink, they retreat to their quarters for the night, where the real discussion begins in the hallway, with his companions demanding to know why they're babysitting mercenaries. Soldrek flat out asks why they have to tag along with 3 random loudmouths, but Raven has a very specific tactical reason. See, those mercenaries have traveled all across the Empire, which gives them the perfect cover to blend in, making it 10 times easier for the group to stay off the radar. The higher their profile as ordinary sellswords, the harder it is for anyone to suspect a dragon master is in town, keeping all eyes off them, so they can move freely toward their true target. As the mood settles into quiet tension, night falls over the inn, and Raven sinks into his thoughts, crushed under the weight of a name he hasn't spoken in years. Seeing him slumped over in complete agony, Soldrek gently cuts through the silence, revealing that she accessed his memories and saw the man who destroyed House Vault. Ruv Tylan, the corrupt bastard who ruined his entire life. In his past life, young Raven thought his dream was coming true when he was chosen to become a knight, appointed alongside his friend Jeff by the Brescia family, all thanks to a stellar recommendation letter from Tylan himself. He handed over the sealed message with a warm smile, leaving young Ray thrilled that a respected noble was sponsoring his future. He celebrated with his family, believing the letter was a legitimate golden ticket, completely clueless about the snake in front of him. What this poor kid didn't know was that the letter was an absolute death sentence, because the very next day, armed guards stormed in screaming that they were traitors. Heavily armed knights pointed swords at his helpless family, while Ray stood there in panic, begging them to see that it had to be a mistake. Turns out the letter was addressed to Prince Xian, but the ink was laced with deadly poison magic, rigged to vaporize itself and trigger an assassination attempt the second it was opened. Stripped of everything and thrown into dark torture chambers, Ray was chained to the floor and beaten until he could barely breathe. That's when a smug official walked up to his cell, looking down at the bloody teenager through iron bars, to drop the ultimate lie. Claimed Ray's own father framed his good-for-nothing second son to pull off the assassination, leaving the boy completely shattered. The bastard just smirked, mocking a noble family that had lost everything, even as Ray screamed through blood and tears that his father would never betray the crown. But in the corrupt political game, the word of Brescia's top vassal outweighed the truth of an inferior family every single time. As the fake evidence burned away in purple flames, Ray gnashed his teeth in helpless rage. Then came the final humiliation, when the noble mockingly announced that, instead of execution, Ray was being sent to the Demon Corps Penal Battalion. The scumbag actually had the nerve to say it warmed his heart to pardon a young brat, leaving Ray stunned by the sheer horror of it. The official walked away with a sinister grin, while fury ignited in Raven's eyes, grabbing the iron bars in a blind rage and shouting, "I will survive those 10 years," swearing to crawl through hell and tear every single one of them to pieces. Back in the quiet room, Raven buries his face in his hands, explaining how his father sacrificed his own life just to keep him alive. His hands tremble with decades of buried pain, while Soldrick listens in solemn silence. His family was branded as traitors and wiped out, but this time around, things are going to end very differently. Suffocating wave of blue energy flares behind him, surprising even Soldrick with the raw intensity of his murderous intent, as he vows to drag Ruv Tylan into the light, force a full confession out of him, and hunt down every last snake involved in the conspiracy until they pay with their lives. Back in the tavern, the mercenaries are still trying to process the strange squad traveling with them, noticing how the silent purple-robed woman seems to exist in her own world, and wondering if these people are actually sellswords at all. Honestly, any experienced veteran would get suspicious, because the murderous aura radiating off Raven is far too intense for a common mercenary, leaving squad leader Jody convinced these guys are hidden powerhouses. But when Raven decides it is time to move out, Jody instantly agrees to escort them straight to Ruv Tylan's estate. As the party enters the crowded city streets, the main gates suddenly part for an oncoming convoy, announcing the arrival of Sophia Brescia, the pampered daughter of Count Brescia, who peers out from her luxurious carriage like she owns the entire town. Naturally, the locals bow down out of fear, clearing a wide path through the mud, while quietly whispering about what a piece of trash this spoiled noble actually is. Jody tries to pull Raven away to avoid unnecessary trouble, but the moment Raven spots the horse emblem flying over the carriage, his posture locks up completely. See, what these nobles do not realize is that House Brescia was one of the corrupt families who helped frame House Vault in Raven's past life, and just seeing their crest triggers a wave of dark fury inside him. Images of his family's execution rush back, recalling the screaming crowds, the cold steel at his throat, and the hellish years he spent in the Demon Corps after being betrayed. It takes every ounce of his self-control to suppress his rage, knowing that striking now would ruin his plan for public exposure. Deciding there is no time for petty grudges today, he turns his back to leave, but the spoiled brat in the carriage catches him glaring at her, and instantly loses her mind over a common mercenary failing to bow. The mercenaries panic as she throws a hysterical tantrum, demanding her elite escorts force them onto their knees. 3 heavily armed guards sprint forward on her command, charging straight at Raven with drawn weapons, only for Raven to dodge the first strike like it is standing still, smashing the second guard across the jaw before he can even react. He weaves between their clumsy attacks in a flash of motion, unleashing a sharp wave of force that knocks them clean off their feet, and dropping low to sweep the final guard onto the pavement. Sophia and her armored commander freeze in complete disbelief, while the mercenaries watch with their mouths wide open, seeing 3 elite noble guards groaning in the dirt. Raven steps forward with a gaze cold enough to freeze water, warning the noble girl that if anyone tries to lay a hand on his group again, they will have to get past him first, sending a chill down her spine that makes her recoil in terror. He tells her flat out to stop hiding behind her family title, which bursts her arrogant bubble so fast she bursts into tears. Seeing her breakdown, Elkin Isla steps up to finish the job, drawing his sword in a blinding flash, only for the armored knight commander to sprint in and parry the strike with a heavy clash of steel. Isla holds his stance without flinching, while the knight commander immediately lowers his blade and asks for forgiveness, recognizing Isla's lethal technique as the signature style of a Valva's warrior. Sophia trembles on the floor of her carriage, as the mercenaries whisper in absolute shock about meeting a legendary knight from the far south. See, Valva's warriors are infamous throughout the Empire for their terrifying strength, and their absolute readiness to slaughter anyone who threatens their master, noble or not. The knight commander turns to Raven, praising his unbelievable skill before asking for his name, hoping to know who commands such a formidable warrior. But Raven shuts him down without a second thought, stating he has no intention of telling him anything. As the carriage quickly rolls away with Sophia sobbing about reporting this to her father, Raven reflects on the man who just blocked Isla's attack, remembering Knight Commander Fillmore as a legendary warrior he used to admire in his childhood. Honestly, it is almost sad to see such a powerful swordsman reduced to babysitting a spoiled noble girl, bound by duty to serve a corrupt household like Count Brescia's. Meanwhile, the mercenaries completely lose their minds, crowding around Isla and begging him to teach them his combat moves. While they fawn over the southern warrior, Jody is quietly running the math in his head, realizing a Valva's knight would never follow someone weaker than himself, which means Raven is an absolute monster compared to the rest of them, confirming that following this squad was the best decision they ever made. With that realization out of the way, the party finally arrives at their destination, standing right outside the massive gates of Ruv Tylan's estate. Arriving at the gloomy estate of their noble employer, Jody and his mercenary crew stand before the local lord on his throne, making it clear from the start that they're top-tier sellswords, not lapdogs who take orders for free, which surprisingly doesn't get them thrown straight into a dungeon. Instead, the noble decides to test if their big talk matches their blades, offering them a simple monster hunting job on the outer edge of his territory in a small farming village called Monza. The moment that name drops, our boy Raven freezes, because Monza isn't just some random backwater. It's his actual hometown, the landhouse vault managed before corrupt nobles framed his family and burned everything to the ground. Naturally, when the squad arrives, the region is crawling with mutated beasts. But between the mercenaries cutting through wolf packs like weeds and knocking massive flying predators out of the sky, the entire hunt turns into a total slaughter. Still, the real show starts when Raven steps into the fray, drawing his weapon in one fluid motion and launching straight into the air to pin a giant boar to the dirt like an oversized pincushion. The mercenaries are left utterly speechless, and their jaws hit the floor when a monstrous bear comes crashing out of the woods. The beast opens a maw big enough to swallow a horse whole, but Raven doesn't even flinch. He leaps directly over its fangs and comes down with a strike so violently fast that it cleaves the creature in half before it can even roar. Seeing their alpha get dismantled in seconds, the remaining monsters lose any appetite for a fight, leaving Raven standing alone among a mountain of slaughtered beasts. While the local peasants silently carry on with their chores by the river, the mercenary squad kicks back to celebrate their easy payday, drinking and shouting around a wooden table. Jody tries pitching Raven on joining his crew full-time, but Raven's mind is completely elsewhere, watching the villagers work in the muddy terraced fields. When the others ask what's got him so distant, he points out that these people don't act like free farmers at all. Problem is, their hollow expressions tell the whole story, confirming they're essentially living as slaves. That realization strikes Raven right in the chest, and as the group sits together eating, one of the veteran sellswords fills in the history. What those greedy idiots from House Brescia didn't consider when buying this territory was that wasting half their fortune on the purchase left them desperate. So they imposed soul-crushing taxes and forced the locals into serfdom when they couldn't pay. Hearing how House Brescia exploited the village makes the mercenaries spit in disgust, hissing at each other to keep quiet before the local soldiers hear them badmouthing the nobility. For Raven, though, this isn't just political corruption. Seeing the town his father once cared for reduced to a human cattle farm ignites a cold rage inside him, promising that House Brescia will pay for every single soul they broke. Standing alone among the ruined remains of his former home, Raven lets the cold rain soak right through him, staring down at the muddy flag of House Vault that once stood for honor and protection. He tells Soldrek to give him a moment to himself, but the dragon refuses to step away, knowing the heavy burden he has been carrying inside. She points out how distant he has been lately, as he walks toward a row of simple stone markers, and she gently asks if those belong to his fallen family. Carved on the graves are the names of his father, mother, and brother, which makes no sense because the treacherous nobles who destroyed his house would never take the time to give traitors a proper burial. Before he can solve the mystery, a ragged old man approaches through the downpour, weathered by years of suffering, and Raven recognizes the former butler of his childhood estate. His mind flashes back to brighter days in the manor, when this same servant served tea to a loving family long before political greed ruined their lives. The old man assumes these strangers have come to mock the dead, muttering curses under his breath. But Raven immediately defends his father's honor, stating firmly that Lord Grey Vault was a proud warrior who put his life on the line for his people. Tears mix with the rain on the butler's cheeks as he hears that praise, and he admits that he carved those headstones himself to give the family the respectful burial they earned. He fondly remembers how the vaults treated commoners as equals, never acting like they were above the villagers. He recalls the Lord fighting off beasts to protect Monza and his wife, giving away food during every bad harvest, praising them as the finest leaders this territory ever had. Then the old servant casually mentions delivering a letter for them in the past, which completely shatters Raven's composure. So he urgently asks who delivered that letter, if not Raven Vault. The old man looks genuinely bewildered by the question, causing Raven to grab him by the collar in sheer desperation, demanding to know what happened to the second son of House Vault. That is when the butler drops a soul-crushing truth, shouting back, "The Vault household didn't have a second son." The world stops moving for Raven right then and there. The second son never existed in history, then his whole identity is an impossible lie. Pure existential horror takes hold of his mind, making him question his memories of the Burning Manor, every monster he slaughtered in the demon army, every battle he bled through, and every single goal driving his rebirth. He tries desperately to deny reality, clinging to his bloody sword as proof that he is real, wondering what kind of phantom or delusion he actually is. An agonizing shock hits his brain, forcing a choked groan as his mind begins to fracture under the strain. Soldrake reaches out in sheer panic as he sways, and his strength vanishes entirely, sending him crashing into the mud. He catches his falling body before he drowns, holding his limp form against the freezing downpour. While the old butler quietly slips away into the storm, leaving them alone among the graves, Soldrake holds him tight against her shoulder, trembling as tears spill from her eyes, crying out in helpless sorrow over his broken spirit. From there, we jump straight to a noble carriage traveling through the rainy forest road, where that spoiled brat Sophia is gnawing her fingers in pure rage, swearing to turn those rude mercenaries into overworked slaves for daring to humiliate her back at Sissak. Her companion tells her to keep her voice down, but she refuses to listen, arrogantly boasting that her father will destroy anyone she wants. What this entitled girl does not count on is that a menacing, axe-wielding warrior in the woods is watching them, grinning at the two idiots that just drove straight into his ambush. A horde of red-eyed demonic beasts comes charging out of the dark, and Sir Fillmore, blue armor and all, swings his sword to meet them, slashing his blade straight through the air with total, locked-in focus, sending a wounded monster crashing backward onto the stone floor. Another bright slash cuts clean through a creature, and the onlookers watching from the staircase cheer for the Knight Captain. The problem is Fillmore knows something is horribly wrong, because the severed wolf head lying on the ground refuses to stop moving. Purple star sigil ignites on its forehead, so his heavy armored boot stomps down and crushes it flat. He walks down the stone steps while the local crowd bows in respect, heading straight toward the decorative glass doors of the estate. Calls out for Lady Sophia as he steps into the grand hall, only to stop dead in his tracks, as a heavily armored, bearded warlord grins down at him from the balcony, holding Lady Sophia bound and weeping, lounging on a couch right over a pile of dead guards. The horned bastard rests a spear right against her neck, forcing Fillmore to look at the bloody crime scene below, knowing Sophia's 3 elite escorts were butchered without making a single sound. Fillmore demands to know who this monster is, but the giant leans in close to his terrified hostage, explaining that his grand plan is far above a low-level knight's pay grade. Fillmore stands his ground against the attacker, offering his own life if it means getting Sophia out of this alive. Naturally, the psychopath turns the offer on its head, pointing straight at his own eye, demanding both of Fillmore's eyes instead, and restraining Sophia by her face as his thumb moves right toward her eye. Fillmore watches in absolute horror, as the villain presses his thumb straight into her eye socket, leaving her sobbing and bleeding in his grip. Fillmore clenches his gloved fists in sheer helplessness and gouges out his own eyes, black blood streaming down his face as he asks if that satisfies him. The warlord just laughs in triumph, mocking Fillmore's knightly honor and calling him a total idiot for actually doing it, before launching down from above to finish off the blind knight. Standing in complete darkness, Fillmore reaches out and catches only a severed lock of Sophia's blonde hair, screaming in pure agony, and lunging forward with his sword raised for one final strike. A giant battle axe comes swinging down to crush his attack, the warlord gloating that a blind warrior poses zero threat, while Sophia lies helpless on the floor, condemned for her house's incompetence. Then he holds up a staff topped with a glowing purple orb, which pulses with dark magical energy, igniting a massive ritual circle across the carpet. Swirling dark magic envelops Fillmore's fallen body, wrapping both him and Sophia in purple light, as shadowy miasma rises from their bodies. The sorcerer watches from behind as the curse takes root, bringing both figures back to their feet as dark puppets, and the warlord grins with satisfaction, watching sharp demonic fangs sprout from their jaws. Now completely mind-controlled, Fillmore and Sophia drop to their knees, glowing runes burning into the back of their necks as they pledge absolute loyalty to Lord Tavan Baltai. From there, we jump back to the estate, where Elkin Isla paces nervously among the retainers, asking why Raven hasn't left his room since returning from Monza. Isla can tell that whatever happened during that rainy trip shattered his master. While inside the dark room, Raven sits clutching his head in agony, completely undone by the realization that his entire past never existed. While report meetings carry on in the capital, our boy Raven is stuck in the dark, paralyzed after learning his entire original life as Raven Vault never even existed. Soldrek brings in a tray of food, pleading with him to eat something, but a hot meal cannot fix a soul that just got erased from history. His memories of 10 grueling years in the Devil's Army, his dead family, and his very name were all a manufactured illusion, leaving him with no anchor left in the world. In his head, if Raven Vault is a ghost, then Alan Pendragon is just a stolen jacket, and he desperately asks Saul what he is even supposed to live for now. All the dragon can do is offer him a quiet apology, unable to heal a wound that runs deeper than flesh. From there, we jump straight to the grand castle of Count Brescia, a greedy old noble whose hands are covered in expensive gemstone rings, and whose entire mind revolves around money and status. Naturally, he spends his afternoon plotting how to wring more taxes out of his vassals, already dreaming of buying his beloved daughter Sophia another priceless jewel. To make that happen, he drafts a ruthless new economic policy, demanding that Lord Tylene, his most important vassal, pay up or be stripped of his land. Right in the middle of his greedy scheming, a guard bursts into the hall announcing that Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have finally returned, sending the Count tumbling backward off his throne in complete surprise. What he doesn't count on is that his sweet daughter is no longer human. Dressed in a dark Gothic gown with a high slit, she glides down the carpet alongside a stoic, corrupted Fillmore. She flashes a sinister, sharp-toothed grin, greeting her dear father with a chilling sweetness, while the blind knight stands beside her like a heavy iron gargoyle. The old Count is sweating bullets, trembling in pure dread, because every instinct in his body is screaming that the daughter in front of him is radiating a suffocating, demonic aura. Fillmore steps forward without missing a beat, demanding that the Count dismiss every guard in the hall so they can speak privately. Once the double doors close, Brescia stammers out a question about what happened, and Fillmore delivers a cold, perfectly calculated report. He claims that Lord Tylene is actively plotting a bloody rebellion, having ambushed their escort in the mountains to take Sophia hostage. What this idiot Count doesn't know is that Tavan Baltai is pulling the strings from the shadows, using these mind-controlled puppets to frame Brescia's own loyal vassal. The Count starts biting his fingernails in a frenzy, trusting Fillmore as his fiercest warrior, right up until the knight opens a heavy burlap sack and drops its contents onto the floor with a heavy thud. 3 bloody severed heads roll across the carpet, causing the old noble to scream in horror as Fillmore labels them as Tylene's assassins. Before he can even process the gruesome sight, Sophia steps forward, as if a bolt of lightning just struck the room. His corrupted daughter rushes in and throws her arms around his neck, clinging to him with fake crocodile tears. She begs him to protect her from Tylene's violent treason, weaponizing his blind parental affection to inflame his rage. In his head, his precious little girl was almost taken from him, and he falls for the trap completely. Minutes later, the old Count straps on a suit of full armor and marches out before his entire military force. Brandishing his sword in front of hundreds of lined-up troops, he roars an order to dispatch every unit and wipe out the Tylene household to defend their honor. The soldiers cheer in unison, ready to slaughter their own allies over a complete lie. Sophia clings to his arm with sharp fangs showing, purring that he is the best father in the world. The manipulated Count beams with pride, completely unaware that he is destroying his own strongest vassal, while Fillmore wears a demonic horned helmet, grinning as Tavan's grand trap unfolds without a single flaw. Out in the dark wilderness, a group of seasoned mercenaries finds themselves completely blindsided when a massive fleshy tentacle wraps right around a warrior's neck, as a monstrous serpent rises out of the tree line, hauling its screaming captive toward its maw, while the rest of the party struggles to even draw their weapons. See, most fighters would freeze up watching a giant sea horror turn their crew into lunch, and with another ally being dragged straight into its gaping jaws, our boy Elkin Isla grips his dual blades, leaps right past his trapped companion, and slashes through the monster's thick hide in one sweeping stroke. With a sharp, deadly focus in his eyes, he charges full speed against the massive beast, vaulting high into the air to sever its tentacles and save the whole party single-handedly. Naturally, after surviving a nightmare like that, his companions gather around the meal praising him as a warrior in a completely different league, with one of the women gushing about how she wants to travel to his homeland of Valvas with him. Elkin just stays quiet, staring down at his wooden spoon, because what nobody else around that table sees is his past, where a peaceful wheat field was turned into a burning slaughterhouse, leaving discarded swords and bloody feathers scattered across the ash, and leaving him standing alone among the corpses of everyone he ever cared about. That massacre left him bloodied, scarred, and haunted by the dead, cursed with a strange purple magical light in his eye, realizing that no matter where he goes or what he eats, the taste of survival is always the same. Back in the present tavern, his current party sits around drinking, sighing about how close they came to dying and how serving a noble house as officers would make life so much easier. When the topic turns to the hottest rumor in the realm, House Pendragon, the tavern girl recognizes Elkin on the spot, fangirling over how he wiped out every pirate attacking the governor's estate, which leaves Elkin sweating in total embarrassment while his buddy asks him what he thinks about finding a lord to serve. The problem is Elkin knows firsthand how trash most nobles really are, staring off with a grim expression, knowing local lords do nothing but exploit commoners, and that he'd rather go back to being a bandit than serve a corrupt tyrant. But his companion points out that the lords who used to run this territory were the Vault household, and they weren't like that at all. They defied both Lord Tylene and the Brescias, and the Lord himself rode at the front lines to defend his people from monsters. Someone brings up the official story, asking if Lord Tylene's men didn't brand the Vault family as traitors, pointing out how their reputation was dragged through the mud. Yet down in the village of Monza, the common folk still remember them as wise and benevolent lords. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hooves breaks the conversation, making Elkin snap his attention to the road. As a rider gallops full speed toward the outpost, frantic messenger shouts for all mercenaries to listen, bringing the entire tavern to a dead stop, announcing that Count Brescia's army has mobilized and is marching straight toward Tylene territory. Every warrior in the room turns pale, as an army of knights clad in blue armor marches down the rain-soaked pass, their golden horse banners snapping in the stormy wind. Hearing the news, Elkin sprints straight down the wooden corridor, shoving open the door without hesitation. Inside, Raven sits collapsed on the floor in complete dark despair, sweating and clutching his neck as Elkin warns him it is time to depart. Raven asks if these are Lord Tylene's orders, and Elkin urges him to move fast, warning that if they do nothing, Tylene will be slaughtered, and all their leads on the assassination attempt against Prince Sion will be wiped out for good. What Elkin doesn't count on is that Raven is having a complete existential breakdown, clutching his head in agony, racked by the knowledge that his past life was a lie, muttering that he is neither Pendragon nor Raven Vault, while Soldric looks on with a sorrowful expression, unable to snap him out of his misery as Raven insists he has no reason left to fight. He remembers all the battles he bled through, and seeing his master reduced to a hollow shell breaks Elkin's patience entirely. Raven tumbles back as Elkin moves in, grabs him firmly by the collar, and slams him hard against the floorboards. Gritting his teeth, Elkin asks him flat out, "Is the man I decided to serve just this week?" Leaving Raven staring up in pure shock, his lip bleeding, forced to face the man standing right in front of him. Raven swings wildly midair, catching Elkin completely off guard, but the knight counters immediately and sends him crashing back, grabbing him firmly by the collar to demand he pull himself together. Raven turns aggressive and grabs Elkin right back, refusing to hear any lectures from his own knight, while Lindsay watches nervously from the bed as the two men tear up the room. See, Elkin knows something has been eating away at his master ever since they stepped foot in Sissuck, because this chaotic territory looks painfully similar to Raven's old homeland, where the endless rain matches the dark mood in the room. It is a land cobbled together from petty fiefdoms, constantly torn apart by greed and pointless skirmishes, where stubborn lords force soldiers into an endless meat grinder. In his past life, the more enemies Raven slaughtered in those endless wars, the more he lost his desire to even exist, trapped in a cycle of aimless bloodshed. Naturally, Elkin refuses to let him drown in self-pity, bringing up the day they first fought on the battlefield, back when Raven stood before him not as a superior commanding a subordinate, but as an equal who recognized his strength, teaching him that having different roles does not mean different worth. That was the exact moment Elkin dropped to one knee and pledged his entire life to him. So hearing Raven whisper that the Vault line is dead, and that none of his past suffering matters anymore makes Elkin's blood boil, because a man who discards his own history is betraying the very reason Elkin swore loyalty to him. The knight pulls him up by the shirt again, shouting his name to force him out of his trance, refusing to let his lord collapse into pathetic regret. Honestly, Elkin never knew the full story of House Vault, but he knows they were famous as prideful, unyielding warriors who never backed down from a fight. And when Raven stepped forward alone to face an entire horde of centaurs without flinching, Elkin saw that same legendary warrior spirit firsthand. He reminds him of the trust they built on the Griffin, riding side by side into impossible danger, proving that whether he calls himself Raven or Iren Pendragon, his actions are what define his honor. Raven listens in silence as the words hit home, realizing how blind he had been. Because even when a noble house is wiped off the map, and innocent people are driven from their homes by war, their legacy does not vanish into thin air. It survives in the hearts of the warriors who carry on, in every innocent life saved from slaughter, and in every smile brought back to a peaceful village. That is what it truly means to carry their will. Elkin fumes with anger, throwing another punch to drive the point home, shocking Lindsay as the room explodes into chaos once again. But this time, Raven's focus returns, catching the strike midair and twisting the leverage, a sharp smirk breaking across his face as he flips Elkin over and pins him flat against the floorboards. The dark cloud over his head has completely cleared, and Raven dryly tells his knight that he seems unusually noisy today. Elkin smirks right back, pointing out that a dull, pathetic look never suited the Pendragon heir anyway. Watching two grown men resolve an existential crisis through a fistfight, Lindsay bursts out laughing in pure relief. With his mind clear, Raven grabs a piece of bread from the table and offers a bite to Lindsay, chewing thoughtfully as the last lingering doubts disappear. The elf woman smiles gently, knowing their leader is truly back. From there, we jump straight to the next morning, as sunlight breaks through the storm clouds over the mercenary lodge. 3 sellswords are gathered in a circle outside, openly talking about packing their bags and running, reasoning that standing with Lord Tylene against an entire Count's army is a guaranteed death sentence. But before they can take a single step, the heavy thud of a polished boot stops them in their tracks. They turn around expecting another hesitant soldier, only to freeze in utter shock, because standing before them in gleaming dark dragon armor is Raven, radiating the aura of an invincible conqueror. And with glowing blue eyes, he casually orders them to gear up and march toward the Tylene estate. As Raven's gloved hand grips his sword hilt, the sheer elegance of his black and silver dragon armor instantly sets him apart from any mercenary they have ever seen, leaving Jody and the rest of the crew completely speechbound. In Jody's head, this whole situation makes zero sense, because the guy looks more like a high-ranking lord than a sword for hire, and Gus is practically sweating through his clothes just staring at armor that clearly costs more than their entire village. Naturally, the mercenaries start wondering if they picked a fight with royalty, panicking the second they realize what they might have gotten into. And Jody immediately starts arguing with his own crew, pointing out that joining Raven's personal war won't earn them a single copper. Raven does not even bother arguing back, calmly mounting his black horse and telling them to take care of themselves since this fight belongs to him alone, before galloping down the road without looking back. What these idiots do not count on is that Elkin Isla is not staying behind, leaving Jody yelling in disbelief as horses tear past them, while Elkin coolly draws his weapon on the move and demands a sword, leaping straight into action to follow his master down the dirt trail. The red-haired mercenary panics seeing them leave, and instantly mounts up to chase after Elkin and Raven. Gus stands there watching her lose her mind over 2 guys, while Jody realizes that walking away now means missing out on history, leaving Gus completely alone on the empty road. The problem is Gus is too stubborn to admit he wants in too, cursing out his idiot companions before furiously riding after them anyway. As the group rides together into the crimson sunset, they are met with the horrors of a kingdom tearing itself apart, where innocent children cry among the smoking ruins of destroyed homes. Raven and Elkin push forward through the destruction, analyzing why the Brescia family would declare war so suddenly, knowing even Tylene's own troops are caught completely off guard. Raven realizes someone in the shadows is pulling the strings to wipe out both noble houses, erasing evidence and leaving no survivors behind, wondering if this is the same mastermind behind Prince Sion's assassination attempt or someone sitting even higher in the imperial hierarchy. Gripping his weapons tightly as they draw near, the tension rises with every mile, while Raven remains cold and calculated, his companions staying alert for an ambush. And as they crest the final hill, they see smoke rising over the horizon, shocked by the scale of the carnage ahead. The massive Tylene estate is completely swallowed by roaring flames, making it look like they arrived far too late. The craziest part is that Ruv Tylene is not the kind of man to burn with his pride, and Raven knows he is far too stubborn to die quietly in a fire. So they charge straight into the inferno to find him alive. While the entire estate burns to the ground, the greedy bastards pulling the strings are already celebrating their victory, with the commander lounging comfortably while his sharp-tongued daughter Sophia mocks House Tylene, bared fangs and all, as a mountain of butchered bodies piles up on the front steps. Naturally, the mercenaries inside think they can swarm our main character, but Raven draws his jewel-encrusted blade, carving straight through the front line in a single wide swing. He refuses to waste time on small fry when he needs to find Ruv Tylene before the flames swallow him whole, flashing past enemy after enemy with terrifying speed. In seconds, he leaves the chamber carpeted with dead soldiers, keeping his breath completely steady as his hands adjust on both twin sword hilts. Suddenly, an arrogant Valva's knight steps out of the smoke to ask why he is slaughtering their men, prompting Raven to spin toward the sound, where the smug bastard stands mocking him in the middle of the inferno. Raven instantly recognizes the warrior from his past life, and his gaze locks on with pure hatred. Without giving the guy a chance to set the pace, Raven clamps his hands onto his weapons, drawing both gleaming blades with lethal precision, confronting the monster who ruined his former world. Steel slams against steel in a heavy clash, though the knight just twists his face into a terrifying grin and asks who he is, right before a burst of brilliant blue magic crackles through the smoke, igniting the hallway in spiraling spirit flames, where Elkin Isla is busy fighting off demonic creatures midair. Elkin keeps his composure under the intense heat, beheading a massive beast before its claws can even touch him, though its twitching paw shows something unnatural is keeping it alive. Meanwhile, the surviving mercenaries swing their swords in total desperation, screaming in utter panic as packs of shadow wolves pour into the corridor, sweating through their armor as the siege turns into a horror show. As the remaining men scramble up the grand staircase to search for Tylene, monstrous jaws continue snapping at their heels, turning the estate's interior into absolute chaos. Raven calmly pushes deeper into the flames, hearing low growls echoing through the burning grand hall, only to spot a decapitated beast head still twitching among the embers. He stands over the monster with his blade drawn, noticing glowing magic sigils engraved on their skulls that keep them moving even after being beheaded. A wounded soldier bleeds beside the burning steps, and Raven confirms his worst fears. He knows a necromancer is controlling these undead puppets from the background, when a voice suddenly calls out to compliment his strength, causing Raven to freeze. An armored warrior carrying a magic staff emerges through the fire, and Raven's heart drops as the voice triggers memories of his worst nightmare. It is his old commander, taunting his pathetic fate. The horned commander grabs our boy by his bloody hair, laughing that his entire life was just a pawn's move in a grander game before swinging down for the kill. Raven's scream echoes through the inferno. The murderer stands over his broken body in the burning wreckage, grinning devilishly as he boasts that everything is unfolding exactly according to plan. Before Raven can even catch his breath, the ghost of his past life slams back into view, reminding him of the exact moment this commander grabbed him by the skull to break his spirit, promising he would perish in the inferno without ever tasting real freedom, and leaving the bastard with that same psychotic smirk he wore years ago. Naturally, Raven isn't about to let history repeat itself, so as the armored killer steps down the stairs to finish the job, he braces himself against the wall of fire, and their blades crash together across the burning balcony, while the commander laughs like a lunatic, enjoying every second. They lock up in a desperate test of strength, sparks flying as edge grinds against edge, and the commander actually gets forced back a step, sneering at the fact that a little brat is giving him trouble, before lunging right back into another heavy strike that sends Raven skidding across the floorboards. Takes the hit on his guard, ducking under a follow-up slash that cuts through the smoke, and plants his stance firmly into the stone, deflecting a wild overhead swing, trading 3 vicious blows in less than a second, and driving his own blade straight into the killer's flank until the armored brute staggers under the impact. Raven follows up with a deadly arc of steel, fighting right through the heat of exploding rafters, and barely catches a sudden counter thrust, parrying the heavy blade just an inch off target. But the commander's sword still bites deep into his shoulder, throwing him clear across the room as his weapon clatters away. Agony surges through his arm as blood coats his chest, while the injured commander sways over him like a mountain, grabbing his own head as if the wounds are barely registering, his horse crest armor glowing red in the heat. Raven drops to one knee, clutching the puncture, listening to the killer boast about how a veteran knight of Valva's can never lose to a kid. In his head, Raven knows this weak young noble body is reaching its limit against a monster who threw away his humanity, as the bastard just smirks at his pain, bragging about his master's grand plan, and declaring that insignificant insects don't get to understand it, treating the fight as if it's already over, completely convinced he holds all the cards, until Raven snarls right back that he's nothing more than a brainwashed puppet, wiping that arrogant grin right off his face. Steel crashes against steel as the duel erupts all over again, with Raven gritting his teeth to withstand the monster's overwhelming force, tightening his grip until his knuckles turn white, bracing the hilt with everything he has left, and spinning through the flames to deflect a crushing blow. The horned psycho swings a massive axe with a sadistic grin, laughing about how famous he is and how Raven is guaranteed to die right here. But our boy lunges straight into the danger zone, dashing past the heavy blade with a glowing arc of steel, even as the monster mocks him for leaving himself wide open, and brings the giant axe down for an executioner's strike. The worst part for the killer is what happens next, because Raven reaches out and catches the massive axe blade with his bare gauntlet, his eyes igniting with a terrifying crimson glare, showing a murderous grin that chills the room as he swings his sword in a blinding counter-strike that launches the horned giant straight backward into the wreckage. Blinding crimson aura detonates around Raven's body, leaving the attacker frozen in absolute shock, because towering behind the young lord is the massive phantom of the white dragon itself, casting an overwhelming pressure across the burning hall as the fiery draconic entity roars into the sky, shattering what little sanity the commander had left, until the monster stammers out that this power is actual dragon aura. They lock eyes across the blazing ruins, the horned killer licking the blood off his hands as his twisted hunting instincts ignite, while Raven gives him a fierce, fanged smile of pure excitement, knowing his own monster-hunting blood is finally boiling for a real fight. With the dragon aura exploding out of him, Raven goes completely wild, leaving his former commander genuinely stunned, and before the bastard can even reset his stance, our boy leaps straight across the inferno. He brings his sword down in a murderous overhead strike, forcing the horned warrior to block with everything he's got. But instead of fighting fair, the commander summons a whole swarm of shadowy beast hounds, and they instantly pile onto Raven from every angle. Naturally, getting mobbed by mutts gets on his nerves, so he erupts in a roaring vortex of red flames, incinerating the hounds midair before they can tear off a limb. With the distraction cleared, he locks eyes with Baltai charging back in on his beast, pours every drop of fiery aura straight into his blade, and unleashes a massive wave of energy across the floor, clashing against the mounted warrior in a shower of sparks, as Baltai pushes his demon wolf forward through the inferno. Raven wiping blood from his nose with a dark grin, promising that this ruin of a chamber is where the commander dies today. Meanwhile, deep inside the burning mansion, Love Tylene and his companions sprint frantically through the corridors, hoping the chaos in the main room bought them enough room to break clear. Problem is, luck is not on their side today, because 3 fully armored knights step out of the smoke, surrounding Love before he can even pull a weapon. The lead knight accuses him of treason based on rumors from some corrupt noble, raising his heavy blade to execute Love on the spot. Sir Fillmore winds up for a lethal downward strike, but one of the hired mercenaries dives in just in time, catching the heavy steel on his own blade and asking Love if he's still breathing. The hallway instantly erupts into a violent brawl, with swords clashing amidst the smoke and flames, as a female ally ducking under a swing counterattacks, parrying blows while the timber collapses around them. The mercenaries manage to hold off the squad, realizing the structure is about to drop on their heads, while the female knight mocks the attackers for relying on cheap ambushes. The rest of the party catches up just as the fighting pauses, and the hot-headed mercenary starts screaming at them for showing up late. Bro literally grabs a guy by the neck in the middle of a burning building, vowing to hunt down Love's relatives to the ends of the earth if they don't get paid every copper they were promised. And as if things weren't chaotic enough, another wave of enemy troops floods the hall, sending the group scrambling for an exit. While back in the main hall, Raven stands wrapped in dragon fire, cleaving straight through the incoming wolf beasts with a single arc, even as one of the hounds manages to sink its teeth into his shoulder. Baltai charges in atop his demon mount, taunting Raven for wasting time on minor monsters and asking if he's already running out of steam. Raven drives his blade straight down through a hound's skull, pivoting instantly to face 2 more beast riders leaping through the fire. He swings his sword in a full circular blast of dragon aura, wiping out the pack in a blinding flash of red, leaving him bleeding and gasping for air amidst the corpses, while the remaining enemies watch in disbelief that a human body can carry this much raw power, and Baltai sneers down from his mount, ready for the final round. High above the burning estate, Raven trades heavy sword strikes with Sir Fillmore, pushing Alan's exhausted body to its absolute limits amidst the raging inferno. Every blade clash rattles his bones, but the hostile knight captain presses his advantage with furious aggression, surrounding them both in violent bursts of magical energy. As their steel remains locked in the fire, Fillmore smugly declares that this is the end for our protagonist, putting all his weight behind the blade. Reinforcements shout from below as a squad of soldiers rushes up the stairs, and Fillmore grins, telling Raven that once his men join the fight he won't stand a chance. What this idiot doesn't count on is that threatening a 10-year veteran of the penal army is a terrible idea, even when Fillmore gives him an arrogant ultimatum to run away or lose his head. Raven takes a short, ragged breath, adjusts his grip along the hilt, and uses the grinding pressure of their weapons, shifting his position in a fraction of a second. He absorbs the blow to create leverage, sweeps across the ground, and executes a devastating spinning slash right through the commander's defense. The blade strikes clean. Fillmore screams in agony as he crashes to the floor, leaving his squad of soldiers in absolute horror. Driven by panic, those idiots rush the balcony to avenge their fallen captain, while Raven stands completely unbothered beside the bleeding commander. Seeing his men charge, Fillmore tries to laugh, coughing up blood while boasting that no single warrior can survive an entire squad. Naturally, Raven just looks down at him like he is an insect, tightening his fingers around the sword, because small fry like this are nowhere near enough to take his life. He casually rests the heavy steel over his shoulder, as his mind flashes back to the true nightmare he just overcame. Back during his brutal battle against Baltai, Raven was bleeding from every wound while fighting off endless waves of demonic beasts. He was unleashing massive arcs of red dragon aura to clear out the battlefield, pushing past the agony tearing through his muscles, tearing through the wolf beasts one after another, laughing like a madman to keep his focus sharp, and egging the horde to keep coming. Problem is, Baltai thought he had the entire fight calculated, believing Raven's wild aura slashes would burn through his stamina without landing a clean hit. The demon commander planned to let his undead army wear our boy down, waiting for the exact moment to step in and finish him off with his giant axe. Riding high on his giant demonic mount, Baltai fired off crossbow shots while declaring that fate was already set in stone. Looking into Raven's blood-red eyes, the enemy commander taunted him that House Tylene was doomed to perish, and that everyone standing against them would end up as broken slaves in the dirt. Raven thought about the helpless commoners who suffered under rulers like that, seeing villages burning in his past life and children weeping among the ashes of their homes. That burning anger turned his wild aura into something far more dangerous. standing firm as two massive demon wolves lunged at him, right as Baltai let fly another crossbow bolt. A brilliant burst of blue dragon energy flashed across the dark room, slicing the incoming projectile cleanly in half. Blue aura wrapped around Raven's arm like a coiled dragon, catching the arrogant commander completely off guard. Instead of wasting energy on a massive explosion, Raven manifested the dragon's power with surgical control, striking only the legs of the charging beasts to strip away their mobility. The demon commander panicked as his master plan evaporated in a single second, realizing too late that his invincible strategy had just been shattered to pieces. Centaur commander can barely process what he's looking at, because our boy Alan didn't just stabilize his men under all that pressure. He anchored them so completely that even an army couldn't budge them, while his own blue aura turns sharper and far more lethal by the second, proving that 10 years of surviving hell in the Devil's Army isn't something you can just intimidate out of a man. The enemy commander realizes too late that he is completely out of his depth, because Alan refuses to let personal rage cloud his judgment, carrying the bloodline legacy of the Vault household with absolute conviction, remembering every innocent soul he failed to save in his past life, and swearing that as the master of House Pendragon, he will carry out his duty to protect his people until the absolute end. From there, we jump straight to the chaos tearing through the estate grounds, where flames gut the rooftop against the dark sky, and hostile squads sweep down from the high cliffs to finish off the survivors, led by a young captain who thinks this is going to be a simple mop-up operation, while trapped mercenaries realize they are standing in the middle of a slaughterhouse. These idiots start panicking about why they ever took this contract, shouting at each other that they had nowhere else to run, until their commander threatens to take their heads himself if they don't shut their mouths, forcing everyone to freeze in terror, clinging to the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, someone will pull off a miracle so they can walk out alive. Right as the young captain charges his men into the violent clash, expecting an easy slaughter on the burning front line, a single heavy boot crushes into the stone, unleashing a massive wave of blue dragon energy that shatters the earth, as Alan dives straight into the middle of their formation and carves through multiple enemies at once. The entire battlefield goes dead silent in complete disbelief, because right behind him, a magnificent winged figure drops out of the sky, leaving every surviving mercenary paralyzed with fear as they stare at the impossible scene unfolding before them. The simple wave of her hand, a blinding beam of dragon magic vaporizes the surrounding lines, revealing Soldrake in her human form, glowing with celestial wings of pure energy, making the enemy soldiers scream in panic at the realization that a literal dragon guardian is standing right in front of them, dominating the entire burning battlefield with absolute authority. Just as the battle reaches a boiling point, the enemy ranks completely fracture when someone points out that the captain leading them into this bloodbath is nothing but a fake, leaving the frontline soldiers staring at each other in total confusion. Standing over their fallen comrades in the middle of burning debris, the realization hits them like a physical blow, and as several men admit they knew something was off from the start, their confusion turns into sheer rage. Furious at being used as disposable meat, they draw their swords and turn straight on their commander, who screams out in horror while insisting he's the real deal. What the fake captain fails to realize is that dark energy is already swallowing the battlefield, and standing calmly right in the center of the flames is our boy Raven, his hand gripping a sword dripping in black liquid as he watches the enemy army implode. With a cold, razor-sharp gaze, he steps forward through the burning wreckage, tightening his scarred grip on the hilt while calling them completely foolish for turning on themselves now. Up above, Soldrake carries the wounded out of the courtyard, leaving the elven warriors to notice the sudden pause in the enemy advance. Naturally, the elves register that the Brescia soldiers have halted their attack, spread thin in shock after learning their captain was an imposter all along. The problem is, as those grunts question what they're even fighting for, a much deadlier monster steps into the corridor, the horned beast rider Baltai, who's more than ready to settle this personally. Baltai stares straight at Raven, expecting a dying man, only to be met with total composure. Honestly, Baltai nearly loses his mind when he sees that Raven's wounds have already completely closed up, making him wonder if he's facing an immortal zombie. But as a terrifying pressure settles over the cavern, the Horned Commander realizes this isn't black magic, and his smug confidence turns into genuine dread. When Baltai demands to know who he's actually dealing with, Raven doesn't waste time talking. Instead, he lets his aura billow, a quiet, dangerous smile on his face as he unleashes a massive wave of blue dragon energy that rips through the hallway. Baltai reels back in terror, staring at the sudden surge of power as Raven's sword ignites with brilliant light. Stepping forward, his armor begins shifting, gleaming with a radiant silver and white shine as his red cloak flutters in the mystical gale. Behind him, the majestic manifestation of the white dragon towers over the battlefield, confirming to everyone present that this man is the true dragon contractor. Glowing with the blue flame of House Pendragon, he forces Baltai to finally speak the name of Iren Pendragon in absolute disbelief. What Baltai doesn't count on is that knowing the truth won't save him. Facing down the dragon contractor in the middle of a burning inferno, the Horned Commander grits his teeth for one last desperate gamble. Raven shifts his gaze, and as Baltai charges forward riding his massive wolf beast, Raven tightens his grip to deliver the final strike. A clash of steel rings out through the burning courtyard as our boy Raven channels his dragon-infused energy straight into his blade, meeting the Beast Rider's furious charge head-on. With one swift, decisive arc, his electrified sword cleaves straight through the monster's armor, forcing the heavily armored Beast Rider down onto his knees in a pool of crackling blue aura. Even with his chest split wide open, the enemy commander just grins like an absolute lunatic. Honestly, any normal man would be dead 3 times over by now. But as the broken warrior falls back against the burning wreckage, his body begins to rot and liquefy right in front of them. Turns out this entire flesh-and-blood soldier was nothing more than a remote-controlled puppet, leaving Raven glaring at the melting corpse while the puppet's dying breath rasps out in sheer confusion, wondering how a noble kid who used to be mocked as a pathetic white vermin somehow possesses a completely immortal body. The dying puppet cackles through the smoke, convinced that even if his magic vessel is destroyed here today, House Pendragon is still completely doomed to fail. He swears an oath as the commander's mad dog, right as his face melts into a puddle of foul purple sludge. Standing alone amid the dark puddle and burning wreckage, Raven realizes the shadowy organization pulling the strings is far bigger than a simple border skirmish. The problem is, to figure out where this web of treason actually started, he has to trace the bloodline of conspiracy all the way back to the coastal city of Tylene, where the ocean waves mask the dark trade of the underworld. Deep in that harbor territory, behind closed doors lit only by flickering candles, frightened women hide in the shadows, while a massive, scarred, bald pirate looms over the room. That brutal warlord is the man who set this entire war in motion. Back on the battlefield, the real Tavan Baltai finds his dark magic connection completely severed, leaving him in absolute panic as the feedback turns his own spell inside out. He scrambles to sound the retreat, watching the flames consume his forward base under the night sky. The entire manor goes up in a towering inferno, leaving the surrounding soldiers completely speechless, while wounded survivors crawl desperately through the rubble. Midst all that chaos, Raven steps out from the smoke with complete chilling calm. He stands tall over the burning courtyard, looking down at the captured commander like a hunter who just cornered his prey. Baltai stammers in disbelief, unable to grasp how the tables turned on him so fast. Raven's cold, blue eyes lock onto him, reminding the captive Beast Rider of the brutal days when traitors were dragged in chains, having their pride crushed into the dirt without a shred of mercy. The memory of his own past life as a penal soldier surges back, grinding his teeth as he remembers how the Vault family was framed and slaughtered like cattle. He unsheathes his blade with deadly precision, looming over the terrified commander like a grim reaper on the execution grounds. This isn't just about winning a battle anymore, and as the steel rests cold against Baltai's throat, the sheer killer instinct radiating off Raven turns the air to ice. Baltai's eyes bulge in absolute terror, because suddenly, a massive, sky-piercing pillar of blue aura erupts from Raven's body. The surrounding soldiers collapse to their knees in shock, gasping for air under the crushing weight of the pressure. See, this level of raw combat aura can't be learned in a comfortable academy. It only belongs to monster veterans who survived hundreds of thousands of life-or-death battles. Raven glares down at the trembling man, demanding to know who framed his original family as traitors, pressing the sharp edge closer until Baltai whimpers like a kicked dog. In a voice that commands absolute obedience, Raven gives him one final order to answer. Sweating uncontrollably, the terrified commander stammers that he was just following orders, admitting he couldn't possibly resist the terrifying force backing the conspiracy. He swears he had no idea the poison was going to be used on the Crown Prince himself. The onlookers watch in disbelief, horrified that someone's aura could completely overpower a high-ranking commander without even swinging a blade. Baltai's face turns pale as snow, looking up at the swirling blue storm above them, realizing this young noble is an absolute monster in human skin. Drooling and shaking in the dirt, he spills everything, admitting the messenger was a brutal human-orc hybrid. Raven keeps his sword locked on the man's neck, listening as Baltai explains how this half-orc delivered secret letters ordering the destruction of Count Brescia's guests. Naturally, that piece of information gets Raven's full attention, leaving the surrounding knights gasping as the web of treason unravels. Baltai babbles frantically that he was wary of the messenger, but couldn't dare disobey the authority behind him. Raven remembers the dark, dreadlocked figure from his previous life, recalling the ruthless mercenaries who claimed to operate outside the Empire's laws. Every piece of the puzzle is finally clicking into place. The shadowy figure wasn't just some common sea bandit, which is why Baltai's voice completely breaks as he speaks the terrifying name. It was Tolio Arangues, the infamous pirate lord of the southern seas. And with that single name spoken aloud, Raven finally knows exactly who he needs to hunt down next. The name slipping from the dying commander's lips is Tolio Arangues, a reveal that hits Raven like a physical blow, because the Arangi's dukedom holds absolute dominion over the southern territory, ruled by an infamous pirate lord who controls the entire sea network. As the chaotic fighting slows down and dark magical energy settles over the burning ruins, Raven stands among his retainers near the captive, processing what the commander confessed, realizing the conspiracy stretches far beyond regional borders, when suddenly a hysterical screech shatters the quiet. Count Brescia storms into the courtyard screaming about his daughter, Sophia, confronting Raven's group amidst the blazes, with total rage blinding him to reason. Holding the lifeless body of his transformed child, he weeps over the loss of Sisuk's great beauty, unable to accept what his beloved daughter has become, and immediately rounds on Tylene, accusing her of committing this monstrosity. In a blind frenzy, he orders his men to gouge Raven's eyes out and make him crawl like a dog, screaming for everyone in the courtyard to butcher them. Naturally, Raven's companions look at this screaming fat pig with complete disgust, but Raven stays cold, recognizing that the Count's daughter was altered just like Baltai's puppet body, which means this fool is being manipulated as an unwitting pawn. Seeing the Count's unnatural behavior, even his own soldiers begin to hesitate and whisper. Raven steps forward and tells the Count flat out that he was deceived, leaving the noble wide-eyed in shock, before urging him to ask his own men standing on the burning battlefield. One of the armored guards carries a wounded comrade with a distressed look, trying to speak up about what actually happened, but the hysterical Count cuts them off, screaming at his guards to attack anyway. As the blazes spread through the settlement, helpless villagers scatter through the fire, while Raven points out that this meaningless battle turned innocent people into sacrifices. But instead of showing remorse, the Count yells furiously at his own men, declaring that the villagers and foot soldiers are nothing but expendable vermin mercenaries. That is the exact moment Raven's hand closes around his hilt. Raven draws his blade in a blinding flash, pressing the steel directly against the noble's throat and telling him, "Shut your mouth!" The Count freezes in absolute terror, pinned under a killer gaze that promises immediate death. Closing his eyes, Raven quietly calls for Saul, prompting the silver-haired elf to step forward without a word. Majestic white dragon wings erupt behind him, forcing the pinned commander to stare upward in total disbelief. A hurricane of magical energy detonates across the courtyard, hurling soldiers into the air like paper dolls. Through the swirling storm, a massive glowing blue eye opens, as Soldrake manifests her magnificent white dragon form amid towering blue flames. Distant survivors collapse to their knees in utter terror, while even Raven's party members recoil from the overwhelming pressure, staring at the mythical disaster creature with wide, terrified eyes. The legendary beast stands tall, capable of leveling an entire kingdom alone, leaving every surviving soldier wondering who could possibly command such power. Cloaked figure steps through the dust toward the dragon, kneeling before the majestic creature as the remaining soldiers watch in stunned silence. In that second, the horrific truth dawns on everyone present, as the cloak drops to reveal Raven standing in regal duke attire, standing side by side with the white dragon itself. Our boy isn't just a skilled warrior. He is the master of the white dragon, the Duke of Pendragon. Soldrake looms over the scorched battlefield in her massive white dragon form, making every enemy soldier realize their lives are effectively over. As Raven steps right past the cowering ranks on the burning ground, he kneels calmly amid the embers, while the surviving foot soldiers wonder how a single human could command such legendary power, knowing that House Pendragon's true master has returned. Raven rests a hand against Soldrake's snout to soothe her rage, completely unbothered by the chaos surrounding them. And right on cue, the white dragon lets out a deafening roar that unleashes a destructive shockwave straight across the field. Naturally, that arrogant, corrupt noble gets blasted backward through the sky, slamming hard into the unyielding stone ground. And as he lies there wounded and gasping for breath, he looks up to see an army of enraged villagers closing in. Years of brutal oppression burn in the eyes of these serfs, and the fallen noble panics when he realizes no one is coming to protect him. Local farmer lands the first strike with a wooden tool, and the entire mob joins in with furious shouts, swarming the corrupt pig in a wave of long-overdue vengeance. He screams in agony as the beating continues, begging his own knights to save his miserable life. But the guards just turn their backs and let justice run its course. Overlooking the chaos, Raven stands alongside Elkin Isla, knowing that Sisuk has finally been freed from its tyrant. Soldrake settles peacefully in the castle courtyard as sunset hits the mountains, leaving the master and his dragon victorious over the southern front. From there, we jump straight to a dimly lit tavern, where 3 veteran mercenaries gather around a table with their ale. They debate whether to offer their swords to the brilliant young master of House Pendragon, but Gus scoffs into his drink, claiming rogue mercenaries like them never bow to any lord. What these idiots don't count on, however, is a pair of dress shoes stepping across the wooden floor, stopping all 3 mercenaries mid-sentence as Raven himself appears with a casual smile. He pulls up a chair to tease Gus about skipping the victory party, explaining that he came to share a drink and ask them for a small favor. Later that night, Raven steps out onto the quiet tavern balcony, enjoying a moment under the starry sky with his closest companions. Elkin Isla processes how far they have come since their first duel, reflecting on how Raven restored his ability to fight again. Leaning against the wooden railing, Isla knows his allegiance belongs entirely to the new Duke, admitting that when he first woke up from his coma, he felt like a hollow shell with no reason to live. Couldn't even understand who he was anymore, lost in the darkness of his own defeat, until the memory of Raven's fierce strike flashed through his mind, recalling the exact moment Raven grabbed him by the collar and beat sense into him. That beatdown gave him a reason to stand tall once more, standing under the night sky as a renewed warrior, while Raven looks off into the distance, swearing to accomplish everything his fallen predecessor left unfinished. Isla grins toothily and warns Raven that if he ever strays or loses his way, he'll gladly beat him back into shape himself. Raven offers a gentle smile in return, before both men notice something approaching through the clouds. A white-winged figure flies gracefully against the full moon, soaring closer to the balcony, and Raven watches as Soldrake approaches their table, resting near the wooden mugs under the starry night. He looks at his loyal knight with a knowing expression, as Soldrake descends gently in her human form. Sitting together on the balcony beneath the glowing moon, the two men toast their mugs in silent comradeship. By sunrise, a massive crowd fills the road toward the town, as townspeople chatter excitedly about the end of the tyrant's reign. Citizens gather along the roadside to welcome their saviors, smiling as the legendary party approaches. Scylla rides proudly at the front, raising her blade and declaring, "I am the Valkyrie of the battlefield who freed you from your foolish ruler." Cheering townspeople wave frantically as the riders pass by, leading the group triumphantly through the village gates. Her companions groan at her theatrical performance, telling her to tone it down, complaining about being stuck between dramatic show-offs and silent mutes. Raven just smiles quietly from his horse, genuinely grateful for the lively bond they all share. The older mercenaries acknowledge how crucial their joint victory was, and Raven reminds them that above all, they are comrades who have crossed the border of life and death together. He rides holding a glowing dragon feather, while Isla silently agrees with every word, and Gus wipes sweat from his brow, hesitating to show how much the sentiment touches him, while the party chats comfortably along the road. They speak softly about the bonds formed in battle, recalling the night Raven lowered his head in the tavern and sincerely asked for their help. As Raven rides past the cheering crowd, an elderly villager with glasses catches sight of his face, startled by the young Duke's striking features. For a moment, the ghost of the original Alan Pendragon seems to stand beside him, offering a gentle, melancholic smile to the people he left behind. The old man is overwhelmed by the miracle unfolding right before his eyes, a single tear swelling behind his glasses as he sees House Pendragon restored. Raven smiles brightly and calls for his companions to ride onward toward home. Meanwhile, far to the south, Duke Arengi sits upon a grand throne beneath a colossal stone dragon, where a defeated horned warrior kneels beside a growling direwolf. The Duke coldly notes another failed attempt against Pendragon, as the subordinate begs for punishment on the marble steps. Arengi realizes that dealing with a white dragon Duke requires a true high-level fighter, letting a dark, bearded smile creep onto his face, amused by the growing threat in the north. The armored warrior remains bowed in silence, while the beast beside him lets out a low growl. Known across the southern waters as the Sea Dragon King, Duke Arengi rests his chin on his hand in deep thought, knowing the name Aren Pendragon has finally risen to challenge his domain. At Conrad Castle, news of the liberation spreads like wildfire through the halls, where magical messenger birds arrive at the window with letters of victory, bringing immense relief to Alina as she watches over the family's youngest. Meanwhile, in the training courtyard, Raven is putting the new recruits through absolute hell, standing completely relaxed with nothing more than a wooden sword in hand. When a full squad of armed men rushes him at once, he adjusts his grip without taking a single step back, deflecting every heavy strike with terrifying precision and making veteran soldiers look like helpless toddlers. Even the orc observers watching from the sidelines are losing their minds in pure awe, while an armored knight looks down at his own trembling hands, wondering how a teenager is pulling off moves that defy logic. Raven just smirks, knowing 10 years in the Devil's Army makes standard drills feel like child's play, while the crowd of onlookers whispers that our boy might actually be stronger than Elkin Isla. Naturally, taking down an entire squad without breaking a sweat gets everyone talking, especially when a newly appointed captain starts loudly bragging about his own achievements. This arrogant fool boasts that he single-handedly cut down 3 knights and expects special treatment, waving his arms around and claiming the Lord personally handpicked him for glory. That is when Commander Vincent Ron steps into the arena, calm and completely unimpressed, introducing himself to the loudmouth with a cold, polite demeanor. The problem is this idiot doesn't realize who he is talking to, so Vincent casually rests a heavy wooden weapon on his shoulder and flashes a smile that promises nothing but pain. Without warning, Vincent cracks a wooden baton straight down onto the braggart, sending him crashing into the dirt, reminding the guy that House Pendragon is here to rebuild a realm, not host a talent show for fragile egos. With dark, threatening aura surging around his face, Vincent looks down at the terrified captain and tells him to pick his sword back up because his actual entrance exam starts right now. The surrounding troops burst into wild cheers at the wake-up call, as the arrogant captain looks up into the eyes of a true commander, finally swallowing his pride and humbly accepting the lesson. From there, we jump straight to Count Serod's territory, a bustling commercial hub thriving with trade, where greedy merchants grin over piles of shimmering gemstones, unaware that half the merchandise floating through these crowded markets is completely fake. Walking incognito through the busy cobblestone streets, Raven keeps his hood drawn low, staying hyper-focused on the real reason they traveled all the way south. His companion marvels at how lively and wealthy Count Serod's lands appear on the surface, but our boy brushing off the small talk knows better than to judge a domain by its market stalls. As they navigate past the noisy square, Raven sets his sights directly on Count Serod's estate. The moment he steps through the doors of the White Tower, the atmosphere in the room completely freezes, as Raven marches into the luxurious hall wearing his military coat with absolute authority. He formally greets Count Serod alongside his daughter, Miss Luna Serod, leaving the old nobleman speechlessly staring at the young man who used to be a weak, cowardly joke, while Luna stands there visibly anxious, barely able to reconcile this menacing figure with the boy she once knew. Raven adjusts his collar thoughtfully as they sit down, light streaming through the arched windows as a high-stakes political chess match begins over tea. He wastes zero time bringing up the shadowy plot behind the assassination attempt on the first prince, holding his teacup with a calm, terrifying composure that makes everyone in the room sweat. In his head, Count Serod knows the entire southern nobility is walking on thin ice, and nervously stammers that Raven himself is not free of suspicion after what happened to Count Brescia. Raven takes a slow sip, saying flatly, "A tyrant who oppresses his people deserves to die." The room goes dead silent as both nobles recoil in sheer terror, and the Count leaps to his feet, protesting that executing a nobleman violates the fundamental laws of the empire. Raven slowly sets his teacup down, reminding the old man that Brescia was dealt with by the hands of his own enraged serfs, as a suffocating aura of blue energy erupts around him and leaves Count Serod trembling violently, while Luna stares on with wide, panicked eyes, completely paralyzed by his overwhelming power. Having thoroughly crushed their spirit in the parlor, Raven stands out on the balcony beside Luna at sunset, speaking softly as she listens nervously to the man who holds the fate of their region in his hands. He openly acknowledges that Serod's territory is currently far more prosperous than Pendragon's lands, but Luna somberly apologizes, admitting she was too distracted by past regrets to even process his words. She looks down with remorse, recalling past mistakes and broken ties, as Raven reflects on the dark political game of chess playing out across the realm, where every single move determines which noble house survives the coming storm. He knows the naive boy who relied on soft emotions is long gone, and though past memories briefly touch his mind, he remembers the harsh betrayals and bloody battles that brought him here, sees the faces of those who believed in him and supported his rise, watching travelers head out into an uncertain world, and stands resolutely against the fading light, vowing that as the true master of House Pendragon, his domain will never be built on fear or corruption, because that is the unwavering resolve he forged in the fires of Sissuck. Looking back on his past life as a disposable foot soldier in the Penal Legion, Raven remembers a time when he had no real purpose and couldn't comprehend what his existence was even for, holding on to nothing but the bloody survival instincts of a man trapped on a battlefield. But after everything he has built and endured in this second life, he can finally state his true purpose with absolute clarity. Standing high above the land, he fully embraces his identity as Iren Pendragon, resolving that his territory will be a place where the common people can actually thrive in peace and abundance, which is the answer he forged through blood and fire during the liberation of Sissuck. Lindsay Conrad listens to his grand declaration, and while she respects his noble vision, she deadpans that this is hardly the time for him to be getting infatuated with another woman. Our boy gets completely caught off guard by the sudden call-out, sputtering as she casually brings up his lingering gaze from earlier, leaving him thoroughly flustered because he definitely didn't expect her to drop that on him. Naturally, she smiles at his rare moment of panic, admitting that while his ambitious resolve genuinely startled her, she wants him to know that she has her own pride as well, because she has no intention of being some helpless maiden waiting around for a prince on a white steed. Instead, she wants to stand by his side and build a prosperous future with her own strength, asking him flat out if he really thought she would settle for anything less. Iren can only stare in silent respect as she steps away. From there, we jump straight back to the majestic walls of Castle Pendragon, where a cheerful young girl comes running out with open arms, throwing herself into a warm embrace the second she sees him. The rest of the household gathers in the grand hall to welcome their lord back, including the blonde companion who takes in the scene, quietly observing how different this family feels compared to the cold political backstabbing of the imperial court. Holding the child in his arms, Iren notices the warm, peaceful atmosphere wrapping around the room, realizing just how drastically House Pendragon has transformed since he took over this once dying duchy. That emotional weight hits even harder when his mother, Lady Alina Pendragon, steps forward, reaching out toward him with trembling hands, and as he pulls her into a tight embrace, he softly tells her that he has finally returned home. Lena holds her son close, her heart overflowing with relief after months of worrying for his safety, unable to hold back her tears as she feels the strength and warmth of the man he has become. Surrounded by the warm light of the hall, the family holds each other tight, offering him a true, heartfelt welcome back to the realm he fought so hard to protect. Out in the sunny courtyard, the soldiers stand in immaculate formation, led by the cheerful, mustached Commander Killian, who is practically bursting with pride, reporting to Aren that during his absence, he led the squad flawlessly and kept every single recruit disciplined and sharp. The recruits stand at attention, looking every bit like a proper military unit, but Killian can't help dropping a dramatic side note, pumping his fist as he points toward a dark-haired retainer standing nearby. Raven narrows his eyes as the man steps forward, curious to see how this sharp old strategist handles himself in front of the troops. The dark-haired retainer bows humbly, claiming he is just a mere civilian who could never hope to match a captain in real combat. Raven stands face to face with him, studying the man with a calculated gaze that sees straight through the modest act, catching the subtle, knowing smirk hidden beneath his deferential demeanor. Aren smiles quietly. Later that evening, over a glass of fine golden wine, the two men sit across from each other in a private room to talk real business. Taking a slow sip from his glass, the retainer asks Aren flat out if he was intentionally testing his loyalty during their recent training. Aren just gives him a knowing, amused smirk, flashing back to their sparring match in the yard, where the dark-haired strategist handled a wooden training sword with remarkable precision, showing off just enough skill to startle the officers without revealing his true depth. Aren calculates that the man deliberately capped his strength to stay under the radar, asking him outright if he has truly grown fond of House Pendragon. The room goes quiet as the gravity of the question sets in, and tilting his empty glass, the dark-haired strategist admits that merely serving a good house is not enough for a man of his ambitions. He turns the question right back on Aren, asking why he thinks a man like him would choose to stay. Aren feels the tension shift in an instant, realizing that the high-stakes trial of the Twilight Tower Master has officially begun. Over a glass of local brew, our boy Raven casually remarks that while the drink has flavor, Vincent Ron asks why he thinks so, unaware that this casual conversation is actually the start of something far bigger. See, this is no ordinary late-night drink, but the secret trial of the Twilight Tower Master, where Vincent Ron tests whether the young lord has the mind to rule, pouring another glass while silently manifesting his killing intent. Spectral blade materializes right behind Raven's head, yet he remains completely composed as the glowing steel hovers inches from his face, barely breaking a sweat under the overwhelming pressure, as Vincent calmly holds his glass, crossing invisible swords with him in an aura clash, all while the two men keep sitting across from each other like old friends. While Vincent pours more beer, Raven breaks down the difference between the bustling port city of Leus and the current state of Castle Pendragon, explaining that the key element missing from their land is simply the population. Naturally, this catches the clever strategist off guard, as Raven explains that while their vast domain could easily support over 100,000 people, the surrounding landscape currently holds barely 30,000, unlike Leus where maritime trade constantly brings in fresh blood. And without a massive influx of citizens, technological growth and military power stall, which is why even the beer never improves. Vincent closes his eyes in thought, taking a slow sip as he acknowledges that while Raven's leadership has driven rapid growth, the problem is that a massive wave of incoming refugees is currently trapped in desperate poverty. Rather than viewing the poor as a burden, Raven lays out a plan that forces the strategist to listen closely, unbothered by the spectral blade still hovering at his throat, as he proposes boosting local food supplies while giving immigrants land rights, effectively killing two birds with one stone by integrating them as loyal, productive citizens, which leaves the retainer utterly captivated. Still, the sharp strategist pushes back, pointing out the glaring flaw in the young lord's idealism, since opening the doors to thousands of desperate souls requires far more soldiers than they currently possess. When Raven suggests using elite forces like griffins to keep order, Vincent's aura sharpens even further, as the glowing blade glows brighter beside them, reminding him that governing requires actual human connection rather than sheer intimidation. If they simply hire mercenaries, or send heavily armored knights to police the camps, the newcomers will never feel respected as genuine citizens. He warns that treating them like second-class subjects only breeds resentment, locking eyes with Raven, to paint a vivid picture of what happens when poor refugees lose hope, leaning forward to press his point, while Raven quietly sips his wine, weighing every word of the warning. Because if oppressed peasants are pushed too far, their fields turn to ash and children weep in burning ruins, until an angry mob rises up against the nobility, beating armored soldiers to death in the streets. Raven takes in the grim vision without flinching, having proven his political depth to the master, who finally relaxes his stance and pulls the glowing spectral sword away from Raven's neck. As the residual magic energy fades from the room, Raven calmly acknowledges the harsh reality, asking if Vincent was intentionally testing his resolve, which the strategist readily admits, noting that grand ideals without concrete execution are completely useless. Raven points out that if he was just looking to flatter his retainers, they wouldn't be sitting in tense silence right now, lightly teasing that the master is being a bit too harsh on him, before reassuring him that he is entirely serious about building a lasting legacy. Tilts the bottle back for a long, heavy gulp, beer dripping down his chin like a battle-hardened soldier, rather than a pampered lord. Wiping his mouth with a confident smile, he sets the empty bottle on the table, promising that before they finish drinking, he already has a concrete solution ready to wipe out immigrant poverty once and for all, leaving the Twilight Tower master fully prepared to follow him into the future. A flock of sky griffins shrieks through the clouds, leading an entire aerial transport squad above the duchy, as majestic winged beasts soar over the mountains, filling the horizon with non-stop supply runs. They carry massive timber beams directly to the construction zone, where heavy orc laborers haul raw materials through crowded streets, and Centaur crews transport building supplies across wooden platforms, turning what used to be a dead farming village into a non-stop industrial hub. Naturally, the local villagers can barely process what they are seeing, watching shabby York Village get transformed into a sprawling metropolitan city right before their eyes. Raven lays out his master strategy over a private meeting, explaining that instead of handing out tiny plots of land to every incoming refugee, he plans to run a massive, state-funded construction operation. Instead of letting thousands of impoverished immigrants sit idle, he puts every single one of them to work building infrastructure, knowing that hiring thousands of workers creates an immediate demand for security, food, and supplies. That naturally requires a larger military presence to keep order, which in turn draws in more traders, family members, and service workers, because as Raven puts it, people naturally attract more people. What starts as a simple refuge is turning into a true city of freedom, a thriving hub completely open to every race and species without prejudice. Local timber suppliers immediately beg for priority contracts to clear nearby forests, while eager entrepreneurs line up to build massive taverns for the workforce, insisting that alcohol is the ultimate healer after a long day of hard labor. Raven's team takes in every proposal with quiet calculation, focused entirely on the massive commercial wave about to hit the duchy. Raven knows that as the population explodes, new businesses will flood in, which brings him straight to the most important rule of his entire operation. With his hands clasped and a cold, calculating grin, Raven gathers every merchant, builder, and investor in the Great Hall, and lays down one strict, non-negotiable law for doing business on Pendragon soil. Lindsay steps forward and dumps a heavy leather bag onto the table, spilling shiny gold coins across the wooden boards. Raven declares that every single transaction in the city must use these newly minted Pendragon coins, leaving the merchants completely floored by the sheer audacity of the move. The craziest part is that minting an independent regional currency is basically an open declaration of economic sovereignty, something the imperial crown would normally crush without a second thought. But Raven isn't stupid, because he personally secured the gratitude of Prince Ian and captured the assassin who targeted the first prince in Sissuck. With the threat of the Sea Dragon King looming over the coast, the imperial court desperately needs House Pendragon's military power for the upcoming war against the Arangis household, leaving the crown with zero leverage to stop him. The problem for the empire is that they have to swallow Raven's economic flex, watching Pendragon's political influence explode across the realm, while Raven prepares his territory to bear the full brunt of whatever friction comes next. He knows exactly what he's doing. He has engineered a trap where the crown cannot retaliate without ruining themselves. His advisors worry about whether the duchy even has enough raw gold to mint that many coins, wondering if the supply will run dry before the city is finished. Raven just laughs off their panic, reassuring them that gold reserves are the absolute least of their concerns. Out on the sunset streets of York, construction moves at a feverish pace, as merchants inspect the new Pendragon gold piece with heavy skepticism. Clueless traders assume that once construction ends, such a low-purity coin will simply disappear from circulation. That's when Tus Giovanni, the sharpest merchant mind in the realm, examines the coin and realizes the exact opposite will happen, explaining to the crowd that while imperial coins hold more raw gold, their high value makes them terrible for everyday trade. He smiles slyly as he breaks down basic economics, leaving the surrounding merchants dumbfounded by his realization. People hoard the high-purity imperial gold in vaults while spending every single Pendragon coin they get their hands on, driving bad money to flood the active market and replace the good money completely. Giovanni points out that a currency's true value comes entirely from how fast it moves from hand to hand, recalling Raven's lesson over a bottle of wine. As the cork pops, he remembers how Raven predicted that Pendragon coins would completely dominate trade, even musing that one day money could be printed on simple slips of paper. His staff had reacted in utter disbelief at the time, but Raven knew that long after they were gone, history would prove him right. Even with full knowledge of the future, Raven's ability to foresee long-term economic shifts leaves everyone in awe. He carries the calm, unshakable confidence of a true visionary. Devani realizes that whoever managed to tame a slippery fox like Vincent Ron must be extraordinary, standing fully behind Raven's bold administrative moves. He clenches his fist, realizing that in just 6 short months, House Pendragon will become an unstoppable power, as the City of Freedom opens its gates at sunset to welcome the world. Ever since word got out that Pendragon is issuing its own gold coins, merchants and refugees are flooding through the city gates of York, leaving the local guards struggling to manage the endless line of newcomers, who can hardly believe how fast this place is expanding. Inside the administrative halls, the place looks like a chaotic trade market, with scribes trying to direct the massive crowd, and administrators working their fingers to the bone just to keep up. Over at the main castle, documents are piling up by the minute, as stacks of business applications cover every desk in sight. Naturally, the chief administrator delivers a massive report on every single merchant entering York, presenting the overwhelming numbers directly to the leadership team. Two scans through the incoming merchant lists with a sharp eye, realizing the sheer volume of trade is already blowing past their wildest estimates. When Raven inspects the financial figures himself, he notices how exhausted his administrative staff is looking. So Toos points out that with trade exploding at this rate, 2 people cannot handle the paperwork alone. And when Raven genuinely thanks the aides for their hard work, the lead administrator practically glows with pride. Stepping out through the estate doors, the whole territory looks like one giant construction site, where massive orcs are hauling wooden beams across the framing structures. Suddenly, an overly enthusiastic orc hurls a massive log straight across the work site, only for Raven to casually deflect the flying timber midair like it weighs nothing at all. The orc stands there with his mouth wide open in utter disbelief, watching their young master hop up onto the high scaffolding to help carry the load. Watching from a nearby terrace, the visiting aristocrats see the Duke sweating alongside common laborers, sitting back comfortably on their benches, and sipping wine as they discuss what a brilliant political image strategy this is. The noble takes another smug sip from his glass, convinced Raven is just following his genius advice to win over the hearts of the people. What these arrogant idiots do not get is that Raven is not putting on a show for anyone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Raven handles heavy construction with absolute ease, because in his past life as a commoner in the Vault household, he spent years doing grueling manual labor in flooded fields. He remembers working under the blistering sun alongside his mother, who always shared whatever simple bread they had with a smile, making this backbreaking work feel like second nature to a guy who survived 10 years in a penal army. His memory gets cut short when a familiar voice calls out across the site, as Lindsay arrives carrying massive baskets overflowing with freshly made lunch for the entire crew. Refugees, human workers, and giant orcs all sit down together to eat, and Raven takes a seat right in the dirt next to Lindsay, munching on a sandwich while she watches him with a warm smile. He casually admits that he prefers simple food because he used to be a commoner, which only makes Lindsay appreciate him even more, though a quiet moment of melancholy passes over him, remembering the family he lost before he was reborn into House Pendragon. Lindsay clasps her hands with deep affection, watching Raven stand up and head straight back toward the construction line. She blinks in fond surprise at how restless he is, while the rest of the workers drink and socialize in high spirits, impressed by a leader who works harder than anyone else and earns their absolute loyalty without ever pulling rank. High above the bustling territory, Soldrake hovers on glowing white wings, reflecting on how much this realm has changed since the days of the original Pendragons. In her human form, the ancient dragon keeps a watchful eye over the expanding city, sensing the echoes of the past fading away as Raven carves out an entirely new era. Meanwhile, on a cliff overlooking the borders of York, a spirited young traveler takes in the breathtaking view of the valley below. He firmly grips the hilt of his ornate sword, announcing to the open wind that he, Leon John Bolt, will become a prideful and honored knight under the banner of Pendragon. While the rest of the Empire treats refugees like an inconvenience, Alina and Lindsay are out in the forest soup kitchen feeding every soul who arrives, with Lindsay eagerly pitching construction jobs to anyone willing to put in an honest day's work. She walks right through the camp, assuring them that House Pendragon has a place for everyone, and the locals are practically glowing seeing a noble household actually care about them. Raven, meanwhile, is sitting on a log scarfing down stew like a man who hasn't slept in 3 days, grumbling about how public relations is far more exhausting than actual combat, while Lindsay hands a warm bowl to a quiet, cloaked newcomer sitting nearby. The poor guy looks so completely drained that his dark eye circles have dark eye circles, so Lindsay leans in to check if he's even holding up. The problem is, as she gets closer, her eyes narrow, catching sight of an ornate golden sword hilt studded with emeralds hidden under his cloak. In her head, an impoverished migrant shouldn't be carrying a weapon fit for a prince, but before she can dwell on it, a grotesque red demon bursts straight out of the tree line. Both of them freeze as the beast roars, sending the tiny dragon companions into a total shrieking panic. It's a leftover nightmare from the ancient war, and it lunges straight for Lindsay with bloody claws outstretched. Raven reacts on pure instinct, shoving her aside as he draws his blade, taking a brutal heavy blow across his chest that sends him skidding back into the dirt. The monster looms right over Lindsay, opening its maw for the kill, but Raven pivots in a split second and severs its massive head before it can even blink. When the dust settles, a clean circle of dead monster parts surrounds them, and our boy keeps his weapon drawn, wondering why a creature like this is wandering so close to the roads. Lindsay breathes a sigh of relief as the cloaked traveler trembles on the ground, only to panic again when Raven suddenly collapses face first into the grass. He slams his fists into the earth in sheer rage at his own weakened body, which Lindsay completely misinterprets as profound emotional grief, watching in awe as he thrashes on the ground in a dramatic outburst. They end up staring at each other in awkward, deadpan silence. Back at the castle audience hall, Raven takes his seat on the throne to officially receive the cloaked traveler, noting that the young man technically failed the formal entrance exam for the White Dragon Knights. The young swordsman bows respectfully, explaining that even though he didn't make the cut, meeting the legendary master of House Pendragon in person is an honor he's dreamed of for years. See, when the orcs launched their savage ambush back at Leus, while every other noble panicked and ran for their lives, this kid managed to escape at full speed, and he watched in awe as Raven stood his ground and turned the tide alone. Him, seeing Raven carve through the horde, was the moment he realized what a true hero looked like, especially when Raven subdued the enemy general with his own hands. He confesses that he traveled all this way hoping to serve under him, which prompts Raven to ask if he carries noble blood. The young man tenses up, introducing himself as Leon, heir to the John Bolt family. Raven admits he's never heard of that house before, and Leon scratches his head with a bitter laugh, explaining that their count title is purely an honorary gift from the imperial palace. Honestly, their family earned that status by serving as the official court jesters, passing down high-level acrobatic entertainment for generations, which means the high aristocracy looks down on them as nothing more than circus clowns. Leon came to York desperate to abandon the family trade and prove himself with a sword, hoping to wash away the shame his household has carried for centuries. He clenches his jaw with burning determination, promising to reclaim the pride of House John Bolt through martial glory. Raven listens quietly, knowing full well how ruthless class prejudice is across the empire, and he addresses Leon not as a jester, but as a warrior standing before him. He asks Leon to demonstrate the exact acrobatic gift his family passed down. Leon locks his eyes forward, taking a deep breath, and suddenly launches himself into the air with jaw-dropping speed. He flips upside down mid-flight with effortless grace, holding a flawless one-handed handstand right in front of the throne, leaving Raven and the retainers completely speechless. Pushing off the marble floor with incredible kinetic force, he springs higher into the hall, spinning through the air while manipulating his heavy cloak like a weapon, before landing without making a single sound. He strikes a dramatic pose to finish the display, leaving the audience hall frozen in total silence. Raven stares at him, feeling an unexpected jolt of memory stir from his past life. He looks down at the young man, telling him to let his natural talent bloom. Leon freezes at the sudden praise, unaware that Raven is thinking back to his days in the penal army, remembering his former instructor Argus, the Black Leopard of the Demon Corps. Argus fought with that exact same explosive balance and fluid, non-traditional movements, so Raven claps his hands with a confident smile, realizing Leon was never meant to hold a rigid knightly broadsword in the first place. Instead, he tells him his true path is to become a fighter, leaving Leon beaming with star-eyed excitement. Late into the night at the castle, Raven sits down with his trusted counsel to figure out what to do with young Leon, wondering who in the realm could possibly train a fighter with such an unusual style. Naturally, their political moves cannot stop with a single recruit, because there are far bigger headaches demanding attention, starting with the captive traitor Love Tyling being moved under heavy guard, and the mountain of gold required to secure their position. The problem is that minted Pendragon coins buy influence, which makes rival factions increasingly desperate to eliminate them, so Raven knows they have to strike first before the trap shuts. What makes things worse is that dead monsters from the ancient war are literally rising from the grave, forcing them to cut down dark creatures they already defeated years ago. Raven points out that yesterday's zombie attack on Lady Erin was no random accident, because even with a dragon contract securing their territory, someone powerful is pulling the strings behind the undead outbreak. Deep down, they are dealing with a threat that could rival a dragon itself. As midnight settles over the silent castle, Raven finally returns to his room, completely exhausted from carrying the weight of the duchy on his shoulders. That's when a familiar figure appears by the window, and Raven asks where she has been hiding all this time. Zoldrake calmly explains that recovering her magic power in human form requires her to step outside Pendragon territory for a while. Raven stammers, asking why she never told him sooner. He looks right at him and says, "Because I wanted to stay by your side." That statement hits him like a physical blow. He scrambles for words, trying to brush off his embarrassment, unable to hide how flustered he really is. In her eyes, he is still the same man who wept in her arms during his tragic past life, a broken soul carrying memories no mortal should have to bear. And yet she offers only unconditional warmth. The guilt of his past failure weighs heavily on him, making him feel responsible for everything that went wrong before. Soldrake reminds him that he has nothing to apologize for, refusing to let him blame himself for the tragedy of his previous existence. Still, Raven cannot wrap his head around the miracle that saved him. Surrounded by dark, thorny magical forces in his final moments, he never could have foreseen returning to the past. To this day, he admits he cannot comprehend the magic capable of turning back time itself. Soldrake carries her own sorrowful memories of that grand spell, knowing the vast cost required to rewrite fate. As the head of the dragon tribe, her very life force remains bound to his destiny. And together, they must face whatever dark mastermind rewrote history alongside them. A noble knight bleeds out on the arena floor. The entire crowd sits in absolute horror, watching Count Louver's third son, Argus, stand victorious while radiating a filthy, pitch-black aura that coats his fists in pure dark magic. Naturally, nobody expected this kind of power from a young noble, and as he stands there smugly soaking in their panic, we cut straight to the bustling streets of the famous city of Cosmos in Alice territory, where visitors from across the realm arrive to marvel at the packed stone bridges and grand canals. While looking out over the impressive scenery, a cocky young street performer decides to show off by showing a couple of passing girls his fancy juggling tricks. The ladies are genuinely impressed, so the idiot gets even bolder, smirking like he's the smooth hero of a romantic tale as he tosses a handful of apples into the air. Of course, pride comes before a fall, and a stray apple immediately smacks him right on the head. Refusing to lose face, he recovers with a slick smirk and tucks his hands behind his back, switching to a flashy trick where he juggles the fruit purely with his feet. He kicks them into the air with perfect timing, bouncing through a full acrobatic flip right over the pavement, booting the last apple high into the sky to send the watching crowd into total applause. Bro drops to one knee in a ridiculous dramatic pose, thinking he just stole everyone's heart, until he senses an oppressive presence looming behind him. Massive horned warrior unleashes a terrifying aura, sending the amateur jugglers blasting backward in panic. In the blink of an eye, the show-off gets pinned to the dirt, and a hooded figure sits comfortably right on his back. It turns out to be Soldrake herself, who sternly reminds him that food is not a toy to waste. The poor guy blubbers a tearful apology, while the armed onlookers watch in complete disbelief. With that small disaster out of the way, Raven's group walks through the square, surrounded by an unusual number of formidable warriors. The locals mention that the annual battle festival is about to begin, gathering fighters and opportunists from every corner of the region. Hearing that, the young juggler realizes he completely forgot about the tournament, instantly getting thrilled at the thought of winning fame and fortune. Chatters enthusiastically about entering the arena, while our boy Raven strolls quietly in his dark cloak, remembering that in his past life, this upcoming festival was tied to a sinister plot. Meanwhile, high above the city inside the Grand Castle, a heavy fist slams violently onto a throne, as Count Louver trembles in a dangerous mix of fury and panic. His bloodied retainers kneel on the carpeted steps, forced to deliver disastrous news to their enraged master. Heir stands among the wounded, battered and covered in bandages, and the enraged Count screams in fury as his grand conspiracy begins to slip away. The tournament arena explodes in cheers as Argus claims another brutal victory, while right beside him in the bracket, Sir Morgan Louvre finishes off his own opponent, setting up a terrifying final round where both of Count Louver's sons advance to face each other for the championship. Meanwhile, over in Dawson Barony, the local nobles can't stop gossiping about Morgan's brilliant performance, contrasting his rising glory with the shameful state of the family's disgraced knight, who refuses to even show his face in the arena or touch a sword. Naturally, the lord flies into a rage over the embarrassment, as his guards whisper about how their master has completely checked out of noble life. See, even though the guy holds a prestigious knightly title, he skips training entirely, sitting alone in his room like a complete hermit while the whole castle calls him useless. What nobody understands is the grief consuming him, because staring at the portrait of his late mother and holding her delicate silver brooch is the only thing keeping him tethered to reality, leaving him drowning in agony while everyone else treats him like a disgrace. Later that night under a full moon, Raven leads his crew toward a dimly lit inn on the edge of town, making his companions question why on earth they're stopping at such a sketchy place. The thing is, Raven isn't here to sleep, because in his past life, he knew the lethal warrior staying inside, and his squad gets an uneasy feeling before they even step through the front door. The moment they open it, what the hell greets them is an absolute slaughterhouse, with dozens of bloodied bodies strewn across the floor in complete ruin. Naturally, everyone starts panicking over what kind of monster could do this. So our boy Raven steps over the wreckage to question one of the barely conscious survivors. The guy groans out that a terrifying powerhouse inside turned the entire room into a graveyard, explaining that a bunch of arrogant scouts tried to recruit him after watching his tournament matches. which only terrifies Raven's companions as they realize just how dangerous the man upstairs really is. While the others hesitate in fear, Raven calmly tells his group to stay back and leave this to him, stepping down the dark corridor toward the back room where a hooded figure stands waiting in the shadows. This man is Elkin Isla, a legendary warrior carrying a dark past, who remembers the blood-soaked incident that forced him into hiding years ago. Before Raven can even say a word of greeting, Elkin lunges forward like a ravenous beast with glowing red eyes, unleashing his fierce instinct as a warrior who trusts no one, chopping down with a heavy strike meant to instantly execute the intruder. What this crazy fighter doesn't count on is that Raven is faster than anyone he's ever faced, slipping inside his guard as their weapons collide with a deafening metallic clash. Elkin twists his body midair to counter the block, driving his heel down in a vicious acrobatic maneuver, launching a high-flying axe kick capable of crushing a man's skull. But our silver-haired master just tilts his head back with a cold smirk, reading the trajectory with veteran combat instincts. Elkin brings the strike down with full lethal force, only for Raven to dodge the blow by a fraction of an inch and draw his blade in one seamless, blinding motion. In his head, Elkin realizes he just made a fatal mistake as Raven leaps into his space like an apex predator, grappling through the exchange before Elkin can recover his footing. Panic finally hits him as the cold steel flashes right across his eyes, shattering the floorboards as he throws himself backward in a desperate attempt to survive, dropping low while Raven soars overhead like a phantom. When they finally separate and lock eyes across the hallway, Elkin touches a warm trickle of blood on his forehead in complete disbelief, realizing this teenager didn't just dodge his lethal combo, he deliberately spared his life. Raven stands composed and unbothered, stepping closer into the room to talk business now that he has Elkin's full attention. Elkin sternly demands to know who this monster wearing human skin really is, and Raven offers him a proposition to join his cause rather than rotting away in dark inns. Elkin listens intently with a heavy frown, recognizing that he is standing face to face with a true ruler of the battlefield. Outside in the dark, a scarred observer grins maniacally, knowing that watching a beast in human skin find his master is the best show in the whole city. Before stepping into the arena, our boy Alan paid a secret late-night visit to Argus, who naturally questioned why a total stranger was offering him advice. Alan explained that he simply wanted to save his life, knowing the deadly conspiracy brewing behind the scenes, but Argus was not buying the sudden charity. Bitter and broken by his past, the grief-stricken father asked if saving him would bring back his dead daughters, because if the world refused to punish the ones who destroyed his family, he was more than ready to drag everyone down to hell himself. A terrifying surge of purple aura flared around him, proving he was fully prepared to burn his own life for revenge. Alan could see the sheer despair fueling the man's rage, yet he remained completely unbothered by the deadly pressure in the room. Even against that suffocating wave of power, Alan kept his composure, recalling how flawlessly Argus had fought in his earlier matches. Every dodge, every counter, and every single movement had been executed with textbook perfection, which made Argus wonder how a young noble could read his moves so clearly. When Argus pushed him on how he knew his exact combat style, Alan did not offer some long-winded military explanation. Instead, he dropped a subtle hint about who he really was, leaving the seasoned warrior thoroughly bewildered, because Alan spoke with the weight of a legendary veteran, hinting that their fates had been intertwined long before this tournament. Argus demanded a straight answer from the mysterious youth, completely baffled by the sheer authority in his voice. But the secret would have to wait as the grand finals were about to begin. Back in the packed Coliseum, Morgan Louvre stepped onto the sands draped in pristine armor, while Argus stood shirtless across from him, looking like he was about to settle a blood feud. The crowd was buzzing with excitement over the brotherly showdown, though the older nobles in the stands looked far less amused. Lord Dawson sat with a grim face, knowing this match was far more than a simple sport. From the sidelines, Alan watched the two contenders closely, while the crowd roared for what they assumed would be a fair duel. Ren sat nearby in the stands, taking in the intense atmosphere as everyone waited for the high-stakes battle to kick off. Down on the dusty floor, Argus called out to his opponent, while high up in the royal box, the sinister Eder watched with a crooked smirk, clearly expecting a bloody show. The two brothers locked eyes across the open arena, and Morgan immediately started running his arrogant mouth, taunting the brother he had always looked down upon. The smug grin this arrogant bastard made his intentions crystal clear, declaring flat out, "Today, you will die here." A violent burst of dark purple aura erupted from his body, shocking the entire stadium as the dark energy swept across the grounds. Eren gaped at the display, recognizing that genuine sword aura is reserved for master warriors. Morgan lunged forward like a madman, intent on ending the fight with a single lethal strike, claiming that ending this festival in bloodshed was simply following the law. What this arrogant idiot did not realize was that Argus was counting on it. Morgan hesitated for a split second at his brother's calm demeanor, right before Argus unleashed a massive, suffocating aura of his own, catching the spoiled knight completely off guard. Desperate to overwhelm him before it was too late, Morgan threw everything into a flashy leap attack, but a sharp blade streak sliced past in a blur of deadly precision. Argus brings a brutal end to his brother Morgan, putting a permanent stop to the Lord's arrogant eldest son. Naturally, the entire Colosseum goes dead silent, because nobody expected an internal strike to destroy Morgan's organs so cleanly. The shockwave flowed straight through his palms like a tidal wave, bypassing heavy plate armor and shredding everything inside. The crowd can barely process what just happened. The match was over before it even started. Even high-level fighters in the stands know that kind of internal shockwave technique is impossible to replicate, confirming that Argus wasn't just surviving out there, but proving himself as the undisputed strongest warrior in the arena. The problem is the nobility wasn't ready for their golden boy to get flattened, and Count Louvre immediately breaks down into wild weeping over his dead son. Grief quickly turns into pure malice as the Count orders his personal guards to swarm the ring, drawing his own sword to execute Argus on the spot. Our main character has to endure this corrupt noble throwing away every rule of the tournament, seething as the Count calls Argus nothing but a filthy peasant. He actually expects everyone to let him bathe the arena in blood to honor his fallen heir. Argus points out that the dead idiot was the one who demanded a fight to the death in the first place, leaving the surrounding spectators to chuckle at how fast noble arrogance falls apart. The Count screams that his word is the absolute law in this territory, ordering his men to cut Argus down right now, until a quiet voice cuts through the noise and tells the Count he has gone far enough. A mysterious hooded figure walks straight into the center of the ring, stepping directly between the armed guards and their target. Count Louvre stops dead in his tracks at the sudden intrusion, while his soldiers surround the newcomer with weapons drawn. The Count points his blade forward and demands to know who dares interrupt noble justice, completely unaware of the catastrophic mistake he is making. The stranger doesn't flinch at the threat, while the arena officials start sweating at the sudden shift in momentum. Surrounded by dozens of armed guards, the military leaders realize this isn't just some random spectator stepping in, especially when the stranger steps forward to confront Count Louvre directly. Count Louvre starts stammering as he tries to assert his authority, but his words choke in his throat because a brilliant blue dragon eye ignites beneath the hood. A colossal pillar of magical aura erupts into the sky, throwing the armed soldiers back as the ground itself shakes beneath their boots. The sheer density of the magic crushes the air right out of their lungs, sending the whole crowd into a frenzy as the energy shapes itself above the arena. A massive, radiant white dragon materializes over the Colosseum as our main character steps forward and announces, "I am Iren Pendragon, contractor of the White Dragon." The White Dragon has arrived. Every man in the Colosseum freezes under the weight of an ancient predator, knowing they are standing in front of legendary power, as Iren slams a towering wall of blue aura straight into the guard lines, leaving Count Louvre trembling at a name he thought he could intimidate. The Count tries to grip his sword and order an attack, but the blue dragon fire surges outward and seals the entire arena floor. Surrounded by blue fire, Iren calls out Count Louvre as the real criminal in this territory, locking down every armed soldier with absolute dragon pressure. Then he takes a quiet breath before addressing the tens of thousands in the stands, projects his voice across the Colosseum so every citizen can hear the truth, exposing how Morgan Louvre lured and murdered countless women across the territory, causing a massive wave of murmurs as the truth comes to light, while Iren reveals that even the daughters of local families were slaughtered to satisfy noble cruelty. Raven steps forward in the quiet Colosseum, calling out Sir Dawson of the Verod territory by name, while the veteran knight stands frozen in front of thousands of spectators, bracing himself as the crowd looks on, wondering what kind of nightmare is about to be dragged into the light, because Raven is not just making empty threats. Points straight across the arena and reveals what happened 2 summers ago, when Morgan Louvre slaughtered Dawson's young daughter in cold blood, and offered the grieving father a golden crest button as hush money to buy his silence. The whole stadium gasps in horror as the truth hits, leaving Dawson pale and shattered, forced to relive the worst day of his life, weeping for the child he failed to save, whose innocent life was stolen by a monster in silk, left broken and bloodied while her killer walked free, and her own father swallowed his pride out of fear. Naturally, Morgan had thought he was untouchable back then, handing over a gold button off his uniform like a blood-stained prize, leaving the family terrified to ever speak up against the Louvre house. The poor old man breaks down crying right there in the arena, remembering how Morgan grabbed him by the shoulders, smiling like a predator who knew nobody could ever hold him accountable. What that bastard never counted on was that silence has an expiration date, and now Dawson has to choose between dying a coward or taking his revenge. With tears streaming down his face, the old knight pulls out the golden button, gripping the undeniable proof of Morgan's depravity in his trembling fist, and holds it high for every noble and commoner in the arena to see. The crowd erupts as spectators lean over the railings, watching the old man weep over the golden token while the truth sinks in. Angry voices shout for the evidence to be displayed to the entire court, exposing the corrupt foundation the Louvre family built their fortune on, while Count Louvre's remaining supporters fall to their knees in utter defeat. Honestly, even the bearded veteran warrior in the stands can hardly believe it, wondering how a young noble like Raven could possibly know details about a secret murder. So Raven explains the connection to the court. See, back in his past life in the penal military cell, Dawson had secretly visited an inmate after his arrest, thanking him for helping expose the crime that destroyed his family. Raven walks through the arena, leaving the corrupt nobles reeling in shame, carrying the weight of a decade of blood and justice on his shoulders. Dawson collapses in tears, finally freed from the guilt that consumed him, while the rest of the corrupt guards tremble where they stand. Raven looks down at the broken remnants of the Louvre conspiracy, but an arrogant enemy noble charges out with red aura flaring, refusing to accept ruin. The problem is Raven isn't just an angry kid, and as Soldrake's massive blue dragon aura bursts around his sword, he unleashes a wave of pure destructive energy that rips through the arena floor. He meets the enemy noble's blade in a violent clash of steel, shattering the fool's sword into 100 flying pieces. The corrupt noble drops to his knees in total shock as Raven leaps forward to deliver final judgment. Surrounded by armed guards who are far too terrified to move a muscle, the massive bearded warrior steps down from the sidelines with a grin, praising Raven for putting on such a magnificent display of conviction. He recognizes that Raven is the kind of ruler the world desperately needs, genuinely surprised by the raw authority radiating from someone so young, and the two veteran souls exchange respect man to man. The bearded warrior speaks with complete confidence, bringing a rare, subtle smile to Raven's face, before they test each other with a heavy clash of arms, walking off the bloodied sands together like old battle brothers. The retainers watching from above can only sigh, admiring the quiet warmth between two seasoned veterans who understand each other without words, admitting that watching real men forge a bond on the battlefield is seriously cool. Right before the old warrior points at Elkin Isla, asking if that kid is going to be his new disciple. The party moves forward. The old veteran warrior decides it's time to put Alan through absolute hell, forcing the poor guy to sprint alongside a galloping carriage while he calmly smokes a cigar, gasping for air as his legs threaten to give out beneath him. The old man's eyes narrow as he locks onto every sloppy movement, cracking a dark shadowy whip across his back the second he loses pace. He sternly lectures the young noble that sloppy breathing will drain his stamina long before a real fight even begins, reminding him that proper breath control is the backbone of all combat. Alan stammers out a nervous response, only to catch another harsh whip strike for failing to address his instructor properly. Naturally, the passengers sitting comfortably inside the carriage watch in utter terror, worried that the old brute might actually break their young master before they reach their destination. Meanwhile, Blondie sits in smug satisfaction as the torture unfolds, while Alan's panic reaches a breaking point as his exhausted eyes scan the rough road ahead. Sure enough, his foot catches on a fallen log, sending him tumbling violently backward into the dirt. The instructor doesn't even bother slowing down, dragging the poor guy along the dirt path by his tether like a sack of laundry. With purple aura flaring around his eye, the old warrior turns up the pressure, leaving the helpless noble screaming in absolute misery on the ground. Inside, the rest of the group can only pray he survives the morning lesson. From there, we jump straight to a grand imperial castle, where news of Morgan Louver's dark crimes and the involvement of Irene Pendragon sends shockwaves through the nobility. High-ranking aristocrats gather behind closed doors over wine, trying to process how a scandal of this magnitude could erupt so suddenly. What bothers them most isn't just the betrayal itself, but the memory of the scarred, brutal fighter who originally brought such blood and chaos to light. The dark history of young lives sacrificed and corrupt cover-ups exposed has shattered Count Louver's faction beyond repair, leaving their enemies victorious in the grand arena of politics. The highborn ladies are practically trembling with anxiety over the shifting power balance, while the scheming lords try to downplay the disaster over their drinks. The problem is that House Pendragon is no longer a dead house to be carved up, forcing the remaining faction leaders to rethink their entire strategy moving forward. See, saving the Empire and fulfilling grand ambitions requires more than political games, which brings us to the elite Sky Commanders, the Griffin Riders who dominate the open air. Out in the forest compounds, these aerial warriors train relentlessly alongside massive winged beasts, clashing with heavy lances during high-speed aerial maneuvers and diving through turbulent wind currents with terrifying precision. Every arrow shot on the snowy range hits dead center, showing the terrifying discipline of the Imperial forces. Standing among them is Sir Elkin Isla, as calm and stoic as ever with his signature feather earring. A blue-haired commander approaches him with a glass of wine near one of the majestic griffins, offering a drink as they watch the sky forces together. The officer points out that as the conflict escalates across the realm, only the absolute finest knights will hold the line. Up above, multiple griffin formations cut through the clouds, while the two men continue their quiet conversation on the ground. Isla remains mostly silent, his sharp eyes reflecting quiet contemplation. The commander tries to break through his cold exterior with warm chatter, smiling brightly in an effort to get the stoic swordsman to loosen up. But Isla barely moves a muscle, keeping his profile turned toward the horizon. Standing beside the great white-winged beast, the contrast between the chatty officer and the silent knight couldn't be clearer. Taking a slow sip of wine, the commander internally wonders what makes Isla tick, questioning if the young knight still holds a grudge from the time they previously crossed swords. He ultimately decides the guy is just naturally reserved, right as the griffin lets out a soft screech to break the heavy silence. Gently stroking the creature's feathers, Isla finally breaks his silence to flat-out ask where Soldrick went. The commander swirls his glass, explaining that ancient dragons usually depart on their own business whenever matters of monumental importance demand their personal intervention. Out across the burning mountain sunset, the massive white dragon cuts through the skies toward ancient dragon grounds. But she isn't the only dragon on the move. As a dark, menacing silhouette glides through a canyon near a glowing green rift, the mystical landscape crackles with raw dragon energy, erupting in a sudden burst of blinding blue magic. Deep within this sanctuary, an ethereal elfin figure steps forth, wrapped in glowing robes of blue light. The elf looks toward the heavens, remembering the warnings passed down from Raven himself, contemplating establishing a new lair within the glowing cavern so Raven can tap into its power. The elf looks up with a sudden surge of tension. High above the cavern ceiling, a massive black dragon looms in the shadows. The elfin warrior's eyes widen in genuine shock, the terrifying presence of the black dragon. Radiating a menacing purple aura, the dark beast settles onto the sacred grounds, prompting the elf warrior to step forward and demand to know why a creature of darkness has dared to intrude upon their sanctuary. Deep in the dragon grounds, a dark-winged dragon confronts the elven guardian over the black dragon hiding in the cavern, demanding to know why he kept its existence secret from the dragon queen, especially after the ancient pact was shattered. The elven guardian insists he only stumbled upon the creature years ago, and simply didn't want to burden the queen with useless noise while she was still recovering from her severe injuries. Honestly, the dark dragon isn't here for petty excuses, because their real problem is the human who just changed everything. What makes our boy Raven so terrifying to these ancient beings isn't just that he bonded with Soldrick, or that he carries the proud aura of a dragon. The craziest part is the secondary power lurking inside his soul, a dark energy that belongs to none other than the demon god. That kind of forbidden force can tear apart the boundary between life and death, rewriting the very laws of the world if it ever gets unleashed. Naturally, the Dragon Council knows they cannot afford to look away, and agree that keeping a close eye on the new Duke Pendragon is now their highest priority. As the dark dragon spreads his wings to take flight, he leaves the elf guardian with a stark warning, reminding him that the fate of the realm hinges on whatever Raven decides to do next. Even with the ancient dragon grounds falling silent again, the elf guardian stands alone among the ruins, watching the dark shadow soar into the crimson sky, knowing that a storm is brewing across the empire. He calls out to the flying beast, wishing him safe travels as he disappears over the horizon, left to reflect on the immense burden now resting on human shoulders. Because if Raven loses control of that demon god power, not even the dragon race will be able to stop the fallout. He takes one last look at the sky, whispering the name Amuhalt into the wind, as the magnificent dragon glides through the sunset peaks, leaving the guardian alone with his quiet doubts. From there, we jump straight to the high road leading to the imperial capital, where feet are blurring across the dirt at top speed, leaving every bystander on the path completely dumbfounded. See, while normal people take a carriage ride to rest, young Leon is forced to sprint alongside the speeding horses, even patting the horse on the head like it's a casual jog. Meanwhile, Killian sits inside puffing on a cigar and cracking walnuts, snapping his wrist to chuck hard shells straight at Leon's head for extra practice. Leon leans back on one foot, dodging the surprise projectile clean, laughing out loud that a trick like that won't work on him anymore. The spectators along the road can't believe their eyes, watching a kid keep pace with a full war carriage while dodging sniper-level thrown nuts. As the crowds grow thicker around the main thoroughfare, Leon suddenly points down the road, yelling to Killian that they've finally made it. Rising up through the horizon is the monumental gate leading into the imperial castle, leaving the entire traveling party staring out the window in absolute awe. It is a sight that stops everyone dead in their tracks. Massive stone walls stretch out along the great river for a mind-boggling 10 miles, fortifying an outer city so colossal it defies belief. Thousands of citizens and merchants swarm through the archways like a colony of ants, grumbling Killian awake to realize this outer wall alone holds more people than the entire Pendragon territory combined. Leon just grins back at the old knight, telling him not to worry because their grand entry is only getting started. When our boy Eren finally arrives at the Imperial Palace courtyard, Prince Ian steps up with a polite welcome, which Eren matches with his usual sharp confidence, right as Princess Ingrid steps out of her carriage to join them. She carries herself with pure royal composure, dropping a graceful curtsy before her brother, while reminding him that they haven't spoken since the disaster at Leyus, which immediately leaves the prince sweating because he knows he messed up back then. But before things get too awkward, Lady Eren comes running up to greet the princess, and the two women instantly brighten up the whole courtyard. Naturally, the prince completely loses his royal composure, rushing over to grab Erin's hands while showering her with desperate compliments, leaving Eren looking like he wants to throw the prince off a cliff for hitting on his sister. Once they head inside to clear the air, the mood turns serious over wine and high-stakes politics. With the Empire's key figures gathered around the round table, Ian takes the floor to address the growing political storm, calling out the dangerous factions scheming in the shadows. The situation is a complete mess, leaving the prince nursing a massive headache, but Eren remains completely unbothered in his seat, keeping his cool while the royals watch him closely. When Ian asks how they plan to transfer key figures like Tylene, Eren casually promises to have his own men handle the transport later. Ian immediately questions if moving someone that important without royal guards is safe, but Eren smirks over his wine glass, confident his subordinates can crush any ambush. The problem is that Eren is underestimating how many people want him dead right now, because on top of the hostile Count Louvre alliance, there are ruthless old political players lurking behind the scenes, not to mention Governor Segunda and his massive network of influence. They all know Segunda controls brutal forces and commands terrifying pirate warlords who slaughter anyone in their path, whose ruthless reputation casts a dark shadow over the entire territory. Yet despite the overwhelming list of enemies stacked against them, Eren stays perfectly calm, quietly asking the prince to grant him a personal favor. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the Empire's elite military force, an old veteran commander puts a young knight through a brutal test, watching as the recruit proudly shows off a nut he managed to crush with his bare grip. The commander just brushes him off like it was nothing, handing the recruit 3 solid walnuts and ordering him to crush all 3 at once within 10 days if he wants to prove his worth. While the young knight stands there sweating bullets, the commander takes a handful of the same rock-hard shells and effortlessly turns them into powder in his bare hand, showering the recruit in crushed debris. It leaves the recruit completely demoralized, just as 2 key Pendragon figures walk into the grand hallway. The commanders begin discussing the 2 new powerhouses who recently joined the Pendragons, starting with Argus, the terrifying warrior who single-handedly dismantled Alice's top knight, and then turning to Leon, the former palace jester from the John Bolt household. But Leon is no longer playing the fool, having transformed into a full-fledged Pendragon warrior. The commanders acknowledge that both men are training like demoniacs, building their strength for the massive war on the horizon, which earns a rare nod of genuine respect, even if they admit that wild monsters like them do not really fit in a glamorous palace setting. Suddenly, someone calls out to Argus and Leon, revealing that Prince Ian granted them special permission to visit the elite grounds, home to the absolute sword and shield of the Empire, the Golden Lion Knight Order. They step out to witness hundreds of elite knights engaged in intense sparring drills, with steel clashing as the Pendragon's new monsters size up the imperial standard. Count Granite stands tall at the head of his men, proudly displaying the mark of the Golden Lion Order and demanding to know who these prestigious guests think they are. Naturally, Eren Pendragon is not the type to be intimidated by formal posturing, even as the younger recruits nearby watch the exchange with visible nerves. The entire formation remains frozen in the courtyard until the captain places a hand over his chest, promising to give the duchy's representatives full respect. Beyond the gates, the full scale of the Empire's pride comes into view, where elite commanders gather to observe continuous drills, matching fierce close-quarters blade strikes in the dirt, while formations of archers draw their bows with deadly precision. Heavy cavalry charge across the dusty field in synchronized waves, and griffin riders circle through the open sky above the battlements. Honestly, every single branch is trained to a terrifying standard, which is exactly why the Golden Lion Order considers itself untouchable, boasting that every knight in their ranks comes from high nobility or distinguished warrior stock. That highborn arrogance shows itself almost immediately, as an officer starts crushing walnuts in his bare palm to flex his grip strength, hoping to unnerve the newcomers walking through the grounds. The bearded veteran Argus steps along beside young Leon, who keeps his eyes sharp while taking in the high-pressure environment, only for one of the local recruits to get shoved backward onto the ground. The officer offers a pathetic, half-hearted apology for the disturbance, smirking as he lies that his hands just tend to slip during training. What this idiot doesn't count on is anyone calling his bluff, leaving the surrounding soldiers staring in confusion, when he leans in close to target Leon directly, trying to rattle the young man with petty taunts. He aggressively calls out Leon as the eldest son of the John Bolt household, making sure everyone hears him drag the family name through the dirt. The nearby guards chuckle among themselves at the spectacle, treating the deliberate humiliation like a sideshow performance for their own entertainment. The loudmouth laughs like he just won a medal, while Eren's men watch the disrespect in silent tension. The officer moves right behind the protagonist to push his luck further, laughing maniacally as he asks, "Is your trump card a throwing knife?" and flings a hard nut spinning through the air like a projectile. Problem is, a massive hand reaches out and snatches it clean out of midair. The training ground goes dead silent as Argus inspects the nut held between his thick fingers, while Eren looks on, completely unbothered by the cheap trick. Argus calmly points out that real fighters use these for grip training and flexes his hand, crushing the shell like dried leaves. He enthusiastically declares that true martial artists can test their strength anytime, challenging the arrogant officer to settle whose style is actually superior. The officer tries to match him, straining until sweat pours down his forehead, grunting as his fingers refuse to crush the nut. Seeing the officer falter, Leon takes his turn, holding the walnut steady for just a split second, before shattering the shell into a cloud of flying fragments. The surrounding crowd jumps back in sheer shock, unable to comprehend how much raw force the kid just unleashed. Argus beams like a proud instructor, which only makes the humiliated officer explode in a furious rage, reaching for his weapon to attack. That turns out to be his biggest mistake of the day, as Argus instantly shuts him down with a surge of raw wind pressure, telling the small fry to stop throwing a temper tantrum. Captured officer panics as cold sweat drenches his face, while Leon watches the veteran work with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos as Count Granite himself arrives on the scene. The panicked officer tries desperately to shift the blame onto the newcomers, but Argus just stares down at him with cold disdain. Before the fool can escalate things any further, the Imperial Prince steps forward to take control of the situation. With a menacing smile, he points out that arguing won't settle anything, proposing an official duel between both unit commanders to resolve who is right. Count Granite immediately senses a trap, wondering what the prince is really plotting, while Irene shares a knowing look, realizing their bait worked perfectly. And just like that, the Golden Lion Order gets dragged into a match they never saw coming. The arena announcer screams at the top of his lungs as Count Granite takes his stance in the center of the courtyard, while our boy Raven draws his blade without a single hint of fear, and the whole crowd gathers to watch the Imperial Knights get put in their place. In the old Count's head, this duel is a matter of life or death, and he vows to make sure House Pendragon never forgets this lesson, erupting with a massive storm of green sword aura that shakes the entire courtyard, blasting a wave of energy across the arena just to flex his rank. Raven just watches the flashy display like a man reviewing a mild inconvenience, unimpressed by all the grandstanding, while the spectators in the grand hall lean forward expecting a total slaughter, and even the onlookers in the hallways start whispering about the sheer pressure. Naturally, Raven doesn't give a damn, flaring a brilliant blue dragon aura that shapes into massive wings behind his back. And as his boot digs into the stone floor, Count Granite leaps forward with a brutal overhead strike, forcing Raven to catch the full weight of the assault head-on. The old bastard surges forward behind a wall of green energy, thrusting his sword with everything he's got, and when their blades collide with a violent clash, the surrounding officers gasp in shock, unable to comprehend how a young noble is standing his ground, sweating bullets as the shockwave rips through the courtyard. Granite boasts that this is the absolute pinnacle of pure Imperial swordsmanship, charging straight in for another lethal thrust, swinging his blade to its absolute limit, only for Raven to smoothly deflect the strike with perfect composure. Count's eyes widen as he misses, scrambling to raise a guard when Raven counters, leaving the veteran spectating knights speechless. And before Granite can adjust his stance to attack again, our boy flips clean over his head in midair like an acrobat, dashing past him before the old man even realizes he lost sight of him, and swinging back with deadly precision. Raven comes crashing down with a heavy downward chop, forcing Granite to throw up a desperate two-handed block. And as Raven hits the ground agilely on one knee, a blinding flash erupts from their clashing weapons, locking both swords in a fierce contest of pure strength in the center of the ring. The Golden Lion officers are visibly breaking a sweat, while Prince Ian just strokes his chin with a sinister little smirk, because the entire crowd is in complete disbelief at what they're witnessing, and the senior commanders begin to realize this isn't luck. What this arrogant count doesn't know is that Raven didn't spend his youth in cozy fencing academies, and as Granite grits his teeth in mounting desperation, trying to push through with elite Imperial technique, he finds himself completely outmatched by 10 years of brutal survival from the Devil's Army. As their practice swords grind against each other, Granite attempts one final desperate lunge, only to realize Raven's counter is already waiting for him, sending the spectators into a complete panic, as the proud Count groans in pain and slides backward across the dirt, ending up forced to his knees right at Raven's feet, leaving the Golden Knights staring in utter humiliation. Granite kneels there soaked in sweat and completely broken, while Raven looks down on him with cold, veteran indifference. Lowering his training sword like this was nothing more than light morning warm-up. Watching from the sidelines, Elkin Isla smiles, knowing that House Pendragon isn't a dying duchy anymore and things are going to be very different from now on, as Raven stands victorious in the arena, carrying the strength of a true dragon master. Count Granite opens with a violent blast of aura that forces our boy back, but the veteran commander is already sweating bullets because Raven hasn't even flinched, leaving the Imperial court holding their breath as they wonder if a supposed disgraced heir is really about to outperform an Imperial legend. What these nobles don't realize is that Raven spent a decade in the Devil's Army, so formal dueling techniques are basically slow motion to him. Their swords collide in a blinding wave of blue and yellow energy, grinding edge to edge as both men fight for every inch of leverage. And when Granite tries to overpower him through pure weight, Raven slips his guard like grease on steel, stepping inside his reach, and plants a devastating left hook straight across the commander's jaw, sending Granite crashing into the dirt like a sack of wet cement. The Imperial Knights yell out in complete panic, watching their proud leader scramble out of the dust, while Raven casually flares that terrifying blue dragon aura. In his head, Granite knows his entire reputation is about to be shattered, so he erupts in a desperate wave of golden energy, screaming at the top of his lungs to force out every drop of power he has left. The two of them clash with enough force to shake the courtyard floor, terrifying the high society audience watching nearby. Granite puts everything behind a lethal overhead slash, only to realize far too late that Raven was baiting him the entire time, standing his ground without a single trace of hesitation. Elkin Isla catches the shift in the fight, knowing Raven is about to drop orthodox swordplay entirely. Reaching into 10 years of survival instincts, Raven executes a brutal close-quarters throw that slams Granite hard onto the cobblestones, disarming the commander as metal rings out across the yard and blowing away the rest of the dust in a heavy shockwave. Granite staggers back under his green aura, gasping for air, which leaves the onlookers marveling at how Raven seems to get stronger by the second. That is when Raven surges with his full dragon magic, locking down the entire arena under immense pressure, and the spectators genuinely start screaming in alarm as they pull each other back to escape the energy blast. Before anyone gets vaporized, the noble judge steps in, happily declaring that he is more than satisfied with the display. As the aura settles, both fighters stand face to face, and Raven offers his hand first, admitting he underestimated the commander's grit. The veteran warrior stands there processing the defeat, setting aside his pride, and shakes Raven's hand in mutual respect. Naturally, by showing grace instead of rubbing in his victory, Raven wins over the entire Imperial Order. He glances around as the crowd settles down and receives official acknowledgement from the court leadership. Our boy flashes a quiet smirk, knowing House Pendragon's authority is officially restored. He speaks directly with the mustache-bearing Knight Commander, outlining his plans for the upcoming military training. His retainers note that the capital's elite grounds are going to be the perfect sandbox for their young master to grow even stronger. The commander gives his full approval with a warm nod, ordering his troops to fall in, which they answer with a thunderous salute. Of course, one bitter observer watches from the background, fuming with pure jealousy over Raven's rise. Raven doesn't even bother looking back, focusing his attention on the future battles ahead. Beyond the massive walls of the imperial capital, the real political storm is just getting started, as ceremonial gongs echo past the lion gates to herald an important arrival. Guards freeze at attention while an elite carriage rolls through the entrance, bearing the crest of Roxon County, home to one of the most powerful and dangerous high lords in the entire empire. While a massive orc roars and swings its club in a furious rage, our Knight Isla stands completely unbothered, unleashing a heavy shockwave with a single swing that effortlessly counters the monster's strike. The creature screams in frustration for him to stop dodging, but Isla parries the blow without breaking a sweat. He pins down the weapon handle with his foot, then sends the beast tumbling backward with a sharp strike, leaving the monster howling in absolute agony. Even as the creature desperately grips its weapon to swing again, Isla dodges every attack with lethal precision, readying his next blow to completely pulverize it, turning the clearing into a one-sided slaughterhouse, while the watching knights stand there in stunned silence. Problem is, as two spectators whisper among themselves, they reveal that Isla was given a separate mission and couldn't join Raven on his capital trip. So he's been taking out his petty rage on every monster in sight with a horrifying ghostly aura. Naturally, the onlookers are terrified just standing near him, watching from the castle grounds as the whole place shakes. The observers marvel at how insane the training has become, and even the local commander gets fired up, deciding it's time to jump into the ring himself. While some nervous soldiers get flustered by his sudden enthusiasm, others enjoy a drink outdoors, laughing at how crazy strong everyone is getting, as fierce sparring matches continue all across the field. See, the Pendragon territory is thriving with a whole mix of allies, including their orc companion carrying a little blonde girl on his shoulders while discussing security matters. Naturally, the scouts stay on high alert, monitoring strange creatures drawing marks on the ground, keeping the border guarded while tension brews across the horizon. Because behind the scenes, Raven is piecing together the dark puzzle of the lick that appeared near the mausoleum, and the massive undead horde that recently swarmed Sissuk, wondering if there's a hidden connection between all these sudden attacks. Looking out over the castle landscape with a drink in hand, he knows the mastermind behind the assassination attempt and the Arangese Duchy are pulling the strings. And with only 10 days left until the official title-granting ceremony, time is rapidly running out. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Lady Erin is getting ready for the grand event, calling over Leon and Argus to show off her outfit. She proudly spins around in her inherited ceremonial dress, asking how she looks, and the men immediately smile and shower her with compliments, though the bearded knight just enjoys his cigar, amused by the excitement. While Erin blushes and adjusts her earring, the ladies share a quiet laugh, leaving the men completely flustered by her sudden transformation. In their heads, this cute young noble suddenly looks like a true high lady, and her companions happily praise her unique charm. From there, we jump to the balcony where the gravity of the upcoming ceremony sets in, as the leaders discuss the inevitable clash with the masterminds behind the plot. Raven listens intently to the warnings, knowing the enemy won't sit idly by while House Pendragon reclaims its rightfully earned status. He makes it clear that whatever trap they've set, he's ready to tear it down. Gets warned that Count Seginda has been scheming heavily for today, so he needs to stay sharp. And as the grand procession of nobles and soldiers marches through the Imperial Hall carrying their family banners, our boy Raven walks side by side with his companion, calm, composed, and completely unbothered, stepping onto the cobblestone path to walk straight into the lion's den. Inside the Imperial glass greenhouse, the high society social circus is in full swing, where older aristocrats flock around our boy Raven to ask how Lady Luna is faring under his roof. Raven assures them she's doing great and winning praise from the administrators, which satisfies the old noble enough to let them pass. Naturally, walking through a sea of scheming aristocrats is more exhausting than a battlefield, especially when pushy noblewomen start plotting to marry off Lady Luna to their own relatives, forcing Raven and Lindsay to stand there enduring the non-stop matchmaking. As one lady casually suggests Luna could just take a few extra husbands if necessary. The social pressure keeps mounting as the chatter gets louder, leaving our veteran protagonist ready to lose his mind from pure political fatigue. But the real chaos starts when someone in the crowd shouts for everyone to look toward the entrance, causing a group of desperate sycophants to start weeping dramatically while the royal guards watch in utter bewilderment. Half the men in the greenhouse drop straight to their knees, worshipping the three imperial princesses who step into the hall like divine goddesses. Young nobles gasp in disbelief at the arrival of imperial royalty, recognizing the legendary trio of feathered hat princesses who command the room. Our boy Raven instantly realizes this surprise appearance spells trouble, as even seasoned noblemen freeze up in surprise. The three royal sisters glide across the courtyard in their massive sweeping gowns, their high heels clicking sharply against the stone floor, heading straight for Raven with predatory enthusiasm. He can tell immediately that he's their primary target today, while Lindsay starts getting visibly anxious beside him. Poor Lindsay wrings her hands, feeling completely out of place around royal blood, and before Raven can maneuver away, the princesses completely surround him. They crowd in close, showering him with shameless compliments about his handsome face and legendary sword skills. Raven mentally checks out as they gush that he has every single trait a gentleman could ever desire, tightening the circle around him to stake their claim as suitable matches. That's when one of them turns her sights directly on Lindsay, making Raven narrow his focus to calculate their angle. He knows these royal snakes never make a move without a hidden motive. The lead princess leans down toward Lindsay with a sugary sweet smile, claiming she heard an interesting little rumor about her background. She asks if it's really true that someone in her position came from common stock, making the rest of Raven's companions grit their teeth in anger at the blatant ambush. Surrounding nobles lean in to watch the drama unfold, as Lindsay shrinks back, choking up under the cruel scrutiny, right before the princess loudly announces for the whole court to hear that Lindsay's father is just a common farmer. The sisters exchange smug, malicious smiles at her distress, letting the shocking reveal echo through the grand courtyard. They mockingly question how a low-born peasant's daughter could ever be fit to serve as a high noble's concubine, flashing their gem-encrusted rings while belittling her heritage. They strike dramatic poses, fully convinced they just humiliated Lindsay into total submission. What these arrogant brats don't realize is that Raven respects honest work far more than spoiled royalty. He steps forward to face the princesses with ice in his eyes, reminding the room that true honor belongs to the farmers who till the fields to feed the realm, the warriors who brandish swords to defend the borders, and the devoted hands who sew the clothes every noble family wears. The three princesses freeze in absolute shock as his words hit them like a slap in the face. Raven stands tall, making it crystal clear that honest labor holds 10 times more dignity than empty titles. The snobbish trio can only stare back with wide, speechless eyes. Turning away from the royal brat pack, Raven looks at Lindsay with gentle warmth, taking her trembling hands into his own. Tears well up in Lindsay's eyes as she hears the man she loves defend her heritage with pride, and he reaches out to pull her close in front of every high-ranking noble in the room. Holding her hand tightly, he softly asks if she's ready to walk out of this circus with him, making her flush with quiet happiness as she tearfully nods yes. Nearby noblewomen hold their breath at the romantic flex, while his retainers watch on with sparkling admiration for their lord's absolute dominance. Meanwhile, the three rejected princesses burst into hysterical sobbing over their ruined pride. Naturally, the court loyalists immediately lose their minds, pointing fingers and screaming at Raven for daring to lecture imperial blood. Outraged noblemen yell that a decaying duchy has no right to speak to princesses that way. Clenching their fists in fury, and declaring his words to be nothing short of treason against the empire itself. Tension spikes in the hall as guards reach for their weapons. Grizzled veteran noble smoking a cigar mutters in disgust at how pathetic these loud-mouthed sycophants are, while Raven calmly reassures Lindsay not to pay any attention to the noisy crowd. But just as the nobles prepare to draw their steel, a smooth, commanding voice echoes across the glass greenhouse. The angry crowd freezes in place as cold sweat breaks out across their faces, sensing a terrifying presence stepping into the courtyard. Heavy boots stride steadily across the stone pavement as a figure draped in a blue cape cuts straight through the parting crowd, bearing the imperial dragon emblem on his back. The man radiates an aura so oppressive that seasoned guards look like they might pass out on the spot. Everyone in the hall holds their breath in total silence as Raven turns to lock eyes with his deadliest political rival. It's Duke Arangues himself, the Shadow Titan controlling half the Empire's power. Flashing a cold, calculating smile, Arangues holds up his royal medallion and reminds the room that they are guests under the Emperor's care, flaring his magic with a lethal warning for every foolish nobleman present to sheath their swords immediately. Raven walks past the trembling aristocrats who were just calling for his head, because Duke Arangues has completely taken over the courtyard, radiating an aura so oppressive that even the rowdiest nobles instantly shut their mouths, while the old man calmly twirls his ring, flashing golden eyes that remind everyone why he sits near the very top of the empire. Naturally, the Duke steps forward to address the shivering aristocrats across the square, leaning down until a terrified nobleman looks like he might faint on the spot. Then he shifts his gaze toward the blonde officer, who stands his ground with a sharp, serious glare while the old tyrant sizes him up. The bearded Duke offers a calculating smile, as the rest of the crowd watches in complete silence, knowing a single word from Arangues could ruin a noble family overnight. Raven stands nearby beside Lindsay and his retainers, taking in every detail of the old man's display. The blonde officer bows respectfully to offer formal greetings, and the two move toward the colonnade to discuss the mess Raven just caused. The officer mentions how unfortunate it was that certain nobles got dragged into the conflict, regretting that allies were caught alongside the perpetrators. But Arangues just plays dumb, acting like a simple old man who cannot quite grasp the situation. Of course, the act drops immediately as Arangues excitedly pitches a brutally ambitious idea of his own, stroking his chin as he calculates his next political move, while the officer listens with an unreadable expression. Standing in the sunlit courtyard, Arangues admits that ever since his youth, he's believed in one simple truth, clenching his fist tight as he wears the house ring, and smirking with pure predatory confidence as he asks if the young officer agrees with him. Leaves drift through the ornate hall as the two men face each other in tense silence, and the officer considers the weight of the old man's words. With a sharp smile, the officer agrees that the best always rise to the top. Arangues looks over at a golden statue of a lion knight, musing that an old, rusty sword can still cut down a dragon, gesturing to the dragon embroidery on his cloak to drive home his threat, and declaring that total supremacy is the only thing he actually wants. Nearby, two noblewomen whisper about the Duke's terrifying presence, watching how easily the whole court bows in submission before his authority. Even in his traditional robes, Arangues commands the red carpet like a ruler, leaving everyone who sees him in person completely overwhelmed by his aura. The blonde officer and his companions watch in heavy silence as the Duke walks off. The officer clenches his fist with newfound determination as his veteran military commander steps up to report what he just observed. See, while Arangues was talking, the old commander unleashed massive bloodthirst straight at young Lord Pendragon, and our boy Raven didn't even flinch, proving to the old soldier that Raven has survived real battlefields far worse than this court. The commander barks at a subordinate to stay sharp, shouting that a martial artist is always on a battlefield even inside the palace, while the officer realizes Raven is far more dangerous than anyone gave him credit for. Because staring at Arangues, Raven sees right through the polished noble mask to the terrifying monster beneath, recognizing the mastermind who ordered the crown prince's assassination, and the butcher responsible for destroying his original family. What this arrogant bastard doesn't know is that the survivor of the Vault household is standing right in front of him, and Raven's blue eyes burn with fury as he vows that today he will expose every single one of Arangues' sins. Meanwhile, over at the indoor garden party, nobles mingle under the glass roof, completely oblivious to the tension, while Governor Leus calmly sips his wine and watches the political landscape shift. He considers how cleverly the pieces are moving across the imperial board when Count Segunda approaches to greet him in low tones. The old nobleman with the monocle addresses His Excellency with a formal nod, knowing that because they stepped away from the court, proving Arangues was behind the plot just got 10 times harder. While the imperial court prepares for the main event, the real monsters are already trading favors behind closed doors, shattering wine glasses over how they plan to eliminate Lun Tylene before facing the rest of their political enemies. Naturally, the old schemers assure each other that everything remains on track, having already stationed assassins across the territory, because the devastation caused by the White Dragon back in Sisuk completely derailed their original timeline along with Alice's movements. At the pre-ceremony gathering, high nobles pass around drinks and whisper poison, while Jamie Roxon stands off to the side with that smug look of a man who thinks he's 2 steps ahead of everyone else. The scarred old duke grins like a hyena at the prospect of new blood, while his companion calculates just how much money this plot is going to cost them. Of course, neither of them thinks much of the imperial heir, treating the throne like a prize to be carved up among real power brokers. But when the discussion turns to political survival, the conspirators move quickly to solidify their alliance, laughing about how useful those personal connections are going to be when the knife finally comes out. One of them expresses his eternal gratitude for being brought into the inner circle, holding up his hand to show the emblem of their agreement, as they bring their glowing rings together to lock in the pact. Meanwhile, out in the grand hall, the entire nobility of the empire stands crammed together waiting for the main procession, every eye glued to the carpet as the imperial ceremony gets underway and attendees prepare for the grand announcements. The massive palace doors swing open, and the hooded guards step forward raising their heraldic flags. Leading the parade is the dark banner of the Sea Dragon King, announcing the grand entrance of Duke Arengis himself, surrounded by his personal guard. Half the crowd gasps in surprise at the overwhelming aura filling the room, as the old snake struts down the aisle like he already owns the empire. Right behind him comes the banner bearing the angel emblem, signaling the arrival of the blood of the empire, the great Lindegar Duchy and its formidable commander. Seeing the man stride into the hall causes half the aristocrats to turn pale, as whispers immediately spread through the crowd about a giant who looks more like a wild bear than a noble. Even the veteran generals in attendance have to admit that family heads who survive this long are built different, especially when the younger generation gets ready to make their own impression. Next comes the grand red and gold banner displaying the white dragon emblem, marking the formal arrival of the dragon's contractor, which gets everyone shifting in their seats to catch a glimpse of House Pendragon. The ladies in the audience can barely hide their excitement, as our boy Raven walks down the carpet carrying himself with the calm authority of a veteran soldier. An old general scowls in annoyance, grumbling that a 17-year-old kid shouldn't hold this much power, while the younger nobles watch in silent envy. Then the herald announces the supreme rulers of the empire, as members of the Aragon imperial family begin their procession down the red carpet. Beside the royal family walks a young blonde nobleman, causing high-ranking noblewomen in the crowd to tense up in surprise. Even the military formations straighten up as he passes. But as Raven takes a closer look at the figure walking alongside the royals, something suddenly clicks in his mind. The herald introduces the young commander as a hero born in Sissuk, and Raven recognizes that severe face immediately. What the rest of the room doesn't know is that back in Raven's past life, during his 10 grueling years in the penal army, he stood among the crowd during a grand imperial assembly and watched this exact same young man walk past him. In that timeline, the boy was barely 15 years old when he commanded respect, carrying a solemn weight that never made sense for a teenager. Raven had watched him from behind back then, wondering how a kid that young could hold so much influence. But looking at him now in this altered present, Raven notices something chilling in his demeanor. The realization hits Raven like a physical shock wave. Before he can process what this means for his plans, the hall goes completely silent as the imperial official steps forward with absolute excitement to make the final announcement, declaring the arrival of the supreme authority of the Aragon Empire, the ruler standing at the pinnacle of every noble house, Emperor Aragon himself, marching down the red carpet surrounded by his royal guards. An elderly emperor hobbles down the grand hall leaning heavily on his cane, while imperial guards and high nobles fall into line along the processional carpet. Following closely behind in the imperial queue, our boy Alan walks with his retinue, calculating the sheer absurdity of the ruler standing before him. The ancient monarch looks like a single strong breeze could knock him out for good. Jamie Roxon steps up to the carpet with absolute confidence, shouting his formal greetings at the top of his lungs, expecting the quiet old man on the throne to shower him with grand rewards. In Jamie's head, his loyalty guarantees him a massive promotion, but as he stands waiting for royal praise, the awkward silence in the room begins to weigh heavy on his nerves. Charles steps forward in full armor to deliver the official verdict, leaving Jamie blinking in complete confusion, as Charles bluntly shuts down his grand ambitions with a single dry declaration. From the crowd, Alan and Lindsay watch the exchange unfold, realizing the imperial court is far colder than minor lords ever bargained for, while Charles steps back with the unbothered calm of a man who does this every day. Next up is Argon Habsburg, who steps forward to address the throne, under the anxious gazes of watching aristocrats. Corrupt nobles whisper dismissively in the back rows, mocking the political theater unfolding at the center. Duke Arengis keeps his own counsel, observing the entire court like a predator watching prey, as a nervous noblewoman whispers whether the emperor has always been this dead quiet. The truth is, nobody in this room has heard the ruler speak a single word in years, with official rumors blaming old age and sickness for his complete silence. But Alan knows the official history is pure garbage, because the treason charges that wiped out his family in the past life were built on a total lie. While commoners bleed in the dirt to keep the empire fed, bloodthirsty warlords fight in the dark to claim power, proving to Alan that this entire realm is rotten right to the core. The problem is deciding whether the helpless old man on the throne is the mastermind behind the decay, or just a convenient figurehead pushed around by corrupt dukes. To answer that question, Alan flashes back to a crucial moment in history, remembering when Iren Pendragon marched right up the center of this hall, heading straight for the imperial throne, ready to test the true strength of the ruler. Everyone assumed the ancient monarch sitting above was completely helpless, a harmless figurehead who held no real authority left in his hands. Back then, Iren prepared to present his case with cold discipline, holding the official petition in his hand, just as the frail monarch suddenly slumped forward off his seat. For a second, it looked like the ruler was collapsing from sheer exhaustion, but as the emperor straightened his spine, every noble in the room froze in sheer panic. His golden eyes flared with terrifying life. Massive, blazing lion spirit erupted behind the throne, forcing Iren to brace against a sudden, violent surge of raw pressure. Guard knights were slammed backward into the pillars, screaming as the aura tore through the assembly. Golden energy ripped across the entire throne room like a hurricane, while veteran commanders gritted their teeth just to remain standing. Iren shielded himself against the scorching heat, realizing this overwhelming power belonged to a man whose body was supposed to be rotting away. What these arrogant nobles forgot is that a dying lion is still a lion, and Iren refused to yield an inch against the royal pressure. Standing face to face with the blazing monarch, Iren locked eyes with the ruler's crimson gaze, focusing his mind to match the intensity of the attack. Drawing on years of brutal martial training, he began synchronizing his energy with the emperor's pressure, yielding to the flow instead of fighting against it. As Iren threw open his arms to accept the resonance, a swirling stream of blue dragon energy surged outward to bridge the gap. Onlookers gasped as the two overwhelming powers collided, transforming into a golden lion and a blue dragon circling the ceiling. The lion and dragon roared together, enveloping both the emperor and Iren in a blinding pillar of light. Iren stood centered and completely unbroken inside the storm, while the emperor gazed down with genuine pride as the explosive magic gradually settled across the grand hall, leaving Iren standing victorious at the foot of the throne. Duke Arangues and his masked companion watched in silent awe, while young officers struggled to process what they had just witnessed. For someone who had been written off as a harmless old relic, the emperor smiled warmly down at the young successor, acknowledging a spirit worthy of the dragon family. The messenger scrambled forward with dropping sweat, kneeling before the throne as the imperial declaration was finalized. Watching nobles gasped in absolute shock as royal knights reached out to formalize the decree, confirming Iren as the undisputed heir of the Pendragon household. Iren was officially a duke. The emperor officially acknowledges Alan as the true heir of House Pendragon. Our boy stands tall in front of the entire imperial court, completely unfazed by the royal pressure. Naturally, the onlookers are left staring in total disbelief, while shady nobles whisper in the back, and Alan simply bows with polite military precision. What these aristocrats do not realize is that Alan did not crush the emperor's aura with brute force. He simply yielded to its flow and blended seamlessly with the dragon, leaving the high commander sweating in shock, because assimilating with an emperor's presence is something no ordinary warrior can dream of doing. Governor Segunda is practically having a heart attack right there on the spot, sweating buckets as his grand political scheme crumbles, fuming with pure rage as Alan steps out completely victorious. Alan is immediately swarmed by his cheering retainers, and as the grand victory banquet kicks into full gear in the ballroom, a nervous young lady steps up and asks Sir Iren if he would do her the honor of being her dance partner. Iren looks a bit taken aback by the sudden invitation, but he smiles and gladly accepts, making every single jealous noble in the room grit their teeth in frustration. The two hit the dance floor surrounded by music, laughing and enjoying the festive atmosphere, while couples all across the hall glide under the chandeliers. Meanwhile, our lethal knight Elkin Isla is busy stuffing his face at the food table, when an anxious young noblewoman timidly approaches him for a dance, confessing that she feels ridiculously self-conscious because everyone is staring at her dress. Elkin listens with his usual stoic face, and without missing a single beat, he grabs her wrist and pulls her right onto the dance floor, shouting across the entire hall to get everyone's attention, which makes Iren glance over in mild annoyance, while Elkin marches her across the room like a man on a mission. Iren watches this chaotic spectacle unfold, as the poor flustered woman desperately waves her hands trying to calm Elkin down. The craziest part is that Elkin marches her straight over to Alan, authoritatively handing her off to the young duke like he is fulfilling a royal mandate. Alan is momentarily caught off guard by his knight's aggressive matchmaking, but he quickly flashes his signature confident smile, reassuring the flustered lady, who timidly offers him her hand. Alan gently takes her hand, interlocking fingers with royal elegance, and glides across the dance floor as effortlessly as he handles political snakes. Elkin casually sips his wine like a proud wingman who just solved world peace, while Iren and his partner share a laugh watching the scene. Alan keeps charming the crowd with his graceful moves, drawing admiring glances from noblewomen across the ballroom, though senior officers watch with cautious concern. Alan finishes the dance by dipping his partner with flawless style, crowning a perfect evening for House Pendragon. Right as the celebration reaches its peak, Alan and his partner suddenly look toward the entrance in alarm, because a noble envoy has just marched straight into the imperial throne room to interrupt the festivities. Jaime Roxon steps before the court with a deadly serious expression, kneeling solemnly before the emperor's throne, under the strict watch of the royal guard, placing a hand over his chest to deliver a formal petition. He begins outlining a grave complaint regarding the recent battle festival, targeting House Pendragon directly. The joyful dancing instantly grinds to a halt as whisper networks spread the news, and the party guests grow visibly anxious. Jaime points out that Count Brescia was brutally struck down during the trials, and Count Louver's eldest son, Sir Morgan, lost his life on the stone floor. He loudly proclaims that despite the official rules, noble blood was shed unfairly, and Sir Morgan suffered an unjust death, demanding that the emperor hold someone accountable for the bloodshed. The aristocratic crowd starts murmuring with intense concern, as Jaime passionately argues that justice must be served for the fallen houses. Spurred on by his speech, hostile nobles begin shouting in agreement from the gallery, and Jaime smirks knowingly, announcing that 6 high lords are already in favor of formal judgment. Count Segundo watches from the sidelines with a satisfied, malicious smile, grinning like a shark as Jaime brings up the legendary sea dragon incidents to stir more fear. Even Duke Arangues stands in the background with his arms crossed, throwing his massive weight behind the faction. Alan's allies watch in shock as the trap closes in around them, while Jaime kneels dramatically on the floor, begging the throne for swift punishment. He bows flat, crying out for the crown to bestow judgment upon the Pendragon Duchy. As the entire hall erupts into chaotic debate, furious Pendragon loyalists clench their fists, realizing the Louvre household rallied half the High Lords behind their cause. What makes the situation truly dangerous is that with Duke Arangues joining the coalition and the sick emperor unable to intervene, Alan has no authority to shut them down directly. And if these schemers manage to turn the political tides here, House Pendragon's hard-won victory could vanish in a single trial. The trial opens with a corrupt noble practically throwing himself on the floor, begging the enfeebled emperor to strip House Pendragon of everything, while half the High Lords scream in agreement, turning the imperial court into a total circus. Naturally, the surrounding aristocrats start panicking as the commotion escalates, leaving the royal guards on high alert while Sir Irene watches the political trap tighten around them. The younger soldiers in the hall stand frozen under the suffocating pressure, and Pendragon's few allies can only grit their teeth in frustration, knowing one wrong move here means immediate execution. Meanwhile, the bearded mastermind behind this petition thinks he has won, wondering what our boy Raven could possibly do to survive this, convinced he just handed House Pendragon a death sentence. That only makes the old bastard shout even louder, putting on a dramatic performance for the entire court while Raven sits there looking completely unbothered, which only fuels the accuser's smug confidence. He boasts out loud that he has irrefutable proof of treason, laughing like a man who already won the war. What this idiot doesn't count on is a frantic guard sprinting into the hall, screaming urgent reports that cut the trial wide open. In a single second, the schemer's confident smile completely vanishes, and panic sets in as palace alarms ring out across the estate. See, high above the castle, a flock of giant griffins just broke formation, shattering the imperial palace's magical flight restrictions and crashing a full flying carriage straight through the court walls. Debris and stone shower the ballroom as the winged beasts touch down, sending High Lords diving for cover in absolute chaos, while the heavy iron wheels skid violently across the polished floor. A hooded figure lands atop the roof right as the carriage stops, and when palace guards draw their swords to attack, a warrior leaps from the vehicle to intercept them, swinging with enough force to clear the entrance in one move. Knight thrusts his blade forward to stop the intruder, only for the entire room to lose its mind when they see who they're fighting, because the warrior standing in front of them is a massive orc sneering at their weak weapons, who instantly grabs the knight straight by his head. He launches the poor guy backward through the air, sending him tumbling across the marble floor like a bowling pin. The corrupt nobles can only watch in horror as their pristine court turns into a brawl, especially when another guard gets flung across the room, leaving the old schemer sweating in sheer panic as a red-caped orc warrior steps into the hall like he owns the place. From beneath his hood, Raven zeroes in on the corrupt lords, his hand moving smoothly to the hilt of his weapon as brilliant magical energy arcs around the steel, and he leaps straight into the fray, flashing swords in a blinding flash of sparks. That leaves the guard captain sweating at the sheer speed. The cowardly lords scramble backward, using noblewomen as human shields, while Raven settles into a calm, deadly stance. One corrupt noble still tries to smile sinisterly, expecting his hidden operatives to save him, and a masked assassin waits in the crowd for a signal, until the old schemer finally recognizes who these newcomers are, right before a hand clamps around his throat to shut him up. Problem is, one of Pendragon's knights casually sips a glass of wine mid-chaos, explaining that they only crashed because their captain got severe motion sickness on the flight over. That absurd excuse almost makes the old noble lose his mind, leaving the whole court utterly confused as to why the legendary White Dragon squad is standing here, right as the motion-sick knight steps up to scream at the top of his lungs, apologizing for the crash while announcing they're here on a mission for the fate of the Empire. Behind him, the Griffin rider is still clutching his stomach in misery, while the blonde commander listens with a subtle, amused smile. Raven and his allies step forward to report in, and the commander holds up a broken crystal, amused that Raven chose such a loud way to make an entrance. A wine-drinking knight gestures casually like this is just another Tuesday, while the commander observes the room from above, keeping a skeptical smirk as the political tide turns. Towering figure steps beside Raven, and Elkin Isla stands so impossibly confident that the squad behind him starts admiring him out loud, leaving the surrounding guards thoroughly stunned. The commander speaks up, addressing the grand battle against the real traitors trying to nest in the Empire, as Pendragon's elite line up in absolute unity, each battle-hardened warrior standing solemn and focused, from the blue-hooded fighter watching calmly to the veteran allies ready for orders, their presence overwhelming the courtroom. The old schemer can only stare in horror as his political trap completely crumbles, and the blonde noble smirks at the sudden reversal, while Raven looks up with cold, unyielding authority. On the floor, the corrupt noble collapses onto his hands, watched by the unfazed knight with his wine glass, the orc allies standing proud beside human knights, and the younger squad members witnessing total victory. Still, the angry old schemer refuses to go down quietly, remembering how he confronted beast riders in the streets to save face earlier. He stands beside the officer, frantically asking why everyone is rushing to judge him, only for an elf-like ally to step forward and call him out flat, declaring, "The only traitor here is you." Having thoroughly crushed the corrupt noble coalition's political trap, our boy Alan holds court over the very traitors who tried to frame him, sending the assembly into absolute chaos as the conspirators scramble to save their own skins. Count Segunda and the rest of the High Lords process the disaster in grim silence, knowing their whole narrative has been completely shattered by the captive at Alan's feet. Before the highest court in the Empire, Alan addresses the room with cold authority, leaving the conspirators sweating in terror as he prepares to drag the truth into the light. Naturally, the entire hall erupts in outrage and disbelief, while even the royal guards lose their composure beside the throne, and the emperor himself realizes this trial has turned into a total execution of his corrupt ministers. Alan presents the prisoners' official confession, explaining that their infiltration was strictly meant to uncover who actually poisoned the crown prince, and nothing more. That single statement strips away every false treason charge leveled against House Pendragon, leaving the conspirators in the audience pale and trembling, because their entire plot just blew up directly in their faces. See, these arrogant bastards thought they had manufactured an airtight death sentence. What they didn't count on was Alan playing four-dimensional chess and bringing indisputable proof. Focusing his attention directly on the throne, Alan steps up toward the imperial dais, ignoring the panic shouts echoing through the grand hall, as he leads the shackled traitor forward to finalize House Pendragon's complete exoneration. The noble faction knows they are backed into a corner, and as whispers of treason spread across the room, the true masterminds behind the curtain realize they cannot let this witness speak another word. One panicked old minister frantically bites his nails in sheer desperation, unaware that his own allies are already preparing to eliminate him. Hidden in the crowd, a hand activates a mysterious artifact, a purple-jeweled ring glowing with forbidden magical energy. The elderly noble feels his hand growing ice-cold, as the gemstone blazes with cursed light, surging dark magic directly into his body to hijack his mind. The poor fool realizes too late that he was just an expendable puppet all along, straining in agony as the dark spell forces his muscles to move against his will, turning a cowardly minister into a suicidal human weapon right in the middle of court. Out of nowhere, the mind-controlled old man lunges wildly at the key witness, catching the entire assembly completely off guard, as surrounding nobles scramble backward in blind panic. The puppet assassin charges at terrifying speed with a hidden dagger, intent on driving the blade straight through the captive's throat. Problem is, Alan's combat instincts from 10 years in the Devil's Army are far too fast for a cheap ambush, and he instantly moves in to disarm the attacker, refusing to let the mastermind silence their only lead. Meeting the charge head-on, Alan lands a brutal strike directly to the old man's throat that drops him like a sack of wet cement. Alan towering over the fallen assassin, his jaw set as he tries to keep the man conscious long enough to name his handler. The surrounding nobles recoil at the sudden violence, unaware of the black magic pulsing under the man's skin. Alan aggressively hauls the old man up by his collar to demand answers, only to realize the body has already gone completely limp. Sadly, the dark curse was designed to destroy the host the second the mission failed, violently bursting with purple energy that burns away any remaining life. The court panics in terrified astonishment as the body disintegrates, leaving the ministers whispering in horror about who could possibly wield such dark magic inside the capital. Count Segunda processes the sudden turn of events, relieved that the dirty evidence was erased before it could trace back to the High Lords, Alan fumes in pure frustration, knowing he just lost his best chance to drag the puppet master into the open. That's when Count Segunda steps forward with a glowing orb in hand, smoothly bowing to offer a hypocritical apology on behalf of the High Lords. The slimy old bastard turns the chaos to his advantage, loudly declaring House Pendragon to be the undisputed treasure of the Empire, as the court erupts into dramatic applause at the resolution. Alan glares back with furious resolve, knowing this political circus is far from over. The moment their mind-controlled puppet gets put down, the conspirators don't even hesitate to spin the narrative, claiming the fallen assassin acted completely on his own to cover up his own terrible sins. Then Duke Arangues has the absolute nerve to bow down right there, loudly declaring House Pendragon as the undisputed treasure of the entire empire. Honestly, watching this bastard pivot in real time is almost impressive, using hypocritical praise to wash his hands of the whole assassination attempt before anyone can link the cursed purple ring back to his estate. Our allies are practically vibrating with rage, ready to lunge across the room and tear his head off right now. What this smug snake knows, though, is that without the witness alive to talk, the rest of the High Lords have zero reason to turn on him, and the room immediately falls back into polite, fake applause. It leaves the younger nobles clenching their fists in absolute despair, knowing nobody in this room is ever going to hold Arangues accountable, while the crowd filters out like nothing ever happened. As the room empties out, Duke Arangues offers a sickeningly sweet farewell, promising they will cross paths again very soon. What he doesn't count on is that Alan isn't rattled in the slightest, standing there with his dragon aura flaring, because he already knows this politician just walked straight into a trap. Outside the hall, Arangues gets escorted away by his personal squad of Dark Knights, completely confident that he wiped his hands clean, while his masked enforcers keep watch from the shadows. Back inside, Irene and the investigators gather around the assassin's corpse, only to confirm that the dark curse burned the guy's mind and body to total ash, leaving zero physical evidence behind. Before anyone can dwell on the dead end, a royal summons arrives, calling Alan and Prince Ian straight to the Emperor's private chamber. The elderly ruler sits atop his throne, gathering his core council behind locked doors to lay out the real scope of the conspiracy. See, the court trial was just a sideshow, because the notorious pirate warlord terrorizing the southern seas is directly connected to the Arangues family bloodline. While the ministers whisper about how deep the treason runs, the Emperor cuts through the noise with a sudden decree that catches every senior noble completely off guard. Naturally, the ministers panic when they see the ancient dragon coin brought out, symbolizing a pact that predates the Empire itself. When one minister tries to protest the decision, Alan stays dead calm, asking what story the throne is trying to spin. The Emperor looks him dead in the eye and confirms that Alan is the one man the Empire can truly trust, demanding to know what he actually wants for the future. See if our boy is really fit to carry the realm. The old monarch recalls how dark ring magic nearly corrupted his own hall, recalling the terrible purple energy that forced his family to clench their fists in silent dread. Alan remembers his late father's legacy, his eyes hardening as he steps forward to meet the monarch. That's when the Emperor unleashes his full imperial aura, a massive, roaring lion energy that would force ordinary knights onto their knees. But Alan doesn't cower, and he doesn't fight back either. Instead, his golden dragon aura naturally merges with the imperial power, creating a divine harmony that leaves the veteran guards in utter disbelief. Seeing this incredible display, the Emperor officially entrusts the fate of the realm to Alan and Prince Ian. Ian hears the decree with absolute composure, lowering his head and kneeling before the throne to accept his sacred duty. Meanwhile, outside on a high balcony overlooking the crimson sunset, Duke Arangues stares into the distance, musing to himself about how the Emperor never trusted him or Segunda for a single second anyway. He turns back with a cold, ruthless stare, as an ominous cloud of dark magical energy billows up around him, signaling that the real war for the throne has only just begun. High above the royal palace, Archangel Sail descends from the heavens, drawing the immediate awe of the imperial commander, who listens closely as the celestial messenger addresses the mounting crisis, admitting that even divine places fall beyond normal heavenly control. What these high-ranking nobles don't want to accept is that the imperial lion aura, which has protected the royal line for generations, is rapidly fading. See, that golden lion power was originally a divine blessing from the goddess, granted to the Emperor to preserve order across the continent. But after the recent assassination attempt on the palace, the elderly Emperor's strength took a massive hit. Naturally, the entire court is in a panic, watching the sovereign's authority waver while their own house's power drops with every passing decade. The royal court is desperate for answers, asking who could possibly step up as the Emperor's health declines, and the answer turns every head in the room, because the person holding the strongest, most dominant aura right now isn't even a member of the royal family. It is our boy Alan Pendragon, whose dragon aura merged so perfectly with the Emperor's power that Sail believes it will soon outshine Prince Ian himself. As Alan walks through the grand halls, the angels and commanders realize that he and Prince Ian are the true pillars who will carry the Empire's future. Even the spies sent to investigate Alan's background come back empty-handed and completely bewildered. But the craziest part of all is Sale's quiet realization that something far bigger is happening, admitting, "The karma of this world is being tampered with." From there, we jump straight to the Imperial training grounds, where soldiers are furiously swinging steel and diving under wild strikes to test their combat skills in the dirt. The sparring gets vicious, with one terrified recruit getting backed into a corner right before taking a vicious uppercut straight to the jaw. He crashes onto the arena floor. Captain Granite couldn't be happier, watching on alongside Alan while boasting that having soldiers get stronger is a commander's greatest joy. Once the training wraps up, Alan meets Granite in the courtyard to discuss Imperial troop movements, but the tone shifts immediately when the subject turns toward the infamous Demon Corps. Hearing that name brings back brutal memories for Raven, taking him right back to his past life in the penal army, where he spent 10 hellish years surrounded by cutthroats and monsters. In his head, he can still vividly remember facing down massive troll kings, holding human prisoners hostage, wondering how on earth he survived a decade in that meat grinder. He remembers bloodthirsty horned warriors grinning through the flames, and wolf-riding barbarians tearing through ruined battlefields. He gets so lost in those horrific flashbacks that Captain Granite has to call out Duke Pendragon's name to snap him back to reality. The sun is setting over the Pendragon Castle, where Alan is currently trying to process the massive, ancient dragon aura pulsing through his veins. Honestly, keeping a lid on this kind of power is a complete nightmare, especially since monsters can instantly sense when someone carries an aura of this magnitude. But luckily, Lindsay is right there to help him calm down, nudging him gently until he finally relents. He starts brushing his long blonde hair, jokingly warning him that Soldrake might fly in to crash the party at any moment, which only makes Alan smile and softly whisper her name, while their little feathered companion watches the two of them with an incredibly smug, knowing attitude. But the quiet moment doesn't last, because Alina bursts through the doors to announce that the banquet is ready. Seeing the young master looking so regal actually moves the old butler to tears. And from there, we jump straight to the grand ballroom, where a massive celebration is already in full swing. Human vassals and demi-human monsters are clinking mugs together, completely forgetting their old grudges over free-flowing booze, while Alan and Lindsay share a quiet, affectionate smile in the middle of the chaos. Naturally, their close bond doesn't escape the gossiping eyes of the crowd, leading some of the noblewomen to whisper that those two seem inseparable, standing so close together. But Alina quickly shuts down the talk by reminding them how much they've both suffered. Meanwhile, Lady Seyrad stands off to the side, looking like she's carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders, which prompts Sir Ron to approach with a glass of wine, gently nudging her to relax. He stands by her side, bringing up the Duke's upcoming departure and encouraging her to finally speak her mind. He takes a tentative sip to steady her nerves, letting the alcohol dull her hesitation, before she finally gathers the courage to walk across the room. Her sudden approach catches Alan and Lindsay off guard as they turn to face her. Alan listens closely, calculating what this sudden approach actually means, while Lady Seyrad keeps her composure perfectly, offering her respects as a proper noblewoman should. She curtsies deeply before them, keeping her real thoughts closely guarded, while Sir Ron keeps a close eye on them from across the room, muttering to himself that she is still stalling. But there's no time to worry about noble schemes when the rest of the hall is busy drinking, pouring the territory's finest beer, which is branded with the proud dragon emblem of House Pendragon. Later that night, the noise of the party fades into a quiet, private room, where Sir Ron takes a deep drag from his glass, praising the incredible taste of their local brew. Alan agrees, and casually tells the knight that he is fully entrusting the territory to him. The two sit across from each other to hash out the details, as Sir Ron takes a moment to speak thoughtfully about their future plans. Of course, managing a duchy is never simple, and it requires dealing with a lot of difficult people, especially when managing a territory's expansion. Alan listens closely as Sir Ron explains the plans for developing the immigrant city of York, going over every detail as they share a quiet drink, while Alan runs the calculations on their current resources. The real catch comes when Sir Ron warns him about the capital's socialites, those useless ladies who only know how to dress up, explaining that there is a remarkably talented young woman working diligently behind the scenes who could be of immense help to Alan's future, presenting her as a direct contrast to Lindsay's quiet nature, leaving Alan to sit in silence and weigh his options. Raven slips into the quiet room, carrying a rare bottle marked with the proud crest of the White Dragon, and offers his mother a late-night drink. As the golden wine flows under the starlight, he fills a glass for Alina, quietly admitting how incredibly grateful he is for her constant support. They toast to the quiet peace they have fought so hard to secure, sharing a rare moment of comfort on the castle balcony, where the atmosphere is thick with unspoken words. Naturally, Alina cannot help but smile at her son, while our reborn soldier remains in complete suspense, to hear her confess that she absolutely despised the pathetic person he used to be. It was as if he suddenly transformed into an entirely different person, wielding his sword with a terrifying new fire, which is the ultimate dramatic irony. because the original owner of this body is indeed long gone. He explains that since he returned from the Sisuk expedition, he carried himself with the heavy purpose of a man reborn, inspiring her to finally find her own strength, so that instead of simply marrying for political convenience to save their household, she can stand tall as a leader in her own right, protecting the territory they are rebuilding together. What she says next completely catches him off guard, stirring up the heavy guilt he always carries inside, as she steps closer in the soft light, reminding him that the changes he brought to this city are very real, and admitting that she respects him deeply as a man. Raven can only listen in absolute silence, his strategic mind completely failing him, as she promises to become his ultimate shield, which leaves our battle-hardened veteran sweating bullets, utterly defenseless against a mother's raw sincerity. In his head, his guilty conscience is screaming, making him feel like he is drowning under the weight of his lies, remembering his brutal past life as a disposable soldier, where he fought hideous monsters and survived pure chaos, only to end up masquerading as her beloved son. The absolute worst part is the terrifying realization that she might actually love him for his true self, rather than the ghost of the boy he replaced. The tension is practically suffocating as they stand on the balcony, until Alina softly calls out his name, pulling him right out of his panic spiral. Quickly downs his wine to steady his nerves, offering a quiet, genuine thank you, which instantly softens the mood between them, knowing they have finally found real common ground. She tells him he is always welcome, leaving him alone with his thoughts in the quiet night. But we do not get to enjoy this cozy castle atmosphere for long, because out on the open ocean, a black pirate flag is fluttering in the wind. These fanged sea thugs are currently ambushing a merchant vessel, swarming the deck and slaughtering the helpless crew, who scream in absolute terror as steel cuts through the air. A desperate passenger begs for the Navy to save them, but his pleas are instantly cut short, as a pirate coldly promises that absolutely no one is coming to help, reveling in the absolute slaughter. The pirate captain cackles like a maniac while looting a valuable necklace, thoroughly enjoying the absolute bloodbath, until he notices a document detailing the massive rise of House Pendragon, showing that the young Duke is thriving way too much for his liking. Naturally, he slashes the paper in half, setting his sights on our boy's territory next. You arrive at the coastal city of Leus, a sprawling port dominated by massive stone towers and the sparkling sea, where some local blonde guy gets a sudden reality check when our boy Raven rolls up with his retainers, carrying himself like a veteran commander instead of a fragile noble, which gets the locals whispering about the fancy new naval uniforms and wondering what kind of storm this young Duke is about to bring to their quiet port. See, the maritime defense here is supposed to be top tier, with disciplined crews handling the rigging, but things have been a bit chaotic lately, requiring Admiral Viscount Moraine to step in with his personal blue aura flares to violently put down any troublemakers, leaving a pile of bruised rebels on the deck to remind everyone who actually runs these waters. Moraine is a hardened sea dog who doesn't tolerate weakness, which is why he keeps a tight grip on this strategic harbor, flying the proud seahorse flag of the Leus Navy, as he leads his cavalry escort straight through the city streets to meet their new master. Problem is, some of these old-school officers are incredibly stubborn, especially since they spent years serving the corrupt Segunda, relying on beastly mercenaries and chained monsters to enforce their rule, and secretly plotting to exploit any sign of weakness from the new governor, believing they can keep running their shady operations behind closed doors, while putting on a polite show of respect in the grand reception room. Naturally, Moraine and his officers expect Raven to be a pushover, but Raven plays along calmly, letting them think they hold all the cards, as Moraine tries to measure the depth of the young man's confidence. That's when a cocky, dark-haired officer steps forward to test the waters, advising the young Duke to stay in his lane and remember his place, which makes the personal guards tense up as they realize this idiot is playing with fire. The blonde officer pipes up to talk about how the Navy has been running things since Segunda's death, gesturing dismissively to show they don't really take Raven seriously, and boasting about how clean their transition was, while completely downplaying any lingering loyalty to the old regime. But Raven cuts him off, reminding him that the governor is the one who makes the calls, leaving the room in a heavy, suffocating silence. The cocky officers instantly feel the room freeze up, while the older commander smiles with a smug grin, walking forward to patronize the teenager as if he is just some child who needs to be taught a lesson. Raven doesn't even bother arguing, letting the old man dig his own grave, as the commander rests his hand on his sword to emphasize his authority. The other officers expect the young master to fold, as the commander claims he was a close friend of Raven's father, Duke Gordon, whom he openly mocks as a weakling who only cared about flowers and painting. The insult is clear, but the old man keeps pushing, expecting Raven to flinch, while the retainers stand ready, sensing the storm brewing in the room, and Raven lets the disrespect settle for one final second. Then Raven calmly says they should begin, which the commander takes as a sign of complete submission. But before anyone can even blink, Raven lunges forward at terrifying speed, slams his hand directly around the commander's throat, and violently hurls him backward through the air. He pins the screaming old man flat against the stone floor, shocking the subordinates into drawing their swords, only for Elkin Isla to instantly intercept them with a heavy clash of weapons. The room falls into absolute terror as they realize they are completely outmatched, with Isla's cold blade resting against the throat of anyone who dares to move. Raven cuts through the silence with a freezing warning, demanding to know if they honestly think the ruthless pirates heading their way are going to negotiate nicely, reminding them of how these savages brutally slaughter innocent civilians on the open water, led by the bloodthirsty Tolio Arangues, who is coming to tear their port apart. He leans down to make it crystal clear, leaving the bruised commander completely broken on the floor, as Raven stands tall, flanked by his elite retainers. That single display of violence is enough to shatter their fragile egos, realizing they have been treating a dragon like a dog, as the defeated commander submissively mutters the Pendragon name. Isla and his companions stand down, satisfied with the demonstration, while Raven smiles coldly, announcing that a powerful navy is the only thing that will keep them alive. While the fanged pirates are out on the open water looking for an easy fight, their screaming leader rallies the crew with plans to slaughter every single Imperial soldier they can find, completely unaware that their target is already closing in on them from the horizon. Naturally, the mood on the deck shifts to pure panic the second they realize they aren't the ones doing the hunting, even as one stubborn warrior tries to puff his chest out and mock the incoming forces, wondering if the Imperial Navy honestly believes they stand a chance against them. The answer to that question arrives from above in the form of Griffin riders, who swoop down through the clouds at breakneck speed, catching the pirates completely flat-footed as the massive beasts shadow the deck. Before any of those blue-skinned thugs can even raise their weapons, a rider aims a heavy crossbow, unleashing a volley of bolts that pierce right through the defending crew, while another rider dives straight into the middle of the chaos, cleaving his target in half. Meanwhile, back in the coastal city of Leus, our loyal knight Isla is keeping his focus on the streets, leading a squad straight toward a shady tavern marked by a massive orca emblem. The smug bartender inside thinks he is just dealing with normal customers, unaware that the naval captain and the young officer entering the room have a very different agenda, having tracked the pirate network directly to his front door. The captain draws his blade. He stops the cold steel, just a hair's breadth from the man's throat. Suddenly, the whole bar erupts into a standoff as weapons are drawn on both sides, but the captain remains entirely unbothered, calmly talking down the smuggler named Isaac, while the young officer pulls out an official document that changes everything, which leaves the bartender sweating bullets as he realizes his secret business is fully exposed. To make sure he gets the message, the captain leans in and asks if he should start cutting off his fingers, leaving the coward trembling in absolute silence, before the guards drag him away to be thrown into a dark cell. With the tavern cleared out, the captain walks away knowing he just broke their main supply line, while his officers stand watch to make sure no other smuggler escapes. See, this isn't just about cleaning up the local crime, but about targeting the adjutant of Segunda to completely purge their influence from the port, which will ultimately choke the supply lines and starve the Dark King Tolio Arangues of his pirate funds, leaving absolutely no room for negotiations with any traitor who has taken a bribe. With the White Dragon banner flying high as a warning to their enemies, the operations on both land and sea are a massive success, causing absolute panic among the remaining outlaws who realize their safe havens are being torn down, especially with a fearsome orc warrior leaping onto their ships to crush any resistance. All of these reports of crushing victories are meticulously written down in the official records, which our silver-haired young master Raven reviews at his desk, earning a proud smile from his elderly butler. Naturally, our boy can't help but laugh as he celebrates another successful step in his plan. While back home, a quill scratches against paper as a letter is drafted to keep him informed of the family's status. His dedicated sister Irene is the one writing the update, working tirelessly at her desk late into the night, happy to be supporting her beloved brother's grand ambitions. Even late at night, she knows she has to work twice as hard to support him, pushing herself to manage the expanding business of the duchy, determined to make sure House Pendragon is fully prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. We open on the sprawling stone walls of the city, where a traveler with a massive backpack steps into the office of Lady Luna, instantly breaking the silence of her busy workday. See, the visitor is none other than Bredon, who eagerly announces he has started his own trading company, even while gesturing awkwardly to his empty sleeve, which only serves as a quiet reminder of what happens to those who cross the Pendragon family. He explains he came here because this territory welcomes everyone regardless of race or background, making it the perfect place to expand his business. But Luna dryly asks if he really wants to set up shop in a city run by the exact same man who chopped his arm off. Naturally, that brings back some heavy memories for Bredon, recalling the terrifying young noble in silver armor, who sliced through his mercenary guards without breaking a sweat. But instead of backing down, Bredon simply prepares his counterargument, knowing that while Alan Pendragon is absolutely ruthless, he is also incredibly practical, which is exactly what Luna is trying to gauge right now. Passionately explains that a leader like Alan respects profit and results, bringing an intense pressure into the room as he steps closer, believing his new company will bring the territory far more wealth than any regular merchant ever could. He prepares to leave with a confident swagger, leaving behind a final, lingering thought that leaves Luna completely speechless at his sheer nerve. Meanwhile, out on the coast where the pirate ships gather, a rowdy tavern is packed with blue-skinned half-orcs, including Captain Griezmann, who is busy nursing his drink, demanding to know what their uninvited guest wants. The guest is a smiling pirate with an eye patch, who casually mentions that the Empire's new governor is out hunting pirates, instantly turning the tavern's rowdy atmosphere into heavy silence. The local thugs grow tense, knowing the Imperial Army is a completely different beast, especially when they are led by a crazy brat who has the entire military backing him. But our disguised noble just laughs off their sudden caution, making himself comfortable among the massive demi-humans, and reminding them that a blockaded port means their entire black market income goes down the drain. He casually picks up a tiny dried fish, taking a bite of his cheap snack, which only provokes an angry half-orc to slam his massive fist onto the table. The thugs surround him with bared teeth, but Alan just tosses the rest of the fish into his mouth, chewing slowly while calculating exactly how many of them he will have to put down. He boldly suggests they should simply pool their manpower to solve the problem, which only makes the half-orcs laugh at his ridiculous proposal, wondering if they honestly think they stand a chance against him. One massive brawler offers to choose a new boss right now through a trial of strength, as his guards flank the smug traveler to keep him from running. But our boy just smiles back, welcoming the challenge, and before anyone can react, the heavy wooden table is flipped clean into the air. The enraged half-orc charges forward with a fist glowing with purple energy, slamming it into the floor to unleash a massive shockwave. His buddies grin, expecting the cocky traveler to be crushed into paste, only for their confidence to shatter instantly. Alan has easily caught the massive glowing fist with his bare hand, unleashing a suffocating wave of pure bloodlust, before tightening his grip until the bones of the half-orc bastards start to crack. He effortlessly throws the giant aside, leaving the brute screaming in pure agony, while Alan calmly mutters a single word, "break," as he twists. The remaining thugs charge him together with drawn weapons, but Alan simply leaps high into the air, drawing his blade with complete focus. While a lethal focus takes over his mind, he ignites his sword with an overwhelming burst of magical fire, unleashing a devastating flame slash that sweeps across the entire room. The charging monsters are instantly engulfed in roaring heat, crying out in terror as they try to shield themselves from the blazing wall of fire. Alan looms over the carnage amidst the swirling embers and smoke, leaving no doubt about who owns this room now, and mockingly asking if anyone else wants to try their luck against him. His blade crackles with pure magical heat, melting a heavy metal shield nearby as if it were nothing but cheap candle wax, as Alan throws his head back and laughs, declaring that absolutely no one in this room is worthy of being his opponent. The terrified monsters can only tremble in silence at his power, while far away in his quiet study, the real Alan calmly sips his warm tea and reads the report of his successful undercover operation. We start with a quick reminder of how terrifying the inland pirates can actually be, especially their infamous boss, Tolio, who can command raging fire with a single swing of his sword, igniting the air around him, leaving nothing but ashes and charred armor in his wake, roaring like a demon from the underworld while his victims can only watch in absolute terror. Meanwhile, we jump straight to the deck of our boy Alan's warship, where the Pendragon soldiers are clashing steel and pushing their combat limits in a series of brutal, sweaty sparring sessions, polishing their sword strikes until their blades literally hum with dangerous blue aura. Naturally, the commanders are keeping a very close eye on the progress, privately admitting that this intense regime is molding their crew into real killers, ready to take on the worst scum of the seas, confident this training will finally make their forces truly unstoppable. But as the exhausted soldiers collapse to the deck to catch their breath, Alan is sitting there sweating and running the timeline in his head, realizing 3 full months have already flown by since he arrived to wipe out the pirate trade. The worst part is that even though he went through all that trouble to choke their finances and starve them out, he still has absolutely no idea why Tolio hasn't made a single move yet. Even his Griffin Killian seems just as annoyed by the waiting game, but the scouts confirm there has been dead silence from the enemy camp. What Alan doesn't know yet is that a massive army of inland pirates is currently gathering inside a dark, rocky cavern, where thugs, scarred orcs, and veterans like Zajulka are standing by, whispering about this sudden, massive alliance. They are pointing out how every single inland pirate has been summoned to this spot, unaware that some of these thugs are actually members of the Pendragon White Dragon Squad, who have successfully infiltrated the ranks as spies, and are currently arguing under their breath to avoid blowing their cover. That is when a heavy set of footsteps silences the crowd, and their legendary leader steps onto the high rocks accompanied by 2 massive orc bodyguards. It is the one-eyed pirate King Tolio himself, grinning wildly with his sharp fangs, as the crowd watches in tense anticipation, wondering what kind of stunt their captain is about to pull before he hoists up a massive sack and lets a literal waterfall of gold coins pour out, raining down a fortune in front of his greedy followers, who immediately scramble like starving dogs to grab every single coin. Our undercover spies are instantly running the math on this ridiculous pile of wealth, realizing that if these pirates possess this much gold, then Alan's economic blockade did not affect their pockets at all, which means the gold must be coming directly from the corrupt Erenghi's household. As the greedy thugs keep fighting over the scattered coins, The entire cavern erupts into massive cheers for Tolio, who just dismisses the praise with a wave of his hand, claiming he is only doing his duty to look after his loyal crew, especially after seeing how low they were driven by the Pendragon fleet. Seal the deal, Tolio draws his blade and declares himself the true king of these lands, unleashing a massive wave of fire that tears through the cavern, proving his overwhelming magic power and sending the entire crowd into a wild frenzy. But not everyone is just blindly cheering, as a stern pirate captain steps forward to address the roaring boss, who impatiently demands to know what he wants. The man introduces himself as John Myers, captain of the Winter Storm Pirates, and reminds the group that the Pendragon forces are no joke, asking how exactly they plan to handle the Griffin riders above the open water. Naturally, Tolio just laughs off the tactical concern, leaving Myers to wonder if their boss has completely lost his mind, as Tolio smugly recites a famous old saying before snapping his fingers to summon a mysterious hooded figure from the shadows, who is accompanied by massive flying beasts. Massive Claw grips the stone floor as a giant, winged monster lands, forcing the pirates to instinctively draw their weapons, knowing they are utterly outmatched, as someone stutters out the terrifying name of the legendary Valkyrie Knights, who have apparently allied with the pirates to completely crush House Pendragon once and for all. We start out on the sparkling open sea, where a wealthy crew is raising a toast, laughing and celebrating their safety in Pendragon territory. Naturally, that peace doesn't last for more than a couple of seconds, because feathers suddenly start drifting down from the clear sky. Before they can even look up to see what is happening, a whole squad of armored Griffin riders dives straight down, catching the helpless sailors completely off guard and aiming their heavy crossbows with zero intention of taking prisoners. The massive bolts shred through the deck like wet cardboard, leaving the survivors scrambling in absolute terror, as the giant winged beasts sweep across the ship, ripping the crew apart with massive claws, ignoring their pathetic begs for mercy, and crushing any remaining resistance, while the mysterious forces retreat back into the clouds. Behind this brutal aerial strike is that mysterious hooded commander, who is currently coordinating a massive pirate fleet through the rocky channels. A local Navy captain tries to chase them down under the Imperial flag, cursing the pirates and swearing to sink them, but the pirates aren't running out of fear. See, their captain is completely relaxed, casually wrenching his wheel to steer into a dangerous, jagged reef. The two massive warships squeeze through the narrow gap, catching the Navy completely off guard, as they realize they have been lured straight into a watery grave of hidden rocks. Underneath the churning water, the sharp stones tear the hull open, sending a wave of destruction crashing through the pursuing vessel. Naturally, the pirates lose their minds cheering, watching the pride of the local Navy sink right before their eyes. One of the allied orcs on the Navy's side screams in fury, unable to stop the escaping outlaws, as their own ship is swallowed by the dark sea. Meanwhile, the pirate captain smiles, already planning to claim the entire territory for themselves. Back in Leus, our boy Raven is dealing with the economic fallout, venting his absolute frustration as the bad news piles up. The economic war is turning into a nightmare, and he openly admits, "We have misjudged the situation." What they didn't count on is that Duke Arangues has been heavily funding these criminals, supplying them with massive piles of gold and resources, meaning Raven's economic blockade has basically backfired. The threat is far bigger than a few rogue ships, especially with that secret army of Griffin riders dominating the skies, which has the veteran soldiers of House Pendragon sweating. Raven prepares to take matters into his own hands, letting his blue aura flare as he gets ready for a real war. The problem is the common people are already suffering from the blockade, complaining in the local taverns about the lack of real food, while the nervous servers can only apologize because prices have skyrocketed all over the port town. Everyone is realizing that Leus is steadily declining, muttering into their mugs, and wishing for the old days under Segunda's rule. From the quiet shores to the rowdy streets where arguments are breaking out over nothing, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Raven sits in the tavern listening to the complaints, realizing his people need food and stability, not just military promises, especially while the local farmers are still struggling to make ends meet in the fields. Later that night, he stands with his contracted white dragon, Soldrake, making a silent vow to do whatever it takes to protect this land. But the heavy silence is suddenly shattered by a massive commotion outside. The townspeople are pointing at the night sky in absolute disbelief, screaming that a human is actually flying. Raven races out into the chaos, because hovering high above the village is Soldrake herself, her silver hair shining and her giant white wings unfurled. Alan sprints through the doors, desperately calling out for his dragon partner, who is simply taking in the quiet night air, completely unbothered by the chaos as our boy gasps for breath. He joins her on the balcony to demand answers about what they are facing, the weight of the coming war making him sweat under her calm gaze. He leans over the railing trying to make sense of the looming threat, while Soldrake remains perfectly still, staring out into the darkness before quietly opening up about the deep secrets of her kind. She reflects on the other ancient beasts she has crossed paths with, remembering the dark-winged black dragon Amuhalt soaring past the cliffs, which instantly sends a jolt of shock straight through Alan. He remembers the massive dragons he encountered back at the mausoleum, and she quietly confirms that she did indeed meet them there in the past. Naturally, the talk of ancient history leads right to the concept of the dragon vein, prompting Alan to ask if there is a source of mana flowing beneath the Ancona Mountains, as she explains that every single dragon lair is built directly over these magical currents. The problem is that if these veins are somehow blocked or cut off, she and her kind are stripped of their full powers, forcing her to eventually return to her lair to recover her drained mana. This leaves her temporarily weakened, which only makes Alan's frustration boil over as they talk near the window, his mind racing through the sheer number of traps his enemies have laid for him. He grips his chest in anger, pointing out that both of their souls and past lives are tangled up in this mess. But she has no easy answers for him, staring down as the heavy silence stretches between them. In his head, the burden of his regression and his struggle to alter the past is becoming too heavy, especially with the mysterious elven enemies watching his every single move, fueling a sudden wave of fury that catches him off guard. He remembers the burning flames of the warriors he has faced, the fierce, mocking smiles of the monsters in his path, and the smug face of Duke Arangues orchestrating this entire disaster. He vents his anger at how everything feels like an endless, rigged game, demanding to know why they are stuck in this loop, which only makes her look away with a quiet, painful solemnity. Instantly regretting his outburst, he calls out her name as she slowly turns back to face him, their hands finding each other in the dark, locking together in a silent promise of absolute trust. She admits that while she does not understand everything about his regression, she's completely resolved to stand by him, telling him, "But I will protect you, Ray, even if I die trying." He replies that she is far too precious for him to ever let her throw her life away, their hands squeezing tighter as the emotional weight settles over them. Our boy takes a seat, awkwardly apologizing for letting his temper get the best of him, scratching his head in embarrassment, while she simply looks down at him with quiet, affectionate amusement. But they do not have the luxury of time, as those seafaring idiots in the Pirate Alliance prepare to strike, led by the hooded figures backing the Duke's grand scheme. Alan sits at his table holding his head in pure frustration, trying to figure out a way to break the Navy's blockade, until she delivers the final blow to his hopes of a quick victory. He asks if she can just fly out and vaporize the fleet, but what he doesn't count on is that her joining the fight directly would only make things far worse, because of the terrifying creature guarding the southern waters. Under the bright full moon, the ancient sea dragon Viscula will instantly retaliate, making any aerial intervention an absolute death trap, as Alan whispers the name of the terrifying aquatic beast in sudden realization. This is the legendary Arangues household guardian deity, renowned as the most frenzied, violent dragon in existence, a true specialist in pure, unadulterated combat. Without her dragon vein, Soldrake cannot guarantee a victory over Viscula in the open ocean, meaning she is completely benched for the upcoming naval battle, leaving Alan in absolute silence as his last hope crumbles away. Clenches his fist in quiet, simmering desperation, before slamming it onto the wood with a furious curse, the memory of burning cities and slaughtered innocent people flashing through his mind. He remembers the brutal warlords standing over his fallen allies in his past life, and the mocking grin of that smug bastard Duke Arangues enjoying his absolute despair, sending a jolt of panic straight into his chest. Soldrake quietly steps closer to the spiraling master, calling him by his true name, Ray, and leaning in incredibly close to force him back to reality. He stumbles backward in absolute shock at her sudden closeness, flustered and stammering that she is acting completely out of character. He tells him with absolute seriousness that he is losing his grip, pointing out that his blind panic is making him completely blind to his surroundings, as he looks out over the quiet, vulnerable town of Leus below. He looks at his people suffering from the economic blockade, remembering the promises of protection he made to them, and realizing he cannot let his personal obsession with revenge derail his duty. His eyes harden with a newly found clarity, clenching his fist not in anger, but in cold, calculated resolve, as he walks past her to find a quick way to clear his head. He grabs a nearby metal watering can and dumps the freezing water directly over his own head, standing there completely soaked but finally back in control. He wipes the water from his face with a genuine, relaxed smile, which earns him a gentle, approving look from his ancient partner, as they stand side by side overlooking the harbor. He grips the railing, fully determined to save his territory with his own strength. The blonde young master finally stops panicking, telling his massive dragon partner that her reality check worked and he has finally come to his senses. That earns him a rare moment of peace from the ancient beast as they stand side by side overlooking the kingdom, knowing he must do whatever it takes to save this town. Naturally, preparations begin immediately at the harbor, where shipwrights and dockworkers are working overtime to rebuild the fleet. The average worker is left whispering and wondering where the hell all this endless funding is suddenly coming from, as bags of gold are handed out in the warehouses to keep the workforce happy and loyal. It turns out the secret treasury of the Pendragons is flooding the market with gold coins, which are quickly spreading across the entire imperial capital. See, Alan is pulling an absolute masterclass in economic warfare, which becomes very apparent when the imperial tax officials review the trade documents. They realize he isn't just strengthening the navy, but is actually securing the livelihoods of the coastal poor so they don't turn to piracy. It's a move that leaves those greedy imperial rivals completely back on their heels as they try to analyze his play, which is the exact same town-building infrastructure he used before. Now the imperial administration is forced to watch him build a massive fortress, knowing he holds all the cards in this game, and making them realize they are completely out of their depth. The real genius of his plan is currency manipulation, targeting the massive trading hub of Leus to exploit its status as the center of the imperial economy. He knows that if he floods the trade routes with Pendragon gold, the sudden spike in purchasing power will cause an absolute frenzy. This allows him to control the flow of wealth, while the imperial bureaucrats scramble to understand the sudden shortages. Goods are going to dry up overnight, leaving merchants panicking about their supply lines and shifting the entire balance of power from this moment onward. Down at the busy shipping canals, merchants are frantically checking their manifests to make sure they've secured heavy-duty mercenary escorts. Some of the crew think this level of protection is absolute overkill, though a mysterious warrior in a cowboy hat warns them not to be stupid. That causes his companion to stay on high alert as they keep their eyes peeled for any suspicious movement, knowing that these docks are crawling with spies. But the cowboy hat mercenary is confident he can handle whatever danger lies ahead, leaving his partner to question his bizarre confidence when they're sailing into a war zone. He just casually brushes off her worries, giving her a quick lecture on why vigilance is the only way to stay alive, which leaves her wondering if she signed up for a suicide mission. Meanwhile, over in the prosperous docks of York City, the massive trade boom has everyone in high spirits as the local governor and his elite officers survey their territory. They are completely confident in their defense, marching forward like they already own the entire sea, with their swords swinging at their sides, totally blind to the massive target they've painted on their own backs. The problem is, they have absolutely no defense against the Valva's Knights, an elite aerial unit that's been trained from childhood to raid supply lines from above. If Alan can't find a way to shoot them down, their finances are going to crash straight to rock bottom, leaving our blonde young master completely overwhelmed by the tactical gap, desperately wishing he had a hidden card to play as he stands among his own untrained griffins. Under the cover of darkness, Alan is out on the high stone battlements brushing down his giant griffin, his mind racing as he tries to solve this tactical nightmare. In his head, he can already see elite Valva's riders diving through the clouds at terminal velocity to slaughter his defenseless people below, a vision so frustrating that he can only grind his teeth, cursing out loud under the pale crescent moon. That's when he suddenly hears footsteps approaching from behind, realizing he isn't as alone as he thought, as Eren demands his brother, "Lend me one griffin," leaving Alan completely speechless at the kid's sheer audacity. Naturally, he gets it. From there, we jump straight to a remote mountain campsite by the sea, where a squad of soldiers are relaxing around their campfire. Suddenly, a massive white feather drifts down from the darkness, throwing the entire camp into an absolute panic as more feathers rain down, until they look up and see a silhouette landing on the rocks. It reveals Eren, mounted proudly atop the giant white beast, as he announces himself as the governor of Leus, forcing those lazy, spear-clutching soldiers to quickly scramble to their feet before their new commander. Down at the port of Leus, the local guards are suddenly struck by absolute shock, as massive white feathers start drifting down from the night sky, signaling the arrival of a force they definitely did not expect. Our young governor arrives in style, riding a massive griffin through the moonlight to claim his post, fully prepared to whip this chaotic port territory back into shape. But before he can even unpack, his loyal knight Isla confronts him on the beach, unwilling to let him face the upcoming dangers alone. Isla insists that if the master is going into enemy territory, then he must be allowed to tag along, pledging his blade to the fight once again. Naturally, our protagonist remains completely unmoved by the emotional speech, as the loyal knight grips his hilt and promises to slay any threat, believing that a warrior's duty is to bleed for his master. Raven calmly reminds him that the enemies they are dealing with today are unarmed, which completely catches the battle-hungry knight off guard, forcing him to argue that they will eventually draw their blades anyway, even though Raven firmly refuses to bring an unsheathed sword to a peaceful negotiation. The knight's pride is practically screaming in protest, his hand shaking because he hates being left behind on the sidelines, believing that a blade kept in its scabbard during a crisis is entirely useless. Raven isn't here to debate military philosophy, handing down a direct, unbreakable order for Isla to stay put and guard the territory, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation, since he needs Leus secure while he handles the pirate threat himself. Realizing he can't win this argument, Isla asks his master to at least take his trusted griffin along for protection, which Raven accepts with a silent nod of gratitude. But once his lord takes off into the night sky, the knight's composure completely breaks, and he slams his fist into the stone wall so hard it shatters, swearing in sheer frustration as he stands entirely alone on the balcony, drowning in his own helplessness. From there, we jump straight to the rocky beach, where the notorious Winter Storm pirates are camped, led by their smug captain John Myers, who is currently lounging on a rock like he owns the entire sea. Raven walks right up to the pirate captain and announces he's only here to negotiate, which is met with nothing but amused silence from the crew. Instead of a greeting, a massive thug steps directly into Raven's face, mockingly offering him a wooden mug of cheap alcohol, which our boy calmly accepts without batting an eye. Before he can even take a sip, the thug throws the liquid straight into his face, causing the entire pirate crew to erupt into hysterical laughter at the noble's expense. But their amusement dies a very quick death, because our protagonist doesn't flinch, standing completely silent as the cheap booze drips from his chin. With pure, unadulterated dominance, he simply steps forward, forcing the mocking pirates to choke on their own laughter in sudden terror. One angry pirate attacks him, screaming at the brat to say something, only for Raven to casually deflect the strike with a flare of pure sword aura, instantly sending a wave of absolute panic through the rest of the onlookers. They realize they are not dealing with a fragile noble boy, as Raven looms over them with the overwhelming pressure of a true monster. He repeats his request to speak with the captain, his tone colder than the winter sea, which finally forces John Myers to take this visitor seriously. The rest of the crew starts drawing their weapons to protect their boss, but Myers raises a hand and tells everyone there's no need for violence, leaving his men thoroughly confused and nervous as the pirate captain steps down to meet the new governor face-to-face. With the tension temporarily broken, the captain suggests they move inside to talk business, bringing them to a massive table where the two leaders sit at opposite ends. Myers plays with a gold coin, confident that he holds all the cards in this negotiation, while Raven calmly inspects a coin of his own, completely unbothered by the pirate's posturing. The captain leans back, amused by the boy's audacity, and asks if he truly understands the dangerous situation he's put himself in. Raven explains that his only goal is to do what is best for the citizens of Leyus, which the pirate captain finds incredibly entertaining, admitting that the new governor is by far the most interesting noble he's ever met. But while the deal with the pirates is successfully finalized under the cover of night, the morning brings a completely different storm back at the governor's palace, as a heavy hand slams onto a desk in a fit of absolute rage. The local Navy commander demands to know if Raven has completely lost his mind, screaming that they've spent years fighting these sea rats to restore Leyus, while our boy remains completely unbothered by the old man's shouting. The commander explains that the port's trade is already on life support, especially since aerial threats from the sky are already strangling their shipping routes, leaving them with absolutely no room for error. But what the old captain doesn't understand is that Raven has already bought the pirates' cooperation with mountains of gold, having seen through the entire geopolitical game before he even arrived in Leyus. By making the pirates their business partners instead of their enemies, Raven is effectively turning a major security threat into a loyal coastal guard, which leaves the old Navy officer completely speechless, as the young Duke envisions the massive empire-wide trade network he's about to control. The port looks peaceful enough on the surface, but inside, the commander is still shouting in absolute disbelief, unable to wrap his traditional military brain around such an outrageous plan, screaming that they cannot possibly associate with pirates when they represent the proud Empire Navy. Raven fires back, asking if useless honor is going to feed their starving people, leaving the commander with absolutely no counterargument. Our boy makes it clear that he will do whatever it takes to secure a plentiful life for his citizens, knowing that as a ruler, he has to make the hard choices that weak men shrink from, which sends a cold chill of realization straight down the old veteran's spine. He stands tall in his uniform, embodying the ruthless pragmatism of a leader who actually gets things done, while the sweating officer realizes he has no choice but to submit to the young Duke's authority. The commander finally turns and walks away in complete silence, clenching his fist at his own inability to protect Leyus on his own terms. The palace finally quiet, Raven leans against the wall to gather his thoughts, knowing that this is only the first step of a much larger war, especially with a dangerous mastermind like Tosio Arangi still waiting in the shadows. Far out in the blue ocean lies a hidden pirate cove, where a band of lawless thugs is busy celebrating their latest plunder. They have turned these poor souls into live target practice, laughing like hyenas as crossbow bolts tear through the hostages, completely ignoring their agonizing screams just to amuse themselves. Leading this circus is a psychotic captain with an eye patch, who commands a rowdy crew of blue-skinned demihumans and treats this brutal cruelty like a casual afternoon sport. He announces he's going to set an example for anyone who dares to resist, before putting another bolt right through a captive woman's chest, proving that he doesn't have a single shred of humanity in him. While the remaining nobles beg for their lives, another projectile grazes a man's head, showing that this bastard has absolutely no intention of stopping. He laughs and tells his crew not to worry about the Empire, boasting that he will personally ensure these waters remain their playground, which only throws the prisoners into deeper despair. But their twisted game is suddenly interrupted when the captain spots someone kneeling on the shore below, daring to challenge the pirates on their own turf. This braided warrior doesn't even flinch, Stays completely unbothered as a heavy weapon flies right past him, revealing a giant winged griffin standing by his side. A pirate aims his crossbow and fires, but the shot misses completely. That only leaves the captain highly amused by this visitor's guts, so he mockingly calls it impressive, while his crew starts to second-guess their odds, realizing that dealing with a beast rider might be more than they bargained for. The blue-skinned minions excitedly point out that this is a massive catch, but the captain looks down suspiciously as his stammering subordinate confirms the news. See, the captain is holding a shiny coin with a dragon emblem, wondering how Carl Mandy, the legendary gold king of the South, managed to spread his massive wealth so far. The braided captain realizes there is a much bigger game afoot, especially when he notices the distinct dragon emblem stamped onto the coin, as we see the gold king posing amidst piles of endless treasure, knowing that having this much financial backing changes everything. He rallies his crew with a fierce grin, promising them more gold than they can carry if they help him sink the enemy's fleet. The blue-skinned monsters cheer wildly, completely bought by the promise of easy wealth and total victory. Naturally, that is exactly what the pirates are thinking, but what they don't know is that Raven Vault is currently staring at a replica coin and predicting their every move. He outlines a brilliant ambush near the rocky reefs, causing his officers to immediately see the brilliance of this perfect pincer movement. Standing proudly under the Pendragon banner, Raven has Admiral Moraine's 60 Imperial ships, backed by Captain Myers's 20 pirate vessels, ready to crush the 60 warships of the unsuspecting Tolio fleet. With the entire battle plan laid out perfectly, Raven grips a wooden ship model in his fist and confidently declares, "We can definitely defeat them." The massive naval clash just hours away, the board is finally set as our boy Alan stands proudly before the Pendragon flag, backed by Admiral Moraine's seasoned Imperial forces and Myers' reformed pirate crew, while the eye-patch bastard Tolio gathers his own fleet, completely oblivious to the trap being laid for him. Naturally, looking at the tactical war map, the strategy is absolutely flawless, as the commanders gather around the table to map out their exact movements, with Alan confidently pointing out the exact spot where they will corner the enemy and crush them completely. From there, we jump straight to the harbor where the fleet is preparing to sail. But before anyone can board, Alan's little sister comes running up completely distraught, throwing her arms around him and begging him to promise that he will return safely, which earns her a reassuring smile and a gentle pat on the head. The maids look on with heavy hearts as the young master comforts his family, while nearby, Irene tries to put on a brave face as he bids farewell to Lindsay and her sister, leaving Lindsay overwhelmed by a heavy, silent worry, clutching her hand to her chest in a silent prayer for his survival. She finally breaks her silence, desperately praying for his victory, which the young commander receives with quiet gratitude, who pulls her into a tender embrace to offer some comfort before the storm. Meanwhile, our favorite blue-haired dragon elf Soldrake oversees the entire emotional farewell from a nearby rooftop, as Alan gives his final instructions to take care of the estate while they are gone, which Soldrake processes with her usual deep, ancient wisdom. The goodbyes finished, the mood shifts instantly to pure war, as Karda and his fierce orc warriors march aggressively down the stone steps, baring their fangs and roaring in anticipation of a massive bloodbath, while their leaders prepare mentally for the bloodiest night of their lives. Nearby, Isla stands beside the majestic white griffin, preparing the beast for aerial combat, while the other knights steel themselves for what is bound to be a brutal night. Under the starry night sky, the magnificent warship glides smoothly across the dark ocean, with Isla standing proudly next to his winged partner, cutting through the waves with massive, silent grace, while Alan visualizes the exact movements of the upcoming clash. Pass the time and keep their instincts sharp, the crew initiates a wild sparring session on the deck, with two fighters clashing swords in a fast-paced exchange of blocks and strikes, as one agile warrior unleashes a blinding combination of punches and kicks, his fists practically glowing with martial energy, forcing his sparring partner to scramble backwards in sheer desperation, while the agile fighter grins with absolute confidence in his own speed. He drops low for a sweeping kick across the wooden deck, sending his opponent flying completely backward through the air, until the falling warrior desperately grabs hold of a stray rigging rope, clenching his fingers tight to halt his momentum, and swings himself gracefully across the deck, surprising the onlookers who didn't expect such a flashy recovery, before leaping high into the air and landing perfectly. Fueled by the crowd's excitement, he dives down with a fierce flying kick aimed straight at Alan's head, but Alan blocks it clean. He barely even moves a muscle, though he still lets out a quiet sigh at how rowdy his men are getting. The bearded veteran instructor walks over with a wide grin, pleased with the young master's quick reflexes, even though Alan grumbles slightly about the sudden surprise attack. But the catch is that attacking from a blind spot is completely pointless if the execution is too loud, leaving Alan feeling completely outmaneuvered by the lecture. The instructor then reaches down to pick up a set of heavy training arm guards, admitting that if Alan hadn't reacted so quickly, the sparring session might have actually gotten dangerous, which makes our boy realize just how much he still has to learn. After a quick, resumed lesson in close quarters defense, Alan takes the heavy arm guards into his hands, feeling their solid grounding weight, as the veteran glows with immense pride, explaining that as his student, and warning him with a serious grin that "you can't shame me and the Lord in battle," which Alan processes with a deep, quiet intensity. He drops the heavy weights onto the wooden deck with a thud, declaring his complete readiness for the coming slaughter, while Isla remains poised in the background as a silent testament to their lethal preparation. Meanwhile, under the eerie glow of the crescent moon near a rocky island, the massive pirate fleet sails silently through the black waters. What these idiots don't know is that their ambush is already a complete failure, but the eye-patch-wearing captain just grins, promising a hooded figure standing on the deck that this will be a massive victory. The hooded figure is wrapped in a terrifying horned mask that practically screams dark conspiracy, but they are already being watched. As the Tolio pirate fleet glides smoothly across the open sea under a beautifully clear sky, their crew is already celebrating their expected victory, laughing and mocking the Imperial Navy for being a bunch of cowards. While the sailors go about tightening the rigging on deck, their smug captain guides them onward, steering straight into a narrow, rocky passage where they think they are completely safe. Honestly, this old captain is convinced this is going to be a perfect cleanup, but his smug fantasy is instantly shattered when a nervous subordinate scrambles up to deliver some highly suspicious news. In his head, their loyalty was bought and paid for, but the subordinate reveals that the enemy offered double the amount Tolio did to turn them. This completely changes the stakes, throwing the captain into an absolute panic, while a blue-haired advisor quietly calculates what this sudden shift means for their survival. See, pirates are notoriously greedy creatures who only care about the heaviest sack of gold, which is why their entire army is flanked by mercenary orcs carrying loaded sacks. Our veteran commanders openly discuss this opportunistic greed, explaining that anyone who has spent years fighting on these waters knows exactly how crafty these scoundrels can be. The real problem is that their naval intelligence was slightly off, and as our boy Alan raises a crucial question about who they can actually trust on this battlefield, the old admiral gets called over by his panicked scouts, forced to respond nervously as the crew starts scrambling around the deck. It turns out those bastards did something absolutely unspeakable, declaring that the useless old emperor has outlived his time, while they literally hang bound imperial prisoners from the ship, rigging to act as human shields. The pirate captain takes full advantage of his cruel leverage, sending a wave of pure horror through the imperial ranks as a bound man hangs limply and a desperate soldier screams out for his father. The panic on deck escalates immediately, and a scout peers through his telescope to confirm the nightmare, revealing dozens of bound figures dangling helplessly from the enemy masts. Moraine loses his composure completely, instantly preparing to fire the signal flare to start the battle, even though they are heavily outnumbered by the surrounding pirate fleet. Our boy Alan desperately tries to salvage their original tactical plan, warning that they must wait for the Pendragon fleet to join forces before the pirates can solidify their defensive positions. But the local commanders are too blinded by rage to listen, completely ignoring his tactical advice as they claim their elite training makes them superior, shouting that the chosen soldiers of the Empire will never lose to mere pirates. The command to charge echoing across the deck, everyone braces themselves for a bloody collision, while an elite aerial rider commands the skies from high above, pointing his hand forward to signal a brutal dive. He swoops down on a giant bird toward the lead pirate vessel, with his heavy spear blade aimed directly at their deck, continuing his fierce, unstoppable charge through the air. But the brave initial strike is violently deflected, tearing their flags to shreds and throwing the vanguard soldiers backward, leaving the remaining crew in absolute shock. Standing triumphantly amidst the chaos, the pirate captain laughs maniacally at their pathetic attempt, ignoring the intense glares of the Imperial officers, who are completely powerless to stop him, while the old admiral feels the crushing weight of his failing fleet. This eye-patched bastard mocks them, laughing that taking care of that senile old emperor must have been a real pain, which completely snaps the old admiral's restraint, as his elite warriors prepare for a suicidal bloodbath, and he flares up with a blue aura, screaming to shoot the signal flare. Farther down the coast, Alan's ship is navigating carefully through the rocky cliffs, when he suddenly spots the premature signal flare in the sky, causing immediate panic among the rest of his crew as they realize their entire ambush plan is falling apart, forcing everyone to look around in absolute confusion. Alan screams that this is completely different from the plan, his frustration boiling over as he realizes Moraine has charged ahead on his own, forcing him to immediately scream out new orders, cursing the old admiral's reckless move as his ship accelerates. He demands to know what the hell Moraine is doing, but since he can't let the Alliance fleet get annihilated, he rallies his men to prepare for immediate combat, ordering all ships to set sail toward the Tolio fleet right this instant. The distance rapidly closes between the two fleets, while the eye-patched pirate captain prepares to spring his final trap. Our boy draws his sword. He leaps straight off the deck. The enemy panics as they see him dive, and then the fiery slash erupts. Massive explosion engulfs their vanguard in screaming flames, leaving Alan to emerge from the smoke with a cold promise to exterminate every last one of them. While the Imperial fleet plunges into the narrow, rocky passage, the tension on the water is thick enough to cut, especially as the crew realizes the battle is taking a disastrous turn. Naturally, our boy Raven keeps his cool. even as his men begin to panic over the sudden shift in momentum. He focuses on the chaos ahead, spotting a new threat that causes him to react instantly, shouting out orders to brace for the incoming impact. See, the Imperial plan is currently going up in actual smoke, with a pirate captain brandishing a flaming sword that terrifies the front lines. This one-eyed bastard is absolutely loving the carnage, laughing like a maniac as he prepares to slice through another line of defenders. He charges forward wrapped in explosive fire, forcing the Imperial soldiers to scream in desperation, as his heavy shield slams straight through their front defense. The problem is his blazing sword strikes are completely invisible behind his defense, allowing him to slip past their guard and strike back with a glowing blue blade, clashing heavily against anyone brave enough to try and block him. He mocks their clumsy efforts, just before his elemental shield unleashes a massive bolt of lightning, blasting the nearest defender back into the smoking deck. His crewmates are left completely frozen in horror, as the smug pirate pins the fallen soldier beneath his boot, bragging about how his elemental gear makes him completely untouchable. This brutal display leaves the Empire's forces completely paralyzed, with the battlefield quickly turning into a total slaughterhouse. As the monsters on the pirate side let out a roar, the panic spreads like wildfire through the ranks, sending soldiers scrambling backward in absolute terror. They duck from flying weapons, sweating through their armor as they realize they are completely outmatched, while more burning Imperial ships begin to sink into the ocean. The worst part is that their main vanguard is already gone, leaving them with the terrifying realization that they are about to be completely obliterated. Still, one passionate soldier refuses to give up, charging forward with a fierce battle cry to avenge his fallen father, only to get sniped right through the head by a projectile mid-sentence. His companions immediately realize they just lost another man, while the flying beast responsible for the shot swoops away into the sky. No one can even track that kind of speed, especially since the sniper managed to hit him directly in the ear. These Griffin riders are circling like vultures, diving down to pick off any survivors left on the deck, while the Imperial officers scream out in useless rage. But their reign of terror ends the second a glowing blue slash tears through the sky, sending one of the giant birds screaming down in pain. The pirates realize the real threat has finally arrived, as Admiral Moraine finally gets a moment of hope, while a massive creature leaps into the ocean to stir up the waters. A mysterious cloaked figure steps into the center of the burning wreckage, revealing our boy Raven standing ready for blood. The nearby defenders can't even process what they are seeing, as Raven stands high on the rigging, promising to make them pay for their sins with death. Naturally, the enemy dual-wielder doesn't take this threat lightly, charging forward with a furious roar to shut him down. Their blades collide in a burst of magical sparks, and the pirate quickly realizes his aggressive assault is completely useless against him. An older captain desperately swings his sword, screaming in pure panic as his blades lock against Raven's weapon, sending bright sparks flying between them. The enemy tries to swarm him all at once, but Raven remains completely focused amidst the chaotic melee. He leaps high into the air and unleashes a brutal downward strike, cutting straight through the enemy captain who screams out in agony, leaving his subordinates to cry out in absolute despair. Before anyone can even react, Raven boots another pirate across the deck, sending him crashing hard into the wood. He steps right over the captain's dropped sword, looming over the defeated leader like a literal Grim Reaper, while the man scrambles backward in absolute terror. With his determination completely set, Raven ignores the captain's desperate pleas for mercy and swings his heavy blade straight down, finishing him off without a shred of hesitation. The surrounding pirates realize their captain was just ended in seconds, reaching out as their leader falls lifeless to the deck. Raven doesn't even blink, even when another furious pirate charges him from behind. He remains completely unfazed, declaring, "A swordsman who can't fight has no value in the world of the living," as the attacker lunges toward him on the stairs. And since they have no value, they might as well die, leading Raven to leap through the flying debris, unleashing a massive sword slash with terrifying force. Their weapons clash violently in midair, right beneath the proud white dragon banner of House Pendragon, leaving the remaining pirates gasping as they realize exactly who they just crossed. Naturally, the flag of the Pendragon family flies high over a chaotic battlefield, where the battered captain is currently running the math and realizing his crew might actually survive, as our boy Alan Pendragon drops onto the deck to take a stand, bringing a cold stare that promises absolutely nothing but pain for these idiot invaders. Burning warships scattering toxic smoke across the horizon, Alan doesn't waste a single second of his dramatic entrance, instantly unleashing a storm of glowing blue slashes that forces the overconfident bastard to curse in frustration, as the terrifying energy streaks close enough to shave his eyebrows, turning his arrogant smile into pure panic. The thing is, this dual-wielding Valva's knight isn't some low-tier grunt, fiercely grinding his teeth as he blocks the strike and realizes Alan is far stronger than the rumors suggested, sending a massive shower of sparks flying across the wooden deck. What follows is a dizzying, high-speed exchange of steel, with Alan moving like a silver phantom and channeling his magical aura into explosive blue bursts, bringing his sword down in a heavy, splintering arc, before leaping high to rain down a relentless barrage of aerial strikes. despite the overwhelming speed of the assault, the Valva's knight manages to hold his ground, parrying the lethal blows with a quick flick of his secondary blade, and barely dodging an overhead strike that would have sliced him down the middle. The sight of someone actually matching the legendary Pendragon line completely freezes a nearby officer, who watches the assassin slide backward to create some breathing room, realizing the sheer gap in skill between regular soldiers and these monsters. What this officer doesn't know, though, is that Alan is completely in control of the battlefield's pacing, intentionally pressing forward to draw the deadly duelist away, sacrificing his own positioning just to keep the surviving crew out of the crossfire, as their weapons collide with a bone-shattering screech. The duelist tries to use the moment to play mental games, mocking Alan's heritage and praising his speed, while trying to bait him into a reckless mistake, forcing a sharp gasp out of our hero as a hidden blade grazes his cheek, only for Alan to immediately lock the weapons together in a brutal test of raw strength. In his head, the enemy thinks he has this battle completely won, mockingly warning Alan, "You cannot win against a Valva's knight with swordsmanship alone," which would be an excellent point if Alan were just a normal swordsman. But his mind is already flashing back to the grueling dual sword techniques he trained with Elkin Isla. Before the assassin can even register the shift in the wind, Alan spins midair like a deadly tornado of steel, completely breaking the rules of normal combat and descending upon his target with the fury of a hunting hawk. The sheer force of the strike shatters the deck planks, tearing through the enemy's defensive lines like wet parchment, leaving him gasping for air as the physical strain of the defense takes its toll, while Alan lands flawlessly in a low, battle-ready stance. Luckily, Elkin Isla is already in position to secure their advantage, forcing the wounded assassin to grit his teeth and accept that his assassination plot has failed, knowing he cannot possibly defeat both of them at once. Right as Elkin smiles and prepares to execute the threat, the enemy's yellow eyes focus with a terrifying resolve, connecting to the dark intentions of the shadowy nobles pulling the strings from their luxurious palace halls, who have already unleashed monstrous reinforcements to salvage this operation, leaving Elkin to raise his twin blades in sudden confusion as a shadow looms over the ship. The worst part is, this isn't just a simple duel anymore, with Elkin looking up in absolute horror, as a massive flock of flying beasts begins to swarm the sky like a plague of locusts, completely throwing the surviving crew into a state of blind panic. Knowing their ambush has been disrupted, the assassin decides to retreat for now, leaving Elkin groaning from the sudden pressure of the escaping enemies. But here's the catch. The retreat of the soldiers doesn't mean the danger has passed, as a massive, harnessed sea monster breaks the surface of the ocean with bared teeth, threatening to shatter the entire hull with a single thrash of its tail. Just when the freezing waves are about to swallow them whole, an ally riding a smaller sea creature cuts through the chaos, screaming at Alan to jump onto the boat immediately if he wants to survive this sinking graveyard. After surviving that absolute cluster of a battle, our boy Alan is hitching a ride on a small boat, and even he is running the math on their strange choice of engine, which is a massive sea beast happily towing them across the ocean. For the Imperial officer on board, this feels less like a safe rescue and more like a hostage situation. But the pirate next to him explains that he actually raised this monster since it was just a half-dead pup, proving his point that both pirates and monsters are just misfits trying to get by. Alan listens in silence, letting those words sink in, as the pirate leader breaks the silence, pointing out the rising smoke on the horizon where the Imperial fleet has been completely vaporized. Naturally, this is too much for the Imperial general, who lunges forward to grab Alan by the collar, demanding to know how they could possibly survive this disaster, leaving the pirates to tolerate this pathetic display without saying a word. The general explains that fighting the Empire for so long has made them realize how fragile their control really is, forcing him to admit that cooperation might actually be their only way forward, as he kneels in despair and mutters that it was his absolute duty as their general to lead them to victory. Now he has to live with the weight of all those lost lives, and though his subordinate tries to panic and tell him it wasn't his fault, the general shuts him down, promising Alan that they will still pay every single coin they agreed on since they owe him their lives. But of course, Alan isn't just here for the money, asking about the second part of their bargain, which involves the prisoners they're keeping on the main ship. Suddenly, we see the captured crew members screaming for mercy, as our silver-haired lord calculates exactly how to use this leverage to his advantage, prompting the officer to demand answers from the pirate captain about exactly what they plan to do with the soldiers dangling from the ropes. The pirate casually explains that they're just keeping them secure, leaving the old officer to stew in his own grim thoughts about how he always thought of these rebels as the embodiment of pure evil. But confronting their reality makes him realize how blind he's been, knowing these criminals are just ordinary people who were forced into this life, driven from their homes by a corrupt system that left them with absolutely nothing, and forced to cast their lines into dangerous waters just to survive. Some of them were driven by pure revenge, while others were completely framed by false charges and had their entire lives burned to the ground. Alan confronts the weeping officer with a devastating question, asking, "What do you want to protect in the Empire? Is it not the people?" But the Emperor, he points out that if he ignores the suffering of his own people, then he's no better than the corrupt lords working for the enemy, leaving the old general unable to find a single word to argue, especially when Alan reminds him that the Emperor himself never wanted things to turn out this way. The harsh truth completely shatters the old man's worldview, causing him to break down sobbing as he offers a desperate apology for his ignorance. The pirate captain is quietly enjoying the show as they glide through the water, clearly impressed by how easily our young lord managed to tame a hardened imperial general. From there, they make their way back toward the coast, where their massive flagship is safely anchored against the mountains. Alan immediately gathers his commanders to get a full brief on their status, and the officer nervously reports that their orc allies fought like absolute demons during the chaotic struggle. The good news is that they managed to protect almost all the cargo ships loaded with the Pendragon family coins, but the catch is that the Imperial fleet took an absolute beating in the process. Alan is already calculating their next move, admitting to the tense room that their odds of winning this war have just dropped to near zero. Fierce orc warriors are already bracing for the absolute worst, and the rest of the crew begins to believe they are marching toward a slaughter, knowing the tension in the cabin threatens to boil over entirely until a hand suddenly shoots out of the crowd, grabbing the captain by his collar and demanding to know why the hell he disobeyed direct orders during the battle. The captain accepts the blame without offering a single excuse, while Alan lets the tension build to its absolute limit before intervening. But instead of letting his crew tear itself apart, our silver-haired lord commands their attention, calmly declaring that there is still a way to pull a victory out of this mess. Despite the bleak outlook and their broken fleet, our boy Alan steps up to reassure his grim allies that there is still a way to completely turn this desperate situation around, if only everyone is willing to follow his lead. Trying to sell a victory to a room full of tired soldiers when you are facing a massive numerical disadvantage is a tough pitch, especially when you point to a tiny nearby island inlet and announce that you are going to gather the entire remaining fleet right there in a tight bottleneck. Naturally, the room erupts in absolute shock at this apparent suicide mission, but Alan remains entirely calm, gathering his top officers to walk them through the crazy details of his high-stakes gamble. The mustache guy looks like he is about to have a stroke, while others struggle to make sense of the math, wondering if their young master has finally lost his mind or if he actually knows something they don't. Even the giant orc in the room looms over him to shout down this madness, leaving Alan to sweat out a silent prayer that this actually works. While some of the crew are practically vibrating with excitement, the more seasoned fighters are running the numbers and coming up short, forcing Alan to choose his next words very carefully. See, what he cannot tell them is that this entire strategy is actually something he recorded from his previous life, making it a proven tactical masterpiece that he simply cannot explain without exposing his true identity. To break the tense silence, Alan suddenly points forward to call out the dissenters, catching them completely off guard as he demands they stop whispering in the dark. He rounds on them with absolute authority and asks if they are pretending to object just to save their own skins, sending the panicked officers into a cold sweat. A heavy sword strikes the floor. A sudden blast of aura makes everyone jump in alarm, realizing the older military official has stepped forward to intervene. The veteran captain is practically vibrating with anxiety as Alan turns to face him, but instead of demanding a retreat, the old man speaks with sudden, burning passion, taking our boy completely by surprise. Dropping to one knee before the stunned crowd, the captain grips his blade and declares, "I don't trust this plan, but I have faith in the man behind it, Iren Pendragon." He then whirls around to roar at his subordinates, demanding to know if anyone else has the guts to object when their governor is risking everything to save their people. As the crowd listens in tense silence, the remaining officers realize there is no backing out now. In an instant, the atmosphere shifts entirely as they all bow low to accept their new orders, leaving Alan standing proud and victorious, as the entire room falls to its knees in absolute submission. Even the skeptical orc is left completely speechless by this sudden display of loyalty, while the allies chat excitedly about how incredible it is to have faith in a leader who can rally a broken army, leaving Alan and Raven posing back-to-back in a moment of sheer triumph. But there is no time to celebrate, because as Alan steels his resolve for the chaos ahead, a lone figure approaches down the dark corridor to meet with a calm, bearded ally. Stepping out before the gathered soldiers, Raven extends his hand to help a kneeling officer rise, before immediately shouting out final instructions to the eager crew. Under the bright moonlight, the massive pirate fleet begins to move, sailing across the dark waters as their captain stands proudly at the bow. The pirate captain smirks and points a thumb at his chest, erupting in a violent red aura of raw bloodlust as he promises his men a glorious feast on their enemies' corpses very soon. As the ships quietly dock inside the hidden cliffside cove, a lone griffin rider flies overhead to patrol the dark sky, leaving Raven and his crew to look out over the water, ready for the storm that is about to hit. The pirate captains are scratching their heads over the weird troop deployment at Tazumi Bay, wondering if the young master has set a trap, or if he's just stalling for reinforcements. Naturally, that arrogant bastard laughs off the danger, trusting those high-end mighty Valva's knights to rip the enemy to shreds from the skies, unaware that a shadowy figure is already waiting with a massive beast in the darkness, ready to turn all of their grand plans to dust. Skipping ahead to the dead of night, our silver-haired young master has his own fleet tucked away in a quiet cove, preparing a silent trap under the moonlight, while his old commander asks if contracting a giant white dragon really lets him see the future. Alan knows exactly how this plays out, looking down at the men working by the water, remembering the brutal battles and the strikes he survived in his past life. Taking a long drink, the two share a quiet moment over some Pendragon beer, joking about saving the rest for their victory celebration. But here's the catch. The old soldier watches his crew prep the decks knowing their numbers are pitifully small, which gets him wondering why these men chose to risk their lives for House Pendragon. The veteran admits it's exactly as Alan predicted, catching the young master off guard, as he reflects on his own brutal past as an orphan pirate. He explains that people like him don't care about grand titles or fancy nobility, uninterested in chasing empty glory, as he snaps a wooden stick in half to show how easily men are broken by strength or fear. For them, freedom and a warm meal are more than enough, and he asks if the young master can actually deliver on that dream. Alan processes the question, feeling entirely confident in the trap they've laid, as he sits on the cliffside, letting the gravity of his mission settle in. He doesn't see himself as some elite ruler, as he makes it clear that he isn't fighting for glory, while recalling the common soldiers who fought through the mud in his past life, people who had no status but still smiled and protected each other. He explains that those heroes didn't care about social classes or grand titles, fighting simply to keep their people safe and living straightforward lives without any noble pretension. He looks determined, declaring, "I just chose to inherit their will." The old commander takes a slow gulp of his beer, letting that sink in, while Alan explains that their reasons for wanting to tear down the corrupt empire are exactly the same. What those fools don't know is how quickly Alan can turn a battle around, which catches the old soldier completely off guard and makes him burst into a wild grin, excited to see the enemy cry, while Alan remains completely calm, promising to show him that exact scene very soon. Right on cue, a massive storm rolls over the enemy's coastal fortress, completely blindsiding the enemy sentries as the world turns upside down and throwing the entire castle into absolute chaos. Surprisingly, massive lightning bolts crash into the raging seas, as the enemy commanders realize their proud navy is completely helpless against the elements, with their giant warships being tossed around like empty beer cans in a whirlpool, and sailors shouting in desperation, as they are swept right off the pitching decks into the dark ocean below. With the massive storm finally clearing to reveal a hidden bay, the local fighters can hardly make sense of the miracle they just witnessed, realizing their governor didn't just survive the tempest, but actually used it to execute a brilliant ambush, which instantly convinces them that their young master has a direct line to the heavens. Naturally, Raven addresses his loyal troops, as if he planned the whole thing, even though in his head, this was nothing more than a desperate gamble that easily could have ended with their entire fleet at the bottom of the sea. But since he played with fire and somehow walked away unscathed, he directly thanks his men for having the blind faith to follow him into absolute chaos. From there, we jump straight to the next phase of the operation, where Raven hitches a ride on a giant winged beast to survey the coastal waters, landing smoothly on the main flagship's deck to immediately get a tactical update on the enemy's situation. Fortunately, the report is basically music to his ears, as the rival fleet has taken a massive beating from the storm, leaving only their land forces and a few stubborn officers left to clean up. Keep his own soldiers from becoming cheap casualties, Raven announces that he and Myers will handle the remaining orcs, earning a deeply grateful response from the veteran commander, who quickly relays the battle plan to the rest of the crew so they can focus on securing the surrounding waters. The problem is that the enemy commanders are already starting to realize that their perfect little invasion is turning into a total disaster, leaving Raven to double-check his frontline troops are truly ready to run right over whatever defenses the pirates have left. Raven knows that a battlefield is all about momentum, and with the enemy already suffocating in panic, he readies himself to draw his weapon, hoisting the blade high to announce that the sky itself is on their side, as he roars out the order to charge and sends his warship surging forward to begin the slaughter. What these clueless invaders don't realize is that their expensive reinforcements are never showing up, leaving their elite Griffin riders to drop out of the sky like swatted flies. Make matters worse, their communications are completely dead, leaving them completely blind as the Pendragon warships emerge from the mist like apex predators. The enemy commander realizes his entire strategy has fallen apart, suddenly realizing they have zero chance of survival and have sailed headfirst into the most obvious trap of their lives. Naturally, their leader curses the White Worm with everything he has left, but his anger doesn't stop the Sky Riders from diving straight into their ranks, initiating a chaotic melee as steel finally meets bone. Every single sailor draws their weapon to defend what's left of their fleet, while giant sea monsters join the fray to turn the ocean into a literal meat grinder. And just to put the final nail in their coffin, Raven summons the overwhelming aura of a blue dragon spirit, which completely shatters whatever courage the survivors had left. The crew scrambles in total disarray across the burning decks, but their captain has completely lost his mind, brandishing a severed head in the middle of the flames and smiling like a rabid animal as he orders his remaining crew to go out and die for him. The chaotic battle continues to rage across the burning bay, with fighters clashing in the sky above the shattered fleet, while on the wooden decks below, the Pendragon forces engage the desperate pirates in a brutal melee. Naturally, the pirate commander is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at anyone who dares to block his path as one of our human officers draws his sword to face the threat, completely ignoring the massive orc warrior standing right behind him. Courage doesn't equal survival in a high-stakes war, and their blades clash in a flurry of sparks as the officer struggles to hold his ground against a much heavier opponent. The smug pirate is already celebrating his easy victory, mocking our guy's strength before delivering a brutal blow that knocks him completely off balance. The poor officer goes flying across the deck and crashes hard into a wooden pillar, which is exactly when Carta decides he's seen enough of these humans getting thrashed and steps up with a roaring red aura, stomping the deck to charge forward with terrifying speed and bringing his massive weapon down in a devastating impact. See, this smug half-orc opponent actually believes he's the superior species because he combines human intellect with orcish muscle. But Carta isn't about to let some hybrid lecture him on strength, locking weapons with him as the wooden deck groans under their weight. In his head, the half-orc thinks his mixed heritage makes him invincible, sweeping his leg to launch a rapid-fire counterattack that actually catches the mighty orc off guard, forcing the mighty Carta back into a desperate defensive stance. But underestimating a pure-blooded orc warrior is a classic way to get yourself killed, and Carta swings his weapon with absolute fury, forcing the half-breed to panickingly raise his defenses before a brilliant blue slash tears through the air and shatters his confidence. The smug bastard is forced to hide behind his shield as his world gets turned upside down, gripping his weapon as he realizes he might have severely miscalculated his own peak of evolution status, while the pirate captain with the eye patch curses him out for being a pathetic half-breed. The two powerhouses clash once more with an explosion of blinding energy, which forces Carta to momentarily pull back across the burning deck, leaving the enemy captain absolutely furious at the stagnation of his assault. The Horn commander is practically vibrating with rage amidst the rising smoke, ready to personally tear our forces apart as the melee reaches a boiling point, narrowly missing a deadly slash that whistles right past his face. But his real nightmare is just getting started, because Raven Vault himself steps forward to block his path, and the captain charges like a madman with a bloodthirsty grin. Raven meets the strike head-on, keeping his focus locked onto the enemy even as the captain's eye patch glows with a sinister light, forcing Raven's blade into a tight lock that starts to draw blood. As a massive pirate prepares to swing his giant axe to assist his captain, the eye patch commander unleashes a devastating downward strike that sends shockwaves cracking across the wooden planks. A violent blast erupts as someone is struck down in a shower of blood, leaving the pirate captain standing alone amidst the burning wreckage of his once-proud ship. Knowing he's completely outmatched on foot, the captain whistles loudly to call for his aerial mount, hoping to escape the slaughter as a massive griffin descends from the sky. But before the bastard can even climb aboard, a majestic white griffin cuts through the smoke, sending a cold spike of panic straight through the captain's chest. Raven rides the beast like a true master of the skies, swooping down with icy precision, leaving the pirate captain trapped in his own despair. And Raven delivers his final, chilling verdict: your journey ends here. Soaring through the clouds on his massive white griffin, Raven is fully prepared to end this entire pirate campaign, announcing to the smug Captain Tolio Arangues that his journey officially ends today. Naturally, the pirate doesn't take the threat well, cursing like a rabid dog while swinging a massive sword of roaring flames, which only makes our boy analyze the weapon's clear disadvantage at close range. Using the environment to his absolute advantage, the majestic beast perches on a nearby wooden beam to anchor itself midair, shattering the pirate's confidence as the distance between them vanishes. Realizing he let his opponent get way too close, Tolio's calculations completely fail as Raven lunges forward to clash steel, sending sparks flying high above the burning armada. Furious at being pushed back, the pirate unleashes a massive wall of fire to incinerate them, but our boy charges straight through the roaring heat, keeping the pressure on with a relentless flurry of strikes. The pirate can barely process the sheer madness of the move, as Raven maneuvers his mount upside down to protect its fragile wings, forcing his opponent to desperately scream at his beast to ignore the griffin and target the rider. See, in Tolio's head, none of this makes any sense, since the rumors claimed Raven was just a failed deserter rather than a combat god, who is currently pulling off a vertical dive that defies every rule of aerial warfare. Having lost the high ground to his opponent, Tolio realizes he's completely cornered under the overwhelming pressure, as Raven blocks out the sun and unleashes a glowing lance strike. Sweating under the incredible pressure, our boy calculates his next move with absolute precision, while the pirate desperately tries to retreat through the open clouds, only for Raven to stand balanced atop his beast like a statue. The angry captain starts screaming his lungs out about his family's pride, but Raven just listens in deadpan silence, letting the pirate tire himself out before calmly stating his own motivations. The pirate cannot comprehend this kind of mindset, as Raven reflects on his past, remembering the dark path that brought him here, and admitting he has been searching for a reason to live ever since Valva's, determined to use his current life and his contract with the Pendragon family as a way to atone for all the blood on his hands. Naturally, this noble confession only makes the pirate want to vomit, prompting him to spit back insults while throwing another massive wave of magical fire, screaming that helping the weak is pathetic. Unbothered by the trash talk, Raven prepares his weapon, whispering a quiet word of trust to his loyal beast before gripping the reins tight and throwing them forward. They plunge headfirst into the inferno. The pirate swings a wild, desperate arc, expecting to slice through his target, only to freeze in absolute horror, realizing Raven used a shattered wooden mast to absorb the entire impact before soaring high into the sun, leaving Tolio sweating as his defense crumbles. Plunging back down like a meteor, Raven slams his spear directly against the pirate's raised shield, forcing the pirate to hold his ground, until a sudden, violent magic blast erupts from the barrier, catching our boy off guard and blasting both riders away from the wreckage. Thinking this confirms his family's absolute supremacy, the pirate laughs like a maniac, completely ignoring the danger, as a massive blade cuts through the sky, prompting Raven to leap off his mount to strike. The blow lands perfectly. His opponent crashes down, while the griffin glides safely away. Landing heavily on the wooden deck of a nearby ship, Raven immediately runs to check on his wounded companion, gently cradling the majestic beast's head and whispering, "You did well." They look out over the water together, watching the pirate captain's hat float silently on the waves, though Raven still grinds his teeth over the slippery bastard's escape. Meanwhile, on another deck, the final pirate resistance falls with a heavy thud, leaving our reliable knight Elkin Isla standing victorious, after successfully taking down the second of the three great pirates of the sea, when surprisingly he spots a silent, cloaked figure standing in the shadows, sending a sudden chill straight down his spine. Immediately raising his sword toward the threat, Elkin fiercely demands to know who the hell this uninvited guest is, only to be met with the silent, glowing stare of a terrifying skull mask. While the smoke clears from a massive shockwave on the deck, our boy Leon recovers alongside his master, surrounded by a mountain of defeated enemies, and gets some rare, gruff praise from the old man who tells him, "Good job in your first actual battle, Leon." Naturally, Leon is already beating himself up for not keeping up with his master's movements, but the old man just laughs and calls him an idiot, explaining that decades of muscle memory cannot be rushed, especially since Leon possesses a completely unique technique. He tells the kid to just focus on his own style, rather than wasting time trying to copy someone else's. The master gives him a reassuring pat as they walk, prompting Leon to quietly resolve to catch up to him soon, only to be completely blindsided when a massive surge of hostile energy erupts behind them. Before they can even react, a brutal red energy blade tears through the crew, unleashed by a bloodthirsty, scar-faced monster who is absolutely fuming. The master quickly asks Leon if he can handle this, and with an enthusiastic shout from our boy, the deck explodes into a chaotic storm of clashing blades and flying splinters. But the pressure is intense, sending Leon groaning into the thick smoke, and a massive sweeping strike aims right for his neck, forcing him and his master to desperately leap backward to dodge the blade. The problem is, their opponent is a heavily injured warrior holding a shield, who is still radiating a terrifying crimson aura despite all his wounds, while those idiots mock him as nothing but an insect who needs to shut up and die. He brings down a massive wooden pillar that crashes right through the deck, executing a flawless, heavy flip through the falling debris, before landing like a meteor right in front of them, leaving the remaining enemies completely paralyzed with fear. Seeing an opening, the master casually suggests that Leon act as bait, leaving no room for discussion, which naturally makes our nervous apprentice sweat bullets, though he still screams his lungs out to psych himself up for the charge. Right on cue, the enraged beast of an enemy unleashes a massive wave of dark reddish energy to wipe them out. From there, we jump straight to the main deck, where a blonde knight in decorated armor draws his sword, confronting a hooded assassin who keeps muttering a creepy chant to kill Iren Pendragon. The killer lunges forward on the wooden floor, launching a lightning-fast strike with a glowing blade, which our boy blocks cleanly, realizing there is surprisingly no bloodlust behind the attack. Their swords clash in a furious mid-air struggle, with the assassin getting deflected back onto the deck, quickly realizing that simple tricks are not going to get the job done. That is when things get truly bizarre, as a terrifying, massive purple aura begins to erupt from the hooded figure, leaving our protagonist completely stunned by the sheer pressure, especially when the assassin infuses this heavy energy into his weapon. They engage in another furious exchange of parries, but each blow feels 10 times heavier than before, resembling the golden lion spirit of the Emperor's legendary power, leaving no doubt that this is indeed the Emperor's own aura. With another sharp clang of clashing steel, Raven locks blades with the masked freak, his memory racing as he tries to place this fighting style, with the assassin oozing absolute confidence, completely hidden behind a terrifying horned mask, demanding to know why Raven is here. Sudden, vivid memory of a grand royal hall from his previous life flashes before his eyes. It is Godfrey Aragorn, Alan lunges straight into the thick of the shipboard brawl, only to be greeted by a pirate who mockingly asks if he's some runaway palace jester, which only makes our boy wind up a punch with pure, unadulterated rage, shouting that he finally has people who don't treat him like a complete joke anymore. Naturally, his standard moves don't do a single thing against this massive tank of an opponent, but as the giant pirate swings a brutal fist downward, Alan coordinates with Elkin Isla for a synchronized strike, which is the only thing actually capable of breaking through his iron defense. The pirate curses in absolute fury, screaming that he needs to get to the White Worm, leaving Alan to scan the burning deck as he searches for any kind of tactical advantage in the middle of this fiery chaos. Right on cue, a massive wooden pillar splits apart, giving Alan a brilliant, high-risk idea to use Isla's special technique to set a deadly trap. As the giant stands ready with his shield, Alan sneaks around to grab a thick rope, dodging a wild, furious swing of the pirate's cutlass, while the entire deck is consumed by raging infernos. The worst part is that the heat is completely unbearable, making our boy scramble frantically across the burning timber, while Isla spots the opening and lunges forward, keeping the pirate's full attention occupied with a flurry of strikes. Alan strains every single muscle to secure the massive log with ropes, watching the brutal exchange from behind the cover, before swinging the bound ropes with everything he has. The massive pirate barks that he's nothing but an impudent brat, but Isla lands another heavy strike that makes him grunt in pain. In his head, Alan knows their combined attacks worked once, and introducing falling debris to the mix should be more than enough to overwhelm him. As Isla continues to trade blows amidst the falling wood, Alan jumps in to assist with a synchronized punch, following up with a powerful, high-impact kick. The battlefield is complete and utter chaos, but Alan leaps across the flaming wreckage, pulling on the secured rope with every ounce of strength in his body, knowing he has to pin the giant down to ensure Isla's secret technique cannot miss. The massive pirate stumbles backward in absolute shock as Alan tightens his grip to lock him in place. With the rope weapon swinging dynamically through the air, the giant leaps down in a desperate attempt to break free. But Isla is already fully focused, unleashing his devastating piercing strike right through the giant's guard. The pirate grits his teeth as the sheer force of the blow hits him, sending him crashing flat onto the burning deck. Meanwhile, young Leon stands bruised and bloodied, smiling through the pain, before running joyfully toward his mentor. The bearded master points out that they only survived because of his quick thinking, affectionately placing a hand on the boy's head to praise him, which brings tears of pure joy to Leon's eyes. But here's the catch, because just when they think they're safe, a bloodied hand grabs onto his boot, ruining the tender moment entirely, as the heavily wounded pirate captain bares his teeth in a psychotic rage, unleashing an explosive burst of light and force that sends young Leon flying with a painful cry, leaving the mentor frozen in sheer terror. The psychotic captain looms menacingly over the helpless boy, who is completely pinned to the ground, as the master desperately screams at him to run. What this bastard doesn't count on is that his dramatic execution is about to get violently interrupted, as a gigantic sea monster suddenly crashes straight through the wooden deck, thrashing wildly in the water below, and completely shocking the master with the sudden chaos. Pirate Captain screams in agony as the beast drags him straight to a watery grave, diving back down into the ocean as if nothing had happened, which leaves the dazed survivors to wonder how on earth anyone is still alive, until the master realizes they aren't alone, beholding the legendary John Myers, captain of the Winter Storm Pirates, standing triumphantly over the wreckage. The battle is an absolute train wreck for the pirates, with their ship burning in the middle of a chaotic ocean, while the crew loses their minds because they just realized the legendary Winter Storm Pirates have joined the party. Naturally, one of the smarter thugs realizes it's time to bail, shouting at his crewmates to grab the kid and escape in a hidden lifeboat, though they still hesitate, wondering what's going to happen to their monstrous captain, Tolio, who is currently being dragged into the depths. Just as they look over the railing, a massive explosion rips through the hull, and what these idiots don't count on is the terrifying mechanical shark that suddenly surges out of the foaming water. Underwater, the surviving pirates are choking on bubbles, convinced they are absolutely done for as they try to comprehend the strength of the beast they've angered, because their captain isn't going down without a fight, unleashing a brutal wave of crimson energy that turns the sea into a boiling kettle. A massive explosion erupts. Crackling yellow lightning throws the burning deck into absolute chaos, as the pirates realize their only hope lies in their hidden magic tools, screaming frantically at their comrades to do something before the ship goes under. But our boy Alan is already ahead of them, leaping through the air above his mechanical partner, and riding the massive metal beast straight through the crashing waves. In his head, the pirate captain is still fueled by sheer desperation, convinced he has to avenge his fallen crew while recalling how they only wanted to eat good food and sail the seas in peace, forced into a life of crime just to survive until the Empire stole what little freedom they had left. Fueled by that rage, the scarred monster prepares a devastating red aura, grinning like a madman because he thinks strength is the only thing that matters. But as he charges, Alan steers the mechanical shark straight into the path of the blast, making a final declaration that they will settle this exactly how the pirate wants. A blinding flash of yellow magical lightning strikes, leaving the watching survivors completely frozen as they shield their eyes, right before a massive explosion rattles the entire ocean. The mechanical shark bursts onto the deck with a violent crash, and then the captain sinks. The giant half-orc watches the surface fade away into the dark, as Alan looks down from the deck and coldly mutters, "Your loss was confirmed on the spot, you half-orc bastard." With the fight over, the massive dragon flag of House Pendragon flutters proudly in the ocean wind, as the surviving pirates are quickly rounded up and chained to the deck. The crew begins discussing what to do next with their new captives, while Alan looks out over the sea, his expression perfectly calm, knowing another brutal battle is already raging in the distance. Swords clash at blinding speeds. Crackling magical energy and purple flames wrap the ship as a mysterious warrior lands on the deck. This guy leaves Elkin Isla bruised, bleeding, and struggling to catch his breath, forcing the knight to run the math and realize his opponent is a true freak, especially since the guy's power is growing at a rapid, impossible speed. But as the purple vortex swirls around them, Isla suddenly senses an unfamiliar, ancient presence hidden deep within that dark aura. Alan suddenly steps in and demands to know who the hell this invader is. But the scarred, blonde swordsman remains completely unbothered, explaining that he is only doing what he must to claim his prize. The tension in the air spikes instantly, as Alan prepares to unleash his own power, his clock-patterned vision locking onto the intruder while blood drips from his nose. A massive, ethereal purple dragon manifests behind the stranger, radiating an immense, suffocating magical pressure that threatens to crush everyone nearby, leaving Alan's mind racing as he realizes this monster can actually wield the power of dragons. As the mysterious scarred swordsman unleashes a wild surge of purple energy, Raven realizes they are dealing with a freak of nature, since a colossal dragon aura is actively manifesting right in front of him. Normally, only the contractor of the White Dragon Soldrake can hold that kind of power, but this cloaked freak claims that Raven, possessing the Emperor's blood, should wield a conqueror's aura instead. Naturally, when asked how he pulled off this illegal power upgrade, the assassin calmly claims he was just made this way, pointing directly to a rogue magician allied with the hostile Erengis family. Before Raven can even process this massive conspiracy, a deadly blade swings straight for his neck. This crazy bastard moves with terrifying speed, forcing a violent clash of steel that lights up the night sky, as Raven is pushed back across the wooden deck, while the tool of an assassin admits he doesn't know anything else beyond his orders to kill. Suddenly, a massive wave of purple energy surges forward, shattering Raven's defenses. He is blown clean off his feet. The worst part is that the strike actually sliced right through his defense, confirming the enemy is wielding a fully formed aura blade. Leaping back into the fray like a stone skipped across a rushing river, Raven dives straight into the danger. Raven pushes through the suffocating pressure of a power that has multiplied tenfold, knowing that holding back even a fraction of his strength means certain death. Their swords collide in a blinding explosion of blue and purple light, as the battlefield becomes a chaotic swirl of lethal energy. They trade blows at blinding speed. The assassin remains completely confident in his overwhelming advantage, but Raven activates his own family markings to even the odds, gathering every drop of his blue aura to prepare a devastating counter. Colossal dragon of purple light roars as it charges forward, slamming directly into Raven's bracing form and cracking his armor as the magical impact threatens to tear him apart. Fortunately, the ancient white dragon Soldrake summons her intense blue flames, manifesting a brilliant draconic presence in the sky, which immediately counters the incoming tide of purple destruction. The enemy's corrupt dragon aura continues its relentless assault, but the majestic white dragon head bellows a fierce response, clashing with the purple monster in a spectacular aerial war. Even with blue fire shielding the ship, the situation makes absolutely no sense, because Soldrake's legendary aura is actually getting overwhelmed by this nameless intruder. Usually, an aura's strength corresponds directly to the contractor's own combat experience, but since this idiot clearly has zero actual battlefield experience, his insane power can only be a direct gift from a dragon. With his sword glowing with a faint blue light and burning ships lighting up the dark water around them, the chilling reality finally dawns on Raven, who identifies the energy as belonging to the fearsome sea dragon, Viscula. Since they are fighting in Viscula's territory, the assassin confidently claims Raven has zero chance of victory, triggering a sudden realization about the mysterious flow of a dragon vein. See, when a dragon is cut off from their primary energy vein, their strength drops off a cliff, meaning Soldrake is heavily weakened in these southern waters dominated by the sea dragon, allowing the enemy to draw on Viscula's unchecked power to fuel his strikes. Raven tries to brace himself against the suffocating pressure, but a massive explosion of purple energy vaporizes the deck around him, sending him crashing down in sheer agony. Without a local dragon vein to draw mana from, Soldrake is completely helpless to intervene, leaving the masked killer to slowly approach. Cold blade presses against Raven's throat. Refusing to go down like this, Raven silently begs Soldrake to grant him whatever power she has left, igniting a massive burst of blinding blue light from his weapon, as a memory of Soldrake explains that this ancient blade once belonged to the first Pendragon Lord. Since the sword was forged from her very own horn, it holds an incredible reservoir of mana, which acts as a backup power source, designed to unleash her raw strength if Raven ever runs out of aura in places where her voice cannot reach him. Now that he has fully accepted both his past as Raven and his present as a Pendragon, Soldrake acknowledges both souls as one, giving him the power to wield her ancient strength to its absolute limit as blue flames erupt all around him. But just as he is ready to turn the tide, his brilliant blue flame is suddenly snuffed out, and then his power is completely gone. Our boy's aura might have flickered out, but naturally, the fight is far from over, as Raven realizes he is not alone in this fight, because Soldrake steps up in her human form, glowing with a brilliant magical light that tells the assassin his easy victory just went up in smoke. Godfrey tries to push forward with his stolen purple dragon aura, but the white dragon stands completely unfazed by the massive beast, desperately trying to draw his weapon to defend himself, swinging her sword straight at the charging monster, which shatters the fake aura with a single blinding strike that sends her own massive blue dragon surging across the deck, leaving Godfrey completely frozen in horror. He scrambles backward as the colossal blue entity manifests, but the sheer pressure makes his magical mask start to peel away, leaving him screaming in panic that a mere aura blade sliced through his magic. Soldrake stands wrapped in her majestic power, forcing the fake to frantically raise his sword once more, which does him absolutely no good when she unleashes another devastating shockwave. A massive blue explosion engulfs the entire battlefield, blasting the assassin straight through the air as he curses the azure flames, before he crashes hard against the shattered wooden deck. He gasps for breath on the floor, realizing nobody warned him he'd be facing this kind of power, especially with the massive dragon now towering right over him. Soldrake stands over the defeated assassin, telling Godfrey that even if he manages to squeeze out more aura, he cannot win. The fake is completely paralyzed under her gaze, convinced his defeat was set in stone the moment he challenged her, explaining that the true power to protect her contractor was always sealed inside this sword. With her soul's eye, she has confirmed the truth, knowing that the connection between Godfrey and the sea dragon Viscula is nothing more than a cheap, cursed magical imitation. Godfrey yells in defiance, summoning one last desperate burst of purple magic, but her blade is already pointing straight at his face, as she demands to know what he actually knows about the sea dragon. The fake stays silent under the cold steel, prompting Soldrake to reflect on how dragons actually possess real feelings and consciences, which takes us back to a quiet memory of her checking the sword's power before the big southern battle. She wanted to make sure the blade's energy hadn't weakened, knowing that while her contractor is incredibly strong, she still hated the idea of leaving his side in sea dragon territory. That was when our boy asked why she went so far to protect the Pendragons, and she quietly explained that her duty began a long time ago, entrusted to her by the very man who saved her. When he died young, he asked her to look after his children, a promise that meant she would never have to spend thousands of years entirely alone. The warmth of that ancient bond is undeniable, even if the original Alan probably didn't grasp the scale of it. But Raven understands the weight of carrying Saul's ancient memories. They both know the pain of losing those who mattered, sharing a bond forged through the exact same grief, which is why the power in this sword isn't just raw magical force. It is a real contract, meaning anyone treating dragons like simple tools is bound to lose, especially if they try to stand against her true power. Back in the present, the massive white dragon surges upward, as Raven stands on the deck surrounded by brilliant blue lightning, calling on Saul to finish this, while the panicked assassin screams for Viscula to protect him. The white dragon clashes violently with the purple beast, tearing straight through the imitation, as Raven unleashes everything he has left into one final strike, sending a massive blue magical slash cutting across the entire deck. Colossal tail wrapped in lightning coils through the sky, wrapping around its true master in a magnificent display of dominance, as Raven finally collapses from exhaustion with his guardian looming protectively over him. Standing firm in her human form, she makes it clear that dragons answer to nobody other than their contractors. The battle finally settled. The massive glowing form of Soldrake towers over the deck, leaving Alan to offer a quiet word of thanks to his dragon partner for saving his skin yet again, while a brilliant blue aura continues to crackle around him. Meanwhile, the broken and bleeding assassin Godfrey lies flat on the wooden deck, gasping for air, as Alan interrogates him to piece together this whole absolute mess, while the pathetic bastard mutters about how some mysterious magician told him he could become a dragon contractor, only to realize he was nothing more than a glorified lab rat in a much bigger experiment. See, normal dragons never willingly mingle with humans, meaning this entire scheme was cooked up through forbidden magic just to force a fake pact, which is why Alan grabs the half-dead assassin by the collar and demands to know where the sea dragon Viscula is hiding, though Godfrey can only stammer that he has genuinely never seen the beast, realizing his master played him like a cheap fiddle. The answer completely changes the stakes for Alan, as Godfrey gasps out that this mastermind possesses a terrifying magic capable of outright slaughtering dragons, insisting that they are actively distorting the very rules of the world to force everything, including Alan's own soul, to return to its original state, which instantly stops Alan dead in his tracks, realizing that this nameless magician somehow knows his deepest secret, that he is a regressor living in another man's body. Before he can dwell on that terrifying thought, a sudden shadow falls over the sails, revealing Isla's trusty griffin descending right onto the deck, carrying a clear message from the main battlefield, confirming that the enemy pirates are already on the run, and that their leader, Tolio Arangues, has been cornered, prompting Alan to leave the half-dead assassin behind, mounting the griffin to fly straight toward his next target, fully prepared to wring some answers out of that mysterious wizard. Over on the main flagship, the Imperial crew has completely surrounded the captured pirate leader, telling him that his reign of terror is officially over, and that no one is coming to save him from his obvious defeat, which only makes Tolio bare his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury, even as the soldiers stand completely confident that the battle is won. The real shock comes when Alan drops from the sky like a conquering god, dragging the captured Godfrey along on a rope, ready to bring a swift end to this pirate's entire career, which completely pushes Tolio over the edge, screaming in a mad rage about the white worm of House Pendragon as he flexes his massive arms and shatters his heavy iron chains like they were nothing but cheap plastic. The massive pirate lunges forward with a roar that rattles the deck, forcing the surrounding crew to scramble out of the way, only for Alan to casually raise his hand and unleash a blinding wave of blue magical energy, slamming directly into the charging brute, engulfing him in a painful blast that finally forces a scream from his throat. Crew watches in absolute awe as the dust begins to clear, only for the stubborn pirate leader to surge forward once more with a wild red aura, bringing his heavy sword crashing down with enough force to splinter the thick wood. But Alan is simply too fast, dodging the blow and pinning the brute flat to the deck with his weapon, leaving the defeated giant to realize his reign is officially over, as Alan coldly announces that he has finally caught up to him, declaring that his days of killing for pleasure and ruling through mindless violence are officially over. Pinned Pirate tries to laugh it off, until Alan leans in close and whispers that this is the final price he must pay for destroying the Vault territory, leaving the brute entirely clueless about what Vault even means, right before Alan unleashes a massive eruption of crackling blue lightning across the entire deck, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes from the overwhelming pressure, as the sheer weight of the energy begins to crush the pirate leader. With his blue aura running heavier and more suffocating than ever before, Alan raises his sword high, acting with the cold, absolute certainty of a true executioner, while the pirate leader desperately screams that there is no way he can die in a place like this. But Alan simply swings his blade forward with a devastating arc, unleashing a colossal pillar of blue magic that vaporizes the pirate leader's remaining strength. The blinding light finally fading, the Imperial crew can finally breathe a sigh of relief, who can hardly believe they actually survived this chaotic naval nightmare, while Alan turns his back and warmly thanks everyone for their incredible effort, announcing with absolute confidence that this victory belongs to all of them, prompting the entire ship to erupt into a massive, roaring cheer for their young commander. While the battle at sea is finally over, life in the harbor city is slowly returning to normal, with Lindsay and Aaron spending their evening handing out warm meals to the citizens. Naturally, the locals are incredibly grateful for the help, though Aaron is quickly caught off guard when an elderly maid calls out for assistance from across the square, leaving her to frantically scramble as she tries to keep up with the sudden demand. But the charitable work is cut short when a runner sprints in with the news that the Duke's fleet is finally back, as the heavy weight they had been carrying for days finally lifts. Down at the docks, the massive warships glide into the harbor under the bright sun, prompting the guards to count the surviving vessels, realizing the fleet paid a heavy price to secure this victory. Luckily, any lingering tension evaporates as Eren takes his place on the lead deck, overlooking the sea of expectant faces, before raising his sword high to salute the cheering crowd, signaling to everyone that the threat has been thoroughly crushed. The onlookers can hardly believe their luck, erupting into cheers as they realize the corrupt former governor has been replaced, and a new era has officially begun, while Lindsay and Aaron sprint through the packed streets to find their returned family. Sprinting into the open market, they call out to Eren the moment they reach the square, crashing into his arms for a tight, emotional hug, as Aaron buries her face in his chest, crying that she was convinced he would never come back to them, prompting him to quickly offer a warm apology for putting them through that ordeal. Nearby villagers are stunned to realize this helpful girl is connected to the new governor, smiling as they recount how she humbly helped them bake when their commerce was struggling, before handing over a gift basket and teasingly telling her to get to work on making some babies with her husband, knowing there is absolutely no hiding from the local gossip, stammering out an apology while holding the unexpected peace offering. Apparently, the recent massive storms had severely weakened the local commerce, leaving the fish storage crates empty and the merchants desperate. But Lindsay happily explains that she was just trying to support the locals in her own gentle way, earning the instant approval of the watching elders, who already treat the young maid as a natural part of the ducal family. Ren gently pats her head to thank her for keeping the town together, leaving her to wonder if anyone can hear her racing heart, though Aaron quickly demands her own share of attention by clinging to him and bragging about her own helpful deeds. But the peaceful family reunion is abruptly interrupted when a scout panics, pointing toward a shark-emblazoned pirate flag fluttering in the wind, as an approaching pirate vessel sends the entire crowd into a wild state of terror, thinking the sea dogs have returned to claim their bloody revenge. The panicked crowd doesn't count on, however, is that these fearsome warriors are done fighting, the pirate captain leading his men forward with no weapons in hand, ignoring the tense and hostile glares of the defenders, before suddenly dropping to his knees like a sinner at a confessional to beg for absolute forgiveness, which completely upends the guards' expectations of a bloody final stand, especially when the captain declares they are ready to turn over a new leaf and abandon their criminal lives, completely baffling the watching crowd, until Aren steps forward to explain that these pirates were secretly allied with them to deceive the enemy from the inside. Leus had been deeply moved by the young lord's charisma, realizing that the right leader can inspire desperate men to change their lives, which is why his crew now waits to see how the duchy intends to punish them, only for Alan Pendragon to step forward to address the captured men, bowing his head to deeply apologize for failing to protect all of their fallen comrades during the raid, leaving the hardened sailors silent in deep contemplation. Instead of chains and executions, these former outlaws are given legitimate commerce licenses and gold, sending the rowdy crew into a playful celebratory brawl, while Captain John Myers realizes their gamble paid off perfectly, knowing they just secured the deal of a lifetime, before he calls out to Alan to halt his departure, expressing his immense gratitude for not only the legal trade rights, but also a genuine place to call home, extending his hand to thank the governor for giving his crew a second chance at life. Silver-haired Duke accepts the handshake to seal their mutual respect, as Admiral Moraine steps forward to formally welcome their new allies. The best part is Admiral Moraine completely approves of the play, appreciating the fact that they just gained a massive naval asset for free, before the proud admiral explicitly thanks Captain Myers for saving them from a devastating defeat, which solidifies the trust between the veteran mariners, as they shake hands to finalize a powerful naval alliance, which has the surrounding troops roaring with enthusiasm for the sheer brilliance of their young master. From there, we jump straight to the massive victory celebrations, where the Beastmen lead the charge for an epic feast, transforming the entire coastal city into a vibrant night festival, where happy children run through the illuminated streets holding sweets, while Alan walks peacefully among his people, reveling in the vibrant return of a community that had been on the brink of collapse. As the warm tavern lights reflect off the stone buildings, patrons crowd the outdoor tables to drink away their worries, raising their heavy mugs in a series of endless toasts to celebrate the return of peace and prosperity, while even the wild griffins and sea beasts gather near the harbor to share in the lively feast. But away from the raucous noise of the crowd, our young Duke quietly slips up to a high balcony, his boots clicking softly against the stone floor, as he calls out to his ultimate guardian, who is already waiting for him in her stunning elven form, prompting him to step closer to the railing, where he presents his ancestral blade and admits, "I was saved by the memories which you had sealed in this sword." As the ancient white dragon makes it clear, she is simply glad her partner returned home in one piece.